How is that possible? That makes no sense at all. Liang Yesheng's words just now were quite harsh, but Song Tang didn't bother to pay attention to him. She didn't even glance at him, only raised her face and calmly said to Captain Zhou, "Today, I just happened to see the scene where the human traffickers were kidnapping someone. Thanks to Brother Lu's help and the police arriving in time, we were able to save the person." Song Tang still felt pain in her buttocks. She was very angry with Lu Jian now. However, if it had been just her today, she wouldn't have been able to save Zhou Ruoxi. It was thanks to his timely appearance that he stopped the traffickers' evil act, and she wouldn't take credit for it. Seeing Song Tang's modest and confident attitude, Captain Zhou's admiration for her grew a little more. He couldn't help but take on an elder's role and said a few words to Liang Yuxin. "Don't talk nonsense in front of the young girl in the future. If you want to report it, go ahead. As for choosing talents, I have a clear conscience." Liang Yuxin still stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. Clearly, he still couldn't accept that Tang Tang was actually Song Tang. Liang Tingxue was also stunned after hearing Captain Zhou's words. But she reacted faster than Liang Yuxin. She quickly walked to Captain Zhou, opened her eyes wide, and asked in disbelief, "Uncle Liang, what did you just call Sister Tang? Her surname is clearly Tang. Why did you call her little Song?"
She. Could it be that Sister Tang is
Song Tang? Hearing Liang Tingxue call her Sister Tang over and over, Captain Zhou couldn't help but think of something. His wife, Zhao Shijin, had a good relationship with Liang Yuxin's mother, Lu Feng. A few days ago, he heard his wife say that Liang Yuxin seemed to be lovesick, searching everywhere for a girl named Tang Tang. And that Tang Tang girl had acted bravely and had recently saved Liang Tingxue. Obviously, Liang's siblings thought that the girl named Tang Tang was Song Tang. And Song Tang was the same Song Tang who had once broken off her engagement with Liang Yuxin. Captain Zhou suddenly found it quite interesting. After a moment of pondering, he honestly said, "Little Song is definitely Song Tang. Could she still be surnamed Tang?" Liang Tingxue was also shocked, as if struck by lightning. She remembered her brother saying that Song Tang's adoptive mother had given her a big bag of medicine, telling her to come to the capital to climb the social ladder. Preconceived notions made her have a very bad impression of Song Tang. She thought Song Tang was uneducated, inexperienced, full of bad intentions, and just a country girl trying to mend. But if Tang Tang really was Song Tang, she wouldn't think that anymore. She trusted her own eyes and judgment. Sister Tang was truly a good person. If she had bad intentions, she wouldn't have acted bravely to save her. If she had no education, she wouldn't have scored first in the writing exam at the art troupe. If she had no insight, she wouldn't have seen that the mother and son were human traffickers, risking being beaten or injured to save Zhou Ruoxi. If she only wanted to attract men, she wouldn't have coldly refused her own brother's friendly advances. It seems she misunderstood Sister Tang. No, it's Song Tang. Yes, she even spoke badly about Song Tang in front of Song Tang, Brother Song, and second brother Song. What should I do? Sister Song will definitely hate her. Liang Tingxue is anxious, her eyebrows flying wildly, her hands constantly twisting her clothes. Liang Yeshen is even more worried. He didn't expect that Tang Tang was actually Song Tang. Now he finally understands why she was so cold and dismissive when he tried to be friendly before. It's not because he's too reckless, but because she knew his identity from the start and didn't like him. If Song Tang was just herself, because she took the medicine her adoptive mother gave her, Liang Yeshen would think she was dishonest. But Tang Tang, who saved Liang Tingxue and Zhou Ruoxi, shows she's not the kind of girl with bad morals or crooked ideas. Liang Yeshen feels panicked and very regretful. He shouldn't have hastily broken off the engagement without truly understanding her, just because he thought she had bad morals. They've finished recording their statements and can leave the police station now. Seeing Song Tang walk outside the police station, he quickly follows her. He feels so awkward that he doesn't know where to put his hands, and his usually charming face turns red with shame and regret. He stands frozen for a long time, then awkwardly stammers Tang. Tang Tang, Earlier, Captain Zhou had already told everyone that she was Song Tang, so there was no need for her to hide her identity anymore. She coldly cut off Liang Yeshen's words. My name is not Tang Tang. I am Song Tang. Liang Yeshen, our engagement has been broken off. I hope we won't have any further connection in the future. Hearing Song Tang mention the engagement, Liang Yeshen became even more anxious and regretful. He was so upset he couldn't find his voice for a moment. It was Liang Tingxue who hurried over to speak for her brother. Big sister Song, please don't be mad at my brother. He didn't mean to break off the engagement with you. That time, he went to the countryside with our cousin to pick you up. Outside your yard, he saw your adoptive mother give you a big bag of medicine, and he saw you giving medicine to the cousin and other children from the big yard. My brother saw you take that packet of medicine, so he thought you were a bit of a troubled girl. Song Tang looked up and saw Liang Yeshen with a worried face, and also saw Lu Jinyan standing coldly nearby. Lu Jinyan dislikes her, and she can somewhat guess why. Because the first time they met, she was controlled by the medicine and took advantage of him. She doesn't understand why Liang Yeshen has such a strong prejudice against her, calling her immoral. Now she finally understands. Liang Yeshen saw her adoptive mother give her that medicine. Liang Yeshen said she was immoral, but that caused her a lot of trouble and led to many bad experiences. But now, she feels like she's moved past all that. Whether Liang Yeshen thinks she's immoral doesn't matter to her anymore. Because to her, he is not an important person. She calmly looked at Liang Yeshen and his sister, whose faces showed different emotions. Her beautiful face was cold as ice. I will take that medicine because I want my adoptive mother to be at ease. But I already threw away that medicine long ago. After a pause, she spoke very coldly to Liang Yeshen. Liang Yeshen, don't worry, I won't give anyone medicine, not even you, now or in the future. In fact, I'm happy you broke off the engagement because I never wanted to be involved with you. You can put your heart back in your stomach. If I want something, I can get it through my own efforts. I don't need to climb high or rely on anyone, especially not you. From now on, I won't bother you, and I hope you continue to dislike me and stay as far away as possible. Humph. Zhou Ruoxi also knew about Liang Yeshen breaking off the engagement with Song Tang. Now, she admired how beautiful Song Tang looked, like a fairy. She had regained her strength. Seeing Liang Yeshen blocking Song Tang, she couldn't help but rush over and pouting proudly, snorting at him. Big brother Liang, you were the one who broke off the engagement with the fairy sister first. A real man should take responsibility. Since you broke up, don't bother her anymore. Come on, fairy sister, I'll take you home. She helped Song Tang into Commander Zhou's car. Song Tang's ankles still hurt, but since Commander Zhou and Zhou Ruoxi wanted to take her home, she wouldn't stubbornly refuse. Commander Zhou's car disappeared into the distance. Liang Yeshen was still standing there, as if lost in a dream. After a long time, he muttered like he was dreaming. I was wrong. But I can't stay away from you. I want to make it up to you. I want to try my best to fight for one chance for myself. Lu Jian was nearby and naturally heard Song Tang's voice. He didn't expect her to say such words. She first acted bravely to save Liang Tingxue, and today she cleverly and courageously saved Zhou Ruoxi. He realized she wasn't as bad as he initially thought. Her words about throwing away that bag of medicine were probably true. He is not someone who cannot see right from wrong. He won't hold a grudge against her anymore. But he still plans to keep his distance. His dreams are too wild and strange. He dislikes losing control in his dreams and feels uncomfortable facing her constant entanglements there. Once he trusts someone, he will stay loyal to her. He doesn't want Song Tang to influence him. So, he will do everything he can to stay away from her. A lifetime just the two of them. In this life, he will never let Tang Song down. Today is Sunday, and Song Nanqing also has the day off. Early in the morning, she left her dormitory and went to the military compound. Song Tsongrong wouldn't let her into the house, so she could only wait outside, cracking sunflower seeds and looking around, chatting aimlessly. just to find some fault with Song Tang so she couldn't join the art troupe. She talked with neighbors for a long time, but by noon, she hadn't convinced anyone to report Song Tang, feeling a bit frustrated. She was about to throw her sunflower seed shells on the ground in anger when she saw a car parked outside the military compound. Song Tang got out of the car. Song Nanqing recognized the car. It was the director Zhou's car from the art troupe. Seeing this, she immediately became excited. She pulled two neighbors who had also seen everything and were on good terms with her to rush to the Song family. She told Su Shanshan to quickly invite Zhou's wife, Zhao Shijin. Being a mistress means risking being exposed. Earlier, Zhou had been a mistress for Wu Kachang, and both were severely punished, losing their jobs. If she could make everyone believe that Song Tang was Zhou's mistress, Song Tang definitely wouldn't get into the art troupe. After instructing Su Shanshan, Song Nanqing ran into the alley and shouted, "Everyone come see. Song Tang is Zhou's mistress in the art troupe." We saw it with our own eyes. Song Tang just got out of Zhou's car. This fox-like woman is having an affair with Zhou. She only got into the art troupe because of Zhou's help. Shameless mistress. We must report Song Tang. We can't let such a disgusting mistress join the art troupe. Song Nanqing's voice was really loud. She was shouting loudly in the alley, and many neighbors who were about to have lunch came out to see the commotion. Last time, after Song Tang publicly won a test against Song Qiyu, Yao Yuling liked her a lot. When she heard Song Nanqing insulting her again, Yao Yuling couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. "Song Nanqing, do you have some serious illness? Why do you keep spreading rumors about your niece?" As soon as Yao Yuling spoke, other neighbors also started criticizing Song Nanqing. "Exactly, spreading bad words about your own niece, Song Nanqing. You're really something. If you're sick, go to the hospital quickly. Watching her go crazy in our courtyard is so annoying. Captain Song's family is really unlucky to have such relatives." Normal people all hate the idea of a homewrecker. Song Nanqing thought that if she called Song Tang a shameless homewrecker, everyone would try to criticize and curse her, but she never imagined that people would say she was sick. She was both anxious and angry, and desperately wanted everyone to believe that Song Tang was a lowly homewrecker. She shouted loudly, her neck turning red with urgency. "I saw with my own eyes that Song Tang got out of Commander Zhou's car. If she wasn't related to Commander Zhou, why would he specially drive her home? Ask Tian Hong and Qin Ping, they saw it too." Yes, neighbors outside the courtyard playing chess also saw it. Tian Hong and Qin Ping were the two neighbors who came with Song Nanqing. They got along well with her, and when she pointed them out, they honestly said, "Yes, we saw Song Tang get out of Commander Zhou's car. But we don't know what their relationship is." Hearing Tian Hong and the others confirm that Song Tang came out of Commander Zhou's car, the neighbors were unsure who to believe. Suddenly, a strange silence fell over the scene, and then Song Tang walked over from the alley entrance. She shouted loudly again, "Shameless homewrecker is here. Today's young women will do anything to get a good job. Commander Zhou loves his wife so much, but some simpleton is shamelessly trying to him. Such a sneaky woman deserves to be caught." Song Tang's ankles still hurt, and she was walking slowly, a bit slow to react. She paused for a moment, then realized that Song Nanqing was spreading rumors that she was a homewrecker for Commander Zhou. Suddenly, her hand felt very itchy. She didn't like fighting, but now, she really wanted to slap Song Nanqing hard and help her clean her mouth. However, her ankle injury made it hard to walk quickly. She struggled to move forward for a while, but still couldn't reach Song Nanqing. Both Song Tsungrong and Lu Shoujiang's couple were at home. When they heard Song Nanqing's loud cry, they came out of the yard. Qin Xiuji had misunderstood Song Tang many times before. This time, she wanted to firmly stand by her daughter. She hurried over, stood in front of Song Tang, and sternly scolded Song Nanqing. "Tang Dang would never be a mistress. Song Nanqing, if you keep spreading rumors, trust me, I will tear your mouth apart. Second sister-in-law, how can you protect the mistress?" Qin Xiuji's attitude toward her was getting worse, and Song Nanqing was furious. She jumped high, pointed at Song Tang's face and sharply said, "She willingly fell into disgrace and insists on being a mistress. What does that have to do with me? Big brother, big sister-in-law, our Song family has a clean tradition. We absolutely cannot tolerate Song Tang's shameless behavior." Commander Zhao. Song Nanqing turned her face and saw Su Shanshan walking over with Zhao Shijin. She quickly went to meet them, exaggerating her words. "Many people saw it just now. Song Tang, that fox spirit, got out of your old Zhou's car. I know Captain Zhou is a good man. He wouldn't do anything to betray you. It must be this seductive woman, relying on her looks, shamelessly seducing Captain Zhou." Su Shanshan was eager for everyone to dislike Song Tang. She quickly added, "Yes, Song Tang is so cheap. Seeing a man, she can't wait to herself and cling to him. Aunt Zhao, she's ruining your relationship with Uncle Zhou. You absolutely can't forgive her." Zhao Qingyao knew Zhao Shijin's temper. She was quick and decisive, with no patience for nonsense. If she believed Song Tang was a mistress, she wouldn't let Song Tang, this shameless woman, go easily. At such times, she wouldn't miss the chance to pretend to be kind and stir up trouble. She stepped forward, looking at Zhao Shijin with gentle concern. "Aunt Zhao, don't be angry. I believe my sister was just confused for a moment. Please don't blame her, okay? She's really a good person." Both Song Nanqing and Song Qingyao, along with Su Shanshan, believed that since things had come to this point, Zhao Shijin would surely be furious and tear apart Song Tang's disgusting face. But before Song Qingyao could finish her words, Zhao Shijin suddenly shook off Su Shanshan, who was holding her arm, quickly took a few steps forward and harshly twisted Song Nanqing's face. Song Nanqing was stunned by the... It wasn't her fault for being shameless and acting as a mistress. Why did Zhao Shijin hit her? Song Nanqing suspected Zhao Shijin hit the wrong person. She wanted to remind Zhao Shijin that she should be hitting that rude girl Song Tang, but Zhao Shijin suddenly slapped her hard again. Zhao Shijin was brave and strong, and her hand was powerful. With 2 slaps, Song Nanqing's lips bled. Song Nanqing's head buzzed, and stars appeared in her eyes. She couldn't find her voice for a moment. Su Shanshan saw how badly she was beaten, and was so worried her eyes turned red. "Zhao auntie, I'm not the one who seduced Uncle Zhou. Why are you hitting my mom?" "I'm hitting her." Zhao Shijin raised her hand again. Scared, Song Nanqing trembled and hurriedly hid behind Tianhong. This time, Zhao Shijin didn't hit her again but sternly said, "Song Nanqing, you as an auntie only know how to target and criticize your niece. You're truly a twisted and disturbed person." Being called a disturbed person in front of everyone made Song Nanqing feel extremely wronged. But Zhao Shijin had a gun, and she really didn't dare to provoke her. She could only be angry, but not speak out. Zhao Shijin's voice continued, "Everyone in the neighborhood, please help me judge. Today, my little she was almost kidnapped by human traffickers. Tang bravely stepped in and saved my little she. She even injured her ankle while saving my little she. My husband Zhou and little she took her home. What's wrong with that? Could it be that because she saved my daughter, my husband Zhou should just abandon her on the street? What kind of logic is that?" The neighbors watching quickly understood. Captain Zhou was always honest and known for loving his wife and caring for his family. When they heard he and Song Tang weren't close, they found it strange. Now, hearing Zhao Shijin's words, everyone thought Song Nanqing was just a troublemaker. Everyone knew that Captain Zhou loved his daughter Zhou Ruashi very much. Since Song Tang saved his precious daughter, why shouldn't he take her home after she was injured? That Song Nanqing was truly sick and twisted. Zhao Shijin was fiery, but also thoughtful. She knew that after Song Tang was brought back to the capital, she faced many criticisms and cold looks. She didn't want everyone to think she got into the art troupe through connections. She paused briefly and then continued, Tang got into the art troupe purely because of her own talent. She just saved my little she today. Before, old Zhou from my family didn't even know her, so he couldn't possibly help her get special treatment. Neighbors all agree with Zhao Shijin's words. Song Tang is good at taking exams, and everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Even Su Shanshan, who usually dislikes Song Tang, said herself that Song Tang dances better than Qin Yao. Song Tang's talent is real. Her acceptance into the art troupe is convincing, and no one thinks she got in through favoritism. Zhao Shijin, who is straightforward, hates fake people. She could tell that Song Qin was speaking politely but insincerely, which she found disgusting, so she didn't show her respect. She looked sharply at Song Qin with a strong sense of pressure and said, Tangdang was just confused for a moment. Song Qin, are you trying to make me think Tangdang is a troublemaker? You're so petty and mean. Song Qin was stunned, feeling like she had been struck by lightning. She truly didn't dare imagine Zhao Shijin would publicly say she was petty. Before she could recover from her shock and humiliation, she heard Zhao Shijin speak again. Is it so hard to admit someone else is better than you? Don't mislead everyone into thinking the art troupe's auditions were unfair. I heard from old Joe that Tangting dances better than you. Your dance had several mistakes and your expressions and movements didn't match well, but even Captain Li said Tangdang is a rare talent. If Tangdang is so talented, then if she doesn't get into the art troupe, the leaders who judged the audition must be blind. Zhao Shijin's words were like rubbing Song Qinyao's face into the ground. Song Qinyao's eyes turned red with sadness, like a cracked glass doll that would shatter with a light touch. Su Shanshan, who was close to Song Qinyao, felt sorry seeing her so upset. She wanted to say something to comfort her, but Zhao Shijin's gaze stabbed at her like a knife. And you, Su Shanshan. It's your twisted mother spreading rumors here. How dare you call me over to teach Tangdang? Do you enjoy watching Tangdang be humiliated? You and your wicked mother are both troublemakers. If I were Commander Song or Dr. Qin, I would never let you stay in my house to bully my own daughter. Zhao Shijin was extremely fierce towards Song Naxing and others. But when facing Song Tang, she smiled warmly and kindly. She held Song Tang's hand affectionately and said, Tangdang, I know that Song Naxing and the others are not good people. If they dare to bully you again in the future, just come find me. I'm not afraid of them. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Song Tang raised her face sincerely and said to Zhao Shijin. She really liked Zhao Shijin, who was clear about who she liked and disliked. Just now, seeing Zhao Shijin slap Song Nanqing, she felt quite happy inside. Zhao Shijin then gave a cold glance at Song Nanqing and others and softly said goodbye to Song Tang. After Zhao Shijin left, Song Songrong's face darkened completely. He was angry not because Zhao Shijin publicly scolded Song Nanqing and others, but because he thought Song Nanqing and his daughter had gone too far this time. Recently, Song Nanqing had been living in a shared dorm at her workplace, so Su Shanshan couldn't move in with her. He coldly said, Song Nanqing, find a good house quickly and let Su Shanshan move in too. Su Shanshan is indeed my niece, but even if she is my niece, she shouldn't bully my biological daughter, Song Songrong. Uncle, you're showing favoritism. Hearing that Song Songrong wanted her to move out, Su Shanshan burst into tears. I won't move out. I will never move out, no matter what. After saying that, she cried and rushed into the yard. Song Nanqing was very worried about Su Shanshan, but Song Songrong wouldn't let her into the house. She could only signal to Song Qingqiao, hoping she would comfort Su Shanshan well. Song Qingqiao had things to ask Su Shanshan to do, and she would definitely soothe her. She looked at Song Nanqing, signaling her to be at ease, and only then did Song Nanqing's face look a little better. Song Tang knew that if Su Shanshan cried, Song Songrong might soften his attitude and turn a blind eye. She didn't want him to always pick her up and put her down lightly. Even if she didn't like acting pitiful, she still pretended to be a drama queen, forcing out 2 tears. Dad, Mom, I never played the role of a third wheel before, and I will never do it in the future. Why do my aunts always target me? Actually, many times, I really don't know what I did wrong. But even if I did nothing wrong, it seems like I'm always the one at fault. Seeing Song Tang cry, Lin he was heartbroken. She also felt wronged for Song Tang. She wiped her eyes and couldn't help but say to Qin Xiuji, Xiuji, this time, Song Nanqing and Su Shanshan's mother and daughter are really too much. You and old Song should give Tang Tang an explanation. Qin Xiuji knew how much Song Tang had suffered. She tenderly held Song Tang's hand and promised her solemnly, Tang Tang, don't worry, Mom won't let anyone bully you again. Mom will definitely make Su Shanshan move out. This is your home. Mom won't let a stranger live with us or target you everywhere. Sister-in-law, how can you also make Shanshan move out? What do you mean by stranger? Shanshan called you auntie. How can you hurt her feelings like that? Seeing Qin Xiuji also wanting to send Su Shanshan away, Song Nanqing became very angry. Just as she was about to say something, the usually gentle and graceful Qin Xiuji stepped forward and harshly slapped her face, making her turn her head. Tang Tang also calls you auntie. You only cause trouble for her all day. Don't you realize you're hurting her feelings? Song Nanqing, I warn you, if you dare to bully my daughter again, I will fight you.
Good job.
Neighbors couldn't help but give Qin Xiuji a thumbs up. Someone said, Song Nanqing, you're just troublemaker. You should be beaten. Another said, if anyone dares to bully my daughter like that, I'll be even harsher than Dr. Qin. Someone else shouted, troublemaker, get lost. Don't come to our neighborhood causing trouble. You like to report others? If you keep hurting people, I'll report you to your workplace. Yes. If you don't leave now, we'll report you.
Ugh.
Song Nanqing was extremely unwilling, but she was afraid the neighbors would really report her to her workplace, so she covered her face and ran away crying loudly. Qin Xiuji clearly felt that what Feng Qingqiao had just said was a bit deliberate. She didn't want to hurt her adopted daughter's feelings, but she also felt sorry for her own biological daughter. She couldn't help but tell Song Qingqiao, Yao Yao, don't cause trouble with Song Nanqing and her daughter anymore. Song Qingqiao's beautiful eyes instantly filled with tears. She couldn't imagine that Qin Xiuji, who always loved her, would scold her publicly. After Mom truly found her biological daughter, she no longer cared about her adopted daughter. It felt like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Nothing else. Song Qingqiao trembled with hatred. She really hated Song Tang. She hated Song Tang for stealing her spot in the art troupe, and even more for taking away the mom who once treasured her. She wished she could crush Song Tang into dust, but her rational mind made her kneel and apologize to Song Tang. Big sister, I'm sorry. Song Qingqiao cried so hard she was gasping for breath. I didn't mean to slander you with auntie. I was just worried that Aunt Zhao might hurt you, so I begged her. Big sister, I really care about you. Please don't be mad at me, okay? As she spoke, she habitually raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face, one slap after another. Seeing Song Qingqiao suddenly kneel down and slap herself, Qin Xiuji couldn't help but recall her previous desperate attempt to end her life. She was so frightened that her eyelids twitched sharply, and she turned pale, pulling Song Tang back a big step. Song Tang knew that Song Qingqiao was trying to emotionally manipulate her, using weakness to gain everyone's sympathy. She didn't indulge her. She took a deep breath, pretending to be helpless, and spoke with tears in her eyes. Song Qingqiao, why are you doing this? Today, I was the one who was framed and falsely accused. You were chatting casually in front of Aunt Zhao, and I didn't blame you. What does it mean for you to kneel and hurt yourself in front of so many neighbors? Do you think that crying children get sweets? As long as you kneel or hurt yourself a bit, everyone will follow your lead? I didn't do anything wrong, so why do you have to act like I bullied you? Song Tang took a deep breath, her eyes red, as if she was about to cry from sadness. The neighbors, who had watched Song Qingqiao grow up, had some feelings for her. At first, seeing her kneel on the ground and slap herself, they felt a bit sorry for her. After hearing Song Tang's words, they also felt that Song Qingqiao's actions would embarrass Song Tang. Everyone hurriedly advised her, Yao Yao, get up quickly. You're really putting Tang Tang in a difficult position. Yes, Tang Tang didn't do anything wrong. Why do you have to make it seem like she bullied you? I also think you're being a bit unfair. Honestly, you're overdoing it. Song Qingyao's face lost all its color. She thought that by kneeling and slapping herself hard, using retreat to advance, everyone would see her as reasonable and think that Song Tang was overreacting. She never expected that the neighbors would call her overacting. Where was she overacting? It was Song Tang, who was shameless and manipulative. Yao Yao, get up. Lin he couldn't bear to watch anymore. She stepped forward and forcibly helped Song Qingyao to her feet. Her eyes showed clear disapproval as she looked at Song Qingyao. Yao Yao, please don't do this anymore. Tang Tang didn't do anything wrong. If you keep acting like this, people might think Tang Tang bullied you. You're not even apologizing to Tang Tang. It looks more like you're trying to manipulate others with morality. Lin He's words were a bit harsh. Song Qingyao's body shook violently with sadness, almost collapsing to the ground. Song Songrong and his wife also thought Lin He's words were fine. They rarely scolded Song Qingyao. There was a strange silence for a long time, then Song Songrong spoke first. All right, Yao Yao and Tang Tang are good girls. Let's forget the past misunderstandings. From now on, you two sisters should get along well. We must stay united as a family and not be manipulated by Song Nanqing and her daughter. Song Songrong did not blame Song Qingyao, but Song Qingyao was too sensitive. She still felt that Song Songrong thought she was not good enough and was influenced by Song Nanqing. She held back tears and said wisely she would get along well with Song Tang, but inside, she was full of hatred. After the drama ended, the neighbors gradually left. Lin He went to the Song family and whispered to Qin Xiuji. Song Qingyao accidentally overheard her telling Qin Xiuji that Song Tang was better than they thought and deserved more care and love. She hated her so much, she wished she could hurt her badly. She was usually smart and cautious, so she wouldn't really hurt Song Tang herself. She knew Su Shanshan also hated Song Tang very much. Now was a perfect time to encourage Su Shanshan to destroy Song Tang completely. She clenched her teeth and quickly went upstairs to Su Shanshan's room. Despicable person. Su Shanshan was having a breakdown in her room, which was a mess. She angrily smashed a porcelain cup on the floor and was about to throw the lamp too when she saw Song Qingyao. Qingyao, that hateful Song Tang, actually saved Zhou Ruoshi. From now on, Captain Zhou will find ways to promote her. Why is she living so well? Because that hateful girl is causing trouble for my uncle and auntie, trying to kick me out. She's hurting me, and I must make her pay. Song Qingyao felt that Song Tang had taken her parents away, and she also wanted her to pay. But to make Su Shanshan completely lose her mind, she spoke with heavy helplessness. Shanshan, maybe we should admit that sister is really outstanding. Just like Aunt Zhao said, I can't compare to her. I will never be as good as her. After sister joined the art troupe, she will shine even more, and brother Lu will like her even more. Our big yard has many talented young people too. Shanshan, maybe you should try to like someone else and stop liking brother Lu. Brother Lu belongs to sister. We really can't compete with her. No way. When Su Shanshan heard Song Qingyao say that Lu Xiaoyu would be taken by Song Tang, she completely lost it. Her face twisted with rage as she shouted, Brother Lu is mine. I will never leave Uncle's house. That hateful Song Tang is hurting me so much. I will make her suffer like never before. Shanshan, don't worry. Even if you have to move out, I will help you. Song Qingyao knew the time had come. She deliberately pretended to be casual and said, I really like Aunt Lin and admire second brother Lu very much. They are not only very kind, but also very serious about their work. The circuit at the Academy of Sciences is broken and might take several days to fix. Aunt Lin and the others even took an important document home. Today is a day off, and I saw Aunt Lin carefully calculating data this morning. The story about Lin he bringing back an important document was something Song Qingyao overheard by accident. It is said that the document contained the efforts of many people at the Academy of Sciences for nearly half a month, but the final correct data had not yet been calculated. This document was extremely important to the Academy. She knew that after hearing her words, Su Shanshan would definitely try to get the document, destroy it, and use all means to make everyone believe that Song Tang had ruined it. Lin He was her future mother-in-law, and she shouldn't favor Song Tang so much. She believed that once everyone believed Song Tang had destroyed the document, Lin He, Liu Shoujiang, Liu Xiaoyu, and others would change their attitude, despising Song Tang deeply. Liu Jinyan would also stop writing to Song Tang. He would simply discard her like trash. Song Qingyao's thoughts were correct. Every word she said was clearly remembered by Su Shanshan. Lin He was still at the Song family. Major General Liu Shoujiang, and others were playing chess in the alley. Liu Xiaoyu was out playing at a friend's house. The large Liu family only had Liu Yu resting upstairs, reading martial arts novels to relax. Su Shanshan easily stole the document that Lin He had brought back. Song Tang had also gone out. She was very cautious and locked her door. But when she pushed her door hard, there was a nearly half-centimeter narrow gap. After burning most of the document, Su Shanshan tore the remaining part into pieces, ensuring it was completely unreadable. Only then did she slide the fragments through the narrow gap in Song Tang's door. Damaging such an important document from the Academy of Sciences maliciously was almost like espionage. This time, Song Tang would not only be unable to join the art troupe but also face imprisonment. Lin He quickly realized the document was missing. That document represented the efforts of more than 10 colleagues who worked overtime for nearly half a month to reach this point. If they couldn't find it, all their hard work and efforts would be wasted. Knowing the document was lost, Liu Yu's usually cold eyes showed rare signs of worry. Commander Liu and others were playing chess in the alley, unaware of outsiders entering their courtyard. The only possible culprits are members of the Song and Liu families who might have taken the document. Qin Xiuji and Song Tsongrong both understand how important that document is. They also look serious as they help Lin He search for it. The document was lost at Lin He's place, and if it can't be found, she will definitely face punishment. Naturally, everyone hopes she won't be punished. After Qin Xiuji redresses her ankle wound, Song Tang goes out for a moment. Almost as soon as she steps into the shared courtyard of the Song and Liu families, she hears Su Shanshan shouting sharply and angrily, "Aunt Lin, I know who stole that document. It's that hateful Song Tang. I saw her take a bunch of papers into her room with my own eyes. If we search her room, we will surely find the document. Shanshan, stop talking nonsense here." Qin Xiuji is growing more annoyed with Su Shanshan. She definitely won't allow her to slander Song Tang. She gives Su Shanshan a stern look and warns, "Tang Tang is a good girl. I don't believe she would steal anything. Auntie, you're just protecting that disgusting little thief, Song Tang." Su Shanshan, with red eyes, accuses Qin Xiuji of favoritism. "I'm not lying. I really saw it with my own eyes. When you and Aunt Lin were talking in the room, Song Tang sneaked over to Aunt Lin's house. She must have had bad intentions and wanted to destroy the document." Lin He also doesn't believe Song Tang would steal anything. But Liu already dislikes Song Tang. Hearing Su Shanshan's words, he instinctively assumes Song Tang stole the document. He doesn't speak, just frowns coldly and heads straight for the stairs of the Song family. "Su Yu, come down here." Lin He steps forward, trying to stop Liu Yu. But Liu Yu is too quick. In the blink of an eye, he reaches Song Tang's door. He notices remnants of ashes and several torn paper pieces with numbers on them through the door. Clearly, these ashes and paper fragments are parts of the important document. Liu Yu's usually gentle and handsome face instantly turns icy, as if covered in layers of cold ice. He suddenly turns around, his gaze like a poisoned dagger piercing Song Tang's face upstairs. "Song Tang, what else do you have to say? I know you're not clever, but even if you're bad, you should know the difference between minor and major wrongdoings. This document represents the hard work of many colleagues at our institute over the past half-month. How could you be so cruel as to destroy it?" Lin He also recognizes that these torn paper pieces are just a small part of the document. Seeing that all their hard work and some of the data they had gathered were destroyed, her face instantly lost its color. But she believed in Song Tang's integrity. She knew she would never do such a thing. Even though she was feeling very upset now, she still scolded Lu Yu. Xiao Yu, shut up. I believe in Tang Tang. Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong also looked very upset. They understood how serious the loss of the data was. But they owed their daughter too much, and at this moment, they couldn't afford to let her down. They exchanged a serious look, and Song Songrong spoke carefully. We need to find out what really happened first. If it was Tang Tang, I am her father, and I am willing to share the responsibility. If it wasn't her, we can't wrongly accuse her. Song Tang was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Song Songrong to stand by her this time. But she didn't feel very touched. After all, if she had to choose between her and Song Qingqiao, they would still choose Qingqiao. She ignored Lu Yu and went to her room, opening the door. Her room was even more messy, covered with torn pieces of paper. Because most of the data had been burned and the remaining parts were torn into tiny pieces, it was impossible to restore it. Seeing the chaotic fragments on the ground, Lu Yu became even angrier, his eyes turning red. He looked at Song Tang with hatred and said sharply, Song Tang, do you know how important this data is? I will definitely call the police and have them treat you as a spy. Su Shanshan was so proud, she almost floated away. Song Tang must be a spy. This traitor, deserves to be shot. Jiajie, the data is destroyed. Aunt Lin will be punished. How could you do such a thing? Song Qingqiao looked at Song Tang with tears, as if defending Lin Henning. Everyone, shut up. Lin Henning scolded Lu Yu and Song Qingqiao sharply. She firmly repeated, it wasn't Tang Tang who stole the data. I believe her. Mom, you can't protect Song Tang. Lu Yu already didn't like Song Tang, and now Lin Henning was still defending her, which made him dislike her even more. His gaze remained sharp as he stared at Song Tang's face. Maybe she really is a spy. If she did something wrong, she must face the consequences. Shut up. Lu Shoujiang and Lu Shouzhang both shouted at the same time. Seeing Lu Shouzhang giving him a stern look, Lu Shoujiang kicked Lu Yu directly. Lu Yu's face darkened like a pot, and his hatred for Song Tang grew even more intense. Song Tang did not like Lu Yu, who suddenly seemed hostile towards her. She also guessed that this time, it was probably Su Shanshan, the foolish girl, who was manipulated by Song Qingyao to destroy the data and frame her. She would make Su Shanshan pay the price. But right now, she cared more about Lin He, who was always there to support her. She wanted Lin He to feel at ease. She stepped forward and gently held Lin He's hand. Aunt Lin, what data did you use for this calculation? The derivation process was destroyed. Aunt Lin, do you remember the original question? The complex data on the file, Lin He indeed couldn't remember. Because those data involved too many people's ideas and they worked together to get results, but all of them had problems. The few ideas Lin He remembered weren't very clear anymore, let alone others' ideas. However, she definitely remembered the problem they were trying to solve. Aunt Lin, can you write down the questions so I can try? Lin He knew Song Tang was quite smart. But for such professional questions in the Academy of Sciences, she didn't think Song Tang could handle them. Still, she loved Song Tang and saw her eager look, so she wrote the question on the paper she brought. Lu Yu thought Song Tang was stalling. He wanted to see what tricks she might still have. Anyway, no matter what tricks she played, he was determined to send her to the police station. Seeing Song Tang seriously start working on the problem Lin He wrote, Su Shanshan burst out laughing arrogantly. Such a hard question, and so many top researchers at the academy couldn't solve it. But a country girl like you can? Uncle and aunt, you shouldn't have brought back this country bumpkin who only causes trouble. Song Tang ignored Su Shanshan's sarcastic remarks. She focused intently on solving the problem on the paper. Honestly, expertise has its limits. She was very smart, but when it came to calculating certain scientific data, she definitely couldn't compare to professionals like Lin He or Lu Yu. However, she had a big advantage from the era she lived in before. In the 1970s, many complex math and physics problems had formulas to solve them. Plus, her older brother in her previous life was a brilliant math and physics genius, a scientist pushing the world forward. She often visited her brother's lab and saw him working on difficult problems, which she learned a lot from. The problems he and her colleagues wanted to solve were much simpler compared to her brother's difficult questions. Soon, Song Tang calculated the answer. After writing the last number, Song Tang handed the paper to Lin He. "Aunt Lin, please check if this result is correct. I just did a reverse calculation, and it should be fine." Lin He hesitated before taking the paper. Although Song Tang had been serious while writing and drawing on the paper, she still couldn't quite believe she had calculated the correct answer.
Ha!
Su Shanshan almost burst out laughing. She thought that this country girl, Song Tang, was really pretending to be innocent. Where did this country girl get the courage to let Lin He see her scribbled results? She was waiting to see her get a big slap in the face. Lu Yu also thought Song Tang was just scribbling on paper. He was waiting for Lin He to see through Song Tang's act and her foolish, mischievous side. Qin Xiuji and Song Tsungrong's eyes were full of tension. They knew very well that Song Tang probably couldn't get the right answer, but they still hoped she could win. "Xiao Yu, come quickly and take a look." After reading Song Tang's calculation process, Lin He's serious expression was quickly replaced with surprise. She eagerly called Lu Yu over. "I've looked at it several times. Why do I feel like Tang's result is correct?" Lu Yu thought Lin He was completely under Song Tang's spell. Lin He was usually smart and rational. How could she be so easily fooled by a dishonest woman? No matter what, Lu Yu didn't believe Song Tang could get the right result. But Lin He had already held up the white paper in front of him, so he could only glance at it. The first time he looked at the paper, he thought Song Tang was really good at pretending. She had scribbled a full page. The second time he looked, he found her handwriting actually looked a bit nice. The third time, his pupils couldn't help but tighten. The formula Song Tang wrote on the paper was something he had never seen before. He quickly took the paper and examined it carefully several times, but found no problems with Song Tang's calculation process. He had never seen that formula before, but after trying the numbers several times, he realized it actually worked. He reversed the calculation twice more. The results were still the same. Song Tang's method was correct. Their colleagues at the institute had spent half a month trying to solve this difficult problem, but they couldn't find the right answer. Yet, Song Tang had only taken a little over half an hour to get the correct result. His eyes on Song Tang showed a complex mix of feelings. He had heard many negative things about Song Tang, so he formed an opinion early on, thinking she was not only immoral but also foolish and mean. He truly didn't expect that Song Tang was so smart. However, even if she was clever, it didn't change the fact that her character was questionable. He still disliked her. "Aunt Lin, what are you talking about? That fool Song Tang. How could she solve the difficult problem at the Academy of Sciences?"
She.
Su Shanshan rolled her eyes, so much that her eyelids twitched. She was deliberately insulting Song Tang when she suddenly heard Lu Yu's cold yet confident voice. "Song Tang's calculation method is correct. The result she got is also correct." "What?" Su Shanshan shouted so loudly that her voice cracked. Song Qingyao was also shocked and completely changed her expression. She thought that Su Shanshan destroying the data and framing Song Tang would make the Song and Lu families hate her deeply, even to the point of abandoning her and sending her to the police station. She never would have imagined that Song Tang could solve a problem even researchers couldn't figure out. No way.
Absolutely impossible.
Su Shanshan was still hysterically yelling, seeming almost crazy. Lin He ignored the frantic Su Shanshan and instead tightly held Song Tang's hand, sincerely and gratefully saying, "Tang, this time it was really thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how many detours we have to take to solve this problem. The data we obtained this time is very important for the development of our country's space program and other fields. I must help you apply for a reward. The country will definitely reward you. Aunt Lin, you really don't need to do that. I didn't do much." Song Tang felt embarrassed to take credit. She believed she was simply standing on the shoulders of giants to see the world. Without her past experiences and the inheritance passed down by wise people through generations, she couldn't have come up with the correct solution. "Who said you didn't do anything? You helped us a lot this time. I must apply for a reward for you. Lin He was so persistent that Song Tang couldn't refuse anymore. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji's eyes were filled with shock. Neither of them expected that Song Tang could help the Academy of Sciences solve such a big problem. Even Director Liu and Liu Shoujiang's eyes rarely showed surprise, clearly indicating that Song Tang's intelligence exceeded their expectations. Director Liu liked Song Tang even more. It was just that his little troublemaker was so irresponsible that it almost made him anxious to death. Liu Shoujiang also felt more admiration for Song Tang. Moreover, he was especially grateful to her. He guessed that the person who destroyed the data was most likely Su Shanshan. If it weren't for Song Tang's help, even if they found out that Su Shanshan destroyed the documents and that the documents were lost in Lin He's possession, Lin He would still face punishment. Su Shanshan, you stole the documents, didn't you? After talking to Song Tang for a while, Lin He suddenly turned her sharp gaze onto Su Shanshan's face. Su Shanshan definitely denied it. She held up her chin and shouted, "Aunt Lin, how can you accuse me unfairly?" The pieces of the documents were found in Song Tang's room. It must have been her who stole them. I have nothing to do with it. Song Tang is just a despicable, dirty thief.
She.
Smack. Song Tang stepped forward and slapped Su Shanshan hard, making her face turn to the side. Su Shanshan's mouth was really too foul. Song Tang had wanted to hit her for a long time. Su Shanshan looked stunned. Before she could recover, Song Tang slapped her again, making her scream loudly. Trash, how dare you hit me?
You.
Su Shanshan, I was just trying to warn you kindly. Su Shanshan was so angry she almost lost her mind, but then she heard Song Tang's cold, piercing voice. There are your fingerprints on these shredded papers. You better admit your mistake voluntarily, or I will call the police. Once the police compare the fingerprints, you'll definitely go to jail. Song Tang's words were meant to scare Su Shanshan. In the old days she lived in, fingerprints on shredded paper could definitely be detected. But in this era, with less advanced technology, it's hard for the police to find solid evidence to put Su Shanshan in jail. However, her words were enough to scare this fool, Su Shanshan. Hearing Song Tang's words, Su Shanshan's face turned pale instantly. Lin He understood Song Tang's intention. She also said coldly, Su Shanshan, if you admit your mistake voluntarily, for old Song's sake, I won't call the police this time. But if you keep denying, I will pursue this to the end. Su Shanshan was truly frightened. She was really unwilling to see Song Tang suffer consequences, but instead, she ended up falling into a trap herself. But she was very afraid of going to jail or being treated as a spy. After trembling for a long time, she finally cried out, yes. I stole the documents, and I also pushed the destroyed documents through the door into Song Tang's room. I admit it. I admit it. Aunt Lin, please don't let the police arrest me, okay? She was close to Song Qingyao and had a good relationship with her, but to avoid responsibility, she hurriedly threw her under the bus. Yes. Qingyao told me to do it. She told me that Aunt Lin brought home an important document, and that's why I secretly took it, just playing around with Song Tang. I'm really not doing it on purpose. Song Qingyao was so angry that her toes trembled uncontrollably. She always thought of Shushan, but this foolish girl, how could she betray her like this? Seeing the dissatisfaction in their eyes as Lin He and others looked at her, she knelt heavily on the ground, tears of grievance falling. I was just chatting with Shushan and mentioned that Aunt Lin is very dedicated, even busy working during her days off. I really didn't expect Shushan to steal. I've never hurt anyone, and I never will. If you don't believe me, I can prove my innocence with my life. Suddenly, she stood up and cried as she slammed her head against the wall. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji couldn't just watch her hurt herself to death. Although they were often helpless about her reckless behavior, they quickly stepped forward to stop her. They both tried to comfort her. Yao Yao, don't do something stupid. Dad believes you wouldn't hurt anyone. Mom also trusts you. After comforting Song Qingyao, Song Songrong sternly said to Shushan, Our Song family can't have a thief who harms others. Shushan, now take your things and get out. Otherwise, I will call the police. Uncle. Shushan didn't want to leave the Song family. But she was even more afraid that Song Seongrong, Lin Hee, and others would call the police. Although she was extremely unwilling, she cried as she packed her things and went to Song Nanqing's dorm to stay for a few days. Lin Hee thought that Shushan was probably being influenced by Song Qingyao. But she had no proof and couldn't do anything to Song Qingyao. They had been neighbors for many years, and since Song Qingyao often sought to end her life, she couldn't force her in front of Song Seongrong and his wife. After Shushan was kicked out of the Song house, Lin Hee and others also left. Almost as soon as they arrived in the yard, Lu Jinyan, Liang Yeshen, and Liang Tingxue came in. Commander Lu hoped that Lu Jinyan would quickly become close to Song Tang and proudly told them how Song Tang helped the Academy of Sciences solve difficult problems. Lu Jinyan's usually dark eyes showed a rare hint of surprise. He didn't expect Song Tang to be so smart. But she wasn't related to him. Whether she was smart or foolish didn't matter to him. Liang Tingxue was feeling very proud. She already considered Song Tang her future sister-in-law. When Song Tang was praised, she also felt proud. Liang Yeshen was also very happy. He felt ashamed of his past shallow thinking. Commander Lu didn't expect that today Liang Yushun and his sister would come over again with snacks. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you two here again?"
Grandpa,
I know Tang Dang is Song Tang. I came today to apologize to Uncle Song and Aunt Qin. I don't want to break off the engagement with Song Tang anymore. Yes, you must help me say good things to Uncle Song and Aunt Qin. And big cousin. We are so close. You have to help me win Song Tang. If Song Tang is willing to date me, big cousin, I will treat you to dinner. Lu Jinyan coldly shook off Liang Yushun's arm as he was being pulled over. He wasn't that bored to help others chase women. But he's usually quiet and didn't want to argue with Liang Yushun in front of others. Lu Yu was very surprised. He thought that Liang Yushun disliked Song Tang mainly because he heard she was not proper in her conduct. It was Liang Yushun who broke off the engagement, and he was also the one who disliked Song Tang's behavior. Lu Yu truly couldn't understand why Liang Yushun suddenly changed his mind and wanted to pursue Song Tang again. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't you think Song Tang has issues with her conduct and character?" Liang Yushun got anxious. He couldn't stand others saying Song Tang was not proper. Liang Tingxue was even more anxious than him. Before he could speak, she hurriedly said, "That was a misunderstanding. Song Jiejie is so kind. How could her character be bad? It was my brother who had poor judgment before and misunderstood her. Anyway, both my brother and I like Song Jiejie. We are determined to be with her." Lu Yu frowned. He hadn't realized before that Liang Yushun misunderstood Song Tang. Thinking about how his previous prejudice led him to say many harsh words to Song Tang today, his usually refined and stern face showed rare signs of discomfort. But he was too proud and couldn't bring himself to apologize to Song Tang. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Liang Yushun and others. He turned away indifferently and went upstairs with a paper filled with calculations that Song Tang had written, studying it carefully. As for Liang Yushun's pursuit of Song Tang, Lu Jinyan was indifferent, but Commander Lu was anxious. His palms and back of his hands were flesh, and he definitely wouldn't favor his eldest grandson. He just thought Liang Yushun was a bit shameless. Why could he just break off the engagement if he wanted? Why could he pursue a girl? Commander Lu disdainfully glanced at Liang Yushun, wanting him to stop causing trouble and go home quickly. Qin Xiuji pushed open the door and came out. Seeing Liang Yushun and Liang Tingxue there, she paused slightly. Qin Xiuji had a good relationship with Liang Yushun's mother, Lu Feng, and she had liked Liang Yushun before. But Lu Feng's claim that Song Tang had improper conduct to break off the engagement with the Song family still created a barrier in her heart. After all, no one likes to hear that their biological daughter has bad manners. She also found it hard to genuinely like Lu Feng's children as she did before. She came out intending to say a few words to Lin Hee, But since so many people were in the yard, she pretended not to see Liang Yushun and tried to turn back home. Unexpectedly, Liang Yushun quickly caught up to her with reddened ears. "Qin, auntie, I have something to tell you." Qin Xiuji really didn't want to pay attention to him, pretending not to hear and continuing to walk forward. However, Liang Yushun suddenly blocked her way quickly. I don't want to break off the engagement with Song Tang anymore." Liang Yushun's words were truly too ridiculous, and Qin Xiuji couldn't pretend she didn't hear. She stopped, and her usually gentle and kind face showed rare sharpness and blame. She sneered slightly, her voice full of sarcasm. "My daughter Qin Xiuji's girl isn't something you can take or leave just because you want. Xiao Shen, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. You sent Lu Feng to my house to break off the engagement because you think Tang Dang has improper conduct. Tell me, how is she not proper?" The shame and regret on Liang Yushun's face grew even deeper. That day in the countryside, when he called Lu Feng and said Song Tang had improper conduct, he was confident and justified. Now, after knowing more about Song Tang, he realized she wasn't that kind of person, and he naturally couldn't truthfully say she had bad manners. He stood frozen for a long time, then blushed and said, "When I was in the countryside, I saw her foster mother give her a packet of medicine. A very big packet, enough to treat several cows. Her foster mother told her to give medicine to the men in the big yard to take advantage and climb higher. That's why I thought. Now I know I was wrong. Song Tang. She's not that kind of person." Qin Xiuji didn't expect Liang Yushun to dislike Song Tang for this reason. Thinking of how Song Tang was forced to jump into the river by some rough guys in the countryside, Qin Xiuji could understand Zhang Qiaohui's actions. Zhang Qiaohui was afraid that the Song family would treat Song Tang badly and send her back to the countryside. She hoped Song Tang could marry a good man in the capital, so she wouldn't have to return to the countryside and be bullied by rough guys. Her own biological daughter had been pushed to the brink of despair. But what had she done to her own daughter before? She didn't give her enough trust, enough love, and didn't fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. At first, because the Liang family wanted to cancel the engagement, she had preconceived notions and held biases against her own biological daughter. The more Qin Xiuji thought about it, the more upset she felt, and she couldn't bring herself to show Liang Yushun a kind face. "Did Tang Dang give you medicine?" Before Liang Yushun could answer, Qin Xiuji sneered. With Tong Tong's personality, she wouldn't give you medicine, nor would she give any other young master from the big courtyard. Still trying to climb higher. Our Song family isn't a low-status family. Tang Dang is my and Old Song's daughter. She doesn't need to climb any higher. Even if she never marries in this life, Old Song and I can make sure she lives comfortably and well. Xiaoshen, I really don't understand where you got the nerve to want to be with Tang Dang after breaking off the engagement. Qin Xiuji respects Leader Lu. She knows about the family ties and that Leader Lu treasures his great-granddaughter. But Qin Xiuji cares too much for Song Tang. Even with Leader Lu in the yard, she couldn't speak calmly with Liang Yushun. Her gentle voice sounded unusually sharp and forceful. "Do you know how much impact your careless comment about Tong Tong's conduct has had on her? She was slandered, blackened, and almost had her entire life ruined because of that false rumor several times." Gradually, Qin Xiuji's voice trembled with tears. "There's something you probably don't know. The day you and Xiao Yan went to the countryside to pick up Tang Dang, she tried to commit suicide because she didn't want to be bullied by a troublemaker. She's not the kind of girl who would behave improperly. Why do you say she has bad conduct?" Liang Yushun was genuinely shocked to learn that Song Tang had attempted suicide. Thinking about her risking her life to avoid being bullied and then being rejected for improper conduct made his heart ache terribly. She grew up in the countryside. Brought to the unfamiliar capital city, she was already anxious and uneasy and repeatedly accused of bad conduct. How sad and desperate must she have felt? Liang Yushun suddenly felt like he was a terrible person. But for the first time in his life, he liked a girl and didn't want to let go. He almost begged Qin Xiuji, "Aunt Qin, I really regret it. I won't arbitrarily think Song Tang is bad anymore. I I have good feelings for her. I will treat her very well, very kindly. Qin Xiuji, experienced in life, clearly saw that Liang Yushun had fallen for Song Tang. But she still didn't support their being together. Her family's Tangdang is so wonderful. It's normal for talented young men to like her. There's no need to choose someone who once gave up on her. Her voice still carried a cool, distant tone as she said, "The engagement token has long been returned to its owner. Your engagement with Tangdang is no longer valid. If one day Tangdang wants to be with you, I won't stop her. But if she can't get past her inner hurdle and doesn't want to accept you, no one can force her with a broken engagement. Tangdang is free, and all of us should respect her choice." After saying this, Qin Xiuji didn't stay any longer. She quickly walked into her house. Lu Jinyan was standing in the yard and heard Qin Xiuji's words clearly. He hadn't expected that the day he saved Song Tang from the river was because she jumped to escape being bullied by a second-rate person. His chest suddenly ached again, uncontrollably. But he forced himself not to think about her. In his dreams, he couldn't control his actions, but in reality, he would never fall for Song Tang. There are many smart and strong girls in the world, but besides Tang Song, no other girl matters to him. Song Qingyao was hiding behind the Song family's door. Seeing Liang Yushun, she was very happy. She thought he came to find her. She never dared to imagine that he actually liked Song Tang. She didn't have much romantic feelings for Liang Yushun. Her true love was Lu Jinyan, but she thought if she couldn't marry into the Lu family, she hoped to marry into the Liang family. Liang Yushun was her backup plan, and she hoped he would wait for her forever. But after Song Tang returned, everything changed. Lu Jinyan no longer saw her good qualities, and Liang Yushun was completely captivated by that unworthy girl, Song Tang. Song Tang was so disgusting. She would never forgive her. Hearing Qin Xiuji's words, Liang Yushun felt both disappointed and sad. Regret tormented his heart, making him feel like he was dying. Unlike his sadness, Liang Tingxue felt a fierce fighting spirit after hearing Qin Xiuji's words. She couldn't help but push her brother hard. "Brother, doesn't Aunt Qin mean that if you can chase after Sister Song, she won't stop you? I've decided that Sister Song will be my sister-in-law. If she can't be my sister-in-law, I definitely won't be happy in the future. Brother, you have to be brave, show your best, and find a way for Sister Song to accept you." Humph. Lu Shouzhang looked at Liang Yushun with disdain. He didn't believe that Song Tang would accept Liang Yushun. Although Song Tang hasn't lived in the big courtyard for very long, he can see that she is a determined and principled girl who would never go back on her word. If she truly wanted to develop a relationship with Liang Yushun, she definitely wouldn't tell him a fake name. After dismissing Liang Yushun, Commander Lu couldn't help but glare harshly at Lu Jian. It's always about Fu Wenjing, or Liang Yushun. The future wife he was about to marry is almost being taken away by others, and the little brat doesn't seem to be worried at all. These mischievous boys are all so hard to keep track of. Liang Yushun still really wants Commander Lu and others to help him talk to Song family, especially to speak well of him to Song Tang. Right now, Song Tang refuses to pay attention to him, and he feels very anxious. But Commander Lu only mocks him sarcastically, and Lu Shoujiang and Lin he have no intention of helping him. Lu Yu is only interested in scientific research and ignores him completely. Lu Xiaoyu is even more frustrating. He actually supports Song Tang being with Fu Wenjing. Liang Yushun has no choice but to bring Liang Tingxue and shamelessly cling to Lu Jian's room to ask for help. "Big cousin, please help me give this to Song Tang." Liang Yushun's handsome, rebellious face looks unusually pitiful. He hugs Lu Jian's arm and says, "You're her neighbor after all. If you help me give her this, she'll definitely accept it. Maybe after she sees the letter I wrote, she won't dislike me so much anymore. Let go of my hand." Usually proud and aloof, Liang Yushun now keeps sticking close to him, and Lu Jian really finds him annoying. He coldly pushes his arm away and says, "I'm not that bored to be your matchmaker for you and Song Tang." Liang Tingxue also hopes Lu Jian can help Liang Yushun win Song Tang's heart. She's quick-witted and immediately decides to use reverse psychology. Big cousin, if you're not willing to help my brother, maybe you also have feelings for Sister Song and want to compete with him? Lu Jian's face darkens instantly. He would never have feelings for Song Tang in his next life. He also really hates others misunderstanding that he has some connection with Song Tang. Frowning coldly, he releases a burst of cold air and coldly tells Liang Yushun, "Put the ointment and the letter on the desk. I'll deliver them to the Song family later." Hearing this, Liang Yushun and Liang Tingxue are almost overjoyed. The letter Liang Yushun wrote to Song Tang is sincere and heartfelt. Both of them believe that after reading it, Song Tang will at least reduce her rejection of Liang Yushun. Lu Jian is willing to help her, and Liang Yushun is extremely excited. He bravely stepped forward without fear of death and placed his hand on Lu Jian's shoulder. "Big cousin, you are really too kind to me. Don't worry, I will also treat you well. If I can marry Song Tang, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Yes, I will also invite you, big cousin, to be my and Song Tang's best man." Liang Yueshun's handsome face suddenly turned a shade of pink. He awkwardly cleared his throat before continuing once I have children with Song Tang, you will be their most beloved uncle. You are my and Song Tang's matchmaker. Our whole family will thank you." Lu Jinyan's brow furrowed deeply, and a chill radiated from him. He was very sure he did not like Song Tang at all. But for some reason, Liang Yueshun's words sounded a bit harsh to him. When mentioning children, Liang Tingxue became very excited. She couldn't help flicking her braid, her face full of hope and longing. "Sister Tang looks like a fairy, and my brother is so handsome too. I can't imagine how good-looking their children will be. Big cousin, you really hit the jackpot. Just thinking about how you will have several incredibly good-looking nieces and nephews makes me excited for you. Big cousin, do you also really want to see my brother and Sister Song have children and see how beautiful they will be? As long as you help my brother well, I feel that next year, at the latest the year after, you will see my brother and Sister Song have children. I will be a little aunt. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Lu Jinyan's cold aura grew even colder, like 1,000 miles of ice. He wasn't that perverted to want to see Liang Yueshun and Song Tang having children. He found Liang Yueshun and Liang Tingxue really noisy. Fortunately, Liang Yueshun was eager to return to the army to please Song Zhouye and quickly left with Liang Tingxue. Today, Lu Jinyan agreed to go home with Liang Yueshun and Liang Tingxue because he suddenly remembered he had a stack of cloth tickets in the cabinet. He thought that the last time he saw Song Tang wearing that beautiful bamboo leaf green qipao, it looked great. He wanted to send her a reply and include those cloth tickets so she could make more clothes as she pleased. After all, girls like pretty clothes. He hoped Song Tang would like the cloth tickets he sent and also like him. Lu Shouzhong insisted that Lu Jinyan have dinner at home. But just as he found the stack of cloth tickets, Gu Shirshu called him, saying there was a letter for him at the security room and he had brought it back to the dorm. Lu Jinyan knew that it must be Tang Song's reply. He didn't want to wait even a second longer, quickly grabbed his car keys, and hurried to the army. He thought about asking Lu Xiaoyu to deliver the ointment and the letter that Liang Yeshen bought for Song Tang to the Song family. But Lu Xiaoyu had gone somewhere crazy, so he could only deliver the items himself. He didn't want to see Song Tang, and thought it would be fine to give the items to Qin Xiuji or Song Tsongrong instead. Just as he reached the yard, he saw Song Tang walking in from outside. Since he happened to meet her, there was no need to make things complicated. He could let Qin Xiuji or others pass the items to her. He didn't want any physical contact with her, so instead of handing her the items directly, he placed them on a nearby bamboo chair. "Song Tang, take this." She turned her face and saw the ointment on the chair. She really didn't expect him to be kind enough to give her the ointment. At the train station, he made her fall on her backside, and she was quite angry. Now that he had voluntarily given her the ointment, she suddenly felt no anger at all. A little hope grew in her heart. Could it be that he no longer disliked her in real life? Could she try to get along with him as her true self? But before she could feel happy for 3 seconds, she heard his cold voice. Yes, Hen gave this to you. After saying that, he didn't stay. With long legs, he walked straight out without looking back. Song Tang's joyful heart instantly sank into a deep, icy abyss.
Great.
He actually wanted to match her with Liang Yeshen. Yes, her backside still hurt from being pushed. Since he disliked her in real life so much, they wouldn't have to meet again. She wouldn't be pen pals with him anymore. Song Tang didn't like Liang Yeshen and definitely wouldn't develop feelings for him. She wouldn't want what he sent her. Seeing a letter underneath the ointment, she quickly picked up both the ointment and the letter and hobbled after Lu Jinyan.
Lu.
Realizing she almost accidentally called him by his name, Song Tang quickly changed her words. Big brother Lu, please return the things to Liang Yeshen.
I don't want his ointment.
She knew he didn't want any physical contact with her. She shoved the ointment and the letter into his arms and quickly took a big step back. Lu Jinyan responded coldly, but didn't insist further. After all, he had only promised Liang Yeshen to give her the letter and ointment. Whether she accepted them or not was none of his business. Thinking about how he guarded her like guarding a treasure, Song Tang couldn't help but frown and say, "Don't worry, I won't want your things." Lu Jinyan frowned. He found her words very funny. She isn't anyone important to him. Besides her marriage, he might give her a red envelope at her wedding, but he would never give her anything else. What does she mean by saying she wouldn't want his things? However, he was too lazy to argue with her and didn't say anything more. He calmly withdrew his gaze from her, lifted his foot, and continued walking ahead. Big brother, are you going back to the army? Lu Jinyan's car stopped outside the alley. As he turned out of the alley and was about to get into the car, he saw Lu Xiaoyu carrying a jar with a turtle inside. Clearly, tonight Lu Xiaoyu had caught a turtle and gained a good harvest. Seeing him nod faintly, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "I'll roast the turtle later and sprinkle some salt. It will be very tasty. Do you want to eat at home?" "No, I won't." Lu Jinyan was in a hurry to read the letter Tang Song wrote to him and didn't want to waste time on dinner. He handed the jar and the letter that Liang Yeshen wrote for Song Tang to Lu Xiaoyu. "This is from Yeshen, meant for Song Tang.
She didn't want it.
Take it back to the Liang family when you have time." After giving instructions, Lu Jinyan quickly got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and eagerly headed back to the dormitory to read Tang Song's letter. Lu Xiaoyu stood foolishly in place for a long time, thinking of something, and then he smiled happily. Tang Tang didn't take the things Liang Yeshen gave her. He also felt that Tang Tang was more suitable for Fu Wenjing. He was so close to Fu Wenjing and Tang Tang that when they got married, they would surely ask him to be the best man. The more Lu Xiaoyu thought about it, the happier he became. He held the turtle jar in one hand and the medicine and letter in the other, and happily went home. Not eating dinner either? Where did you run off to? Sit down and eat. Long after his third grandson had been out all day, Commander Lu was annoyed and couldn't help but glare at him. Lu Xiaoyu was used to being disliked but still smiled happily. He placed the glass jar with a turtle on the side and waved the medicine and letter in front of Commander Lu and others like a show-off. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, did you see? This is what my cousin asked my big brother to pass to Tang Tang."
She didn't want it.
"Because my cousin looks down on Tang Tang's conduct. Now Tang Tang ignores him, and he's anxious. Anyway, I think my cousin isn't good enough for Tang Tang. I will definitely be the best man for Tang Tang and Fu Wenjing." Stinky kid. Commander Lu was so angry his chest hurt. He couldn't tell if he was angry because Liang Yueshin and Song Tang's matchmaker, Lu Jian, was bothering him, or because Lu Xiaoyu, who wanted to be best man for Song Tang and Fu Wenjing, was annoying him. In short, the mischievous kids at home were all unpredictable, and he was just angry. When Lu Xiaoyu said he was helping Liang Yueshin deliver things to Song Tang, Lu Shoujiang, and Lin, he also looked very complicated. However, in front of Lu Yu and Lu Xiaoyu, they didn't say much. Lu Xiaoyu was always carefree and didn't notice the complicated feelings of Lu Shoujiang and Lin He. He loved lively scenes. Thinking about the wedding of Song Tang and Fu Wenjing, he would not only be a groomsman but also cause some fun during the wedding night. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't help but brag a little more over dinner. After dinner, he went to the Song family again, happily holding the fresh manuscript of Song Tang and reading it in his room. Lu Xiaoyu always got very excited when reading Hero's Record. Sometimes he couldn't help but imagine himself as a character in a martial arts novel, jumping around and acting out scenes. Lu Yu came to find Lu Xiaoyu for something. He knocked on the door, but there was no response, so he pushed open the slightly open door. He didn't expect to see this scene. Lu Xiaoyu was holding a pen, acting like he was casting a spell, muttering, "It is said that this martial hero." Lu Yu felt that some of the names Lu Xiaoyu was mentioning sounded familiar, like characters from Hero's Record, which he liked very much. He used to dislike reading newspapers, but after accidentally seeing the serialized Hero's Record in the newspaper, he bought every issue. Could it be that his own younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, was actually the author of Hero's Record? In Lu Yu's cold eyes, there was a growing admiration and affection for his younger brother. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the letters from Lu Xiaoyu's hand. He was eager to know whether Master Fong was in danger of losing his life and wanted to see for himself. Lu Xiaoyu, lost in his martial arts fantasy, was startled by Lu Yu's sudden move. Regaining his senses, he hurriedly tried to grab back the letters that Lu Yu had taken. "Second brother, what are you doing? Please give me back the manuscript." Lu Yu didn't return the manuscript to Lu Xiaoyu. He quickly scanned several lines and confirmed that Fong Daxiao was saved by a mysterious person. Then he let out a small sigh of relief. At this moment, he also realized something unusual. Earlier, he thought his third brother was Tang Song, but the handwriting on the manuscript was clearly different from Lu Xiaoyu's. Lu Xiaoyu's writing was strong and lively, like dragons and phoenixes dancing, while the text on the paper was delicate and elegant, more like a girl's handwriting. In daily life, he wasn't the curious type and didn't like to meddle in others' affairs. But now, realizing that his third brother knew Tang Song, and that Tang Song might even be someone he knew, he was very eager to find out who Tang Song really was. "Where did you get the manuscript? Is Tang Song our neighbor from the big courtyard?" Lu Xiaoyu opened his big, innocent eyes and looked pitifully at Lu Yu. He promised Song Tang to keep her secret and definitely didn't want to tell his second brother about her writing martial arts novels. But seeing his second brother's expression, it was clear that if he didn't tell the truth, he wouldn't get the manuscript back. After struggling for a long time, he decided to let his second brother keep the secret for him. "Second brother, I can tell you who Tang Song is, but you have to return the manuscript and promise not to spread it around." Seeing Lu Yu nod, Lu Xiaoyu continued, "Tang Song is Tang Tang. Tang Tang is amazing. Not only can she write martial arts novels, but she's also very good at exams. Yes, she even joined the art troupe. She must be a fantastic dancer. Tang Tang is basically my idol. I will definitely be her best man in the future." Lu Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected that the person he admired and looked up to, Tang Song, was actually a woman, and the one he disliked the most, Song Tang. Song Tang was not immoral. She could solve problems that their science academy had spent a long time on without any results. She could also write such grand and magnificent martial arts novels. He realized he might have been unfair to her. She was better and more talented than he thought. "Second brother, let's make a promise. Tang Tang is Tang Song's secret. You really can't tell anyone." "Okay." Lu Yu responded absent-mindedly, "but I need to see this manuscript first." Lu Xiaoyu hadn't finished reading it yet, and he was really anxious. But to keep Lu Yu's promise, he reluctantly nodded. Annoying kid, helping Xiao Xin deliver things to Tang Tang. He just wants to make me mad. After dinner, Lu the elder took a few walks around the yard, still full of anger. He couldn't help but say to his son and daughter-in-law, "He is just difficult. If he makes his wife leave, I dare him to cry about it." He was also quite speechless about Lu Jinyan's behavior. Lu Shoujiang snorted coldly anyway. "Dad, you're not only got one grandson. Good water doesn't flow into others' fields. That reckless kid Xiao Yan has no judgment. We can match Tang Dang with someone else. Lu Chief thought that his son rarely spoke reasonable words. He nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Yu is also a very good boy. I see him and Tang Ding standing together. Handsome guy and beautiful girl. Perfect match. I'll arrange for him to be with Tang Dang tomorrow. Lu Yu was carrying a manuscript back to his room. When he passed the staircase on the second floor, he just overheard Lu Chief say he wanted to match him with Song Tang. The staircase light was soft and gentle. He stood there blankly, his cold, white face slowly turning pink. It was like fine white jade reflected in the evening glow. He had been focused on scientific research and never thought about marriage or children. He had a preconceived notion that Song Tang was a promiscuous woman and didn't want any contact with her. But now, he realized how shallow and ignorant he had been. He thought, if his parents and elders insist on matching him with Song Tang, it's not impossible. He didn't want Lu Chief and others to know he overheard their conversation. Blushing, he quickly stepped back to his room. After closing his door tightly, Lu Yu's heart was still pounding very fast. Especially when he saw the elegant, graceful handwriting on the letter, his face turned even redder. He even wanted to ask her if Master Fong and Miss Zhou really would part ways forever. Could Master Fong succeed in revenge? Master Fong. He had many doubts, but since they weren't very close and didn't know each other well, he felt shy to ask her directly. He just hoped that Grandpa, Dad, and Mom could arrange his marriage with Song Tang soon. Then he could openly tell her many things. Dad, old Lu, I also hope Tang Dang can be my wife. But I think we shouldn't rush to match her with Xiao Yu now. Lin he paused briefly before continuing. Xiao Yu also has some prejudice against Tang Dang. If we try to match them, it will only make Tang Ding suffer. They probably won't be together. And Xiao Yan helping Xiao Shen pursue Tang Tang is because he still doesn't want to believe that Tang Tang is actually Tang Song who is communicating with him. Once he believes Tang Tang's true identity, he might become anxious. Commander Lu couldn't help but sigh heavily. He really wants Tang Tang to become his granddaughter-in-law. Out of the 3 boys in the Lu family, she can marry whoever she chooses. But he can also see that Lu Yu has a very bad attitude toward her. He doesn't want to cause trouble for the girl by being too kind. After a long silence, he finally said impatiently, "Serves that brat Xiao Yan right. He's already 24 and can't even coax a girl, so he deserves to be single forever. When I was his age, Xiao Jiang was already out and about. Why didn't that brat inherit even a bit of my charm from back then? And Xiao Yu, all he does is work all day. Why doesn't he marry his job? That brat Xiao Yu is the same. He only knows how to dig his own grave, not even bothering to find a girl to date. Will he ever marry someone? Don't make me wait until I'm 80 to hold my great-grandchild." Lin he quietly did the math. Commander Lu is 68 this year. By the time he's 80, Lu Jin Yen will be 36. If that brat really waits until he's 36 to get married and have children, not only will Commander Lu be anxious, she will be worried sick too. Seeing Commander Lu gasping with anger, Lin he was afraid he might get sick from it. She wanted to comfort him but then heard Lu Shoujiang say, "Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can only hold your great-grandchild at 80? That brat Xiao Yan wants to marry the Gu family's boy and the Fu family's boy. Even if you're 120, you won't hold a great-grandchild. That brat." This time, Commander Lu was so angry he was about to explode. He grabbed the broom at the door, ready to give him a good beating. Lin he looked on with a mix of laughter and tears. Usually, Commander Lu, who is strict and decisive with his subordinates, was now chasing after Lu Shoujiang, yelling and howling. Truly, an old person in the family is a treasure. "Captain, the letter from sister-in-law." Lu Jin Yan hurried back to his dormitory, dusty from the journey, just as Gu Su ran up to him holding a letter from Tang Song. Lu Jin Yan snatched the letter and wanted to go back to read what she wrote. Gu Su followed him into the dorm, with curious eyes full of gossip. "Captain, what did sister-in-law say in her letter? Did she mention anything about love?" After realizing that Gu Shirshu was speaking a clumsy form of English, Lu Jian's ears turned pale, and in an instant, His face flushed as if blood would drip from it. Tang Song had never told him I love you, but he believed that one day she would say she liked him.
Get out.
Lu Jian disdainfully glanced at Gu Shirshu, not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore. However, Gu Shirshu showed no awareness of being disliked. He pointed at Lu Jian's face and loudly exclaimed, "Captain, your face is red, and your ears are red too. Your sister-in-law told you about Aloyu, right? Captain, you should tell her too. Why do girls always have to take the initiative?" Lu Jian's face turned even redder. He had told Tang Song he wanted to be her boyfriend, but he hadn't yet said he liked or loved her. He was afraid that rushing too fast would scare her away. He suppressed the burning feeling inside, carefully opened the envelope, and began to read the letter Tang Song had sent him. Gu Shirshu was quite considerate. He liked to gossip about their captain's love stories, but when Lu Jian read the letter, he wouldn't really lean over to look at the content. This letter was sent by Tang Song a few days ago. At the end of the letter, she wrote, Song, I'm sorry." So, in her reply, she wrote, "Lu Jian, there's no need to apologize to me. You've never done anything to be sorry for. I really appreciate your hospitality. The food at the state-run restaurant is delicious, and the skewers you grilled are even better." Seeing the beautiful handwriting on the letter, Lu Jian couldn't help but smile. Next week, he had a day off and originally planned to invite her to watch a movie. But after seeing her say she liked his grilled skewers, he decided to take her camping and barbecue first, then go to the movies at night. He also hoped that, because she liked his cooking, she would agree to meet him on the weekend. After finishing the letter, carefully folding the pages and putting them away, he blushed and took out a delicate, greenish-blue small box from his pocket. Inside the rectangular box was a hairpin. The hairpin was especially beautiful. The top of the black sandalwood hairpin was embedded with a jade-like osmanthus rabbit. Below the rabbit, there was a curved moon hanging down, looking incredibly lovely. During the day, he noticed the hairpin in Liang Yushen's hand. He couldn't help but think of the last time on the train when Tang Song's long hair slipped onto his shoulder. It was like feathers brushing across his heart, making his heartbeat completely out of rhythm. Liang Yushen bought a hairpin, intending to give it to Song Tang. In the eyes of most people, Song Tang's face is very beautiful, while Tang Song's face is considered ugly and even a little scary. But he thinks Tang Song is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more handsome than Song Tang. He also believes that Tang Song would look especially good wearing that kind of hairpin, tying up his black hair and wearing a cheongsam. So this afternoon, he couldn't help but go to the state-run supermarket to pick out a hairpin for Tang Song. He immediately chose a jade rabbit hairpin. The last time she was drunk and sat on his lap, acting coquettishly, she looked just like a soft, adorable little rabbit, making his heart feel warm and tender. He wished he could give her everything he had.
Wow.
This hairpin is really beautiful. Captain, is this your token of love for your wife? Shut up. Lu Jian blushed and scolded Gu Shirshu, not wanting him to speak nonsense. Actually, he thought the pearl earrings he gave her last time seemed more like a token of love. Gu Shirshu covered his mouth and giggled foolishly. The captain's face turned even redder. It's confirmed. This is the captain's token of love for his wife. After giggling for a while, Gu Shirshu then leaned in front of Lu Jian and asked, "Captain, let's go fishing next week on our day off. I found a good spot where the fish are really fat." "No time." Rejected mercilessly by Lu Jian, Gu Shirshu felt very disappointed. But suddenly, he realized that the captain was planning to go on a date. He couldn't help but get a little excited. "Captain, are you going on a date with your wife again? Can I come along? I'm pretty good at shouting encouragement in several languages."
Go.
"Gamwang. I'll cheer for you guys. Maybe your wife will get so excited she'll kiss you passionately."
Get lost.
Gu Shirshu's words became more and more outrageous. Lu Jian, feeling annoyed, kicked him and shut the dorm door tightly. Hee. Outside the door, Gu Shirshu still smiled foolishly. He doubted the captain even knew how to kiss. Should he teach the captain? But then he thought, He himself had never been kissed, so he temporarily gave up on that idea. After Gu Shirshu left, Lu Jinyan seriously wrote 4 reply letters to Tang Song. After sealing the envelopes, he couldn't help but feel a little tsidar. The last time they met, she kissed him, but she was drunk then. This time, he hoped that when they meet again, she would be sober and kiss him, agree to be his girlfriend. Second brother song. After Liang Yushun returned to his dormitory, he hurriedly tried to please Song Zhouyi. Song Zhouyi was chatting with Fu Wenjing when he heard Liang Yushun call him, and he was startled. He couldn't help but stand up, touched Liang Yushun's forehead, and said, "You're not running a fever. You said everyone is about the same age, so you shouldn't call me second brother. What's wrong with you today?" Second brother song. I used to be naive, Liang Yushun said with a rare gentle expression on his usually rebellious face. He hugged Song Zhouyi's arm. "From now on, you are my real second brother. Get lost." Liang Yushun suddenly said something sweet, and Song Zhouyi almost felt creeped out. He shook off his arm and quickly took a step back, looking at him cautiously. "Flattering me for no reason. You must have some ulterior motive. What's wrong with you today?" Feeling disliked and called crazy by Song Zhouyi, Liang Yushun's proud face turned red, as if it was about to bleed. But thinking that if he could pursue Song Tang, then Song Zhouyi would become his brother-in-law in the future, he decided not to argue. He had never liked a girl this much before, and he felt a bit shy to bring up their relationship. Blushing and hesitating for a long time, he finally said very awkwardly, I'm not crazy. I'm not out of my mind. I just want to be with Song Tang. I want to pursue Song Tang." Song Zhouyi was so shocked that his eyes widened. Fu Wenjing was also anxious. After all, he also wanted to pursue Song Tang, and suddenly a big rival appeared. How could he be happy about that? He jumped up from the bed, alert, and stared at Liang Yushun. "You said you liked that girl named Tang Tang, right? You like a girl, and still try to steal her from me? Liang Yushun, how shameless can you be? You're just a two-timing, indecisive." "I didn't." Afraid that Song Zhouyi would think he was a two, Liang Yushun hurried to defend himself. I just found out today that I was wrong. There's no Tang Tang. The girl I like has always been Song Tang. I regret breaking off the engagement with her. I want to be with her." Song Zhouyi was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. After Song Tang was brought back to the capital, Liang Yushun constantly looked down on and belittled her. Who would have thought that the girl he liked, Tang Tang, was actually Song Tang? In that moment of distraction, Liang Yushun suddenly rushed forward and hugged his arm. "Second brother, next Sunday is a holiday. Can I come to your house for dinner?"
No.
Thinking about how Liang Yushun had previously said that Song Tang's conduct was improper, Song Zhouyi frowned and shook off his arm. Then he sneered mockingly, "Is it because you think my sister isn't proper? Why are you rushing to come to my house for dinner? Our house can't fit someone like you."
Huh. Who said that?
"If you like my sister or regret breaking off the engagement with her, you're just a dog."
Woof.
Song Zhouyi thought that by saying this, Liang Yushun would back off. After all, Liang Yushun comes from a good family and is very talented himself. He's known for being proud and cold. Who would have thought that Liang Yushun would actually call her out directly? Song Zhouyi thought Liang Yushun was really shameless. Just as he was about to mock him a bit more, he heard Liang Yushun speak sincerely, full of regret. "I mistakenly thought Song Tang was not proper. Breaking off the engagement with her, I truly regret it. The more I interacted with her, the more I realized I was too biased and shallow. Song Tang is really very good. She is kind, brave, and has a pure heart. She dances beautifully. I've never seen anyone dance better than her. Yes, she's also very smart. Today, Su Shanshan maliciously destroyed the research data my aunt brought back from the Academy of Sciences to frame her. Unexpectedly, among so many researchers at the Academy, it took nearly half a month to figure out the results, but Song Tang figured it out instantly. She is truly exceptional, even better than I imagined." Second brother Song. I know I was prejudiced against her before and did many wrong things.
I'm really very, very sorry.
I want to pursue her properly. Song Joya was stunned for a moment. He knew Song Tang was good at solving problems, but he didn't expect her to be so smart, able to solve problems from the Academy of Sciences. He also realized how foolish and shallow he had been, once arrogantly disliking Song Tang. He truly regretted treating her so badly before. He's not a good brother. From now on, he will work harder to treat her well, to be fair to everyone, and never favor anyone. She and Song Qingyao are both his best sisters. Since he can't forgive himself, he naturally can't forgive Liang Yushen, who always looked down on Song Tang. He pursed his lips tightly, and after a long pause, he coldly said, "Anyway, I don't support you being with my sister, and I definitely won't help you." Second brother Song. Liang Yushen was about to hold Song Joya's arm again, but Fu Wenjing stepped in front of him. Fu Wenjing gave him a proud look and said, "Liang Yushen, you've already broken off your engagement with Song Tang. Now you want to pursue her? You really have a thick face. You're the one with the thick face." Feeling disliked by her rival and being very thick-skinned, Liang Yushen became anxious. "Fu Wenjing, stay away from Song Tang in the future. I was the first to know her. Don't try to steal her from me." "No way." Fu Wenjing refused to back down at all. "I want Song Tang to teach me physics every day. Don't even think about making me quit." Liang Yushen was both anxious and angry. Was Fu Wenjing just chasing after Song Tang to get her to help him with physics problems? What girl would want to do homework all day? He clenched his teeth silently, about to criticize Fu Wenjing, but then he saw Fu Wenjing start to flatter Song Joya again. "Second brother, did you change your underwear? Should I help you wash it?" Fu Wenjing looked around, found Song Joya's underwear, and quickly ran to the laundry room. Liang Yushen was not willing to fall behind. He also wanted to wash Song Joya's underwear. "Second brother, do you have more underwear? I'll help you wash those too." Song Joya was speechless. He only wore one pair of underwear a day. Where would he have so many for them to wash? Clearly, Liang Yushen realized this too. He took a step forward and forcibly pulled off the clean underwear that Song Joya was wearing. "What are you doing? Don't come over and act like a pervert." Song Joya had lived so many years, but this was the first time someone forcibly stripped his clothes. He was about to go crazy with anger. But Liang Yushen was determined to flatter him and still forcibly took off his underwear. "Second brother, I'll wash your underwear. I promise I'll do it much cleaner than Fu Wenjing. Get lost." Song Joya pulled the blanket over himself, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, he felt that the happiness of being desperately flattered by Fu Wenjing and Liang Yushen was a bit too much for him to handle. Besides, their efforts to please him were useless. If his sister Song Tang didn't like them, neither of them would have a chance to rise in rank. Anyway, he had to protect his sister well. He would never let anyone bully her, and he definitely wouldn't let her fall into danger. Actually, on Wednesday night, Lu Jinyan finished writing his letter and sent it to 13 Alley. But Song Tang no longer expected a reply from him. On Wednesday, she passed by 13 Alley while shopping and took a quick look at the mailbox. Lu Jinyan had sent her quite a few things this time. There was a very beautiful hairpin, and more than 10 cloth tickets. In his letter, he once again expressed his wish to meet her. His words were sincere, and every line was filled with genuine feelings. Honestly, Song Tang was quite attached to the Lu Jinyan she communicated with. She also felt a little reluctant to part with him, but she didn't want to fall deeper into a relationship that was doomed to fail. Plus, her backside still ached faintly, and she was holding back her anger. She decided to cut ties quickly and stop contacting him. She didn't accept the hairpin and cloth tickets he gave her. Moreover, she found the cloth tickets, earrings, pen, and other gifts he had given her before and sent them back to him in a cardboard box. This time, her reply was very simple. Only 3 sentences. "Lu Jinyan, let's not meet again in the future. Let's also stop writing to each other. Wishing you a bright future, but we won't meet again." After writing just 3 sentences, she used almost all her strength. She once considered Lu Jinyan, who wrote to her, as a close friend and confidant. But in reality, Lu Jinyan hated her deeply. She was also a proud girl. She didn't like to keep trying to warm up to someone who ignored her. So, even though it hurt her deeply, she put the letter in the box and sent it out. She knew Lu Jinyan was proud and didn't like to bow to anyone. Since she decided to stop contact, he probably wouldn't write to her again. From then on, they would go their separate ways. And just as he wished, they would have no more ties. Recently, Lu Jinyan was given a very important and dangerous mission. He completed it successfully and made a big contribution. He was shot in the back while saving Gu Shizhou. The bullet was less than 2 centimeters from his heart, very risky.
Captain.
Lu Jinyan had been unconscious for nearly 20 hours. During this time, Gu Shizhou stayed by his bedside. When Lu Jinyan finally opened his eyes, Gu Shizhou, a grown man, was so excited he was crying. "You're finally awake." Gu Shizhou sniffed hard, tears falling, and said, "Captain, I'm so glad you woke up. If you sleep like this forever, I don't know how to explain to Uncle Lu and the others. I'll never forgive myself." "Shut up." Lu Jinyan's head was already buzzing. When he opened his eyes and saw Gu Shizhou crying nonstop, it made his head ache even more. He frowned, pressed his temples, and ordered coldly, "Don't hold me. This is an order." Gu Shizhou wanted to hold Lu Jinyan. When they were young, Lu Jinyan almost lost his life to save him. Now he almost got shot in the heart while trying to save him. No wonder he was moved. He has long believed in Lu Jian. He is the best brother he has in this life. No one can separate them. But even though Lu Jian was badly injured, his cold and commanding look was quite frightening. Gu Shixiu's strong little body trembled slightly, but he still reluctantly let go of him. Gu Shixiu has many things he wants to say to Lu Jian. However, many leaders came to visit Lu Jian in the hospital. In front of them, he could only hold back his true feelings for now. The leaders also knew Lu Jian needed to rest well. They didn't stay long in the hospital, said a few caring words, and after promising to give him a big reward for his bravery, they gradually left his room. "Captain, do you want some water?" Gu Shixiu looked down and saw his captain's pale face. Thinking that although the captain's face was white before, it looked very healthy and strong, he couldn't help but tear up again. He thoughtfully brought a glass of water to Lu Jian, helped him drink, then asked with tears in his eyes, "Do you want an apple? I can peel one for you. I can peel apples now. I promise you'll want to eat it, Captain."
"You."
"No, I don't want it. Today is already Friday." Lu Jian knows Tang Song must have already replied to him. Right now, he only wants to know if Tang Song is willing to meet him. He has no mood to eat apples. He propped himself up with his hand and tried to get out of bed to go to the communication room in the unit to get her reply. "Captain, what are you doing?" Seeing him trying to get out of bed, Gu Shixiu quickly became anxious. He hurried forward to support him. "You're really badly hurt this time, you can't move around." Suddenly, he had an idea and quickly continued, "Captain, you probably want to go to the communication room to find your sister-in-law's reply, right?" Sister-in-law replied, "I've already asked someone to bring it here," Gu Shixiu said. Then he picked up a box about the size of a shoebox from the side and waved it in front of Lu Jian. "Such a big box. I wonder what nice things sister-in-law sent for you this time." "Captain, I saw before that she not only sent you pastries from Daoxiang village, but also sent you white rabbit candies. You're really stingy, not willing to share even a bite with me. This time, you can't be so stingy again. If sister-in-law sends you more delicious things, you have to let me have a couple of bites too." Lu Jian ignored Gu Shixiu. All his attention was focused on that box. After taking the box, he was so eager and nervous that his fingertips trembled slightly. He couldn't help but wonder what he had sent her this time. Actually, he didn't want the young girl to spend so much. But he felt conflicted. When he received snacks, dried cherries, and white rabbit candies she sent, he felt truly happy from the bottom of his heart. He secretly thought that once they officially dated, he would give her all his salary. Whatever she wanted to buy, he would buy for her. As long as she was happy, he was willing to do anything for her. Lu Jinyan didn't let Gu Shixiu open the box himself. He took the knife from Gu Shixiu and carefully cut through the tape wrapped around the cardboard box. When the box opened, He immediately saw a rectangular, greenish-blue gift box. It was clearly the gift box where he kept the ebony hairpin. The hairpin was a gift for her. Why would she send the box back? A bad feeling grew in his heart. He tremblingly removed the gift box and saw the lady's pen and pearl earrings he had given her before. Even the fabric tickets, snack tickets, and candy tickets he had given her, all were returned. "Captain, what delicious things did my wife send?" Confused, Gu Shirshu was still waiting for the captain to feed him some treats. His clear, bright eyes were full of greed and anticipation. "Are there snacks from Dao Xiang village?" Lu Jinyan didn't answer. He just trembled as he repeatedly tried to grab the letter inside the box. He was very strong. He could easily lift Tang Song with one hand. But at this moment, he almost exhausted his strength for the next lifetime, yet he still couldn't grasp the light letter. Gu Shirshu was usually careless, but at this moment, he realized something was wrong with his captain. He looked at Lu Jinyan worriedly and noticed that Lu Jinyan's left hand was gripping tightly the hairpin he planned to give to his wife. How could she send the hairpin back? Did she argue with the captain? Gu Shirshu was anxious beyond words, but Lu Jinyan's face looked so pale, so pained, and so terrible that he dared not speak. Finally, he saw Lu Jinyan pick up the letter.
"Captain."
Seeing that Lu Jinyan tore the envelope several times without opening it, Gu Shirshu really wanted to help. But he didn't dare to make a move, so he just watched nervously, hoping that his wife wouldn't really ignore the captain. He had never been in a relationship, but he could see that the captain really, really liked his wife. He hopes the team leader can always be sweet and happy with his sister-in-law, living a joyful life. Lu Jinyan tore open the envelope 13 times before finally taking out the letter inside. The paper was blank, which made his feelings of disappointment and unease grow even stronger. In the end, his eyes still fell on the letter. He also saw the 3 sentences written by Tang Song to him. "Lu Jinyan, let's not meet again in the future. Let's not write to each other anymore. May your future be bright, and we won't meet again. Don't see each other again. Don't write anymore. We won't meet again." Lu Jinyan kept whispering these words, his heart aching as if it would shatter into pieces. Their last meeting was truly happy. She said she enjoyed writing to him and even praised his grilled skewers. He thought they could have a future together. He never dared to imagine she would cut ties so decisively and say they wouldn't meet again. He would rather believe his eyes were wrong than accept that he would have no connection with her from now on. But he lowered his gaze and looked at the letter again and again. It still had 3 clear but cold lines. So heartless that it made him feel pain deep in his heart, and his hope turned to ashes. Song Song. Lu Jinyan didn't know what he had done wrong. She wanted to cut all ties with him, ending everything. But even if he was not at fault if she was angry, he still had to apologize and make her happy. Ignoring the sharp pain from his back wound, he forced himself to get out of bed and rushed out of the ward. "Team leader, what are you doing? Come back and lie down." Gu Shirshu was almost frantic seeing Lu Jinyan ignore his injury and get out of bed. He quickly stepped forward and held him tightly to stop him from leaving the room. "Did your sister-in-law argue with you? Even if she did, you need to stay calm now. You're badly hurt. If you don't stay in the hospital and rest properly, you might really die. I'm going to find Song Song." Even injured badly, Lu Jinyan's strength was surprisingly great. He forcefully pushed Gu Shirshu's hand away and staggered toward the door. "She's angry. It must be my fault. I made her angry. I need to find her. Team leader." The letter slipped from the bed. At this moment, Gu Shirshu also saw the 3 lines on the paper, slightly smudged with tears. He could feel that his sister-in-law cared a lot about the team leader. This time, she was so resolute in her words. It must be because the team leader made her really upset. The man needs to sincerely apologize and ask for forgiveness when he has upset the girl he likes. But now, the team leader has been badly injured. Even though the situation is urgent, Gu Shirshu hopes the team leader will stay in the hospital to recover. He worries the team leader might get into more trouble, so he quickly rushes to the hospital. However, the team leader is so anxious and moving so fast that Gu Shirshu can't catch up. When he finally reaches outside the hospital, the team leader has already left on a three-wheeled motorcycle. Gu Shirxiu doesn't know where to go to follow him and feels very anxious, stomping his feet in frustration. Song. Lu Jinyan immediately tells the rickshaw driver to take him to the alley called 13 Lane. Last time, he took Tang Song home and counted that she lived in the 7th house on the north side of 13 Lane. That house's door was locked, so it was clear no one was home. Lu Jinyan doesn't know when she'll come back. But no matter when she returns, he has to wait for her. Coincidentally, just as Lu Jinyan stands in front of that house, it starts to rain. At first, it was just a light drizzle, but soon it turned into heavy rain. There is no shelter from the rain in 13 Lane. Lu Jinyan doesn't bother to find a place to hide. Despite the pouring rain, he stands motionless outside the door, as if he doesn't feel the rain or wind. He just desperately wants to see his beloved girl. Song Tang came here today to pick up a letter from the newspaper office. When she left, it was a cloudy day. Just in case, she brought an umbrella. But when she arrived at 13 Lane, it suddenly started pouring. She hurried forward with her umbrella, planning to quickly get the letter and go home. Unexpectedly, she saw Lu Jinyan standing like a tall mountain outside Grandma Fong's house. Clearly, he came here to find Tang Song. Song Tang didn't want him to think she was deliberately bothering him, so she didn't bother to pick up the letter and turned to leave. But just as she turned around, she heard a heavy object fall to the ground. She instinctively looked back and saw Lu Jinyan collapse as if a mountain had falling straight to the ground.
Lu Jinyan.
Song Tang was startled. In her eyes, Lu Jinyan is strong, cold, and unbreakable. She never expected him to faint. She really didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, but since he is Lin He's son, and she likes Lin He very much, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing when he was unconscious in front of her. She quickly stepped forward to try to help him up, but felt her palms were sticky. Apparently, her hands were covered in his blood. He fainted because he was badly injured. Lu Jian, wake up. Song Tang called him several times, but his eyes remained tightly closed, with no sign of waking. She didn't dare waste more time and quickly tried to call for help. However, his eyes were shut and his hand was tightly gripping hers. His strength was too much. She couldn't pull his hand away to reach the emergency phone. She was getting very anxious when she heard Gu Shirxiu's worried voice. Captain. Captain, are you okay? Captain, why are your eyes closed? Are you dead? Seeing Lu Jian lying on the ground unresponsive, Gu Shirxiu's nose turned red with worry. He hurried forward and forcefully supported Lu Jian. Noticing that Lu Jian was clutching something tightly, he finally saw Song Tang standing nearby. Sister-in-law? Seeing Song Tang's face clearly, Gu Shirxiu froze for a moment. Sister-in-law is really very beautiful. No wonder the captain loves her so much. Song Tang didn't expect Gu Shirxiu to call her sister-in-law. After a brief pause, she quickly corrected him. You got it wrong. I'm not your sister-in-law. Gu Shirxiu didn't believe her words. He thought she was just shy or still angry at the captain. Maybe she was just throwing a little tantrum. Sister-in-law, please open the car door. I'll carry the captain into the car on my back. Song Tang didn't expect that even after she explained, Gu Shirxiu would still call her sister-in-law. But Lu Jian's condition looked very bad now, and arguing with Gu Shirxiu about that didn't matter. She quickly opened the car door and helped Gu Shirxiu get him into the car. She initially thought that after helping him into the car, he would leave. But he was still holding her hand tightly. Despite using a lot of strength, she couldn't pull his hand away, so she had to stay with him and go to the hospital. Even when the doctor was treating his wounds, he stubbornly held her hand. Unable to separate from him, she also saw the wound on his back. That bullet had been very deep, and tonight he had been caught in the rain. His wound looked especially shocking. Especially after hearing Gu Shirxiu say they had faced danger during their mission, she couldn't help but tear up. She was afraid she would fall deeper and deeper into feelings for him. She didn't want to have any more contact with him in the future. But he had once been her pen pal, someone who understood her heart, and he was Aunt Lin's son. She still hoped he would be safe, healthy, and live a long life.
Ah,
I just remembered I have urgent business at the military base and need to go back. Gu Shirshu, this clever little guy, wanted to leave Song Tang and Lu Jian alone. After the doctor finished treating Lu Jian's wound, he slapped his forehead and eagerly rushed out of the ward, bouncing and jumping. Brother-in-law, please take care of the leader for a little while. I'll be back soon. He spoke quickly, but it would be tomorrow morning. His sister-in-law must love the leader. Seeing the usually strong leader become so fragile, it's no wonder she feels sad. He believed that once the leader woke up, he would comfort his sister-in-law well. The two of them would be very close again, like newlyweds, and their love would be even stronger than before. He really is a clever little guy. Gu Shirshu proudly straightened his chest, closed the door to the intensive care unit, and quickly hurried down the stairs.
hey you.
Song Tang probably didn't want to stay here to take care of Lu Jian. But Gu Shirshu was running too fast. She couldn't catch up even if she tried. The doctor had left after treating Lu Jian's wound, and with him in such a state, he needed someone to watch over him. She decided to wait until Gu Shirshu returned, then she would leave.
Song Song.
Song Tang took a deep breath, trying to gently open his fingers. But just as she managed to do so, he suddenly opened his eyes confusedly. Lu Jian had a fever. It was very high, and his vision was blurry. In the midst of the chaos, he thought he saw Tang Song's eyes. He couldn't help but sit up and hold her tightly in his arms.
Song Song. Don't ignore me. Don't leave me.
The doctor had already given Lu Jian a fever-reducing injection earlier, but he was still very hot. He was unusually strong, holding her so tightly that it felt like she was in a huge oven, making her feel uncomfortable inside. Especially when she heard him hoarsely call her Song Song over and over, begging her not to leave. Her heart softened uncontrollably. But being soft-hearted toward him was a mistake. His feelings for Tang Song weren't enough to outweigh his hatred for Song Tang. If they kept entangling, only hurt would come to both sides. Lu Jian, please let me go. Song Tang forced herself to speak coldly, setting boundaries with him. I've already made it clear in the letter. Let's not communicate anymore, and there's no need to meet again.
We
should each go our own way. Lu Jian's wound was infected, and his fever was very high. His mind was also muddled, as if it had turned to mush. The words she said sounded blurry to him. He vaguely heard her say that they didn't need to meet again. Her voice was as firm as her reply to him. His eyelids felt very heavy, so heavy that he couldn't keep them open, as if he were dreaming. Even in his dreams, she resisted him and wanted to draw a line, to stop all contact. Lu Jian, please take your hand away. He didn't want to hear her set boundaries again. He felt like this was a dream, and in dreams, he didn't need to control his strong feelings. It's late, I need to go home. When he heard her say she was leaving, he couldn't help but lean down and cover her mouth with his lips. Song Tang froze instantly, her beautiful eyes widened even more. She truly didn't expect him to suddenly kiss her. She had already decided to cut all ties with him and definitely didn't want to kiss him. She pushed hard with her hands, trying to push him away. But unexpectedly, he held her even tighter. Lu Jian. Song Tang wanted to say they were no longer pen friends, and he shouldn't treat her this way. But his kiss was too urgent and fierce, leaving her no chance to protest, only a soft whimper. Song Song. His kiss deepened inch by inch. Men, in some ways, are very intuitive. Lu Jian didn't have much experience with kissing, but kissing Song Tang so passionately and wildly made her feel increasingly powerless. His voice, filled with both pleading and intense emotion, continued, "Don't leave me. Don't abandon me. I really like you. I want to stay with you forever." His voice was so enchanting. Like under a spell, her heart softened uncontrollably. In that moment of distraction, she found herself responding to him without even realizing it. Song Song. Seeing her response, Lu Jian was so happy he almost didn't know what to do. He hated having such romantic dreams involving Song Tang. He hated himself for losing control over her in those absurd dreams again and again. But this time, his song had rarely entered his dreams. How could he suppress his nearly mad desire for her? His finely boned hand moved back instinctively and touched the zipper on her back. The night breeze blew, and Song Tang felt a cool sensation on her back. This coolness instantly cleared her mind, which had been mostly consumed by fiery feelings. She suddenly became aware of her and Lu Jinyan's appearance. His hand surprisingly, his lips still. The way they are now is too messy and ridiculous. Especially when she feels him holding her waist tightly with one hand, she can't help feeling a bit scared. She gathers all her strength to push him away, hoping he stops being so reckless. Lu Jinyan, don't. But her firm refusal sounds more like a plea. Her charming voice makes his actions even more uncontrollable. Her strength is no match for him. His kisses come back fiercely, making her lose all ability to think. Song, if I touch you, I will take responsibility for you. In her hazy state, Song Tang hears Lu Jinyan's deep, attractive voice. It sounds like a promise, like a vow that will never change. She wants to say she won't be with him and doesn't need him to take responsibility. But his kisses are too intense, too passionate, and too warm, making her unable to speak. She can only let him take control. Song, I will treat you well. Forever. At a critical moment, Lu Jinyan finally controls himself. He struggles to pull his hand away from her and stops his wild kisses and bites. Instead, he holds her tightly with all his strength. He hugs her so firmly, as if she is the most precious treasure in the world. She is his past, present, and future, his entire life. Lu Jinyan, let me go. When Gu Shirshu leaves, he helps them close the door tightly. The doctor finishes treating Lu Jinyan's wounds and tells her to take good care of Director Lu. If anything happens, she can call them, and they won't come to bother them. The hospital room door remains locked, so no one sees what just happened. But because this is the first time she's done something like this with a man, she feels so embarrassed she can't even curl her toes. Really, besides breaking that barrier, almost everything else was quite inappropriate. Song Tang doesn't know how to face Lu Jinyan anymore and quickly tries to break free from his embrace. But she can't. And after tidying her clothes, she notices that he's still holding her small dress in his hand for some reason. Her face instantly turns red, almost as if it's bleeding. Looking at the small, pure red dress in his hand, she can't help but recall the passionate, wild scenes just now. She can't look directly at the dress anymore and hurriedly tries to take it back from him. But his eyes were tightly closed, and despite his strength, he was still surprisingly powerful. She couldn't take her small clothes back. She was no match for him. She could only blush and try to negotiate. Lu Jinyan, give me back my clothes. I really need to go home. These days, Song Songrong had been staying at the army camp, and Qin Xiuji had gone to Haishur for exchange and study. Even if she didn't come home at night, it was okay. But she simply didn't want to stay here any longer. He was probably asleep, with no intention of returning her clothes. Song Tang bit her lip hard and decided to pull the clothes away. But she failed again. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She still couldn't take back her clothes. Not to mention, she couldn't break free from his embrace now. Even if she could, she wouldn't be able to stay without her clothes and wander outside. She tried several more times. Eventually, she grew tired and drifted into a faint sleep. Song. Before dawn, Lu Jinyan opened his eyes. Last night's dream was truly warm and tender. But Tang Song didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. The sweeter the dream, the more painful and hopeless it was in reality. He was feeling lost when suddenly he felt something soft in his arms. Realizing something, he was overjoyed. It turned out that everything from last night wasn't a dream. His song really came to see him. He vaguely remembered that before fainting near Shirsen Hutong last night, he saw a slender, blurry figure. He thought it was her softening towards him after seeing him faint. Thinking that his song was now in his arms, he was ecstatic. He slowly tightened his arms, his voice full of strong emotion, Song Song. He not only wanted to hold her tightly, but also to kiss her deeply. Her head was now softly nestled in his chest. He leaned down, and his lips uncontrollably pressed onto her lips. When he looked at her face clearly, he saw that the girl in his arms was not Tang Song, whom he thought about day and night, but Song Tang, whom he hated the most. Lu Jinyan was struck like lightning. In those chaotic dreams, Song Tang called him general, and he repeatedly betrayed Tang Song uncontrollably. He couldn't forgive himself. This time, in reality, he almost had a relationship with Song Tang. He despised himself even more for being so fickle. He had already eliminated his prejudice against Song Tang before. He knew she didn't want to use that pill to climb higher. She wasn't a girl who only knew how to men. But after thinking about the romantic night last night and feeling intense self-disgust, he still couldn't be kind and gentle towards her. He felt like he was pricked by a needle and forcefully pushed her away. Song Tang, go out. Don't appear in front of me again. Song Tang was sleeping peacefully when he suddenly pushed her. She almost fell off the bed and quickly woke up. Because she had just woken up, her beautiful eyes were clouded with a misty haze, like a clear lake covered by thin fog, very captivating. When their eyes met, Lu Jian's heart started pounding uncontrollably. His sudden feelings made him hate himself. His attitude toward her grew colder. Go out. He was so harsh, as if she was his sworn enemy, which made her feel very upset. But thinking of him lying in the rain, holding her tightly and calling her Song Song over and over, she decided to clarify things with him. This was her last chance to talk to him. Lu Jian, last night I didn't do anything on purpose. Thinking about the passionate scenes from last night, Song Tang's ears turned hot. She was a girl, and talking about last night made her feel very ashamed, but she took a deep breath and continued, It was you who held me tightly and wouldn't let go. Your strength was too much. I couldn't push you away. I didn't take advantage of you. You were the one who made moves on me. When you had a fever, you kept holding me and calling me Song Song. Song Tang bit her lip hard. If I really am the Song Song you mentioned, would you still dislike me so much? You can't be Song Song. Because he was wearing armor, and those dreams where he lost control over her repeatedly, he deeply rejected her closeness from his heart. Plus, he had seen Tang Song. Her nose and face looked completely different from hers, so he naturally didn't want to believe she was Tang Song. Saying such things only made him hate her more. His gaze toward her became even colder. The coldness radiating from him seemed to scorch everything around him. His voice was as cold as a sharp iron spike, piercing deep into her heart. Song Tang, the thing I hate most in this life is meeting you. If I could, I wouldn't want to see you again in the next life. Song Tang's face turned pale. Her beautiful, perfect lips, like flower petals, lost all color and trembled painfully. Indeed, his faint affection for Tang Song was not enough to outweigh his hatred for Song Tang. Indeed, she and he were destined not to walk a long road together. Today, she spoke clearly to avoid regrets. She completely cut off her attachment and longing so she could move forward. From now on, she will look ahead properly. She doesn't want him to see her sadness and vulnerability. She hurriedly turned her face away, looked up at the sky, and after holding back tears at the corner of her eyes, she looked at him with red eyes, resolutely setting boundaries. Don't worry, I won't appear in front of you again, and I won't bother you anymore. I'm Song Tang, and I'm not necessarily dependent on you. The Song family and the Lu family live in the same courtyard. Even if I can't avoid seeing you, I will take a detour. It's best if you stick to your words. The hatred in Lu Jinyan's eyes was as thick as a dark, heavy net, tightly wrapping around Song Tang's heart, making her heart ache painfully again. She knew he didn't believe her words completely. To reassure him and to let herself give up completely, she mockingly curled her lips and tried to speak in a calm, light tone. I will do it. Actually, I think many young talents in our courtyard are quite good. I really want to have a romantic relationship here. Maybe soon I will be in a relationship, so Lu Jinyan, You don't need to worry that I will cling to you or bother you. Of course, I hope that no matter what happens in the future, you won't bother or cling to me. Lu Jinyan responded coldly and briefly. He wished he never had to see her again. How could he bother or cling to her? Hearing his reply, Song Tang's face was still a little pale, but her eyes gradually curved into a slight smile. She finally felt at ease. She wanted to turn gracefully and leave, with no more ties to him. However, her small dress was still in his hand, and she couldn't just walk around showing off without it, so she had to take it back first. She stepped forward, intending to her small dress. Seeing her suddenly approach, he thought she was about to do something shameless again. His proud, handsome face instantly turned cold as frost. Song Tang, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. Seeing how he guarded her like a wild beast, Song Tang could only remind him, I don't mean you any harm. I just want to get my small dress back. You've been holding my small dress. Please give it back to me. Lu Jinyan finally noticed that he was holding a small, water-red dress. Thinking of how she looked last night in that dress, his mind suddenly exploded like a bomb. Last night, the water-red dress seemed to cover a tempting cream-colored area, and he actually tried to bite and swallow that large piece of cream. Thinking about the soft sensation from last night and the sweet fragrance spreading between his lips and teeth, his body temperature rose quickly. He closed his eyes painfully as those images continued to burn his mind and heart like flames. For the first time, he hated himself for being so indecisive, reckless, and shameless. He really didn't want to see Song Tang again, but he was still holding onto her clothes and couldn't let her leave directly. He hurriedly threw the small clothes onto the bed, feeling hot and annoyed, and sternly urged her, hurry up and put your clothes on. He was in a single hospital room. There was a bathroom inside the room. She didn't speak anymore, quickly grabbed her clothes, and turned to go into the bathroom. Lu Jinyan looked up and saw a clear red mark on her smooth, beautiful neck, which looked like high-quality white jade. Obviously, it was left there last night when he lost control and hurt her. And last night, he didn't just bite her neck. From her lips to her ankles, he almost. Lu Jinyan closed his eyes almost in despair. Until Song Tang finished dressing and left, he couldn't escape from the deep regret and self-loathing. Why did he do Dong Peng La Song Tang touch her first? No wonder his Song wanted to cut ties with him decisively. His fickle, flirtatious nature didn't deserve such a good person like Song. Song, I'm sorry. I touched Song Tang last night. Lu Jinyan pressed painfully on his chest. I really feel so disgusting. Guilt and regret tortured his heart fiercely. Before he could calm down a bit, he suddenly saw inside his quilt a thin, water-red ribbon. Clearly, it was the ribbon from Song Tang's small clothes. He vaguely remembered that last night. He desperately wanted to be close to her skin without barriers, and he couldn't undo the ribbon at first, so he impulsively pulled it. Unexpectedly, he shamelessly tore the ribbon off harshly. He, like grabbing a hot potato, almost panicked and threw the ribbon into the trash can. Almost immediately after he threw it away, Gu Shirshu pushed open the door and came in. Just now, Gu Shirshu met Song Tang in the corridor. He noticed her eyes were red and thought the team leader must have said something irritating, making her cry. He felt that Song Tang took such good care of the team leader, yet he still argued and was rude to her. He couldn't help but feel unfair towards Song Tang. Captain, why is your wife crying? Did you argue with her again? Girls need comforting. If you make her upset enough to leave, you'll be worried. Did Song Tang cry? Lu Jinyan frowned deeply. He was very sure that he liked Tang Song, but as if he were under a spell, hearing Gu Shirshu say Song Tang cried made his chest feel tight and a little painful. He hated himself for being so indecisive and unfaithful. So, he felt the need to clearly distance himself from Song Tang. She's not your wife. Gu Shirshu was so shocked his eyes widened. Before he could recover from the shock, he heard his team leader say, she's just my neighbor's sister. I don't have any romantic feelings for her. There's no future between us. Stop talking nonsense, and stop trying to matchmake us. Gu Shirshi's innocent eyes opened even wider. Really, he was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. He was straightforward and couldn't hold back his words. After a moment of stunned silence, he couldn't help but ask his doubts aloud. If she's not your wife, then why did you hold her hand so tightly last night? I tried to help, but I couldn't pull your hand away. I think she's really pretty. Don't you have feelings for her, Captain? Hearing Gu Shirshi's words, Lu Jinyan's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. He hadn't expected that last night, in his hazy state, he would hold Song Tang's hand so tightly. He also realized that last night, she hadn't taken advantage of him. It was he who had actively entangled with her. But he still didn't regret making things clear with her, because his tenderness and attachment to her were cruel and a betrayal to Tang Song. He could never betray Tang Song. I don't have feelings for her. Lu Jinyan paused briefly, then spoke in the coldest tone. The woman I dislike the most in this life is her.
Oh.
Gu Shirshu understood. His clear eyes couldn't help but show a hint of guilt. Last night, I really shouldn't have left you alone with that girl. I thought she was your wife, and I wanted to give you both some space. I didn't expect I was wrong. That girl must have felt so awkward. It's all my fault. Next time I see her, I'll apologize properly. Lu Jinyan hesitated slightly again. He thought Song Tang was clinging to his hospital bed because she was too shy. But it turned out Gu Shirshu had left him there with her and she couldn't leave him alone in the room, so she had to stay. He seems to have misunderstood her again. Lu Jinyan felt a bit upset inside, along with an unexplainable sense of guilt. He is not someone who knows his mistakes and refuses to change. But he still wouldn't go to thank Song Tang or apologize. Because when he sees her, his mind gets easily confused, and his confusion is wrong and unforgivable. By the way, Captain, what's the girl's name? Does she still not have a partner? Song Tang. Probably no partner. Hearing Lu Jinyan's cold answer, Gu Shirshu became even more excited. Last time, Major Gao asked me to help him find a partner. Captain, you know Major Gao likes pretty young girls. Song Tang is so beautiful. Major Gao must like her. Major Gao is tall, strong, noble, and handsome. Nowadays, young girls like guys like him, so Song Tang must like him too. Last time, I took a shower with Major Gao.
Wow.
His chest muscles and six-pack abs are much more obvious than mine. Moreover, Major Gao. Gu Shirshu leaned closer to Lu Jinyan, winking. Major Gao is well-developed, and he doesn't have your problem of bedwetting at midnight. I think he and Song Tang would be a good match. Captain, can we introduce Song Tang to Major Gao? His problem of bedwetting at midnight. Lu Jinyan's face turned darker, as if soaked in ink. He doesn't have such embarrassing problems. But he didn't need to explain this foolish thing to Gu Shirshu. Strangely, hearing Gu Shirshu say he wanted to introduce Song Tang to Major Gao, he felt a little uncomfortable inside. But he didn't want any entanglement with Song Tang, so he casually said, "Whatever you want." Gu Shirshu was so excited, he almost jumped up. The captain agreed to help introduce Song Tang to Major Gao. When the captain introduces his beautiful neighbor girl to Major Gao will be so happy. He'll soon be able to attend Major Gao's wedding feast. Lu Jinyan didn't want to see Gu Shirshu's silly smile. He forced himself to get out of bed, intending to find Tang Song. He wanted to see her, hold her, and make her soften her heart and not ignore him. Captain. Seeing Lu Jinyan suddenly get out of bed, Gu Shirshu was startled. He was afraid he would faint again, so he hurried to support him firmly. Captain, are you going to see your wife again? Your condition is really bad now. You can't leave the hospital casually. Why don't you write a letter to your wife? I can help deliver it. Lu Jinyan desperately wanted to see Tang Song. He thought of her obsessively. He could feel that he had a fever again. He didn't look in the mirror, but he could imagine that he looked very pale and tired now. He was afraid she would be more disappointed if she saw his sickly, pale face. Even though he missed her desperately, he didn't go to 13 Alley. Instead, he sat on the bed and sincerely wrote her a letter. He was also hoping to receive a reply. After finishing the letter, Gu Shirshu followed his instructions and put it directly into the mailbox at 13 Alley. Song Tang hadn't yet received the reply from the newspaper. After having breakfast on the street, she went to 13 Alley and happened to meet Gu Shirshu. Brother-in-law. Song Tang, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were just the sister of the neighbor of the team leader. I thought you were the sister-in-law. Thinking about his foolish actions last night, Gu Shirshu nervously ran his hand through his short hair. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have let you take care of the team leader. The team leader was badly hurt. That bullet was less than 2 centimeters from his heart. He almost died. He was injured and also argued with the sister-in-law. He's in a bad mood, so he might have been a bit rude to you. Don't take it to heart. Song Tang's delicate fingers trembled slightly. She knew Lu Jian was seriously hurt this time, but she hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. She suppressed the pain in her heart that she shouldn't have felt and said calmly, I won't think too much about it. After all, she had already let go of all her feelings for him, so there was no need to dwell on it. Hearing her words, Gu Shirshu finally sighed in relief. He politely exchanged a few more words with her, then waved goodbye and left. After Gu Shirshu left, Song Tang took out the reply from the newspaper office and the letter Lu Jian had written to her from the mailbox. She finally understood why she received his reply so quickly. It turned out he either sent the letter himself or asked someone to put it in this mailbox. No wonder his letters to her had no postage stamps. Back at the Song family house, after reading the newspaper reply, she slowly opened the letter he sent. His words were sincere and even carried a hint of humble plea. He said he didn't want to lose contact with her forever. He wanted to continue being pen pals. If he had been rude, he was willing to change. He only hoped she wouldn't ignore him. After reading his letter, Song Tang felt a little sad and hesitant, but remembering his coldness and hatred toward her that morning, she remained unmoved. What mattered to him was only the imagined Tang Song. He couldn't accept that Tang Song was actually the most detested Song Tang. She knew he might have some feelings for the imaginary Tang Song she had created. To completely erase his thoughts and end things with him, she carefully wrote on the letter, Lu Jinyan, I am getting married. Let's not bother each other anymore. Thinking about what he told her this morning, that the thing he hated most in life was meeting her, she wrote another line on the letter, let's pretend we never met. Even in the next life, let's not see each other again. We will never entangle ourselves, never be involved again. This time, Lu Jinyan received the letter very quickly. The letter from Song Tang was sent on Saturday morning, and by evening, Gu Shirshu had already picked it up from the delivery room. After receiving the letter, Gu Shirshu immediately drove to the hospital. He knew that recently, because his sister-in-law was ignoring him, the team leader was restless and worried. He desperately wanted to see the team leader and his sister-in-law clear up their misunderstanding and be happy again. Team leader, your wife has replied to your letter. Before he even pushed open the hospital room door, Gu Shirshu excitedly shouted. He rushed into the room and held out the letter in front of Lu Jinyan, smiling so brightly that his teeth flashed. Lu Jinyan's ears, normally pale, now had a faint blush. Because he was so nervous, his fingertips trembled slightly. He was eager to see what Tang Song had written in the letter. But out of fear of close family ties, he was afraid Tang Song still wanted to cut off contact with him, so he hesitated to look at the letter. Seeing that Lu Jinyan was slow to take the letter, Gu Shirshu realized that the usually calm and composed team leader was actually nervous. He couldn't help teasing him. Team leader, I didn't expect you to get nervous too. Back when we were on missions together, there were many times we almost didn't come back alive, and I never saw you nervous. I didn't expect that because of your wife. You'd be so anxious. But I think your wife definitely isn't angry with you anymore. If she were angry, she wouldn't reply so quickly. I told you, girls just need to be coaxed. Team leader, you wrote 5 pages of letters to your wife this morning. You must have made her happy. Lu Jinyan thought Gu Shirshua's words made sense. If Tang Song still didn't want to see him, she wouldn't have replied. Since she replied, she probably still wants to be pen pals with him. Taking the letter, Lu Jinyan's sharp features looked a bit gentle. He almost reverently opened the envelope and carefully took out the light, delicate letter. Lu Jinyan, I am getting married. Let's not bother each other anymore from now on. Let's pretend we never met. Next time, let's not see each other again. Lu Jinyan thought that even if she was unwilling to meet him for now, he was happy to keep writing letters to her. He couldn't bear to imagine that what he saw were just a few words. He read the letter over and over again. It still said she was getting married. He had never liked a girl so much before. Their souls were connected, and their hearts understood each other. All the future he had imagined was with her. He never thought that one day she would marry someone else. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the words on the letter. The pain in his chest was so intense it felt like arrows piercing through. He remembered her saying that her family didn't love her much. He didn't know if she agreed to marry that man because her family forced her or because she truly liked him. But no matter the reason, he didn't want her to marry anyone else. He wanted her to look at him just once more. He wanted to try his best to get a chance for himself. He was afraid that missing this chance would be a lifelong regret. He didn't even have time to put the letter away before rushing out of bed in his hospital gown and rushing outside the ward. Hey, Captain, why did you run away again? Gu Shirshu was worried and hurried to chase after Lu Jinyan. The doctor said if you don't rest properly, the consequences will be serious. Lu Jinyan seemed not to hear him and had already gone downstairs in a blink. Gu Shirshu was worried he might get into trouble. He hurried to catch up and finally caught up with him. He was driving the car very fast, but Lu Jinyan still felt it was too slow. He wished he had wings so he could fly straight to Tang Song. Tang Song once gave him an eagle-shaped seal. But he was not an eagle soaring in the sky. He couldn't grow wings and instantly fly to her. When Lu Jinyan was about to break down from waiting, Gu Shirshu finally parked outside 13 Alley. Captain, wait for me. I'll help you get out after I park the car. Lu Jinyan didn't wait for him. He pushed open the door and got out before the car was fully stopped. The 7th house on the north side of 13 Alley. This time, the door was wide open. Lu Jinyan hesitated outside for a moment, but gathered his courage and knocked on the door. Who's there? Grandma Fong heard the knocking and hobbled to the door with her cane. It wasn't Tang Song who came out, which made Lu Jinyan feel disappointed. But he knew that the person in front of him was probably Tang Song's grandmother. He still politely and sincerely said, Grandma, I'm here to see Tang Song. I am her friend. May I see her just once? Tang Song? Grandma Fong had never heard of the name Tang Song. She thought this handsome young man must have come to the wrong place and honestly said, I don't know anyone named Tang Song. Maybe you should ask somewhere else. She thought she lives here. Thinking of something, Lu Jinyan quickly said, Yes, Tang Song is just her pen name. She writes martial arts novels under that name. She should be your granddaughter. Her real name might not be Tang Song. Grandma, can I see her just once? Grandma Fong still believed this young man was at the wrong house. She looked at her front door. Young man, are you sure you're in the right alley? I don't have a granddaughter. My son and daughter-in-law are abroad. I only have a grandson in high school. I really don't know the girl you're talking about. What? Lu Jinyan's eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain. He had thought about many things on the way here. He thought Tang Song didn't want to see him. He also thought she still insisted on marrying someone else. But he never expected that there was no one named Tang Song living at the 7th house on the north side of 13 Alley. Lu Jinyan hoped Grandma Fong was lying to him. He hoped Tang Song was actually right there in the yard. But just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he heard a neighbor say, Yes, Grandma Fong only has one grandson. Where would she have a granddaughter? You're really mistaken. Her address is 13 Alley. Lu Jinyan's usually cold and sharp face showed rare vulnerability. He mumbled like in a dream, I saw her go into this alley. She lives at the 7th house on the north side. Yes, she looks about 17 or 18. She has a big scar on her face, big beautiful eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiles. She's very nice. Have you seen her? Grandma Fong and the others had lived in 13 Alley for many years. They knew all about the young girls in the alley, but they had never seen a girl with such a big scar on her face. Recently, Grandma Fong met a young friend who had two adorable little dimples. But her young friend's skin was as white and smooth as a peeled egg, incredibly beautiful. How could she be the girl with the defect on her face that Lu Jinyan described? Lu Jinyan's face was too handsome. Even when badly injured, with a tired look and wearing hospital clothes, he still stood tall like a sturdy pine tree, unmatched in charm. Seeing such a handsome young man becoming so anxious, Grandma Fong and the others felt especially sorry for him. But they couldn't lie. After a moment of silence, they sighed and said, "We really don't have a girl like that around here. Young man, you must be mistaken. We only have two 17 or 18-year-old girls in our alley, but both of them have clear, fair skin. They can't be the girl you mentioned, Tang Song. Young man, maybe you should look in the next alley. Everyone here knows each other well, and we haven't heard of anyone having a relative like that. You must have mistaken the alley." The neighbors in 13 Alley were very friendly. They took turns trying to make Lu Jian believe he was wrong. Listening to their voices, Lu Jian's heart felt as cold as ice, falling into complete despair. Tang Song didn't live in 13 Alley at all. He thought she was his lifelong confidant and soulmate. But it turned out her messages were all fake. The truth was he knew nothing about her. He couldn't find her at all. Yes, he could ask his editor friend at the newspaper, He Chao, for help. He could submit a report to the newspaper, which would require leaving personal information. He Chao would definitely have Tang Song's real details. Lu Jian didn't hesitate at all. He quickly walked to the phone booth and dialed the newspaper's number. Coincidentally, He Chao answered the call. He Chao's voice was teasing. "Why is our busy director Lu calling me? He Chao, I need your help." Lu Jian's usually cold voice was unusually urgent. "What is Tang Song's real name? I want to see her." He Chao was very clever. Hearing his friend's rare anxiety, he naturally understood that Lu Jian had fallen for Tang Song through their correspondence. He and Lu Jian had a very good relationship. He also admired Tang Song and hoped his friend's wish would come true. But he was a man of principles. He had promised Tang Song not to reveal her real information to anyone, and even if he considered Lu Jian a close friend, he wouldn't break his promise. After a long silence, He Chao honestly said, "I do know Tang Song's real name. But Jian, I can't tell you her information. You've been pen pals with her for a while. If she truly wanted a deep and lasting connection with you, she wouldn't keep her real details hidden. She will hide her true identity for only one reason. She doesn't want any trouble with you. She has no feelings for you, Jinyan. Please let go of her now." How could Lu Jinyan not know she has no interest in him? If she liked him even a little, she wouldn't refuse to be his pen pal. She also wouldn't say she never met him and that she doesn't want to see him in the next life. But he can't let go. He's not the type to bother others, but Tang Song is the first girl who has truly moved his heart, and she's the only girl he wants in his life. He wants to walk a long road with her. Usually proud and distant, he rarely lowers his head. "He Chao, tell me her name. Just consider it me asking you." He Chao is deeply shocked. Lu Jinyan is truly a lucky person. Even at a young age, he is already a team leader with a bright future. He Chao has known him for many years and knows how proud he is. He has never seen him bow to anyone. He never thought that one day, to get the real information about Tang Song, he would have to beg him. Tang Song's real name is Song Tang. He Chao almost blurted out this sentence. But he has the integrity of a scholar. His word is his bond. Even though he feels sad for his rare vulnerable friend, he cannot betray his promise to Tang Song.
Sorry.
His voice carries clear regret, but no regret for his decision. A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 horses. I cannot tell you Tang Song's full name. Tang Song is a good girl, but there are many other good girls in the world. She probably hopes you will let go and look forward. Jin Yen, look ahead and move on. Lu Jinyan is desperately eager to know everything about Tang Song, but he knows his friend's character. Since his friend has already said so, he definitely won't reveal Tang Song's information. He can't keep asking. He walks out of the phone booth like a walking corpse, standing blankly in the world. Usually calm, confident, and strong, he is now helpless and unsure of what to do. like a child abandoned. He really likes Tang's songs so much. He fell for her at first sight and can't forget her. But she doesn't want to see him. She's about to get married. It seems they can only miss each other.
Tang Tang.
Early Monday morning, Lin He knocked on the door of the Song family. Hearing the sound, Qin Xiuji hurried to open the door. Song Tang had just finished breakfast and followed Qin Xiuji into the yard. After Song Tang was taken to the capital, except for the days when the academy lost power, Lu Yu almost always stayed at the academy dormitory. Surprisingly, this time, he was standing right beside Lin He. He, what's wrong? Qin Xiuji, who was close to Lin He, saw her and couldn't help but hold her arm, wanting to chat casually. Lin He smiled happily. Last time, I told the higher-ups about Tang Dang helping us get the results, and we received a reward. That 100 yuan and the medal are all for Tang Dang. As she spoke, Qin Xiuji handed a small stack of large unity medals to Song Tang. She then signaled to Lu Yu, who quickly handed over a paper box containing a silver medal. Lin He took the medal and quickly placed it into Song Tang's hands. Our academy leaders also said that Tang Dang helped us a lot. But our funds are limited, so we can't give her too much reward. Tang Dang, don't be offended. The silver medal was heavy, weighing at least 30 to 40 grams. It bore the exclusive emblem of the academy, making it a potential family heirloom. 10 large unity medals were worth several months' salary for an average person. Song Tang definitely wouldn't refuse. Instead, she felt a bit guilty. After all, she was standing on the shoulders of giants to see the world clearly and make correct calculations. She thought for a moment and said to Lin He, Aunt Lin, I actually didn't do much. I can't accept these. Absolutely must take them. Before she could finish, Lin He hurriedly interrupted. Who said you didn't do anything? If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have made any progress now. Tang Dang, the rewards we give you are far less than the contribution you've made to our country's scientific progress. If you refuse to accept these rewards, I'll be upset. Lin He's words made Song Tang definitely not want to refuse anymore. After accepting the money and medals, Lin He immediately beamed with joy. Lin He truly liked Song Tang. She held her arm and kept looking at her as if she found her adorable and pleasing. Her biological daughter was so outstanding. Qin Xiuji was also happy. Today, Song Tang was going to report to the cultural troupe. The two women held her arms from each side, giving her various instructions and showing concern, an indescribable warmth and harmony. Hidden behind the door, Song Qingyao saw this scene, her delicate face twisted with hatred. The academy had given Song Tang so many rewards. That unworthy Song Tang. She didn't deserve any of it. Qin Xiuji and Lin He still hoped that after Song Tang joined the cultural troupe, she would shine brightly on stage and have a good future. They were all dreaming. She had long discussed a plan with her aunt, Jiang Mei. After Song Tang joined the arts troupe, she couldn't shine brightly. She would only be excluded and targeted, becoming the joke of the troupe. She was waiting to see Song Tang struggle and leave in embarrassment, or make mistakes and be expelled. Today was Song Tang's first day at the troupe, so she definitely couldn't be late. Qin Xiuji and Lin He didn't talk to her for long. They told her to eat well at the cafeteria during lunch and not to worry about spending money, then had Lu Xiaoyu ride his bike to take her to the troupe. Song Tang's figure quickly disappeared outside the door. But her red dress, gently blown by the wind, still lingered in Lu Yu's mind, impossible to forget. Even the bright red hem of her dress seemed to stain his ears, making his ears turn red slowly. Since that night when he overheard Leader Lu say he wanted to match him with Song Tang, he had been waiting for the elders to arrange it. But he had waited several days and still hadn't seen Leader Lu or others suggest the match. He was usually cold and indifferent, seeming to care only about scientific research, ignoring everything else in the world. He rarely got anxious about anything. This time, however, he was unusually anxious. Back at the Lu family, hearing Leader Lu happily praise Song Tang's good personality and potential, his ears turned red like white jade touched by sunset glow. He had previously clenched his teeth, insisting he wouldn't marry, but now he brought up his lifelong plans. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I am 22 this year. Lu Yu's face also turned red like the evening glow. He coughed awkwardly before continuing. Our department's Jinshu is 2 months younger than me, and his child is almost 2 years old. When will you introduce someone for me? After all, both of them knew that their 3 sons were each more troublesome than the last. The eldest only wanted to marry a man, being both a family-oriented and a member of the Fu family. The second son wished he could marry into a scientific career. The youngest was always cheerful and carefree, with no interest in dating at all. Why did the second son suddenly lose interest in marrying for his career? But Louis was willing to date a young girl, which was a good thing. Once everyone regained their senses, they hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. Grandpa will introduce you to someone in the next few days. My wife, and I will also help you find someone so you can settle down sooner." Xiaoyu is grown up now and knows he should date a girl. Louis was shy and reserved. When the elders teased him like this, his ears turned red as if they were about to bleed. Before he could calm down, Grandpa Lu suddenly stepped forward, patting his shoulder sincerely. "Your older brother. Sai, I don't expect much from him anymore. Xiuyu, you need to be more promising and make me a great-grandfather soon. Make Grandpa a great-grandfather." Lu Yu blushed deeply and stood there, feeling a hot wave rush through his mind. He was so embarrassed that he almost felt like exploding. He had never thought he would date or get married someday. He had never imagined he would have children. But now, hearing Grandpa's words, he felt ashamed but not as repelled as before. He stood stiffly with his ears burning for a long time, then awkwardly turned his face away and softly replied, "Good job, Xiuyu. You're a promising boy." Hearing Lu Yu's response, Grandpa Lu's face lit up with excitement. He kept laughing heartily, looking so happy as if he had already held his great-grandchild. Seeing his second grandson's face turn redder and redder, Grandpa Lu was worried he might embarrass him too much and finally stopped laughing. He clasped his hands behind his back, feeling more satisfied the more he looked at his second grandson. This grandson was not only smart and ambitious but also had a handsome face and a good build. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, refined and handsome, with a clear and bright demeanor, surely some girl would like him. He pondered for a moment and decided to ask about his grandson's preferences. Although the second grandson had asked them to introduce him to someone and left the choice to them, they still needed to consider his preferences. Grandpa Lu cleared his throat and asked seriously, "Xiuyu, what kind of girl do you like? Beautiful? Tall or short? Fat or slim?" Lu Yu didn't answer immediately. In his mind, he kept thinking of Song Tang's beautiful, bright face. Actually, when he disliked Song Tang, she was also very beautiful. He started to feel a strange liking for her because she was calm and organized when facing problems, and her martial arts novels were very thoughtful. He suddenly felt the air was a bit hot. Feeling uncomfortable, he cleared his throat lightly and softly said, "I like someone with a good personality. Someone who can do well in exams, has talent, and just looks pleasing to me. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, just introduce someone suitable for me." Lu Yu was shy and had reached his limit when talking about this. He didn't continue and quickly picked up some documents from the coffee table and headed outside the living room. That night, he overheard Grandpa talking about arranging a marriage for him with Song Tang. The conditions he mentioned were based on Song Tang's qualities. He believed Grandpa, Dad, and Mom would soon arrange a match for him and Song Tang. A good personality, good at exams, talented. After leaving, Lu Shoujiang kept repeating his requirements in his mind but couldn't think of who would be suitable to introduce to him. However, Lin He suddenly thought of something very important. "Dad, old Lu, with Xiaoyu's personality, he definitely wouldn't let us just pick anyone for him. He would only suddenly change his mind and ask us to find someone if he liked a girl. Recently, our science academy has a new girl. She's really sweet-looking, very smart and lively. Not only does she do well in exams, but she also writes articles and her personality is perfect. Xiaoyu must have a crush on her." "Really?" Seeing Lin He nod, Lu Shoujiang was both excited and anxious. "Since Xiaoyu likes her, what are you waiting for? Quickly arrange a meeting for them." Smart and pretty girls are in high demand now. We can't let some other boy beat us to her. Lu Shoujung didn't speak immediately. He thought that the qualities Lu Yu mentioned sounded quite like Song Tang. But remembering his second son, who was always complaining about Song Tang and never showed her a good face, he still thought Lin He's idea was more reliable. He couldn't help but urge his wife, when that girl has time, invite her over for a meal so we can see what she thinks of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is really slow. He's already 22 and still doesn't pursue girls himself. We have to help him arrange everything. Such a disappointment. Unlike me, I was only 20 when I chased my wife. Lin He looked at Lu Shoujung with disdain. She and Lu Shoujung truly fell in love freely. But could she really show off such words in front of Commander Lu? Old Lu, you really are getting more shameless with age. Still, despite her dislike, Lin He listened to what Lu Shoujung said. She also thought about finding a good time to invite the young girl over for a meal, to get a sense of her intentions, and to quickly settle her second brother's marriage plans. Today, Song Tang smoothly started her new job at the cultural troupe. After completing the formalities, a colleague from the publicity department took her to the rehearsal room. Next month, the dance team would perform a mid-autumn cultural show at the army unit, and everyone was busy rehearsing. As Song Tang approached the door of the rehearsal room, she faintly heard voices inside. Is the girl who got into our dance team really Song Tang? The one from the countryside? That's her. I heard she's illiterate, never learned dance, and I don't know how Captain Lee and the others chose her. Probably because of connections. I really dislike people who get in through favoritism. She's going to perform with us. I don't want to be held back by some ugly, rustic, useless person with connections. Hearing the gossip inside the rehearsal room, the colleague who brought Song Tang looked a bit complicated. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Comrade Song, don't think too much. Once everyone sees you, they won't talk like that anymore. Our dance team members are actually quite friendly. Song Tang definitely didn't believe the dance team members were friendly. In the old stories she read in her previous life, the protagonist didn't join the cultural troupe, but Song Qingyao did. The book spent a lot of time describing the scheming and conflicts inside the troupe. The lead dancer, Gu Mengwan, and her followers Chen Tian, Fo Mingying, and others weren't kind people. Although they were eventually won over by Song Qingyao's charm and made peace with her, they still helped her target the original protagonist and often excluded or spoke against other team members who supported her. Song Tang didn't believe what the colleague said, but she politely replied, "Thank you." After bringing Song Tang into the rehearsal room, the colleague returned to her post. Almost as soon as Song Tang entered, Jiang Mei, the deputy captain of the dance team, came in. Seeing Song Tang, Jiang Mei froze for a moment. During the last audition for the cultural troupe, she had already been stunned by Song Tang's beauty from afar when she saw her on stage. She thought that when looked at closely, Song Tang's face would show some flaws. But surprisingly, even when she was so close to Song Tang, she couldn't find a single large pore on her face. Without makeup, Song Tang looked even more beautiful and pure than after she had worn stage makeup. Jiang, with her experience, was sharper. Even though she disliked Song Tang very much, Jiang Mei quickly suppressed her anger and smiled as she patted Song Tang's shoulder. I'd like to introduce everyone. This is our dance team's new colleague, Song Tang. Song Tang, I am Jiang Mei, the vice captain of our dance team. I will be coaching you for the Mid-Autumn Festival dance. At first, Song Tang was a little distracted. When she heard Jiang Mei's name, she suddenly lifted her eyelids. The name Jiang Mei appeared many times in that old-fashioned story. In that story, the person who caused the deaths of Lin He, Lu Shoujung, and others was Jiang Mei. Honestly, many plots in that old story were quite absurd and brainless. The male lead doted on Song Qingqiao so much that he would give his life for her. Many people around Song Qingqiao acted as if they were mentally gone, all loving her and risking everything for her. Those who opposed her were labeled as villains by the story's author. Like the original heroine, Lin He, Lu Shoujung, and others were also villains. The story said that at first, Song Qingqiao was young and naive, secretly loving her neighbor, Lu Jian. It was Lin He and Lu Shoujiang's interference that ended her noble secret love. Later, Liang Yu was seriously injured and retired from the army. He fell in love with Song Qingqiao, who never left his side. After he became a businessman, he was incredibly wealthy and wanted to give his beloved a grand wedding. Meanwhile, the villain Lin He, chatting with Lu Feng, said that Song Qingqiao had bad character. Song Qingqiao overheard this unintentionally. She hated Lin He, who constantly targeted her. Jiang Mei was her biological aunt. After they recognized each other, Jiang Mei almost risked her life to help Song Qingqiao realize her dreams and reach the top of her life. Plus, Jiang Mei had feelings for Lu Shoujiang, so she went all out, fiercely confronting and punishing Lin He, the villain. Later, Lu Shoujiang rejected Jiang Mei's love, turning her against him. She even created the illusion that Lu Shoujiang had taken advantage of her while drunk. In that era, messing around with relationships had serious consequences, and Lu Shoujiang was dismissed from his position. Lin He tried to help him but was mocked and looked down upon by many. She was eventually cleverly tricked by Jiang Mei and expelled from the academy. She and Lu Shoujiang were also imprisoned. Jiang Mei used many methods to make both of them suffer greatly in prison, dying a tragic death. When Commander Lu learned that his son and daughter-in-law had died tragically in prison, he was overwhelmed and died of grief. During that time, Lu Jinyan was carrying out a very important mission. When he returned to the capital, he found that his beloved parents and grandfather had all passed away. Knowing that these events were related to Jiang Mei, he began to seek revenge madly. Jiang Mei's reputation was ruined, and she died in prison just like Lu Shoujiang and Lin He, tragically. After losing his loved ones, Lu Jinyan, who was already cold and reserved, became even more emotionally closed off. He seemed to turn into a machine, working without feeling, rising through the ranks and surpassing even Lu Shoujiang and Commander Lu. Jiang Mei bore all the consequences alone. No one knew about Lu Shoujiang and Lin He's tragic deaths, which were also influenced by Song Qingqiao. She remained the pure and kind goddess in many people's hearts. Lu Jinyan and Liang Yu had a close relationship. Out of respect for Liang Yu, he also took good care of Song Qingqiao. With the support and love of many people, Song Qingqiao's career flourished. She went from the main dancer in the dance troupe to a shining star, gaining great fame. Song Tang was able to finish reading that historical novel mainly because she wanted to see how outrageous the plot could get later on. The book was quite popular online, with many readers leaving comments. Some said that Jiang Mei was a good dancer and very beautiful, yet she took the initiative to approach Lu Shoujiang, who refused her. He was ungrateful. When Song Tang read the book, she didn't think anything was wrong with the actions of the original characters like Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, or Commander Lu. However, even if she found many plot points silly, she read the book because she saw the characters as mere paper figures and she didn't feel much about their fates. But after entering the story, she realized that Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, and Commander Lu were not just plot devices to push the main romance. They were real people with flesh, blood, and thoughts. They were her heartfelt elders whom she liked and respected. She hoped they could all have good endings, not die tragically in desolate, dark corners, or die without a complete body. Song Tang, this is our dance troupe's lead dancer, Guo Mengwan. Meng Meng, this is Chen Tian, Feng Yingying, and Lu Mingyue. Jiang Mei's gentle, melodious voice continued, I hope you can help each other, work hard together, and improve together. At this moment, Song Tang also saw the troupe's lead dancer, Guo Mengwan. Guo Mengwan can be considered the second female lead in that historical novel. She and the female lead, Song Qingyao, initially disliked each other, but later they were attracted by each other's charm and became close friends. The book spends a lot of words describing Gu Mengwan, who is the second most beautiful girl after Song Qingyao. Song Tang admits that Gu Mengwan is indeed quite pretty. Gu Mengwan comes from a well-educated family, with a scholarly air and a noble aura that seems to stand above others. She is also a cool beauty pursued by many men. She has a pair of charming phoenix eyes, with clear black and white, slightly upturned at the corners, like a classical beauty from a painting. But Gu Mengwan gives Song Tang a very uncomfortable feeling. She always lifts her chin high, like a noble white swan, with her beautiful eyes showing disdain for everything around her, as if others are only there to serve her. Only she is the queen adored by all. Is she really Song Tang? Someone exclaimed, and the surrounding discussion quickly grew louder. Didn't they say she was dark and plain? Why does she look so fair and beautiful? Dream is already quite fair, but she seems even fairer than Dream. Gu Mengwan's cold, pale skin is also famous. She has always been proud and disdainful of mingling with country bumpkins, so she doesn't even bother to give a glance to Song Tang. When she heard someone say Song Tang is fairer than her, she looked down on her with a haughty gaze. But when she saw Song Tang's face clearly, Gu Mengwan's pupils shrank involuntarily. It was the first time she felt a sense of danger. Song Tang's face was truly beautiful. Her skin was indeed very fair. Looking at Song Tang's face, she couldn't help but think of the soft tofu she had seen freshly made, delicate and water-rich. Especially her lively, sparkling peach blossom eyes, full of vitality and seeming to speak, made her already stunning face even more captivating. Today, Song Tang was wearing a red dress with a square neckline and short sleeves. Red is bright and eye-catching, and when worn on a person, it can easily overshadow everything else. But Song Tang's beauty and liveliness subdued the brightness of the dress, and standing so gracefully in the rehearsal room, she was even more stunning than the peach blossoms in spring. Gu Mengwan suddenly found herself somewhat annoyed with Song Tang. The girl who said Song Tang was fairer and prettier, realizing she might offend Gu Mengwan, quickly tried to make amends. Although Song Tang is quite fair and pretty, her dancing definitely isn't as good as our dreams. Our Meng studied abroad in the Soviet Union. She can dance and paint at the same time. How can a farmer from the countryside compare to our Meng? When someone mentioned her ability to dance and paint simultaneously, Gu Mengwan's cold and elegant face instantly showed pride and confidence. She is most proud of her talent for dancing and painting at the same time. She is very sure that Song Tang, this rustic girl, cannot compare to her. Jiang Mei, so clever, naturally sensed the brewing tension in the rehearsal room. She and Gu Mengwan are similar. She knows very well that Gu Mengwan appears calm and composed, but is actually very vengeful. Gu Mengwan must already hate Song Tang. Gu Mengwan has a strong influence in the dance team. If she hates someone, Song Tang's days in the team will be very tough. Jiang Mei adds fuel to the fire. In less than a month, Song Tang might be kicked out of the troupe. She suppresses the rising smile and announces Captain Li's decision. Captain Li said she wants to try a double lead dance for this mid-autumn festival performance. Meng, this time, both you and Song Tang will be the main dancers. Work well together. As soon as Jiang Mei drops this heavy bomb, the rehearsal room erupts. Meng is beautiful, a talented dancer, and has studied abroad. She is the natural choice for the lead dancer. Why should Song Tang, a newcomer who got in through connections, become the lead without any effort? They are unhappy. They absolutely refuse to let Song Tang be the lead dancer. Lu Mingyue is also one of Gu Mengwan's good friends. She is proud and believes that besides Gu Mengwan, she is the most talented in the team. She only respects Gu Mengwan. She thinks that if there are two lead dancers, it should be her and Gu Mengwan. Why should Song Tang, who is less capable, be chosen? She couldn't help but say to Jiang Mei, Deputy Jiang, I think this arrangement is unfair. Song Tang is from the countryside and doesn't understand anything. Why should she be the lead dancer? As Lu Mingyue spoke, Chen Tian, Feng Yingying, and others also nodded in agreement. Exactly. She doesn't deserve to partner with Meng. Even if two lead dancers are needed this time, I think it should be Meng and Ye, not this country girl. Enough. This is Captain Li's decision. Focus on practicing your dance and don't cause division. Jiang Mei glanced at her watch and said, I have other things to do. Song Tang is new here and doesn't understand anything. You all help her get familiar with the movements first. After saying this, Jiang Mei no longer paid attention to Lu Mingyue and others' anger and quickly turned to leave. However, her words made everyone more dissatisfied with Song Tang. Yes, Song Tang knows nothing. A person who knows nothing, how can she have the nerve to be the lead dancer? Shameless. Lu Mingyue muttered angrily, feeling more and more upset. She couldn't help but say to her friends Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying, and others, Captain Li's arrangement is really unfair. Deputy Jiang usually treats us very well. Let's go find Deputy Jiang and ask her to explain. I definitely don't agree with Song Tang being the lead dancer. Yes, let's go ask Deputy Jiang for an explanation. Chun Tian and others quickly agreed. Deputy Jiang is so kind. She will surely help us get justice. Humph. Lu Mingyue shot a fierce glare at Song Tang, then took her group of friends to find Jiang Mei to seek justice. Gu Mengwan kept a proud and aloof attitude the whole time, not joining their discussion, as if these petty matters were not worth disturbing her noble self. But after Lu Mingyue and her friends left, she cast a calm glance at Song Tang and then followed gracefully and elegantly. After the small group of Gu Mengwan and Lu Mingyue left, many other dancers also went to watch the fun. Soon, the large rehearsal room was left with only Song Tang and Wan Qinghuan, who was secretly eating snacks in the corner. Song Tang could naturally sense that Jiang Mei was deliberately targeting her. During the last audition, Jiang Mei's bias against her was very obvious. Other leaders gave her full marks, but Jiang Mei gave her a very low score. Gu Mengwan's group also seemed hostile toward her. Her days in the art troupe would probably be very turbulent. Song Tang didn't really like fighting with others. But if someone kept provoking her, she wouldn't back down. Letting her and Gu Mengwan be the lead dancers in the Mid-Autumn performance was Captain Li's trust in her. She was capable and confident she could dance well, and she wouldn't give up the lead position to anyone. We started practicing this dance a few days ago. Just as Song Tang was deep in thought, she heard Wan Qinghuan's voice. Wan Qinghuan swallowed the last piece of snack and continued, You probably don't know the dance moves yet. Let me teach you once. My name is Wan Qinghuan. Please give me your guidance in the future. Turning around, Song Tang saw Wan Qinghuan smiling warmly. She felt the kindness Wan Qinghuan was showing her. Looking at Wan Qinghuan's sweet and charming face in front of her, Song Tang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed again. In the original story, Wan Qinghuan's ending was quite tragic. After the protagonist was disfigured, she came to the dance troupe to confront Song Qingyao. Naturally, she was harshly humiliated by Song Qingyao, Gu Mengwan, and others, ending up battered and embarrassed. Wan Qinghuan felt sorry for the original owner. She helped her up after she was splashed with muddy water and even gave her some money to buy clean clothes. Her small act of kindness was misunderstood by Song Qingyao, Gu Mengwan, and others, who saw her as a disgusting clown just like the original owner. They targeted and excluded Wan Qinghuan, making her life in the dance team very difficult. Once during a rural performance, they even tricked her into a second-rate person's home, claiming she was morally corrupt like the original owner, and staged a dramatic scene of catching her in an affair. This ruined her reputation, and she was expelled from the dance team. Back in the capital, Wan Qinghuan wandered the streets in despair, got hit by a car, broke her leg, and could no longer dance or even stand. She hated Song Qingyao and the others deeply, but as a minor character, she couldn't really hurt the main cast of Song Qingyao and Gu Mengwan. The more she retaliated, the more miserable she became, and eventually everyone despised her. She was even sent to the countryside. The second-rate guy who almost humiliated her earlier, along with his friends, played with and humiliated her at will. Unable to bear the shame, she knocked over a candle holder in her shabby hut and set herself on fire. Wan Qinghuan's tragic death as a villainess was also a celebration for fans of the original story. After all, many believed that villains who opposed the main characters deserved to die. When they read that book, Song Tang felt that Wan Qinghuan hadn't done anything wrong. She simply helped the original owner, So why was she bullied by Song Qingyao and others from a high position? During the rural performances, they caused her to lose her reputation, and her car accident was even caused by Gu Mingwan's loyal follower. Was her revenge wrong? Unfortunately, Wan Qinghuan had no heroine aura and could only end sadly. Seeing Wan Qinghuan kindly extend her hand, Song Tang clenched it tightly. She hoped that this time, Wan Qinghuan would have a good ending. Song Tang, you look so beautiful. Since she was young, Wan Qinghuan liked pretty girls. Song Tang was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, and just looking at her made her happy. She broke down the movement step by step and taught Song Tang first like this, then like that, okay. Song Tang and Wan Qinghuan got along very well, and they quickly became friendly. Seeing how quickly Song Tang learned and how beautiful her dancing was, Wan Qinghuan liked her even more. After practicing the moves again, Song Tang took out 2 large white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to Wan Qinghuan. Thank you for teaching me to dance. Here, have some candy. Wan Qinghuan is a typical snack lover. When she saw the 2 big white rabbit candies, her pretty round eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. She didn't refuse and happily ate the candies. Watching Wan Qinghuan enjoy the candies so much, a gentle smile appeared on Song Tang's face. She hoped that this time, Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, Chief Lu, and Wan Qinghuan could all be safe and healthy, living long lives. Jiang Mei knew that Lu Mingyue and Feng Yingying had fiery tempers and were very impatient. After leaving the rehearsal room, she was sure they would come to her office to find her. She shared an office with Xiao Fong, the deputy captain of the dance team. Today, Xiao Fong was on leave, so she was alone in the office. When she returned, she deliberately left the office door slightly open so that people outside could hear her voice. Then she picked up the phone and pretended she was talking to someone. She faintly heard footsteps. She quickly suppressed her resentment and put on a worried look, speaking sincerely, Captain Li, after the mid-autumn performance, do you want Song Tang to replace Meng Meng as the lead dancer? Meng Meng is so talented and hardworking. How could you think of replacing her? Song Tang is good, but I think Meng Meng is better. If you do this, how will Meng Meng feel? Captain Liu. Jiang Mei pretended to be upset after Li Chunlon hung up the phone, sat in her chair, and sighed. Why does Captain Li insist on replacing Meng Meng? This is really unfair to Meng Meng. Deputy Jiang. Lu Mingyue and others stormed over angrily. They were about to push open Jiang Mei's office door when they overheard her talking about Li Chunlon wanting Song Tang to replace Gu Mengwan as the lead dancer. They became even angrier. They also felt especially sorry for Gu Mengwan, whom they considered the most perfect and talented. Hearing Jiang Mei's words, Gu Mengwan, usually calm and composed, turned pale for the first time. She couldn't believe that the disgusting rural girl, Song Tang, dared to compete with her Gu Mengwan. She was determined to make Song Tang pay for her arrogance. That's too much. Feng Yingying is the most protective of Gu Mengwan. She is so angry that her eyes turn red. She is about to rush into Jiang Mei's office, but is stopped by Gu Mengwan grabbing her arm. Gu Mengwan shakes her head at her and calmly says, Deputy Jiang has already been very kind to us. This is Captain Li's idea. There's no use in going to cause trouble with Deputy Jiang. All right, don't be so anxious. Come with me downstairs to get some fresh air. Feng Yingying and the others still feel angry and unwilling, but after hearing Gu Mengwan, they gather around her and go to the shady area behind the building. Captain Li is really too biased. How can she bully Meng Meng like this? Sitting on a bench, Feng Yingying can't help but defend Gu Mengwan. Chen Tian, Lu Mingyue, and Xia are also very angry. If it weren't for Meng Meng, our dance team wouldn't have won so many honors. Not only is Meng Meng beautiful and talented, but she also studied in the Soviet Union. How can Song Tang compare to her? Exactly. That rural girl Song Tang isn't even fit to tie Meng Meng's shoes. If Captain Li really wants to replace Meng Meng, we will boycott the performance together. What's wrong with Sister Meng Meng? Gu Mengwan's mother is a colleague of Lin He. She has eaten at Lu's house several times, and Su Shanshan knows her. Today, Su Shanshan happened to come here on business. Seeing Gu Mingwan's unhappy face and hearing Song Tang's name, she quickly came over to show concern. Did that despicable Song Tang bully Sister Mingming? Enemies of enemies are friends. Hearing Su Shanshan call Song Tang a despicable person, Feng Yingying and others immediately open up. Song Tang is really shameless. She doesn't know how to please Captain Li. Captain Li even wants her to replace Meng Meng as the main dancer. She's just a useless country girl. What right does she have to compete with Meng Meng? Su Shanshan's eyes are a bit complicated. At first, she also thought Song Tang was a useless country girl. But after these days of fighting, she realized that Song Tang has some real skills. Last time at the art troupe audition, she saw Song Tang dance. Of course, she also saw Gu Mengwan dance. Honestly, Song Tang's dancing is not only better than Song Qingyao's, but her dance is even more beautiful than Gu Mengwan, who is admired by everyone. She hates Song Tang so much that she definitely doesn't want to admit her excellence. She even wants to take this opportunity to deliver a fatal to Song Tang. That despicable Song Tang has no shame. When she was in the countryside, she liked to mess around. Who knows which high-ranking leader in the art troupe she bribed with her body, which is why Aunt Li is so biased toward her. Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely not let that mean person bully Sister Meng Meng. Brother Qin loves Sister Meng Meng so much. If she finds out that Song Tang dared to steal her main dance role, he will not forgive her. Yes, I will go find Brother Qin now and have him teach Song Tang a lesson. The person Su Shanshan mentioned, Brother Qin, is Qin Cheng, a well-known young master from a noble family. Qin Cheng's father is the superior of Song Kong. In the big capital city, everyone knows Qin Cheng is crazy about Gu Mengwan, even willing to risk his life for her. Feng Yingying and others also think Su Shanshan's plan is very good. Qin Cheng is known for being ruthless. Given how much he protects Gu Mengwan, if he finds out Song Tang is bullying her, he will definitely punish her severely, maybe even stop her from dancing again. Lu Mingyue also knows Qin Cheng is willing to do anything nasty to please Gu Mengwan. But this time, she really wants to be the lead dancer with Gu Mengwan. She quietly told Su Shanshan, "Shanshan, when you go over, you must explain clearly. Only if Song Tang can't dance anymore will she stop trying to compete with Mengwan. Don't worry. Brother Qin hates to see Sister Mengwan upset. This time, he will definitely teach Song Tang a lesson." Su Shanshan was eager to see Qin Cheng punish Song Tang harshly, so she didn't stay to chat. She happily ate a piece of chocolate that Song Qingyao had given her earlier, and then left the art troupe. Throughout, Gu Mengwan's face was calm and cold, as if she was untouched by worldly things. It was as if Su Shanshan, Feng Yingying, and others' discussions didn't concern her at all, and nothing in this world could catch her eye. After Su Shanshan left, she lazily and indifferently lifted her eyelids. Qin Cheng was a famous young master in the capital city. But this proud young master was willing to serve Gu Mengwan like a loyal servant. Knowing Qin Cheng's personality, he would definitely make Song Tang suffer greatly this time. However, she didn't care to see anyone hurt. All of this was Qin Cheng's choice, and it had nothing to do with her, Gu Mengwan. They still needed to rehearse, so Gu Mengwan and the others didn't stay downstairs for long. Just as they arrived outside the rehearsal room, an old man from the reception area carried a large bouquet of bright red roses and approached. "Comrade Gu Mengwan, these are your flowers." In this era, roses were quite rare. One rose cost 3 mao, so a big bunch like this would have at least 20 or 30 roses. Such a beautiful bouquet couldn't be cheap. This bouquet of flowers was worth at least 10 yuan. The person who sent the flowers is truly generous. Chen Tian, Feng Yingying, and others couldn't help but feel envious when they saw the flowers. Gu Mengwan gracefully and proudly accepted the flowers, then teased her. "Meng Meng, did Captain Lu send these? Captain Lu is really so kind to you, Meng Meng. When will you marry Captain Lu?" The Captain Lu mentioned by Chen Tian and others naturally refers to Lu Jinyan. The Lu and Gu families are old friends. In their eyes, Lu Jinyan and Gu Mengwan grew up together as childhood sweethearts, Perfect matches. They are sure to get married. Gu Mengwan usually appears calm and elegant, with a cool, noble aura that seems untouched by dirt. Her face, praised by many for its cold beauty, rarely shows much emotion. When her friends mentioned Lu Jinyan, she blushed for the first time in a while. Maybe.
Soon.
Thinking about what her mother said last night, that in a few days she would mention her marriage to Lin He, Gu Mengwan's cheeks turned even redder. Amid her friends' cheers and teasing, she gracefully took the heart-shaped card from the roses, wanting to see what Lu Jinyan had written. But to her surprise, the signature on the card was not Lu Jinyan, but Qin Cheng. Seeing the bold, carefree two characters at the bottom of the card, Gu Mengwan's cold, phoenix-like eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Feng Yingying and others also saw the signature on the card. They didn't expect that the person who sent flowers to Gu Mengwan was not her fiancé, Lu Jinyan. However, she still looked very envious and said, "I really envy Meng Meng. Not only does Meng Meng have such an excellent fiancé like Captain Liu, but she also has a devoted pursuer like Commander Qin. Meng Meng is so lucky." Qin Cheng's father, Qin Kaixian, is a deputy commander. Since Qin Cheng has no official position yet, many people habitually call him Little Commander Qin. Feng Yingying eagerly touched the rose in Gu Mengwan's hand and continued, "But with so many people liking Meng Meng, she truly deserves it. Meng Meng is the most outstanding girl in the arts troupe. Everyone knows that every time she performs at the military base, she receives dozens of love letters." Exactly. Our Meng Meng's admirers could line up from the capital all the way to France. Originally, Gu Mengwan felt a bit disappointed when she saw that the signature on the card wasn't Lu Jinyan. Listening to her friends' admiring and envious words, she lifted her chin proudly. Yes, she, Gu Mengwan, is the most outstanding girl in the arts troupe, and even in the entire capital military district. She couldn't imagine anyone else besides herself that Lu Jinyan might choose. With the help of their parents' matchmaking, he will surely soon sincerely ask her out. In the afternoon, Li Chunlon came over. Li Chunlon is very respected in the dance team. Although others like Feng Yingying sometimes gossip about her behind her back, they don't dare say anything in front of her. With Li Chunlon present, they don't dare openly target Song Tang. Plus, they are sure that Qin Cheng will make Song Tang suffer or kick her out of the dance team. The afternoon practice was quite peaceful. Grandma Fong and Song Tang get along very well. She cares a lot about Song Tang's situation in the cultural troupe. After work, Song Tang bought some snacks and planned to visit Grandma Fong and tell her she's doing very well in the troupe. As she was about to turn into 13th Alley, she suddenly heard the sharp sound of a motorcycle. She instinctively looked back and saw two young men with fashionable curly hair riding a black motorcycle, suddenly crashing toward her. Song Tang's pupils constricted. She didn't expect that while walking peacefully on the street, a vehicle would suddenly hit her. She definitely didn't want to be hit, so she quickly dodged. But the motorcycle was too fast, and she couldn't completely avoid it. The motorcycle brushed past her legs, and she fell heavily to the ground. Her small, white, jade-like legs were scraped deeply. The two men stopped their motorcycle and quickly dragged her onto it. Clearly, they wanted to take her somewhere hidden to teach her a harsh lesson without restraint. "Let me go." Song Tang definitely didn't want to be taken away by them. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from their grip, but they were too strong. She couldn't get loose at all. One of the men even sprinkled some white powder on her face. She inhaled it into her nose, and her body became soft and weak, unable to exert any strength. The street was empty, only a low-flying sparrow under the eaves, and no one could help her. After being forcibly placed on the motorcycle, Song Tang's heart filled with despair. Song Tang. She thought she would be bullied and humiliated today, suffering terribly. She didn't dare imagine that she would hear Lu Jinyan's voice. In her reply letter, Tang Song told him she was getting married. She didn't want to be disturbed by him anymore or get entangled. She also didn't want to communicate with him again. But Lu Jinyan still wrote her letters every day, personally delivering them to the mailbox near 13th Alley after finishing. This afternoon, after finishing his letter, he drove over here himself. I didn't expect to see Song Tang bleeding from her calf and being forcibly dragged onto a motorcycle. He didn't like Song Tang, but he was a soldier. His sense of justice made it impossible for him to stand by and do nothing. He parked his bike by the roadside, quickly got off, and hurried toward the motorcycle. The two men didn't expect anyone to interfere. They didn't want trouble, so they hurried onto the bike, planning to ride away. Lu Jinyan moved even faster. Before they could start the motorcycle, he kicked the man in front off the bike. He steadied Song Tang, helping her lean against a nearby electric pole, then kicked the man sitting behind. Where did these reckless people come from? Grandpa advises you not to interfere.
You.
The two men were gangsters with some influence in the underworld. They were usually very arrogant and couldn't stand losing like this. They gritted their teeth, got up from the ground, and wanted to beat Lu Jinyan badly, making him kneel and call them Grandpa. But before they could finish their harsh words, Lu Jinyan kicked them twice more. They hurt so badly, they couldn't get up. He kept hitting them fiercely. Lu Jinyan was sure he disliked Song Tang, and his heart only belonged to Tang Song. But for some reason, just thinking about her bloodied calf made him want to kill these two scoundrels. He was strong and skilled. Even injured, he was too much for the two men to handle. They were stunned from the beating, with no more arrogance left. Like eggplants after frost, they tearfully begged Lu Jinyan, "Grandpa, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Please stop hitting us. You're going to kill us like this." The motorcycle fell to the ground with a loud crash. The fight also made quite a noise. Several neighbors living at the end of the alley heard it and came over. Song Tang knew she had no quarrel with these two men. Without someone pulling the strings, they wouldn't have deliberately hit her with their bike. She hated to be at a disadvantage. She wanted to find out who was behind this. She knew that if it was just considered intentional harm or an accident, her injuries weren't serious enough to make them truly pay the price. She had to act first, make them pay a bigger price, and expose the mastermind behind the scenes. Seeing more neighbors gathering, Song Tang quickly, with red eyes, accused there are human traffickers. They deliberately hit me with their bike and even sprinkled the usual drug powder used by traffickers on my face. I inhaled the powder, and now I can't move at all. If it weren't for this officer who stepped in to save me, I would definitely have been kidnapped by human traffickers. Neighbors, please help me take these traffickers to the police station. Recently, there have been a few cases of women being kidnapped in the capital. When Song Tang said those two men were traffickers, the neighbors immediately became very angry. Plus, because Song Tang has very fair and delicate skin, and she had a large scrape on her calf, she looked especially shocking and pitiful. The neighbors felt a strong sense of justice and rushed to take the traffickers to the police. After all, today they are kidnapping Song Tang, but tomorrow they might kidnap their children. They definitely can't tolerate these evil acts. Beat these disgusting traffickers to death. Yes, traffickers should all die. Traffickers deserve to be executed. Someone shouted that there was a trafficker, and more neighbors rushed out of their homes, angry and fighting the two men. The traffickers were beaten until they cried. They were also scared stiff. They just wanted to hurt Song Tang and take her to a hidden place to break her leg and play with her a few times. How did they become the worst traffickers? Traffickers are usually shot, and they don't want to die. Some caring neighbors also called the police. Soon the police arrived. The neighbors enthusiastically told the police, "Officer, these two traffickers are really terrible. We all saw it. They deliberately rode their bikes to hit this young girl and even sprayed her face with a sleeping drug, trying to kidnap her. You must shoot these traffickers." Yes, we saw everything. Traffickers should be shot. The two men were stunned. When they hit someone, the street was empty and no one else was around. How come these neighbors, one after another, became witnesses with such certainty? Another caring neighbor comforted Song Tang, saying, "Little girl, don't be afraid of these traffickers. The police will give them what they deserve. Good always wins over evil. Traffickers won't have a good ending." With so many neighbors testifying, this case will be easy to solve. After the police finished their report at the scene and saw that Song Tang's calf was still bleeding, they asked her for her name and address, then told her to go to the nearby health station to treat her wound. The ones who ordered the traffickers to hurt Song Tang were Qin Cheng. But those two men didn't dare to reveal Qin Cheng's name. They remembered Qin Cheng had told them that this had to succeed, and failure was not an option. If they failed, it was Su Shanshan who ordered them. Afraid that the police might really think they were human traffickers and shoot them, they looked at each other and cried out, "We are not traffickers. We were ordered by Su Shanshan to hurt someone. We really are not traffickers. Officers, please don't shoot us." After putting handcuffs on them, the police forcibly took them to the police car. Whether they were traffickers or just following orders, they all had to be taken to the police station. If they truly conspired together, and the investigation proved it, that Su Shanshan would also have to go to jail. From a distance, Song Tang still heard the name Su Shanshan. In her bright, charming eyes, a quick coldness appeared. This time, even if Song Tsongrong soft-heartedly protected Su Shanshan, she still had to see her in jail. "Young man, you happen to be driving, so take the girl to the health station quickly." Last time, Lu Jinyan's distracted and lost look left a deep impression on the neighbors. They all thought he was a poor soul abandoned by his beloved. Some kind neighbors thought Song Tang was very beautiful, and he looked quite handsome. They thought they matched well and hurriedly urged him to take Song Tang to treat her injuries. After the neighbors left, only Song Tang and Lu Jinyan remained on the empty street. The medicine was working more strongly, and even leaning against the electric pole, Song Tang helplessly sat on the ground. Song Tang. Seeing that the wound on her calf was still bleeding, Lu Jinyan's dark eyes involuntarily showed a hint of pain. In a daze, he suddenly realized that he had reached out and was holding her delicate wrist. He knew she wasn't someone special to him. Even if he cared deeply, it wouldn't matter to him. Like he was under a spell, he forced himself to act cold, but his words didn't clearly set boundaries. "Do you think you can get up? Give me your hand." After saying this, Lu Jinyan regretted it so much he wished he could bite his tongue. But once words are spoken and water is spilled, even if he bit his tongue, he couldn't take them back. He stayed in place, frowning, and after a moment of cooling down, reluctantly reached out his hand to her. Song Tang still didn't want to touch him physically, but she had to admit he was right. She really couldn't stand up now. There was a stone under her, pressing painfully against her, and she didn't want to sit on the ground like this forever. She carefully supported herself by holding his arm, maintaining clear boundaries. She didn't want him to misunderstand. After standing up, she kept a serious face and explained, "I told you before, I will avoid you in the future. But today my leg really hurts, so I can't avoid you. Next time I see you, I will definitely stay far away." Lu Jinyan responded lightly, signaling her to get into the car. They had already drifted apart emotionally, and she definitely didn't want to get into his car. She forced herself to step back. "No need to trouble you anymore." Lu Jinyan didn't like meddling in others' affairs, especially not Song Tang's. But for some reason, even though she politely and distantly set boundaries, it made him feel a bit annoyed. His voice grew colder. "You're in such a state. Do you think you can go to the clinic?" Song Tang couldn't go herself. She was completely exhausted and doubted she could even walk to his car. "Get in the car." Lu Jinyan didn't want to waste more time with her and ordered coldly. Her leg hurt so badly, she knew that getting into his car was the best choice now. She slowly moved toward his car. He helped open the back door for her. When she was about to reach the door, her leg was so painful and weak that she couldn't hold on. She instinctively tried to grab something, but if she grabbed him, he would definitely think she was being careless or trying to flirt. She didn't want to be misunderstood like that. Even though she knew she would fall and hurt herself badly, she hurriedly fell in the opposite direction. She accidentally hit the car door. She felt her nose might break from the impact. The pain made her eyes well up with tears. Lu Jinyan was not blind. He naturally noticed that her legs couldn't hold her up anymore. If she had supported him, she wouldn't have fallen or been hurt. but she would rather crash into the car door and fall clumsily than bump into him. Watching her tearful and trembling as she sat on the ground, Lu Jinyan suddenly felt confused about his own feelings. However, one thing he was sure of was that she was not the kind of girl who liked to flirt randomly. Thinking about her pride and self-respect, on the night he had a fever, he had taken advantage of his strength and done things he shouldn't have. Men and women have boundaries. Only spouses can do such things. He should be responsible for her. But his heart belonged only to Tang Song. He could never marry her. All he could do was give her material compensation. After coldly helping her into the car, he stood outside the door for a long time before saying softly, "Song Tang, that night I was confused. I shouldn't have kissed you, nor damaged your clothes, or..." Some words were too difficult to say, and he couldn't continue. Song Tang's face turned bright red suddenly. She really didn't expect him to bring up that night. That night, he was indeed a bit too much. Like a hungry tiger or wolf, he kept kissing and biting her, and his hands kept. It was the first time she had been treated like that by a man. But she didn't expect him to take responsibility. After all, forced affection isn't sweet. She wouldn't force herself to be with a man who didn't love her. She turned her face away, feeling her ears burn, took a deep breath, and tried to speak coldly. "I've already forgotten what happened that night. Big brother Lu, you should forget it too. Don't worry, I won't make you responsible, and I won't bother you with what happened that night. I know you dislike me and don't want any entanglement. I feel the same. I don't want to be involved with you either. I might start dating someone soon, so let's not mention that night anymore." "Okay." Lu Jinyan responded very lightly. He didn't want any connection with Song Tang. If she was dating someone, he should feel relieved and happy. But for some reason, hearing her say that made his chest feel a little stuffy. However, the feeling was very faint, and he could ignore it. Actually, it might be good if she started dating someone soon. He didn't like owing anyone anything, and he definitely needed to give her some compensation for that night. The best way would be to give her a few hundred yuan. But just giving her money directly would seem abrupt. He still decided that when she got married, he would give her a big red envelope worth a few hundred yuan. Thinking about how Gu Shirshi once said he wanted to match her with Captain Gao, he paused for a moment, then said lightly, "I have a comrade who is quite suitable in many ways. He's a good match for you, and if you don't have a suitable partner, I can introduce him to you." Song Tang's expression immediately froze. She knew he really disliked her, even to the point of hatred and deep resentment. But she didn't expect that, to avoid being bothered by her, he would even want to help her find someone. She had just said she might date someone, just to reassure him. She wasn't really eager to find someone to marry. After all, she believed she could live well alone. But since he was so eager to introduce her to someone, she would go along with it. With her eyes red and silent for a long time, Song Tang softly said, "Then I'll trouble Brother Lu." Lu Jinyan was stunned. He had just mentioned Captain Gao, and deep down, he thought she would refuse. He didn't expect her to actually be willing for him to introduce someone. Lu Jinyan didn't like playing matchmaker. He had never introduced anyone before. He really didn't know where to start. But he always kept his promises. Since he had already said it, he wouldn't go back on his word. After sitting in the driver's seat, he still spoke coldly as usual. "This weekend is your day off. You can go to the state-run restaurant for a meal together." Song Tang didn't reply. Looking out the window at the passing scenery, her thoughts drifted far away. Actually, she had feelings for the Lu Jinyan she communicated with. But he hated her and only wished she would marry someone else quickly, so she wouldn't bother him anymore. Maybe that was for the best. He introduced her to someone, and she could completely let go of him. Soon, his car stopped outside the clinic. This time, the doctors at the clinic were still very busy. Several patients were badly injured, waiting to have their wounds stitched. The female doctor pressed her hand on Song Tang's leg, confirming she only had superficial injuries. She then told Lu Jinyan, "Take these 2 bottles of medicine to treat your partner's wounds. I'll give her some ointment later and apply it regularly so she won't have scars. I'm not her partner." Like last time, the female doctor was too busy to listen to Lu Jinyan's explanation. She handed him 2 bottles of medicine and a pack of cotton balls, urging him to quickly go next door and treat Song Tang's wounds. If Tang Song was injured, Lu Jinyan would definitely be anxious and carefully treat her wounds. But he couldn't treat Song Tang's wound himself. After arriving at the next room, he placed the medicine and cotton balls on the bed and signaled for her to handle her own wound. After giving her the medicine, he stood with his back turned, avoiding any suspicion. He remembered the doctor's instructions. First, need to reduce inflammation before applying medication. Worried she wouldn't know which bottle to use, he decided to tell her. She had already lifted her skirt, revealing a small, blood-stained leg. He immediately saw a tiny brown mole about the size of a rice grain on the inside of her right ankle. That day, when Tang Song was drunk, he carried her from the car into the tent. Her qipao was rolled up, and he noticed she had a small, identical mole there too.
Damn.
For a moment, Lu Jinyan truly thought Song Tang was the Tang Song he longed for day and night. But as he blinked, he saw her delicate, high-bridged, beautiful nose, almost perfect. He had been close to Tang Song before and knew her well. He knew her nose was different from Song Tang's. Tang Song's nose was the typical garlic bulb type, large, round, and blunt. But Song Tang's nose was flawless and beautiful. There was no way Song Tang was the Song he couldn't forget. Even if Tang Song wasn't as pretty as Song Tang, in his heart, his Song was unique and unmatched. No thousands of Song Tangs could compare. Both of them had a small mole on the inside of their right ankles, which was normal. Lu Jinyan felt ashamed for almost confusing Song Tang with Tang Song again. He hurriedly looked away from her and refused to say more. Thinking he still had to tell her about reducing inflammation first, he stood stiffly for a long time and reluctantly said, "The red bottle has the anti-inflammatory medicine. First, reduce inflammation, then apply the medicine." Song Tang knew this basic fact. She was especially afraid of pain. In her past life, she had a severe car accident. But she didn't feel much pain before losing consciousness and probably died then. In her past and present lives, she had never experienced pain like this. The anti-inflammatory medicine was very strong. Applying it with a disinfected cotton ball felt like sprinkling salt on the wound. Pain made her face scrunch up instantly. She didn't like to cry, but the intense sensation made tears well up in her beautiful, peach blossom eyes. Lu Jinyan turned his back to her, unable to see her current expression. However, he had good hearing and could clearly hear her taking a sharp breath and sniffing. Faintly, he seemed to hear her soft sobs. That suppressed, unclear crying sounded like tiny knives stabbing into him, causing intense pain that made it hard to breathe. He really didn't want to care about her, but when he regained his senses, he realized he had already turned around.
He saw her current state at a glance.
The young girl's eyes were shiny with tears, her eye circles red, and her nose also red, looking incredibly pitiful. She was trembling constantly as she pinched the cotton ball, clearly afraid of pain and not daring to press down hard. Blood was flowing more and more from her lower leg. Although she hadn't injured her bones or tendons, if she didn't disinfect and stop the bleeding quickly, it would still be troublesome. Before he could give any instructions, he had already stepped forward and grabbed her delicate ankle. "I'll apply medicine for you." Song Tang didn't want him to do that. He was always so harsh with her, and she thought that if he treated her wounds, it would hurt even more. She tried to pull her foot back with force, but his large, clearly defined hand, like iron tongs, held her ankle tightly, making it impossible for her to free her foot. Moreover, she heard his cold warning, "Do you want the flesh on your lower leg to rot and leave a scar?" Hearing this, Song Tang immediately stopped moving. She cared about her appearance and loved wearing pretty dresses. She definitely didn't want scars. Seeing her no longer struggling, Lu Jinyan's intimidating dark eyes finally softened a little. But thinking about how he was holding her ankle made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't want any physical contact with women outside of Tang Song. However, since he had already inexplicably said he would treat her wounds, he couldn't go back on his word. After standing still for a moment, He still gave her the medicine with a cold, distant attitude, as if collecting a debt. Song Tang was afraid of pain and didn't want to show weakness in front of him, so she bit her lip tightly and closed her eyes hard. She tried not to look and forced herself not to make any painful sounds. She thought he hated her so much, and with his strength, treating her wound would be very painful. But surprisingly, his technique was very good, and she hardly felt any pain. He had already disinfected her wound and started applying medicine. At first, Lu Jinyan sat upright, very focused on treating Song Tang's injury. While applying medicine to her, he gently traced his finger along her calf, watching her beautiful ankle that looked like it was carved from white jade. Uncontrollably, many inappropriate images flashed through his mind. In those dreamy fantasies, he also applied medicine to her calf. In the dream, after finishing, he suddenly lost control and kissed her delicate, jade-like ankle. His kiss, his hand, moved inch by inch upward, like a wildfire spreading. That night, he was overwhelmed with confusion, but he vaguely remembered kissing her ankle. He even lost control and bit her ankle. In fact, he bit her. Lu Jinyan suddenly found it hard to look directly at her ankle or at her slightly rising chest. After applying the medicine, he hurriedly let go of her ankle and took a big step back. He was now fully awake. He almost betrayed Song Song again. He was truly despicable. Song Tang had been distracted earlier. She looked up and just saw Lu Jinyan's focused side profile. She had to admit, even just a side view, he still looked incredibly handsome. Whether it was his features or his figure, everything fit her aesthetic perfectly. But unfortunately, they were destined never to be together. She was lost in her thoughts when he suddenly her ankle away harshly. He avoided her with suspicion and coldness, as if she were a terrifying beast. The last bit of hope in Song Tang's heart was completely shattered. Did applying medicine to her make him so unbearable? She shouldn't have bothered him just now. From now on, she would never trouble him again. Feeling angry and frustrated, she sat silently in his car on the way home, not saying a word. He was overwhelmed with self-disgust and didn't want to talk to her. Soon, they entered the yard like strangers, one behind the other. He was worried about his family's concern and didn't tell anyone about his injury. Plus, Song Nanxing was causing trouble in the yard, so Lin he didn't notice anything unusual. Almost as soon as they entered, Song Tang heard Song Nanxing's sharp scolding. Song Tang, that worthless girl ruined Shan Shan's life. Today, she must give me an explanation. Seeing Song Tang come in, Song Nanxing's face twisted with rage, her eyes red and furious. Song Tang, you caused Shan Shan to be expelled from school. Are you happy now? You hurt Shan Shan so badly. I'll tear your face apart. Song Nanxing, get out of here. Song Rong roared loudly, blocking Song Nanxing with a cold face to prevent her from hurting Song Tang. Qin Xiuji was also very angry. Su Shanshan was expelled from the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. It was her own doing, unrelated to Song Tang. Lin He knew why Su Shanshan was expelled and coldly glanced at the crying Su Shanshan, then directly said to Song Naxing, Su Shanshan's expulsion has nothing to do with Tangdang. I did it myself. Su Shanshan destroyed confidential files from our scientific institute. I didn't report it because of old Song's face, but I must report this to my superiors. She made a mistake and must take responsibility. If it weren't for Tangdang helping us analyze the data, our hard work would have been ruined by her. Her expulsion is well-deserved. Song Naxing and Su Shanshan both stared in shock. Neither of them expected Su Shanshan to be expelled, and it was Lin He's doing. They usually bully the weak and fear the strong. They dared to confront Song Tang, but didn't dare to challenge Lin He directly. They exchanged a look and decided to punish Song Tang harshly. In their view, if Song Tang admitted all the blame that day, the institute wouldn't hold Su Shanshan responsible. Su Shanshan glared hatefully at Song Tang. It's that despicable Song Tang who caused all this. If it weren't for her, Aunt Lin wouldn't target me. Exactly. Song Naxing gritted her teeth. It's all because of that worthless Song Tang. She ruined my sister Shan Shan's future. I will never let her get away with it. She looked at Song Tang with hatred, about to scratch her beautiful face with long nails. Suddenly, the large open gate of the yard swung open, and 2 police officers entered. Who is Su Shanshan? Someone has accused her of hiring a hitman. She needs to come to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Hearing this, Song Naxing and Su Shanshan's faces instantly turned pale, as if covered with vegetable juice. They had planned everything very well tonight. They thought that with Qin Cheng's help, Song Tang would be badly injured, or even crippled. When Song Tsongrong and others saw Song Tang covered in dirt and looking disgusting, they would surely abandon that country bumpkin. At this moment, coming to the Song family to cause trouble, Song Tsongrong would likely soften towards her and Su Shanshan, letting her return to live at the Song house and helping Su Shanshan resume her studies. Who would have thought that tonight? Not only did Song Tang return safely to the Song family, but the police also accused Su Shanshan of hiring a hitman. Song Qingyao's face also looked particularly grim. This afternoon, when she heard Su Shanshan say that Song Tang was about to be ruined by the second-rate troublemaker, she was overjoyed. She dreams of Song Tang, the thief, being mistreated by a wild man, left with injuries, and unable to turn her life around. When she saw Song Tang return unharmed, still with Lu Jinyan, she was filled with intense hatred. Now, with Su Shanshan's increasingly effective knife, she fears she might go to jail, and she wishes she could cut Song Tang into pieces. But the more she feels this way, the more she must stay calm. She suppresses her anger and watches quietly, waiting for the right moment. How could my Shanshan possibly hire someone to kill? Suddenly, Song Nanxing becomes very excited. It must be because you also were bought by Song Tang with her body, helping her hurt my Shanshan. Shut up. Song Tsongrong scolds her sternly, and she stops her outburst. He is always honest and upright. If Su Shanshan really committed such a serious crime, he wouldn't keep protecting her. He turns to the 2 police officers and asks, "Officers, what exactly happened with Su Shanshan hiring someone to kill? Just tell the truth. If she's guilty, she must face the law's punishment," the officers reply. They are worried Song Tsongrong might protect Su Shanshan, so they breathe a little easier after his words. At this moment, they notice Song Tang and Lu Jinyan standing in the yard. They check the address Song Tang left and realize this is her home. They also learn that Song Tang is the daughter of General Song and that the person who hired someone to hurt her is the general's niece. Their expressions become complicated. They exchange glances. The older officer speaks first, General Song. Today on 13 Alley, Song Tang was hit by a motorcycle. The neighbors there are willing to testify. The 2 men riding the bike, Zhang Peng and Lu Sheng, maliciously hit her. They even sprayed sleeping powder on her face, trying to take her away by force. They also admitted that Su Shanshan ordered them to hurt Song Tang. They said Su Shanshan told them to break Song Tang's leg so she couldn't dance anymore, then took her to a hidden place to insult her. Fortunately, Captain Lu happened to pass by and, along with the neighbors from 13 Alley, rescued Song Tang. "Tang Tang, are you hurt?" Hearing this, Lin He and Qin Xiuji both look worried. They carefully observe Song Tang, their faces tense with concern. Song Tang doesn't feel much for Qin Xiuji's care, but she doesn't want Lin He to worry. She softly says, "It's nothing, just a small scrape on my leg. I've already treated it at the clinic." However, Su Shanshan hiring someone to commit murder is a very bad act. Comrade police officers, you must not tolerate such behavior. Today, I was lucky to escape. If that motorcycle had run over my legs, I might never be able to dance again. If I had been even more unlucky, I could have lost my life. The 2 police officers nodded at the same time. They knew how serious this matter was. Hiring someone to kill, even if it fails, will land you in prison. Commander Lu and Lu Shoujung also looked very upset. They knew Su Shanshan was both foolish and wicked, but they didn't expect her to want to run over Song Tang and insult her again. Commander Lu frowned and muttered, "Killing someone in the street? What's the difference from the actions of enemies?" Comrade police officers, you must punish her severely. Yes, Su Shanshan is so disgusting. She deserves to be shot. Originally, Song Nanqing was confused and acting crazy here, which already made Lu Xiaoyu very angry. Now, seeing Su Shanshan still wanting to hurt Song Tang, he was even more furious. He grabbed his carefully made chili water and poured it forcefully on Song Nanqing and her mother's faces.
Ah!
Song Nanqing and Su Shanshan both opened their mouths. The chili water burned their throats, making their faces twist in pain. When Song Tang said her calf was hurt, Qin Xiuji checked her with tears in her eyes. Song Songrong looked down and saw the wound on his daughter's calf. Song Tang was really very fair-skinned. The large scrape on her calf looked even more shocking. This tough man, Song Songrong, felt so distressed that his eyes turned red. The big red scar made him afraid to think about what might have happened if no one had pulled Song Tang away. What kind of abuse she might have suffered. He was both heartbroken and angry. He couldn't help but speak up, "Comrade police officers, please handle this justly and give my daughter justice." The police looked at the angry Commander Liu and then at the cold, serious Song Songrong. They quickly said, "Commander Liu, General Song, don't worry. The law will not tolerate crime. We will take Su Shanshan to the police station now."
No.
Seeing the police forcibly handcuff Su Shanshan, Song Nanqing became anxious. She rushed forward and struggled with the police. Realizing that fighting the police was useless, she glared venomously at Song Tang and then burst into tears, kneeling at Song Songrong's feet. "Brother, Shanshan is your niece. She's my own daughter. You must save her."
You. Get out.
Song Songrong cut her off coldly. "Niece? What does she matter? She's trying to hurt my own daughter. She now dares to hire killers. If I continue to tolerate her, will she eventually kill our whole family?"
Get lost.
Song Songrong has always taken good care of his adopted sister, Song Nanqing. Qin Xiuji is also a bit worried. She fears he might eventually soften towards Su Shanshan. After hearing his words, her tense heart finally relaxed. Song Tang looked at Song Songrong in confusion. She didn't expect him to say such things. But this late-coming fatherly love is hard for her to accept happily. Moreover, if she fights fiercely with Song Qingyao, the one Song Songrong ultimately supports might not be her. Song Nanqing was completely stunned by Song Songrong's words. She couldn't imagine that Su Shanshan had called him big brother for so many years, and he would be so cold to her. She also realized that no one could help her now. If she didn't want Su Shanshan to go to jail, she had to take all the blame herself. It's not Shanshan who hired the killers. It's me. When I gave them money, I accidentally left Shanshan's book with them. That's how they thought she was the mastermind. I am the real culprit. Police officers, please arrest me and put me in jail. Please let Shanshan go. When she was forcibly handcuffed, Su Shanshan was truly terrified. She thought she could only sadly go to jail, but unexpectedly, Song Nanqing was willing to take the blame for her. Having depended on Song Nanqing for many years, she loved her mother deeply. But she was still so young, with a bright future ahead, and she didn't want to go to jail. She hurriedly shouted, "Yes, it was my mom who ordered them. I am innocent. I should be the one to go to jail, not my mom." Song Nanqing's dark face was filled with rare pain and disappointment. As a mother, she thought deeply for her children. She was willing to risk her life for Su Shanshan. But Su Shanshan shouldn't have so easily pushed her aside. However, Su Shanshan was her only blood relative in this world, and she was only 18. She simply couldn't bear to see her go to jail. She closed her eyes painfully and muttered as if in a dream, "Yes, I am guilty." Su Shanshan cried until her eyes were red. Thinking that Song Nanqing would go to jail later, she felt helpless and sad. The police, however, had no mood to watch their tears. They took both of them to the police station directly. Song Tang knew that in the end, Song Nanqing was most likely to go to jail. Song Nanqing deserved it. Sooner or later, She would also send Su Shanshan inside, so they could be reunited as mother and daughter. Tang, does it hurt you so much? After Song Nanqing and his daughter were taken away, Qin Xiuji's eyes welled up with tears. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let them stay in our house. I raised their expectations. Dad isn't blameless either. Song Tsongrong nervously ruffled his short hair, unsure how to comfort his hurt daughter. He could only clumsily hand her some large Unity tokens and various tickets. Lin He and Lu Xiaoyu also gathered around Song Tang, asking about her health. Seeing everyone favoring Song Tang, especially after what Song Tsongrong just said, that Su Shanshan is only his niece, Song Qingyao's heart filled with anger and pain. Su Shanshan is just her father's niece. What is she, a foster daughter then? That unkind woman, Song Tang, is trying to take over her family and steal her loved ones. She can't just sit and wait anymore. She must make Song Tang pay for her theft soon. Before dinner, the Song and Lu families quickly went home to eat. Even though Lu Shouzhong still felt uneasy about how close Song Tang came to being hurt by the bad person, he also felt a bit proud because Lu Jinyan had saved her this time. After dinner, when Lu Jinyan went upstairs, Lu Xiaoyu ran out to catch a turtle. He couldn't help but smile at his son and daughter-in-law, saying, "That little brat Jinyan did pretty well this time. He's a hero saving the beauty. Do you think he and Tang have something going on?" Lin He nodded in agreement. "Anyway, I feel a special connection with Tang. I believe she'll be my daughter-in-law." Lu Yu worked overtime tonight and ate dinner at the Science Institute cafeteria. As he entered the living room, he overheard his mother say she believed Song Tang would be his future wife. He knew that his grandfather, father, and mother had probably spoken well of her. But he, usually calm and steady, felt impatient about the slow progress. He looked up, his pale ears turning red under the light. Uncomfortable, he coughed several times before awkwardly asking, "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, when will you introduce someone for me?"
Huh?
Lu Shouzhong was stunned. He truly didn't expect his usually composed second grandson to be so eager, once again urging them to find him a partner. After a brief pause, Lu Shouzhong happily burst into laughter. He had been worried about his 3 grandsons finding partners because he thought each of them was outstanding, but none of them seemed to understand how to pursue a relationship. Now, the eldest grandson acts like a hero saving a beauty, while the second grandson constantly hopes to find a partner. No wonder he's unhappy. He feels that several great-grandsons and great-granddaughters are already reaching out to him. The second grandson finally seems to understand things, and Commander Lu definitely doesn't want to discourage his enthusiasm. He struggles to hold back his laughter, quickly signals to his daughter-in-law to arrange something for the silly little boy. Lin He understands immediately. She fears everyone might laugh too much and embarrass the shy second son, so she subtly pinches Lu Shoujiang to stop his constant giggling, then gently says, "Xiuyu, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Little girl will come to our house for dinner this weekend." Lu Yu's ears turn even redder. His handsome face gradually flushes with pink. It's like the finest white jade shining among fiery red maple leaves. Lin He has invited Song Tang to their home for dinner, and Lu Yu is really happy. He's not usually a reckless person, but today is only Monday, and he feels waiting until the weekend is too long. He clears his throat nervously and, feeling very awkward, says softly, "Can it be a little sooner?" He actually thinks that since Song Tang lives just in the same yard, having dinner together tomorrow night would be perfect.
Huh?
Lin He is slightly stunned. She didn't expect that even on the weekend, her second son would still find it too late. Usually, her second son seems steady, but now, after understanding things, he's so eager. It seems he really likes the young girl from their new college, Chung Lin. Coming back to her senses, Lin He honestly says, "I also want her to come to our house for dinner soon, so we can settle your relationship. But the girl just started working recently, needs to adapt to the environment, and is busy at night. She'll only have time on the weekend." Thinking of Song Tang, Lu Yu's heart races uncontrollably fast. Because he's so nervous and excited, his fingertips tremble slightly. He puts his hands behind his back, clasping them together, and the trembling eases a little. He really wants to get engaged to Song Tang as soon as possible. But he knows his mother's words are very reasonable. Song Tang just started working at the arts troupe on Monday in a completely unfamiliar environment, and she needs time to adapt. She might also need to work overtime at night to keep up with the dance team. Plus, this is their first time inviting Song Tang to dinner with the purpose of marriage, so they must prepare well. Tomorrow night might be a bit rushed. Lu Yu no longer urged Lin He to invite Song Tang to dinner in advance. Instead, he awkwardly stepped forward and handed her a large stack of tickets for snacks, meat, fabric, and sweets, along with a big bundle of Unity tokens. His face was still flushing with embarrassment. He turned his face to the side, calming down for a while, but his voice still carried a clear sense of discomfort. Mom, you should ask Aunt Gao to buy some good food. The young girl loves sweets. Ask Aunt Gao to buy some white rabbit candies and some snacks from Daosheng village. Aunt Gao is the housekeeper of the Lu family. After a pause, he mumbled, I don't know what kind of fabric the young girl likes. Mom, you help me pick out a few pieces for her. Xiao Yu, you don't need to give me money or tickets. Lin He said as she tried to return the stack of money and tickets to Lu Yu. I have all kinds of money and tickets. I will personally choose the fabric. For snacks and candies, I will give the tickets to Sister Gao, and she can buy them. I want to use what I earned to buy them for her. Lu Yu was clearly reluctant to take back the money and tickets, so he reinserted them into Lin He's hands. Lu Shoujiang and Lin He's salaries are quite good. They also receive some common tickets each month. There's no need for their naive son to spend his own money or tickets to buy things for his future wife. But seeing how stubborn his silly son was, Lin He didn't argue further and accepted the money and tickets. She held on to them for her naive son, thinking that when he married Qinglin, she would give the couple some money, a starting fund for their small family. Of course, she wouldn't be biased. When Lu Jinyan married Song Tang and Lu Xiaoyu found the girl he liked, she would give them a starting fund for their small family too. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I'm going back to my room now. Lu Shoujiang and Lu Shoujiang had been smiling all along, but Lu Yu blushed with embarrassment. After saying this, he hurried back to his room as if escaping. His heart was pounding like a drum. After Lu Yu left, Lu Shoujiang laughed even more, leaning forward and backward. That silly boy is really good. He can even make a girl happy. After he gets married, he'll definitely cherish his wife. Lu Shoujiang nodded in agreement. Follow me. Cherish your wife. Lin He, blushing, gave him a disapproving glare. He said such things in front of the elders, shameless. But although Lin He felt extremely embarrassed, she also agreed with Lu Shoujiang. Lu Shoujiang looked cold on the outside, but once he decided on someone, he would wholeheartedly treat that person well, loyal for life. His eldest son and second son were very much like him, cold on the outside but warm-hearted inside. She believes that after her eldest and second sons get married, they will be loving couples living happy and prosperous lives. After Lu Jinyan finished his shower, he lay on the bed. He actually wanted to return to the army, but his superiors ordered him to rest properly for at least half a month, and during this time, he was not allowed to go back. He didn't want to stay in the hospital forever, so he could only go home and wait until he needed to change his bandages, then go to the hospital. He told Gu Shirshiu to often check the reception room for any letters from Tang Song. Tang Song still hadn't replied to his letter. He also brought back everything Tang Song sent him. Turning his face, he saw the package of white rabbit candies on his bedside table. He couldn't help but open one and put it in his mouth. The first time he ate the white rabbit candy Tang Song sent, he felt it was incredibly sweet, so sweet it touched his heart. That happiness and joy felt like drinking honey. But this time, he found the candy bitter. Bitter all the way to his heart. He really missed her so much. He had lived 24 years and had never missed anyone this deeply. But he didn't know her real name or her exact address. He searched desperately but couldn't find her anywhere. He was afraid he would miss his chance to be with her forever. Captain Li, Song Tang is just a bumpkin who grew up in the countryside. She has no talent, no experience. Why should she be the lead dancer? Early Tuesday morning, as soon as Song Tang entered the rehearsal room, she overheard Lu Mingyue's angry voice. Hearing the door open, Lu Mingyue instinctively looked toward the door. She saw Song Tang, dressed in a light blue dress, tall and graceful. Today, Song Tang still hadn't put on makeup, but her face was so stunning that even without any adornment, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth in frustration. She hated Song Tang even more. Yesterday afternoon, they hadn't targeted Song Tang much, fearing Li Chunlan. Most importantly, they believed Qin Chung would intervene, and Song Tang would definitely be ruined. Who would have thought that early in the morning, they received news that Song Tang's legs weren't broken after all, but Song Nanqing would go to jail. Because Song Tang wasn't assaulted or disabled, they wouldn't allow her to continue as the lead dancer. Song Tang can dance. I chose her as the lead because she is truly excellent and deserves it. Li Chunlan thought arguing with Lu Mingyue about these matters was pointless. She simply said coldly, "All right, the Mid-Autumn Festival performance is coming soon. You should focus on rehearsing. Captain Li, you are biased towards Song Tang, the girl from the countryside." Li Chunlan is very respected in the dance team. Usually, Lu Mingyue and others are quite afraid of her. But they are really unhappy with Song Tang. Their anger and frustration make them want to do their best to bring her down. I'm going to see Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou will surely give us justice. When Lu Mingyue said this, many people agreed quickly. Soon, they went to Captain Zhou's office. Captain Zhou, Captain Li is unfair. Song Tang doesn't know anything, but she insists on being the lead dancer with Meng Meng. Lu Mingyue's eyes turned red with anger. Meng Meng is talented. She is the lead dancer and we all agree with that. Song Tang is a useless newcomer. Why should she be the lead? Captain Zhou already heard about the issues with Song Tang yesterday. He actually dislikes the behavior of cliques and group targeting in the dance team. He didn't want to pay attention to Lu Mingyue and the others. But he also knew that if he didn't make them convinced, they would keep causing trouble and Song Tang would be pushed out even more. And it's normal for a newcomer to be the lead dancer right away. Some people might think it's unfair. He needed to make Lu Mingyue and the others accept it. He rubbed his temples and then said to Captain Li, "Captain Li, for this mid-autumn performance, Gu Mengwan will be the lead dancer." That's settled. For the other lead dancer, we can decide by a competition. You, Vice Captain Zhao, Vice Captain Zhang. Yes, I'll also ask Lao Zheng and Lao Meng to be judges. You all will choose the other lead dancer between Lu Mingyue and Song Tang. Hey, Xiao Lu. The office door of Captain Zhou opened. He looked up and saw Lu Jinyan walking over with a thermos box. Since he knew the dance team would perform at Lu Jinyan's unit during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he quickly called him over. Xiao Lu, you should also be a judge. As an audience member, your opinion will be more representative. Okay. Lu Jinyan was a bit distracted. When Captain Zhou called him, he instinctively responded. Xiao Lu agreed. All right, let's have Xiao Lu help you judge. Let's see who dances better, Song Tang or Lu Mingyue. After hearing Captain Zhou's words, Lu Jinyan realized that he was being asked to judge the dance competition between Lu Mingyue and Song Tang. He didn't want to watch Lu Mingyue and Song Tang dance. But he had already agreed just now, so he couldn't back out. He decided to be fair and vote for the one who performed better later. Captain Lu has arrived. Seeing Lu Jian, Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and others, they couldn't be more excited. Especially when they saw the insulated food box in his hand. They wished they could push Gu Mengwan in front of him, so they could enjoy a good moment together. They couldn't help but whisper teasingly to Gu Mengwan, "I heard Captain Lu recently made a big contribution.
He's on leave now.
He's probably here during his leave to visit Meng Meng at our art troupe. Captain Lu is so thoughtful, bringing a food box. I wonder what delicious food he prepared for Meng Meng." Gu Mengwan naturally also noticed the insulated food box in Lu Jian's hand. Always proud and aloof, her beautiful face rarely showed embarrassment, but now she blushed. She glared at Feng Yingying and others who kept teasing her, "Don't say nonsense." Feng Yingying and others giggled even more mischievously. Meng Meng is shy. Who would have thought that Captain Liu, who looks so cold on the outside, is so caring to Meng Meng in private? Meng Meng is so happy. I'm so jealous of Meng Meng. Lu Jian had already gone to the rehearsal room with Li Chunmei, not hearing their voices. Seeing her friends envy her, Gu Mengwan's face grew redder. Because her mother was a colleague of Lin He, she often went to Lu's house with her mother. Lu Jian's personality was always cold. Back then, he just nodded coldly at her as a greeting. She thought that someone so aloof wouldn't be kind to girls. But today, he came to the art troupe to bring her food himself. Captain Zhou. Gu Mengwan took a deep breath, and her face finally wasn't so red. She looked up at Captain Zhou and said seriously, I think it should be fairer. I want to participate in this selection too. Gu Mengwan was always the lead dancer in the dance team. She was surprised that she was asked to join the selection. But since she asked willingly, Captain Zhou didn't refuse and nodded, telling her to prepare quickly. When Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying, and others arrived at the rehearsal room, one side of the room already had a row of chairs set up. 6 judges, Lu Jian, Li Chunlan, Meng Zhe, Zheng Qi, Zhao Feng, and Jiang Mei, were sitting on the chairs. Gu Mengwan saw again the insulated food box in Lu Jian's hand. He sat tall and straight, like a clock, holding the food box as if it were a gun, heroic and incredibly handsome. And such an outstanding person was her, Gu Mengwan. Gu Mengwan always saw herself highly. In her view, she is the most talented and capable girl in the dance team. She originally didn't want to compete with Song Tang and Lu Mingyue. However, she had performed multiple times for the military, always as the lead dancer, but had never shown her special skill of dancing while painting. She wanted to perform for Lu Jinyan. He already liked her, and even though he was proud and cold, he was willing to personally bring her food at the cultural troupe. She believed that once he saw her beautiful dance combined with her painting, he would be even more captivated by her charm and fall deeply in love with her. Lu Mingyue was eager to use her skills to surpass Song Tang, so she chose to perform first. She danced her best piece, the Drunken Concubine. Wearing flowing Tang Dynasty-style dance clothes, she practiced her dance in the rehearsal room, exuding the grace of a noble concubine. Her expressions matched her dance movements perfectly. It was as if she transported everyone back 1,000 years, vividly seeing the joy and sorrow of the famous historical figure, the beloved concubine. After one dance ended, Li Chunlan, Meng Zhe, and others politely clapped for Lu Mingyue. Honestly, Lu Mingyue's dance style and technique were flawless. In the dance team, Lu Mingyue was definitely among the top performers. But everyone had seen Song Tang dance before, and they knew that Lu Mingyue's skills, though good, were not enough compared to absolute strength. Hearing the enthusiastic applause in the rehearsal room, Lu Mingyue proudly lifted her chin. She was determined not to lose this competition. Right after Lu Mingyue finished her dance, Feng Yingying and others helped Gu Mengwan set up her props, her favorite special drawing board. With her friends' help, Gu Mengwan had also completed a perfect costume. She was naturally a charming classical beauty, with makeup that highlighted her features. Wearing a bright red vintage flowing dress, she looked like a beauty stepping out of an ancient painting. She hadn't started dancing yet, but just from her elegant presence, she already outshined Lu Mingyue. She looked affectionately at Lu Jinyan, then gracefully danced with flowing water sleeves. The girls in the dance team were all outstanding talents. Gu Mengwan could hold her position as the lead dancer in such a talented group, showing she had enough skill. While dancing, she also painted, adding a lively and beautiful touch that couldn't be ignored. Song Tang was already dressed and waiting nearby. In her previous life, whenever Song Tang participated in a competition, she never lost the gold award to anyone else. Song Tang was talented and could clearly see the strengths of other dancers. Honestly, it is quite impressive that Gu Mengwan can dance and draw at the same time in this era. But in her previous life, many dancers Song Tang knew also danced and drew simultaneously. Gu Mengwan's dance moves and drawing skills are not perfect or extraordinary. For example, she tried both dancing and drawing many times in her past life. It's not bragging. The paintings she created back then were far better than Gu Mengwan's, and her dance moves weren't worse either. Wow. So beautiful. Meng Meng is really amazing. Meng Meng is so great. Meng Meng is the main dancer of our dance team. So impressive. After Gu Mengwan finished a dance, the applause was thunderous, and the cheers almost shook the roof. Lu Mingyue's eyes flashed with jealousy quickly. But soon, she sincerely clapped for Gu Mengwan. Gu Mengwan's strength truly surpassed hers. Losing to her, she accepted willingly, but she didn't believe she would lose to Song Tang. Today, Gu Mengwan drew the same painting as before, a picture of a red plum blooming proudly in snow. Li Chunmei and others couldn't help but nod in admiration. They had always been satisfied with Gu Mengwan, and today her performance was as steady and excellent as ever. Gu Mengwan arrogantly glanced at Song Tang, then looked at Lu Jinyan with full affection. Uncertain whether Lu Jinyan was too captivated or for some other reason, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Gu Mengwan was confident and naturally believed he was enchanted by her dance, unable to focus. Song Tang, what dance are you performing today? During the last audition, Zhao Fong was deeply impressed by Song Tang's dance and looked forward to her next performance, so she asked eagerly, "Ji dance?" Song Tang smiled sweetly at Zhao Fong, then started dancing lightly to the beat. Lu Jinyan had never seen Song Tang dance in real life. He didn't want to watch her dance either. But as if bewitched, when he heard she was performing the Ji dance, he suddenly lifted his eyelids. He also saw a girl in the rehearsal room wearing a vintage costume with yellow and blue patches. Her slender body was as lively as a bird soaring, yet full of explosive power. She spun and leaped, initially dancing as if celebrating the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Later, her movements grew faster, as if waiting for someone to return victorious. Every smile, every move, seemed to compete with the bright moon and the beautiful rivers and mountains. Lu Jinyan knew that Song Tang could get into the art troupe because she could dance. He didn't expect that she was so talented at dancing. Even more surprisingly, last night, he had a strange dream. In the dream, he was a general. After their wild and endless night together, she performed a traditional dance to see him off, hoping he would return victorious. In the dream, no matter what she wore or how she danced, it looked exactly like her current self. Lu Jinyan's ears felt hot. Suddenly, he couldn't tell if what he was seeing was a dream or real life. He also vaguely realized that those dreams were not so simple. Lu Jinyan has always been a firm materialist. But at this moment, the scene before him completely overlaps with his dream, and he can't help but think, could there really be such a thing as past lives and reincarnation? Were those absurd dreams about him and Song Tang from their previous lives? He clearly liked Tang Song, so why was he entangled with Song Tang in his past life? In those romantic dreams, he often took the initiative, passionately kissing and touching Song Tang, losing control over himself again and again. If past lives and reincarnation are real, then undoubtedly in his previous life, he was the one who was shameless and who caused trouble for Song Tang. But in this life, his feelings for Tang Song came first. A lifetime, a generation, a pair of people. His inner resolve made him unable to betray Tang Song. He could only pretend that there was no past life entanglement, and in this life, he would no longer bother Song Tang. Song Tang, I'm sorry, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but softly sigh in his heart. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best. But in this life, even if Tang Song doesn't want me, I won't bother other girls anymore. That's great. Zhao Fong, being straightforward, couldn't help but praise when she saw Song Tang's performance, which was even more stunning than her last audition. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale. She understood dance naturally and knew how valuable Song Tang's dance was. She always thought that Song Tang got into the art troupe because of her family's influence and her relationship with Li Chunlan. In fact, she believed Song Tang was just an unremarkable amateur. Who would have thought that not only could Song Tang dance, but her skills were also astonishing. Honestly, she thought Song Tang's dancing was even more beautiful than Gu Mengwan's. It was just that Gu Mengwan could dance and draw at the same time, which looked more novel and made her seem especially talented. But she also believed she wasn't worse. She still refused to admit that Song Tang was better than her. Gu Mengwan proudly lifted her chin. Her delicate features showed her disdain for Song Tang, who she saw as a simpleton. But when her peripheral vision caught Song Tang's dance moves, her eyes slightly changed. She didn't expect Song Tang to actually have some talent. However, in the dance team, only she could dance and draw at the same time. Even if Song Tang twisted a few moves, she could never compare to her. Song Tang dances really well. Li Chunlon praised Song Tang without hesitation. She looked at Zhao Fong beside her and said, "Truly, new talented people keep emerging. Song Tang's future achievements will surely surpass ours." Zhao Fong nodded in agreement. Both she and Li Chunlon were no longer young. Their biggest wish was for someone in the dance team to take the lead and pass down the tradition for generations. The better Song Tang and Gu Mengwan performed, the happier they were. Zhao Fong looked down and unexpectedly saw the shocking scars on Song Tang's legs. She gasped in shock. She never thought that Song Tang had injuries, yet she still performed so well in the dance. Looking at Song Tang's charming, peaceful face, she was suddenly lost in thought. She had a strong feeling that in the future, Song Tang's achievements would not only surpass her and Li Chunlon but reach heights they could never imagine. Really, Song Tang was too young. Only 18 years old. Her future was full of endless possibilities. Soon, it was time for the judges to vote. The 6 judges present could each choose 2 people. The top 2 with the most votes would be the main dancers. "I choose Song Tang and Gu Mengwan," Li Chunlon spoke first. Song Tang's Zhizhi dance was perfect, and Gu Mengwan performed very well too. "Both are models for our dance team." Zhao Fong, Meng Zhe, and Zheng Qi all nodded in agreement. Like Li Chunlon, they also wrote their names on their voting cards. Jiang Mei, who was the deputy captain of the dance team, clearly had a strong professional sense. She noticed that in just half a month, Song Tang's dance skills had improved significantly. Apart from Gu Mengwan's painting talent, it was obvious that Song Tang danced better. But she couldn't bear to see Song Tang succeed, so she wrote down Gu Mengwan and Lu Mingyue's names on her card. When Li Chunlon saw Jiang Mei's choices, her eyes showed some disapproval. During the last interview, she had already noticed that Jiang Mei was deliberately targeting Song Tang. She didn't know about the complicated relationship between Jiang Mei, Song Tang, and Song Qingyao. She just thought that Jiang Mei's targeting a younger person was quite shameful. She already didn't like Jiang Mei much, and now her dissatisfaction grew even more. Gu Mengwan saw that all 5 judges in the art troupe chose her. Her pretty face looked more aloof and proud. Her gaze kept drifting to Lu Jinyan. She was sure that he most wanted to choose her. Lu Jinyan quickly wrote Song Tang's name on the card in his hand, his pen moving swiftly. Whether in real life or in his dreams, Song Tang's dancing was perfect and flawless. Honestly, Song Tang deserved to be the lead dancer. But he had to pick 2 people. Lu Jinyan couldn't help but feel a bit headache. To be honest, whether it was Gu Mengwan or Lu Mingyue dancing, they both made him sleepy. As for the painting Gu Mengwan made, when he was a child, he learned to paint from his talented grandfather. He learned very quickly, and he had mastered most of his grandfather's skills. He could tell that Gu Mengwan's painting was just a form, lacking spirit and strength, really quite ordinary. Choosing the best among the mediocre was quite difficult. Thinking that Lu Mingyue only danced, while Gu Mengwan had also painted a picture, he still wrote her name on the card. "Dream, dream, look. Captain Lu is starting to write your name." Seeing Lu Jinyan carefully and thoughtfully writing Gu Mengwan's name, Feng Yingying couldn't help but lower her voice and lean over to whisper to Gu Mengwan, "Captain Lu treats you very differently. He really loves you deeply, dream, dream."
Did you see?
When he wrote Song Tang's name just now, he scribbled it carelessly, just to get it done. But when he writes your name, every is full of affection and seriousness. Chen Tian, nearby, quickly agreed, "Yes, Captain Lu really cares for you deeply. The way he writes your name is so sincere, like he's writing a marriage vow. I bet Captain Lu dreams of marrying you. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Mengwan, with a noble and cold attitude, disdainfully scolded her friends, but her face remained calm, composed, and indifferent. In fact, she was secretly delighted. She was also looking forward to Lu Jinyan sincerely asking her to marry him. Gu Mengwan received 6 votes, Song Tang 5 votes, Lu Mingyue 1 vote. Li Mengwan announced the results fairly. This time, the dual lead dancers are Gu Mengwan and Song Tang. I don't agree. Lu Mingyue secretly looked down on Song Tang. Now, she is competing with Song Tang and lost so badly. How could she be happy? You all favor Song Tang. She doesn't deserve to be the lead dancer. Lu Mingyue spoke more and more sadly. She felt very embarrassed and ran out crying, covering her face.
Yeah.
Feng Yingying and others wanted to comfort Lu Mingyue, but they also wanted to see Gu Mengwan and Lu Jinyan's sweet moments. They didn't catch up, only called her a few times as a gesture. Li Chunlan and Zhao Feng were both speechless. It was her who wanted to compete with Song Tang. She couldn't accept losing. Does everyone have to revolve around her? Several leaders, including Li Chunlan and Zhao Feng, needed to attend a meeting. They told Gu Mengwan and others to practice well, and then left the rehearsal room. Lu Jinyan also stood up. Seeing him walking toward Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and others were so excited they almost screamed. He's coming. Captain Lu is bringing a loving lunch for Meng Meng. Gu Mengwan had been quietly watching Lu Jinyan's movements and naturally knew he was coming toward her. Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and Xia nudged her and whispered, Meng Meng, Captain Lu is looking for you. Go talk to him quickly. Hurry up. Gu Mengwan's beautiful face, like she had applied heavy rouge, looked charming and hesitant. But she didn't step forward. It was impossible for her to take the initiative to talk to Lu Jinyan, even though he was the only man who had ever touched her heart. Gu Mengwan had been a proud girl since childhood, with top looks and talent. Men had always surrounded her, and she was the center of attention, loved passionately by many. How could she lower her noble head to please a man who admired her? She waited for Lu Jinyan to come and flatter her. Seeing that he was better than other men around her, she would accept his carefully prepared lunch. If he behaved well, maybe she would even have a meal with him. Song Tang. Seeing Lu Jinyan getting closer, Gu Mengwan turned sideways, ready to take the insulated lunchbox from him. But unexpectedly, he went directly to Song Tang. He didn't even greet her. Gu Mengwan, usually as aloof as a lily, rarely showed jealousy and resentment on her beautiful face. Feng Yingying and others were also stunned, their eyes wide open. In their eyes, Captain Lu and Gu Mengwan were a perfect match, while Song Tang was not even worthy to carry Gu Mengwan's shoes. Why did Captain Lu ignore Meng Meng and instead take the initiative to greet Song Tang? Thinking of Lin He's instructions, Lu Jinyan's usually cold eyes momentarily showed a hint of discomfort. Lin He thought Lu Jinyan's heroic act yesterday was very impressive. She wanted him to seize the opportunity to develop a closer relationship with Song Tang. Additionally, she was worried that Song Tang, new to the arts troupe, might not be used to the food in the cafeteria. She specifically asked the housekeeper to prepare braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, and some light appetizers, then packed them up for Lu Jinyan to deliver. Lu Jinyan didn't want to have much contact with Song Tang and was definitely unwilling to bring her lunch at the arts troupe. But Commander Lu said that if he didn't deliver the food, it meant he had something to hide and was interested in Song Tang. Lu Jinyan was even less willing to let his elders think he liked Song Tang. Even knowing that Commander Lu was using reverse psychology, he ultimately nodded and came to deliver the meal. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said very stiffly, "My mom asked Aunt Gao to prepare some dishes for me to bring to you." Song Tang was very surprised. Even though the food was prepared by Aunt Gao on Lin He's instructions, she didn't expect Lu Jinyan, who usually disliked her, to deliver it herself. She was determined to keep her distance from Lu Jinyan and definitely didn't want to talk to him. However, this was Lin He's kindness, and she wouldn't refuse the food. She took the insulated box and said coldly, clearly setting boundaries, "You can leave now." Lu Jinyan responded very faintly. He wasn't used to talking much with Song Tang. But just now, during her dance, as her skirt fluttered, he noticed that her calf wound was bleeding again. Plus, his guilt toward her grew stronger, and he couldn't help but ask, Are your legs still hurting? If it's very painful, I can take you to the clinic. It has nothing to do with you." Before he finished speaking, Song Tang already coldly cut him off. Lu Jinyan felt a strange tightness in his chest, an uncomfortable feeling. Especially when he thought of those romantic dreams, where he held her waist and she called out in pain when he applied just a little pressure. He felt her calf wound looked even more glaring. But she clearly didn't want to talk to him. Even though he was worried about her injury, he responded very indifferently, After saying that, Lu Jinyan didn't speak again. He straightened his long legs, carried an aura of cold aloofness, turned around without looking back, and left. As he left the rehearsal room, he just happened to pass by Gu Mengwan and others. He didn't look at Gu Mengwan, not even glancing at her, let alone greeting her. Gu Mengwan's face turned pale. Feng Yingying was stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a long while, Feng Yingying spoke first. How could Captain Lu send a caring lunch to Song Tang? Realizing Gu Mengwan's expression was off, she quickly changed her tone. Oops. Look at my bad mouth. What caring lunch? Captain Lu was just following orders and was forced to give Song Tang a box lunch. Xie and Shen Tian, worried Gu Mengwan might be upset, quickly agreed. Yes, I saw it too. Captain Lu clearly didn't want to do it.
Didn't you see?
He didn't even want to talk to Song Tang? I saw it. He definitely hates Song Tang.
We all saw it.
When Meng Meng was dancing, Captain Lu looked obsessed, like a fan. He probably wishes he could marry Meng Meng right away, but he's too shy and embarrassed to greet her. Yes, Captain Lu definitely likes Meng Meng. After all, Meng Meng is his fiancée. How can Song Tang compare to our Meng Meng? Even if Captain Lu is blind, he wouldn't look at someone like her from the countryside. In the same rehearsal room, Feng Yingying and the others were loud, and Song Tang naturally heard their voices. She felt quite speechless. She didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Jinyan, but she was sure he didn't have a so-called fiancé. Long Lu had arranged her and Lu Jinyan together. Long Lu was honest and straightforward. If Lu Jinyan really had a fiancé, how could Long Lu arrange them? Wan Qinghuan thought Feng Yingying and the others were a bit crazy. She pulled Song Tang aside to practice dance moves and told her not to bother with these crazy women. Song Tang couldn't be bothered with these delusional weirdos either. Gu Mengwan is so noble and confident. I want to see when Lu Jinyan will act like a fan and marry her. The two men who maliciously hit Song Tang with a motorcycle changed their statements, saying that the person who ordered them was indeed Song Nanqing. They didn't know Song Nanqing's name before. They saw her notebook on the ground with the name Su Shanshan and thought her name was Su Shanshan. Those two men were sentenced to 10 years. Song Nanqing's murder for hire was even worse, and she was sentenced to 13 years. After being sent to prison, Song Nanqing looked like she aged 10 years overnight. She was used to being protected by her brothers and sister-in-law, living freely outside. Now trapped inside the prison, she felt her future was dark and she wished she were dead. Even though she was overwhelmed with pain, she still made all the plans for Su Shanshan. When Su Shanshan visited her in prison, she told her she had hidden a box in her dormitory. After Su Shanshan found the box, she discovered that inside, there were not only hundreds of large unity tickets held by Song Nanqing, but also many different kinds of ballots. Over the years, Song Nanqing lived at the Song family's house, didn't need to spend her own money, and occasionally received money and tickets from the Song couple. She had almost saved up all her wages from these years. Besides the 3,000 plus yuan and the tickets, she also left a few keys and a small bag of medicine for Su Shanshan. There was a note inside the box explaining that those keys were secretly made for the Lu family and the Song family. The small bag of medicine was the kind that could make a man feel affectionate. Song Nanqing said that, In desperate times, she should give Lu Xiaoyu some medicine. Once they became husband and wife, Lu Xiaoyu would definitely take responsibility for her, and then the Lu family would be her support. All of these inside the box were Song Nanqing's full love for her. Holding the box tightly, Su Shanshan couldn't stop tears from falling. She was truly touched and felt deep sympathy for Song Nanqing. But she did not regret letting Song Nanqing take the blame for her. Song Nanqing was already 40 years old, and she was only 18. She had to live freely and nobly. Su Shanshan learned from Song Qingyao that neither Song Tsongrong nor Lu Shoujiang's couple would be home tonight. Lu Shoujiang had returned to the old residence, and Lu Yao was away in Haishur for exchange studies. The nanny was also on holiday. She knew tonight was her best chance to act. She quietly opened the door to the Lu house and poured all the medicine into a glass teapot filled with cool boiled water on the coffee table. After doing all this, she hid outside the living room. She was sure that Lu Xiaoyu would drink the water from the teapot. At that moment, she could finally make her move and be with him. Su Shanshan waited and waited, but Lu Xiaoyu didn't come. Instead, she saw Lu Jinyan. Seeing Lu Jinyan drink several glasses of the cool water, Su Shanshan was so shocked she froze. Why hadn't anyone told her that this ruthless man was at home? She was so scared, she covered her mouth tightly and hurriedly ran outside the yard. Song Qingyao, knowing Su Shanshan's plan, had been quietly watching everything. She didn't expect that this foolish girl, by mistake, had given Lu Jinyan the medicine. Lu Xiaoyu was probably outside digging a trap. Now, in the big Lu family house, only she and Lu Jinyan were there. It was the perfect time for her to truly become his woman. Thinking this way, she no longer hesitated. She forcefully pushed open the door to the Lu family's living room and walked in. Lu Jian quickly sensed something was wrong. He has always been very alert. But who would have thought that the cold water in his kettle could be problematic? He was worried that after Lu Xiaoyu returned, he might also be affected. He quickly poured out all the water from the kettle and cleaned it thoroughly. When he goes on missions, he usually carries special detox pills. Recently, he was on leave at home and didn't bring those pills. However, he remembered that there were 2 antidote pills in his desk drawer, though they might be expired because of the time. Even if they're expired, it's better than taking no medicine at all. Thinking this way, he put the kettle back on the coffee table and hurried to his room to find the antidote. Big Brother Lu. Before he could go upstairs, he heard Song Qingyao's gentle and caring voice. Just now, she saw Su Shanshan rushing out with a packet of medicine. Did she do something to Big Brother Lu? After clearing all responsibility, Song Qingyao continued to show concern like a caring flower. Big Brother Lu, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Should I go with you to the hospital?
Get out.
Lu Jian has always been smart. He naturally guessed that even if Su Shanshan was the main culprit, Song Qingyao was not entirely innocent. He definitely didn't want to get entangled with her. Seeing her still standing in the living room with big, watery almond-shaped eyes, he sternly said again, "Get out of my house." Big Brother Lu, did Su Shanshan give you that kind of medicine? Song Qingyao pretended to be innocent and naive, her eyes misty and charming, appearing weak and pure beyond belief. She took a step forward, timidly hugged his arm, and whispered, "Being so calculated by someone must be really uncomfortable. I want to help Big Brother Lu." Yes, Song Qingyao's timidity and innocence were all fake. She was very good at controlling people's hearts. She knew that men couldn't resist a gentle, understanding woman. Tonight, she would play her charming role to the fullest, definitely making Lu Jian unable to control himself, wishing he could die in her arms. By then, he would have to take responsibility for her. She believed that with her excellence, after they married, he would surely fall in love with her over time. What about her letter to him? Once she was pregnant with his child and completely captured his heart, she would be the rightful wife of the team leader and the daughter-in-law of the commander. That disgusting thief, Song Tang, could only be her defeated opponent. She pretended to be shy, biting her lip gently. Her body, which had developed nicely, leaned sweetly into his embrace. She could feel that he was very warm. Confident that her shy and bashful approach would make him turn fierce and hold her tightly on the sofa, she expected him to become protective and clingy. But before she could even reach his arms, she felt a sharp pain on her body. He suddenly pushed her down to the ground without mercy. "Get lost." His voice was harsh and left no room for mercy. It was as if she wasn't his childhood friend and neighbor, but his enemy. Song Qingyao trembled with shame. She couldn't bear to think that he was already in such a state of suffering and still refused her help. She was a proud girl, admired by many talented young men, and the most beautiful girl in the neighborhood. She didn't like to flatter men first. But she really liked Lu Jinyan, and she was worried he had feelings for Song Tang, that unworthy girl. She wanted to try her best to fight for herself. With a determined bite, she got up from the ground and pulled the zipper of her skirt all the way down. She stood there, tears in her eyes, looking at Lu Jinyan sweetly and innocently, like a fragile, pure, and budding flower waiting for a man to pick. Her voice was gentle, careful, making it impossible for him to resist. "Big brother Lu, I don't mean anything else. Seeing you in such pain, I feel sorry for you. I want to help you. Don't worry, I won't cling to tonight's matter or ask you to take responsibility. I just want you to get better quickly." As she spoke, she tiptoed and pressed her beautiful, tempting lips toward him.
Ugh. He stood still for a long time.
Song Qingyao thought that this time, his desire would fully burst out, and they would become close and intimate. But before her lips even touched his, he suddenly turned his face away, grimacing in pain and dry heaving. Once again, he harshly ordered her to leave. "Get out." Song Qingyao's pretty face froze instantly. Her body stiffened painfully and rigidly. She couldn't even dream that someone as excellent, beautiful, and perfect as her, Song Qingyao, would be so eager to reach out to him, only to make him feel disgusted, and the overwhelming humiliation flooded her heart like a raging tide, swallowing her completely. She felt her pride being trampled and crushed under his foot. The intense shame made her want to run away in despair. But more than anything, her heart was filled with stubbornness and a desire not to give up. She didn't believe in her, Song Qingyao, and thought she couldn't make him fall in love. She stubbornly lifted her chin and directly tore a piece of fabric from her shoulder, revealing a large area of fair, smooth skin. She used force with her hand and tried to pull down her dress further. She didn't believe that he would remain indifferent after seeing her perfect body. Before she could fully take off her dress, she heard his intense dry heaving again. His voice was sharp, cold, and ruthless, showing no mercy. "Song Qingyao, get out, or I'll throw you out myself." Lu Jinyan didn't spit anything out. He just found her exposed shoulder very disgusting. He also didn't like to hurt women. But he didn't want to have physical contact with Song Qingyao, so he couldn't really throw her out. He could only kick the nearby trash can, hoping she would give up and leave.
Ah!
The trash can nearly hit Song Qingyao. She still felt very unwilling. She didn't want to lose to that lowly thief, Song Tang. But when she got close to him, he wanted to. When she took off her clothes, he vomited even more violently. He even kicked the trash can. She was afraid that if she stayed here, he might really hurt her without caring about her feelings. She cried loudly, covering her face, and ran back to the Song family. Song Tang was having dinner in the art troupe cafeteria. When she returned home, she suddenly realized a very serious problem. Lu Xiaoyu still hadn't returned her manuscript. She needed to send her article to the newspaper tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go find Lu Xiaoyu and get her manuscript back. Lu third brother. Song Tang only knew that Lu Xiaoyu lived upstairs, but didn't know his exact room number. She went upstairs and looked along the corridor. Lu Jinyan had just finished washing and returned to his bedroom. He had taken an expired antidote, and the effect was too slow. He still felt terrible. He opened the door, planning to take a cold shower again, when he saw a figure he had been longing for. Tonight, Song Tang was wearing a bamboo leaf green cheongsam, just like the one she wore when she met Tang Song. His foggy mind reacted much slower than usual, and instinctively, he thought the girl in the corridor was his Song. He couldn't help but step forward and tightly hold her in his arms. Then, his kiss, like a blazing fire, burned her red lips. His voice was cold, magnetic, filled with intense longing and uncertainty, like a fiery ball burning in people's hearts. Song. He was burning up as well. Clearly, someone had drugged him, and now he was not fully aware, mistaking her for someone else. Song Tang definitely didn't want to get tangled up with him. She pushed him away with force. But his strength was really too much. His arms were strong like iron. With her little strength, trying to break free from his embrace was like a tiny ant trying to move a big tree. She could only struggle to find her voice and try to reason with him. Lu Jinyan, you have the wrong person. I am not who you think, Song.
Boo.
He was completely unresponsive now. Even after she said that, he didn't let go. Instead, he suddenly tightened his grip and lifted her onto his desk. He wasn't anyone special to her, and she didn't want to kiss him. She slowly tilted her head back, trying to keep some distance between them. Song. Just when she thought her lips might be bitten or hurt, he finally released her. She let out a small breath of relief, but then he buried his face deep into her neck. Once strong, cold, and indifferent, now he looked like a hurt child afraid of being abandoned. You're ignoring me. Please don't marry someone else, okay? Song Tang was momentarily stunned. She had written him a letter pretending to be Tang Song, saying she was going to get married, just to deceive him. Seeing his pained and helpless expression, she felt a little guilty. But she didn't regret it. When ending things, she wanted to do it clearly and quickly. She didn't like dragging things out. She could only tell him she was getting married, so he would finally give up. Lu Jinyan, you really have the wrong person. I am Song Ting, not. Really, he couldn't understand what people said. She had already told him she was Song Tang, but he didn't let go. Instead, he suddenly lifted his face, holding her head gently, and kissed her again with urgency and passion. Song, if you're ignoring me, it must be because I made you angry. If there's anything you don't like about me, I can change. I can change everything. Please don't leave me, okay? Song Tang was momentarily stunned again. The Lu Jinyan in front of her was truly too humble, too cautious. Somehow, she felt a little sad inside. But thinking about his coldness, hatred, and his constant attempts to match her with someone else, she couldn't allow herself to soften. She also didn't want to reveal her other identity in front of him, feeling helpless and embarrassed. You really have the wrong person. Song Tang continued to push him away with effort. Her head was desperately tilted back, as if trying to escape from his fiery lips. But she was almost at her limit, yet he continued to pursue her relentlessly, like a beast biting at its prey, refusing to stop until he fully devoured her.
Luda.
From afar, Song Qingyao noticed Song Tang coming to the Lu family. She knew that Lu Jian was acting very strangely now. Even though she thought that if Song Tang approached Lu Jian, he would probably, she was worried that Song Tang, being cunning, might use other tricks to steal her lover. So she hurried to the Lu house. The door to Lu Jian's room was wide open. When she reached the staircase on the second floor, she saw this scene on his desk. Song Tang sat charmingly on the desk, her head tilted back because he was chasing her step by step. Her beautiful swan neck arched in a very alluring, captivating curve. Lu Jian didn't reject her or push her away with disgust, nor did he gag in revulsion. He was like a wild beast breaking free from a cage, wildly and fiercely kissing her red lips. His movements were so urgent. It was as if he had been starving for thousands of years, and only Song Tang could satisfy him.
Ugh.
Song Qingyao covered her mouth tightly. In her eyes, Lu Jian was restrained, abstinent, and cold. She was so beautiful and perfect that even if someone plotted against her, he couldn't fall for her. She thought it was hard for him to feel anything for other women. Or even if he did develop feelings for a woman, it would be rational and calm, and that woman would be insignificant to him. He didn't even want to kiss that woman, just doing his duty to have children. Who would have thought he also had such a passionate, wolfish side? And the woman who completely lost control of him wasn't her, Song Qingyao, but the woman she despised most, Song Tang. Why should that disgusting little thief be the one? Song Qingyao was filled with anger and hatred. She refused to allow the only man she liked to touch that filthy girl, Song Tang. She desperately wanted to rush over and separate them, to tell Lu Jian not to be deceived by that thief. But she still had some sense left. She knew that rushing in recklessly wouldn't stop anything and would only make Lu Jian dislike her. Even worse, if she made a big fuss and the elders of the Song and Lu families found out, they might force Lu Jian to take responsibility for the thief. Then she and Lu Jian could never be together. That woman, Song Tang. You are fighting over dad, mom, and brother, and trying to take my beloved brother Lu away. I will make you pay for your shamelessness. Song Qingyao repeatedly screamed silently in her mind. Her eyes towards Song Tang were filled with a chilling, murderous hatred. She used her gaze to torment Song Tang over and over again. Finally, she forcefully covered her mouth, tears in her eyes, and rushed down the stairs. She absolutely could not let anyone find out about this. She would never allow Lu Jian to be responsible for a dishonorable, shameless thief. Lu Jian. Lu Jian and Song Tang didn't notice Song Qingyao had been there. Song Tang felt like she was about to burn alive. Even though her mind was clouded from the heat, she still tried to push him away. But her resistance and attempt to escape didn't stop him. Instead, his strong, powerful hand fell freely on her. He was doing something wrong. Song Tang clearly heard the sound of fabric tearing. The wind blew, and her exposed skin felt a noticeable chill. She lifted her foot and kicked him hard, but her clothes tore even more. And he even. Song Tang was ashamed to death and furious. She clenched her teeth tightly, thinking she might as well bite him to death, when suddenly, she felt all his movements stop. His muscular, tall body, which had been leaning over her, shifted from a forward, pressing position to standing upright. She hurriedly sat back at her desk, keeping a safe distance from him. Lu Jian's antidote had expired. Its effect was slow, but now it was gradually working. His mind was clearing. His vision, as if lifting a fog, became completely clear. He looked down and saw Song Tang sitting at her desk, eyes red and trembling. Seeing her fragile qipao, many hot, frantic images rushed into his mind like a race. He realized that in his moment of confusion, he had mistaken her for Tang Song and had acted rashly. He felt his palm grow soft. He instinctively looked down and noticed he was still holding a small piece of clothing, a tiny garment with 4 straps, all torn off by him. Lu Jian's face suddenly turned bright red. At this moment, he also noticed that Song Tang was indeed wearing a greenish-blue qipao. But the pattern on her dress was different from the one Tang Song had worn before. Thinking that in his past life he might have offended Song Tang, he already felt he owed her too much. This life, he wanted to avoid bothering her, but he kept damaging her clothes again and again. He was utterly shameless. Lu Jian despised himself for being both reckless and flirtatious. The small garment in his hand seemed to turn into a hot potato. For a moment, he hurriedly wanted to throw it away. But he thought that would be rude, so in the end, he didn't toss it. Instead, with reddened ears and feeling very awkward and helpless, he apologized to Song Tang. Song Tang, sorry, what happened earlier was too intense and indescribable. He couldn't say it out loud. He cleared his throat awkwardly and continued, Su Shanshan put something in the boiling water at my house. She probably intended to harm Xiaoyu. By mistake, I drank that water. Offending you is my fault. I can make it up to you. Before, Lu Jian had also done some strange things to her. Each time, he was cold and distant, wishing he never had to see her again in his next life. She didn't expect that this time, he would take the initiative to apologize. Indeed, it was his fault earlier, and he should apologize. But she didn't need his so-called compensation. Song Tang turned her face away, trying not to look at the badly damaged small garment in his hand.
You don't need to compensate me.
Our situation. Song Tang was sure she couldn't tell him about her past life working in a club where women were called dancers. She couldn't say that in her previous era, there were men who sold themselves to make money. With his looks and figure, he could easily be a top performer at her era's club. A top performer could earn a lot in one night. Last time, for Gu Baobao's birthday, she ordered a top performer just to chat, and that performer wasn't as handsome or fit as Lu Jinyan. Just a touch of his hand would cost 100,000. Thinking about it, she realized she hadn't really lost out. After a moment of silence, she changed her words. I've heard of men who rely on selling themselves to earn money. I guess that was like ordering one of those men for free just now. Let's stick to what we agreed before, no more involvement. Men who sell themselves. The thought that she might have mistaken him for one of those men made Lu Jinyan feel uncomfortable. But it was better that she didn't want anything to do with him. After all, in this life, he didn't want to disappoint Tang Song. Okay. He responded very softly, then, blushing, handed the damaged small garment to her.
Your
clothes. It's better when he doesn't mention her clothes, but once he does, she feels a rush of anger. Who is so kind-hearted that they always tear others' clothes. The hem of her qipao is badly torn, and the zipper just reached the bottom. She doesn't know how he managed it, but he keeps tearing her little dress. He looks so reserved and cold, yet with all his strength, he's doing things that aren't kind. All the ties on her dress have been pulled off by him. How is she supposed to wear it? Both families' elders are indeed not here tonight. But Lu Xiaoyu and Song Qingyao are present. She doesn't want to be seen wearing only a torn qipao by Song Qingyao or Lu Xiaoyu. Song Tang is quite skilled with her hands. She could easily sew these 4 straps back on. But right now, she's holding back her anger. She simply refuses to sew these ties herself. She didn't pull these ties off. Why should she be the one to sew them? And she can't bring herself to sew such private clothes in front of him. She adjusts her clothes, frowning, and says irritably, "Do you think it's possible to wear it like this? The clothes are damaged because you tore them. Sew them up for me." Lu Jinyan's body suddenly stiffens. He feels like he's holding a bomb. In the army, if clothes are damaged, they do need to be fixed. He's handled guns and needles, but he's never sewn such private clothes for a woman before. He really doesn't want to sew Song Tang's dress, and he's too embarrassed to do it, but she's right. He did damage the clothes. When you make a mistake, you should try to fix it, not shirk responsibility. Even if it's embarrassing and awkward, Lu Jinyan finds the needle and thread, sits up straight, and begins sewing her clothes. Thinking of something, he gets up and closes the door. He doesn't want others to see him sewing such clothes. Song Tang is so shocked her eyes widen. She didn't expect him to actually sew her clothes. Just now, when she forced him to sew for her, she felt quite pleased. But when she saw him pick up those straps from the ground, dust them off, her beautiful face still turned very hot and flushed. Really, him holding a needle in one hand and her little dress in the other was so intimate. And his aura was so cold and hard. Holding the needle, he looked like he was holding a gun, ready to fight. She even thought about his hand just now, touching her. Song Tang couldn't bear to watch anymore. She hurriedly turned her face away, trying not to see. Lu Jinyan was also sewing with great difficulty. He thought that taking the needle, sewing carefully, and attaching the strap would be enough. But as he held the small, moonlight white dress, he unexpectedly thought of many unclean images. In those dreamy fantasies, he had also damaged her clothes before. His large hand and... He remembers the scenes just moments ago very clearly. The hem of her cheongsam had already been rolled up to her waist. His hand's position was even more. He had just kissed and bitten more than just her lips. He closed his eyes almost helplessly, silently reciting the 3 main disciplines and 8 points for attention repeatedly. But no matter how many times he recited, those vivid, lively images kept crashing into his mind, almost swallowing all his reason and self-control. It was as if he had really tasted solidified cream. Lu Jinyan felt a slight pain. His fingertip was pricked by the needle, bleeding a drop. Only then did he suddenly wake up. He blushed and wiped the blood from his finger, continuing to sew her dress carefully. Sewing a dress was obviously the simplest task. He had done it in the army before. But when sewing these thin straps, he accidentally pricked himself several times. It was as if he had gone through a great ordeal, but finally, he finished sewing her dress. Because he felt too embarrassed, he didn't turn to look at her. Instead, he raised his hand, handed the dress to her awkwardly, and said, "The dress. It's sewn."
You can put it on.
Song Tang didn't want to change clothes in his room, but she was afraid that if she went to the bathroom to change, she might run into Lu Xiaoyu, making it hard to explain. Feeling very awkward, she took the dress quickly, eager to change. She couldn't put it on all at once. Her long hair was originally high with a hairpin, but when he was rough with her earlier, he loosened her long hair. Plus, when she hurriedly pulled up the zipper just now, she was too anxious and flustered, and the zipper caught a strand of hair. When she suddenly pulled the zipper down, the hair got even more tightly caught, as if it might tear her scalp off. She was very afraid of pain. A mist quickly gathered in her beautiful eyes. She wanted to pull her hair out quickly, but she couldn't see what was behind her, and pulling the zipper without any order only made it hurt more. She couldn't help but gasp in pain, tears uncontrollably rolling down her cheeks. Lu Jinyan heard her stuffy sniffles. It seemed she was crying. Why was she crying? Did he accidentally hurt her just now? He knew she probably hadn't finished changing her clothes yet, and he shouldn't turn around to look at her. But her faint sounds of nose sniffing and crying, like knives slicing through his heart, caused him intense pain and worry. His strongest self-control completely shattered. When he came to himself, he realized he had been looking at her and gently asked, "Why are you crying?" At that moment, he also saw her clearly. Spring sunlight poured in, revealing her irresistible charm. Lu Jinyan's hard-won calmness once again became frantic, like drums pounding, as if about to burst out of his chest. The warmth on his body, which had been slowly cooling, now felt like flames returning, almost swallowing his reason. His breathing became heavy and difficult to control. He almost exhausted his self-control from his next life just to turn his face away. But even with his face turned and his eyes closed, the alluring whiteness and the faint hint of color still kept haunting his mind. It made him blush deeply and feel helpless. Song Tang didn't expect him to suddenly turn and look at her. She was completely stunned. She had thought about letting him go out first so she could change her clothes. But she was also worried that, just as he opened the door, Lu Xiaoyu might come in. So she quickly jumped down from her desk and hurried to the corner to change her clothes. "Why did you just do that? Why are you crying?" Lu Jinyan knew he had been abrupt with her earlier, and he shouldn't be speaking now. But seeing the tear at the corner of her eye, his heart was pierced again, like a dull knife. Unconsciously, he blushed and asked her again. Song Tang didn't want to talk to him, but she was worried that if she didn't answer, he might inexplicably turn away again. She angrily said, "My hair got caught in the zipper, but I don't need your help. Don't look at me like that. That's inappropriate." He was acting inappropriately. After hearing her words, his mind exploded like a bomb, and the red flush on his face almost overwhelmed him entirely. He was afraid he might lose control again and do something strange, so he hurriedly poked his palm with a needle he hadn't yet put down, trying to stay calm and clear-headed. Pulling his hair out of the zipper was really difficult and painful. Song Tang cried tears of pain. But it was even more awkward to be with him in the same room. Despite the pain, she clenched her teeth, ignored the tears, and quickly pulled out several strands of hair to fix her zipper. Then she put on the clothes he had just sewn. Lu Jinyan had excellent hearing. He clearly heard her sniff again. His heart suddenly felt a sharp, painful tug. Fortunately, she didn't continue sniffing, obviously having pulled out some hair. But he couldn't relax at all. Next, he heard the rustling sound of her changing clothes. Lu Jinyan's mind involuntarily flashed some images. In those dreamy, colorful visions, He also saw Song Tang dressing in front of him, and he was helping with a bit of deliberate mischief, making things worse. After he helped, she couldn't get her clothes on properly. The flowing long skirts and embroidered dresses with waterfall designs would turn into fragments in his hands. She was probably in a hurry to leave, changing clothes quickly. But in those half a minute, he struggled and suffered more than ever, his body burning with restless fire. Finally, she finished dressing and let out a long sigh of relief. She lifted her foot, about to leave quickly, when she heard Lu Xiaoyou's cheerful voice. "Big brother, I roasted some turtle shells, they're really tasty. Do you want to come out and try some?" Song Tang also heard footsteps getting closer. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyu planned to come to Lu Jinyan's room. And the door was only slightly open, not locked from inside. Song Tang was truly scared to death. Lu Jinyan's usually cold and handsome face was now showing rare signs of embarrassment. He didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to suddenly come over. Song Tang definitely didn't want Lu Xiaoyu to see her in Lu Jinyan's room. She hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Her wardrobe was full of things, so she couldn't hide there. She didn't want to crawl under the bed either. Feeling stuck and unsure what to do, she saw Lu Jinyan pull back the blanket on his bed. He might have thought she was trying to hide under the bed and awkwardly said, "You don't need to go under the bed. You can hide in the blanket." But she didn't want to go into the blanket either. She was afraid Lu Xiaoyu would ask why she was dressed so messily in Lu Jinyan's room. She was even more afraid that Lin He and others would find out about this. After hesitating for a second, she quickly hid inside the blanket. "Big brother." Lu Xiaoyu had already pushed open the door. He cheerfully stood at the doorway. "I'm not lying to you. The turtle shells I roasted tonight turned out great. You'll definitely like it." Lu Jinyan's face darkened. His usually calm and sharp eyes flickered with a rare hint of guilt. If it were normal times, he wouldn't want Lu Xiaoyu to come into his room and would have sternly told him to leave. But now, with Song Tang in his room, if he directly scolded him, he felt guilty as if he were doing something wrong. So he didn't kick him out directly, but calmly said, "I don't want to eat."
Oh.
Lu Xiaoyu actually wanted to eat roasted turtle with Lu Jinyan and show off his skill in catching turtles. But his older brother didn't want to eat, and he couldn't just stuff food into his brother's mouth. He didn't dare to do that. Although feeling a little disappointed, he thoughtfully closed his brother's door. As he was closing the door, he suddenly saw the blanket on his brother's bed move. It seemed like someone was hiding inside. Lu Xiaoyu slapped his own head hard, trying not to overthink. His big brother was so alert. How could anyone sneak into his bed right under his nose? His brother wouldn't hide a girl inside the blanket, right? That was impossible. Lu Xiaoyu finally convinced himself that he was just imagining things. The blanket was inanimate. It couldn't move on its own. He was a typical optimist and a bit careless, so he didn't dwell on it and happily went back to roasting the turtle. Once he was sure Lu Jinyan had gone far, Song Tang stuck her little face out from under the blanket. The smell of the blanket wasn't bad. On the contrary, it had a light, fresh scent, refreshing and comfortable. But for the first time in her life, being forced to crawl into a man's bed made her feel very uncomfortable. Lu Jinyan saw her little face scrunch up like a small angry rabbit, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Then, a wave of shame quickly spread through him. As they interacted more, he realized more clearly that she wasn't as terrible as he first thought. She was very good, proud, smart, and strong-willed. Tonight, because he had mistaken her for someone else and shamelessly taken advantage of her, she felt so embarrassed.
"Shongtan, I'm sorry."
Lu Jinyan couldn't help but admit his mistake again. "I did a lot of wrong things tonight." Song Tang had a really good personality. She didn't like to overthink things. But tonight, being forced into her man's bed and having her small clothes torn, she felt very frustrated. Just a simple apology couldn't ease her rebellious feelings. She raised her chin, looking like a tiny lioness angry after a little rabbit's temper. Every word she said was sharp. When soldiers make mistakes, don't they have to write a review? Lu Jinyan, if you're sincere about apologizing, you should write a review of no less than 2,000 words. A review? Lu Jinyan was completely stunned. He had indeed written a self-criticism and made his subordinates do the same. But their self-criticisms were only a few hundred words, not as long as 2,000. And they didn't write these because of such matters. Lu Jinyan found it hard to come up with the words. But he also disliked shirking responsibility. If he made a mistake, he should admit it and reflect on it. After thinking for a long time, he replied coldly and somewhat awkwardly, Big brother, the turtle stew is really delicious. I want to dig out some more. Song Tang faintly heard Lu Xiaoyou's voice again. She knew he must have gone out to dig up turtles. Then you better write quickly. She didn't stare at Lu Jinyan anymore and left his room with a cold, pretty face. Lu Jinyan agreed well, but sitting at his desk, he felt troubled. Writing such a self-criticism was a new challenge for him. But today's matter must be finished today. He hated procrastinating. He also believed that the self-criticism must be truthful. Blushing, he held his pen and honestly wrote on the paper, I was so shameless as to touch Song Tang after being given orders. I shouldn't have kissed Song Tang without permission. I shouldn't have torn the bottom of Song Tang's qipao or pulled off her small clothes, especially the 4 straps. My hands shouldn't have touched all the areas below Song Tang's neck. I shouldn't have bitten Song Tang. Song Tang didn't know that Lu Jinyan had written his self-criticism too honestly. After leaving the Lu family, she hurried back to her room. She didn't notice Song Qingyao hiding in the dark corner of the living room. She didn't see Song Qingyao, but Song Qingyao clearly saw her current state. Her qipao's collar was torn. There were obvious red marks around her neck and collarbone. Song Qingyao didn't doubt that there were also many intimate marks below her collarbone and even on her chest. She also noticed a clear tear in the bottom of Song Tang's qipao. It was obvious how intense the scene in Lu Jinyan's room had been. Song Qingyao trembled with hatred. She clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from screaming in anger. All of what Song Tang had tonight should have belonged to her, Song Qingyao. It was because Song Tang was too shameless that she stole her chance and did many intimate things with Lu Jinyan. She would never let Song Tang be arrogant and proud for too long. She glared angrily toward the second floor before stepping out from the shadows and quickly walking outside the yard. After Song Nanqing was imprisoned, Su Shanshan was forced to move out of her dormitory and rent a house nearby. Song Qingyao went to the house that Su Shanshan had just rented. When she arrived, Su Shanshan was still trembling slightly from shock. Su Shanshan really wanted to marry into the Lu family, but she wanted to marry Lu Xiaoyu. She naturally couldn't accept having a relationship with another man. Even though she had distanced herself from Lu Jian, she was still very afraid that Lu Jian would find out she was involved and seek revenge. She couldn't bear the revenge of the ruthless enforcer. Qingyao's sister. After opening the door for Song Qingyao, Su Shanshan looked both upset and scared, tears falling uncontrollably. She threw herself into Song Qingyao's arms, crying so hard she couldn't breathe. I'm really so scared. I put something in Lu's cold water cup, but Lu San didn't drink it. Only Lu did drink it. I was lucky I ran fast. I almost got forced by Luda. Thinking about the danger just now, Su Shanshan cried even more loudly. Song Qingyao rolled her eyes inwardly. She really wanted to spit harshly on Su Shanshan's rough, dark face to make her realize her own foolishness. She, Song Qingyao, was so beautiful and pretty, yet Lu Jian didn't want to touch her. Would he be willing to touch someone plain and even somewhat creepy like Su Shanshan? But Su Shanshan's knife was still useful to her, so she suppressed her disgust and spoke softly to comfort her. Shanshan, don't cry anymore. You're now safe, right? We're family, and I will protect you well in the future. Qingyao's sister. Su Shanshan cried even harder and hugged Song Qingyao more tightly. Suddenly, she lifted her face, tears in her eyes, and begged Song Qingyao, I really worry about my mom. Qingyao's sister, you're so smart and capable. Can you think of a way to save my mom? Shanshan, your aunt is in prison because of you. Song Qingyao knew Su Shanshan was foolish and selfish. Every word she said was enough to make Su Shanshan back off. If we want to save your aunt, there's only one way. You have to take responsibility for everything. Indeed, after hearing Song Qingyao's words, Su Shanshan no longer mentioned saving Song Nanqing. Song Qingyao deliberately sighed. Your aunt is so good. She shouldn't suffer so much. I really don't understand why your sister has to target you and your aunt. When Song Qingyao mentioned Song Tang, Su Shanshan's eyes lost all panic, replaced by a chilling hatred and resentment. It's all because of that hateful Song Tang. If it weren't for her, my mom wouldn't be in jail. Why did Brother Lu save her that day? She should have had her leg broken or been killed by those two thugs. We can never beat our sister. Song Qingyao seemed to be advising Su Shanshan to let go of her hatred, but in fact, she was fueling the flames of her anger. Our parents protect our sister. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lin also treat her like a treasure, and third brother Lu loves her dearly. We can never win against her. Shanshan, really, you shouldn't hate our sister anymore. If we keep fighting her, we'll only suffer. She pretended to sigh casually. It would have been better if our sister had married Zhao Jing in the village and never come to the capital. Hearing Song Qingyao say that Lu Xiaoyu loved Song Tang dearly, the fire of hatred in Su Shanshan's heart burned even hotter. She had fought with Song Tang for so long and knew well about Zhao Jing, the second-rate man in the countryside who coveted Song Tang's beauty. Of course, she also hoped that Song Tang would stay forever in the countryside. But unfortunately, Song Tang still came to the capital. However, after thinking for a moment, Su Shanshan's eyes brightened again. She seemed to have grabbed a lifeline and tightly held Song Qingyao hand. Qingyao, do you know the name of the village where Song Tang used to live?
Which county does it belong to?
I want to send a telegram to Zhao Jing. If he finds out that Song Tang is not only the daughter of a military officer but also got into the cultural troupe, he will definitely try to make her his own. When Song Tang is pregnant with his child, she can only go back to the countryside with him. Seeing that Su Shanshan finally understood, Song Qingyao was very happy. But she still pretended to look troubled and said, Shanshan, you can't do this. If Zhao Jing comes to the capital, he will definitely bother our sister. Our parents will be so disappointed. Qingyao, don't you want to help me? Su Shanshan knelt heavily at Song Qingyao's feet. I really beg you, please tell me Zhao Jing's exact information. Whether I succeed or fail, it's all my own doing, and has nothing to do with you, Qingyao.
Please.
Song Qingyao still looked hesitant. Su Shanshan continued to plead with her. It seemed she was finally moved by her begging and reluctantly whispered an address into her ear. Song Qingyao knew that Su Shanshan was cruel but brainless, but Zhao Jing, a second-rate man with some influence in the countryside, was different. He is sneaky, cunning, ruthless, and willing to do anything to achieve his goals. He is completely different from Su Jinbao, who grew up in the capital. She believes that when Zhao Jing comes to the capital, he will give her a big surprise. Big brother, I have something urgent today. I need to go out. Tong Tong's leg isn't fully healed. Since you're free, you can help me take her to the art troupe. Lu Xiaoyu's matter is indeed very urgent. After telling his older brother, he rides his Phoenix bicycle quickly and rushes off. If this had happened before, Lu Jian definitely wouldn't want to take Song Tang to work. But now, he feels more and more guilty toward her. Even though he knows he should stay pure and not get involved with her, and even though he sees her bleeding wound, he still finds it hard to refuse Lu Xiaoyu's request. He glances faintly at Song Tang standing nearby. Get in the car.
No need to trouble you.
Song Tang doesn't want to get entangled with him either. Even though her calf still hurts a little, she quickly walks outside the yard. Lu Jian doesn't like to flatter others. He doesn't want to send her, so he naturally won't insist. But just a few steps ahead, he accidentally notices the wound on her calf again. That shocking scar feels like countless long needles stabbing into his heart, making him gasp in pain. The pain is so intense that even breathing becomes torture. In extreme pain, he uncontrollably says, I have something to talk to you about. Song Tang still doesn't want to ride with him. But seeing his serious, stern face, She thinks he probably has something very important to discuss. After some thought, she still gets into his car with a cold face. His car is very spacious. But strangely, after she gets in, she feels the air is a bit heavy, making her feel uncomfortable all over. She hopes he will finish talking quickly and asks impatiently, "What exactly do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Jian rarely runs out of words. What he wants to discuss with Song Tang today is naturally the 2024-word self-criticism letter he stayed up all night writing for her. However, he feels those few sheets of paper are too hot to handle and is a bit uncomfortable, so he awkwardly says, "We'll talk later." He's not willing to speak now, and Song Tang doesn't bother to insist. She didn't sleep well last night, so she simply closes her eyes to rest. After calming his racing heart, Lu Jian is about to give her the self-criticism letter when he notices through the rearview mirror that her long, dark eyelashes, like crow feathers, hang down as if she's fallen asleep. He didn't want to wake her up and decided to wait until later to give her the apology letter. He kept delaying until he followed her to the cultural troupe cafeteria, but still couldn't bring himself to give her the letter. Song Tang suspected he just wanted to get some of her breakfast. She had completely lost interest in him and didn't want anything to develop between them. She would never tell him that she was Tang Song. However, as Tang Song, she had already shared 2 meals with him. She didn't like owing favors to others, so she decided to settle all her debts this morning. From now on, they wouldn't owe each other anything. She definitely wouldn't say that she invited him to eat as a way to repay him for the meals he bought her at the state-run restaurant and the barbecue. She casually found an excuse. "I didn't sit in your car for nothing. I went to buy breakfast and treated you to a meal to return your kindness." At the cultural troupe cafeteria, there was free egg drop soup in the morning. After saying this, Song Tang took her bowl and queued up for the soup. Lu Jian didn't expect Song Tang to invite him to eat. He knew she didn't want to be involved with him or owe him anything. But he also couldn't be shameless enough to let the young girl invite him to eat. After finding a table, he still went to the window to buy breakfast. Dream, Director Liu, Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying and others also came to the cafeteria for breakfast. From afar, Feng Yingying saw Lu Jian. She and Chen Tian on either side hurriedly led her toward Lu Jian. "Director Liu must be here to see Dream. Ah. The steamed buns he bought are your favorite. He really likes you so much, Dream. He must have found out all your preferences." Gu Mengwan half pushed and half allowed Chen Tian and Feng Yingying to lead her behind Lu Jian. She raised her noble, cold face slightly and saw Lu Jian holding 2 baskets of steamed buns. Those were the last 2 baskets left in the cafeteria. Feng Yingying was right. Her favorite food was the steamed buns made in the cafeteria. She almost always ate half a basket every morning. Lu Jian bought so many steamed buns at once, probably to please her. Gu Mengwan's cold face slightly blushed, but she still didn't go forward to greet Lu Jian. She was waiting for him to come over and invite her to eat. Lu Jian didn't notice Gu Mengwan and the others. He just lowered his eyes, carefully looking at the 2 baskets of steamed buns in his hands. He had overheard Lin he mentioned that Song Tang liked steamed buns. He didn't know her appetite, but he thought that eating 2 baskets of steamed buns wouldn't be enough for her. There were only 2 baskets of steamed buns left in the cafeteria. Even if he had money or meal tickets, he couldn't buy more. He only ordered 3 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 baskets of fried dumplings, and 4 fried dough sticks. He thought these should be enough to fill her up. Seeing Lu Jian serve so much food, Chen Tian and Feng Yingying became even more excited. They tightly held onto Gu Mengwan's arms. "Meng, why did Captain Liu serve so much food? You 2 definitely can't eat all that. Maybe he wants to invite me and Tian to eat together? Captain Liu is so nice to Meng. He even knows how to please your close friends." Gu Mengwan proudly lifted her chin, as if she were the most noble goddess in the world. She comes from a good family, is beautiful and talented, and has been the center of attention since she was young. She was used to others' envy, including Feng Yingying and the others. She also thought that Lu Jian had done very well today, thoughtful and considerate, making her feel proud. But she didn't show her pride openly, as that would seem. She gave Lu Jian a faint glance and calmly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Feng Yingying and Chen Tian still smiled mischievously. They secretly pushed Gu Mengwan closer to Lu Jian. Gu Mengwan knew their scheming, but she didn't bother to lower herself to flatter the man. However, since Feng Yingying and Chen Tian were pushing her, it was no longer her concern. Lu Jian wanted to order some small dishes, but he couldn't carry so much at once, so he decided to put down what he had and then come back for some appetizing cold dishes. Seeing Song Tang place the egg drop soup on another table, he hesitated but still walked toward her. Feng Yingying and Chen Tian were stunned. Captain Liu came all this way to the art troupe for breakfast just for Meng Meng? Why didn't he come over to say hello to Meng Meng? Seeing him walk past Gu Mengwan without looking at her and getting farther away, Feng Yingying and Chen Tian grew anxious. They couldn't help but shout after his back, "Captain Liu, you didn't even see Meng Meng. Meng Meng is right here." Hearing someone call him, Lu Jian finally turned his face slowly. At this moment, he also saw Gu Mengwan. Clearly, the Meng Meng Feng Yingying and Chen Tian mentioned was her. Noticing his gaze fall on her, Gu Mengwan stood straight, looking like a proud plum blossom blooming in the cold winter. Her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes carried a noble aloofness, as if she was untouched by dirt, elegant and regal. Lu Jian just now didn't notice her. She thought that when he looked at her now, he must have realized his mistake. She was waiting for him to apologize. Maybe if he apologized sincerely, she might forgive him and have breakfast with him. But she waited almost half a minute and didn't see Lu Jian come to comfort her. Instead, she heard his cold, emotionless voice say, "So what? Whether she's here or not has nothing to do with me." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer. He straightened his long legs and quickly walked over to Song Tang. Gu Mengwan's beautiful, noble face suddenly looked as if it was covered with dirt and ash. Feng Yingying and Chen Tian were also shocked. To them, Gu Mengwan was Lu Jian's fiancé, the one he cared about most. They believed they were a perfect match and would get married. Who would have thought he would be so cold to Gu Mengwan? Before they could recover from their shock, they saw Lu Jian sit down opposite Song Tang. Their mouths opened so wide they almost could fit an egg inside. So, Lu Jian came to the cafeteria for breakfast, not for Meng Meng, but for that rustic girl, Song Tang? Gu Mengwan wasn't blind. She saw this too. Yesterday, Lu Jian brought food to Song Tang, and she could tell herself he was just following orders, forced by circumstances. But today, he sat down to eat breakfast with Song Tang willingly. She found it hard to believe he didn't care about her at all. Seeing Gu Mengwan's face turn more and more grim, Feng Yingying and Chen Tian exchanged looks and quickly comforted her, trying to belittle Song Tang. That rustic girl Song Tang is so shameless, acting like a third wheel. Exactly. She knew Lu Jian was engaged but still tried to him. She's so mean and shameless. Don't be sad, Meng Meng. Third wheels never have a good ending. Song Tang may have some tricks, but her dirty ways of seducing men can't compare to the deep bond you and Lu Jian share since childhood. Lu Jian won't be fooled forever. He'll see her true, disgusting nature sooner or later and come back to you. Encouraged by their constant comfort, Gu Mengwan's face finally looked a little better. But she still couldn't forgive Song Tang. She would make Song Tang understand that fighting with her for something wouldn't end well. Of course, even if she knew how to deal with Song Tang, she wouldn't bother using those methods. Because she knew that without her even doing anything, just showing her dislike for Song Tang occasionally would be enough. Someone would help her push Song Tang away, teach her a lesson, and make her pay a heavy price. Song Tang was startled by Lu Jian's sudden attack during breakfast. The egg drop soup was free, but many people were waiting in line. Song Tang waited a long time before finally getting her bowl. Just as she put down 2 bowls of egg drop soup, she saw Lu Jian almost clearing out the cafeteria. Thinking about how much money she spent on breakfast, she felt a little upset. But she didn't want to owe him a favor, so she asked, "How much is all this breakfast?" "I'll give you the money and meal tickets." "There's no need." Lu Jinyan politely refused her payment, then blushed and sat upright for a moment before pulling out a self-criticism letter he had written. Here's the self-criticism letter you asked for. I counted it. I didn't use punctuation, and it's 24 words, enough to meet your requirement. Song Tang didn't expect him to actually write a self-criticism letter. Earlier, he had caused her to fall, and she didn't like him very much. She wanted to embarrass him a little. After taking the letter, she deliberately read it aloud. But after reading less than a sentence, she couldn't continue. Her beautiful face quickly flushed with pink. Actually, the first 2 sentences he wrote were quite normal. But after that, it was all about biting here, touching there. What kind of nonsense was that? Why did he write down the names of those places? She seriously suspected that he hadn't written a self-criticism letter but a piece of gossip. He looked quite serious, but deep down, he was so shameless. This was the first time Lu Jinyan had written such a letter to a girl. He was so caught up in his own embarrassment that he didn't notice Song Tang's unusual reaction. He sat upright, still properly admitting his mistake. Last night, although I was drugged by someone, my behavior seriously violated the 3 main disciplines and 8 points for attention. Song Tang, I sincerely apologize to you and promise I will never do it again. Please forgive me. Shameless. Just as Lu Jinyan was genuinely reflecting on himself, he heard Song Tang's clearly annoyed voice. His face froze instantly. Honestly, in 24 years of life, he wasn't completely pure or self-controlled, but he was disciplined. He didn't expect a young girl to call him shameless. But thinking about the terrible things he did last night, he felt she was right to scold him. He deserved it. His face turned redder than blood. Before he could recover from his awkwardness and embarrassment, he heard her say impatiently, Lu Jinyan, you're just a pervert.
Pervert. Oddball. Rogue.
Pervert, rogue. Oddball, scoundrel. Lu Jinyan had never been described with such words before. He blushed so deeply that he temporarily lost his voice. Song Tang grew angrier the more she read. He knew he was wrong. Just write a sincere apology and admit his mistake. Who told him to write whatever he did? He shouldn't have torn her chipao's hem and touched her. And who told him to write something else? He shouldn't have pulled her little dress out and touched her. Since he knew his hands weren't good, he should have cut them off instead of writing such foolish things to scare her. After reading half the letter, Song Tang couldn't stand it anymore. She angrily stuffed a bun into her mouth and, blushing, threw the papers onto his face. Lu Jinyan, you're just being a bully. Your mind is so dirty. Why don't you go write some inappropriate stories? If you keep being shameless and acting like a bully, I will report you to your unit. Look at what you've written. Shameless. Lu Jinyan was unusually at a loss. He truly hadn't been acting inappropriately. He didn't write any inappropriate stories, as she claimed. General Shun's face turned red. Jian had become like this, and he no longer knew what it meant to be a loyal servant or what responsibilities he should have. Everything he did was just instinct. Yuan Xining told the old general, when I was in the Western Chong court for over a year, I only occasionally met Jian at the market. He was handsome, but the seller tricked him into being foolish, beat him, and scolded him. They wanted to sell him to the nobles for entertainment. I bought him and dressed him as a maid to keep him close. Once, Shun Jian was outstanding in grace. When she was young, Yuan Xining was pulled by her sisters to secretly watch him from behind a curtain in the palace garden. Song Tang. Last night was his fault, after all. Seeing her chest heaving and her cheeks puffed up with anger, Lu Jinyan was worried she might get sick, so he decided to lower his head, say some kind words, and make her less angry. Don't call me by my name. Before he finished, Song Tang, with a cold face, interrupted him. She pouted like a annoyed kitten, glaring at him. Don't mention last night again. I've already forgotten what happened last night. I don't need you to take responsibility for me, and I definitely don't want you to write those inappropriate stories. Just forget about last night. Anyway, I don't want to see you again in the future. Song Tang has a small appetite. Just now, in anger, she shoved a bun into her mouth and ate her frustration. Now she's almost full. She quickly sipped some egg drop soup, then glared at her fiercely, picked up her small bag, stepped into her little leather shoes, and stomped off angrily. Song Tang, you haven't had breakfast. Lu Jinyan really doesn't like to interfere. Honestly, even if she starves, it has nothing to do with him. But for some reason, seeing her only eat a small bun made him feel very uncomfortable. A day starts in the morning. Recently, she's been practicing dance and using up a lot of energy. She only ate this much, and soon she'll be very hungry. He was about to get up and call her back to eat properly when he heard her gritting her teeth and saying, "I'm not eating anymore. All my anger is filled up with you. Crazy person." Again, crazy person. Lu Jinyan felt a sharp pain in his chest from her calling him crazy. He just stared blankly as she walked away, unable to focus for a long time. The breakfast on the table was bought by him. Wasting food is shameful. Since she didn't eat it, he certainly couldn't waste it either. He subtly pressed his hand to his chest, then sat upright and ate his breakfast carefully. Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying, and others had already finished their meals. The cultural troops cafeteria was large. They were quite far from Lu Jinyan and Song Tang, so they couldn't hear their voices at all. But they could clearly see that Lu Jinyan sat coldly at his seat, not wanting to pay attention to Song Tang. It seemed Song Tang was upset by his indifference, her eyes turning red with sadness. She didn't eat much and looked lost as she left. Meanwhile, he remained calm and aloof, sitting there without any intention of calling her back. Obviously, in his eyes, Song Tang was nothing special. Feng Yingying and the others felt happier the more they thought about it. They couldn't help but lean closer to Gu Mengwan. Dream, Captain Lu argued with Song Tang. I guess Captain Lu doesn't like Song Tang and wants her to stay away from him, not to bother him anymore. Look, Song Tang looked so upset she almost cried. Captain Lu must have said some really harsh words to her. I told you, Dream, you're the most important person in Captain Lu's heart. He doesn't care about that disgusting little third party, Song Tang.
Exactly.
If Captain Lu really cared about Song Tang, she would be crying from sadness. He would definitely try to bring her back. Dream, you and Captain Lu are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Gu Mengwan didn't answer immediately. However, she kept an eye on Lu Jinyan's situation and naturally saw that Song Tang, embarrassed and angry, snatched away the love letter she had written for Lu Jinyan, then left with red eyes. It was clear that Lu Jinyan's refusal to accept her love letter and her confession made Song Tang upset and upset her greatly. She also believed that Lu Jinyan probably didn't like someone from the countryside like Song Tang. She knew that in the end, Lu Jinyan would return to her. But she wouldn't try to please him first. If she tried to flatter or cling to a man, what would be the difference from someone like Song Tang, who was shameless and low? She, proud as she was, would never do such a thing. Song Tang didn't actually cry. Her eyes would naturally turn red, but it was just because she was angry at Lu Jinyan's shamelessness. After leaving the cafeteria, she went straight to the rehearsal room. She arrived very early, so no one was there yet. The rehearsal room has a special closet for clothes, where her dance costumes and shoes are kept. She was about to change into her clothes and shoes to practice basic skills when she saw that her dance shoes had been filled with many thumbtacks. Song Tang's eyes suddenly grew cold. She was always cautious and used to check her dance shoes before wearing them. If she had stepped into her shoes without checking, those sharp thumbtacks could have punctured her soles. Last night, she was the last to leave the rehearsal room. After she left, the security guard came to lock the door. That means someone tampered with her shoes this morning. She quickly grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies from her bag and went to the corridor. Seeing that the cleaning lady was still sweeping on this floor, she immediately gave her the candies. Ma'am, am I the earliest today? In this era, white rabbit candies were quite rare. The cleaning lady saw that Song Tang had given her more than 10 candies and couldn't help but smile widely. Song Tang's face was very noticeable, and the cleaning lady remembered her. She thought the young girl had just joined the art troupe and probably wanted to know if she was the most diligent. She put the candies in her pocket and told her everything she knew. Jinwei came earlier than you today. That girl Jin Yue is very diligent, almost always the first to arrive at the rehearsal room every morning. Maybe she had something to do this morning, so she came to the rehearsal room, but then left again. Song Tang immediately understood that Lu Mingyue had maliciously placed thumbtacks in her dance shoes. She gratefully looked at the cleaning lady. "Auntie, thank you for telling me. I will come earlier next time and try to be as diligent as Lu Mingyue." The cleaning lady liked to see everyone working hard. She praised Song Tang a few more words and happily left. Back in the practice room, Song Tang's face lost its warmth and charm. Her beautiful little face was cold as ice. In that old story, Lu Mingyue, Feng Yingying, Xie, and Chen Tian later became quite close with Song Qingyao. They, along with Gu Mengwan and Song Qingyao, were the main characters. They fought their enemies, improved themselves, and had bright futures. Song Tang knew that Lu Mingyue and the others had the main character aura, so it was hard for her to compete with them. She didn't like fighting with anyone, but Lu Mingyue and her friends targeted her everywhere. She even vaguely guessed that the two men on the motorcycle who hit her might have been involved by Lu Mingyue and her friends. "If others don't bother me, I won't bother them. If they do, I will return it 100 times over." The main characters were even riding over her and causing trouble. How could she continue to let them get away with it? From the cleaning lady's words, she guessed that Lu Mingyue was behind her trouble this time, but she couldn't use this guess as proof to punish Lu Mingyue. She could only fight back in her own way to seek justice for herself. She remembered that in that old story, Lu Mingyue secretly liked Qin Cheng. She even wrote Qin Cheng a letter filled with her deepest feelings and hopes. But because she cared so much about her friend Gu Mengwan, she never sent the letter and chose to silently support her. She kept the letter in her bag, as if it was her lifelong belief. Because of this unspoken crush, she worked hard to become better and better. That story was written to praise the deep friendship between Lu Mingyue and Gu Mengwan. But Song Tang thought that Lu Mingyue and Gu Mengwan could stay so close because they had no conflicts of interest. She didn't believe that if Gu Mengwan and the others found out about Lu Mingyue's secret feelings, their relationship would still be so harmonious. Song Tang always respected others' privacy and didn't like to touch other people's things. But she was the one who started the trouble. Lu Mingyue and her friends had targeted her first and even damaged her dance shoes, so she had to fight back. Seeing that Lu Mingyue's locker was unlocked, she decided to take a chance. She quickly opened Lu Mingyue's locker and found the letter she had written to Qin Cheng inside her bag. Carefully closed Lu Mingyue's cabinet door, then she casually tossed the letter onto the ground. Almost immediately after she finished, the slightly open door of the rehearsal room swung open, and Gu Mengwan entered surrounded by Feng Yingying and others. Feng Yingying had sharp eyes. She immediately saw the letter on the floor.
Huh?
Whose letter is this? Is it for Commander Qin? Feng Yingying lacked the good habit of respecting others' privacy. Driven by strong curiosity, she tore open the letter. She quickly recognized it was written in Lu Mingyue's handwriting. Why would Mingyue write to Commander Qin? Her eyes full of doubt, Feng Yingying instinctively read the contents aloud. "Commander Qin, I want to tell you something. Actually, I have secretly liked you all along. I want to hold your hand and grow old with you. I want to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country with you, never parting. Mengwan doesn't like you at all. Look at me, okay?"
You.
Feng Yingying was so shocked her eyes widened. Clearly, she didn't expect that Lu Mingyue, who usually seemed so supportive of Gu Mengwan, secretly harbored thoughts of competing for a man with her. Chen Tian and Xie also looked stunned. They almost said in unison, "Mingyue is too shameless." Feng Yingying stopped reading further. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "Lu Mingyue is so shameless. She clearly knows that Commander Qin likes Mengwan, and Mengwan sincerely considers her a friend. How could she write such a letter to Commander Qin? She doesn't deserve to be Mengwan's friend at all. And she even talks badly about Mengwan. Someone who stabs friends in the back like that isn't fit to be my friend. I hereby declare that I am breaking off with Lu Mingyue. From now on, this art troupe has her, but not me. I have me, and she has herself." Hearing Feng Yingying's words, Chen Tian and Xia quickly agreed. Mingyue's behavior of undermining her friends is really disgusting. From now on, Chen Tian, will stand against her. Xia and I won't be friends with someone as irritating as her. Gu Mengwan coldly glanced at the letter in Feng Yingying's hand. She hadn't expected Lu Mingyue, knowing that Qin Cheng was pursuing her, to still shamelessly have thoughts about him. She withdrew her gaze from the letter and said with noble coldness, I, Gu Mengwan, refuse to associate with someone like Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue entered from outside and just happened to overhear Gu Mengwan's words. She lowered her gaze and saw the letter in Feng Yingying's hand. Secretly loving Qin Cheng is her most hidden and sweet feeling. She dares not think about it. She considers her close friends as the best, but one day, they cruelly break her privacy and talk about her secrets arrogantly. Gu Mengwan lifts her chin, proud and disdainful, which hurts her sensitive nerves even more. She can't help but tear up and step forward, asking Meng Meng, what kind of person am I? And what about you? This letter is my private matter. Who are you to peek at it and read my secrets aloud? What secrets? Seeing Lu Mingyue daring to question Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying gets angry. She angrily throws the letter into Lu Mingyue's face and says fiercely, I want to read your letter aloud. So what? You secretly steal your good friend's boyfriend and do shameless things, and you're afraid people will find out? Lu Mingyue, you're shameless. Lu Mingyue trembles with anger, her voice sharp and tense. How did I steal a man from Meng Meng? She's hanging around Commander Qin and wants to be with Captain Lu. What's the difference between her and a social butterfly? Don't say I didn't try to compete for her man. Even if I did, I wouldn't be wrong. Lu Mingyue's anger grows stronger. Her gaze is fierce and disappointed as she looks at Gu Mengwan. Meng Meng, you say you look down on people like me. You think you're so special, so noble, looking down on others. In fact, I look down on you, a social butterfly who wants everything and gives nothing. After shouting, Lu Mingyue feels a bit regretful. She truly considers Gu Mengwan her friend and doesn't want to ruin their relationship. Gu Mengwan comes from a good family and is powerful, with high status in the dance team. She doesn't want to be isolated by Gu Mengwan's small group. But just as these thoughts flash through her mind, she feels a sharp pain in her bottom as Feng Yingying aggressively pushes her to the ground. Feng Yingying's eyes are wide with anger, looking fierce enough to tear her apart. Lu Mingyue, how can you say Meng Meng is a social butterfly? Captain Lu has a marriage agreement with Meng Meng. What's wrong with her being with him? Many people like Commander Qin and Meng Meng because she's charming. She deserves it, and she's not wrong. You're just jealous that Meng Meng is talented and popular. You don't deserve to be her friend. Yes, Lu Mingyue is just jealous because Meng Meng is better than her. Chen Tian couldn't help but agree, saying, her jealousy looks really ugly. Xia rolled her eyes in disgust, clearly looking down on Lu Mingyue's behavior. Bullying Meng Meng is like making enemies of all of us. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale. Usually, she and Feng Yingying and others were used to flattering and going along with Gu Mengwan. She thought that because they had known each other for a long time, talked and practiced dance together, they were friends. Now she finally realized that in Feng Yingying's and others' hearts, she Lu Mingyue was nothing. Gu Mengwan still held her chin high with a proud look, but her eyes were red, stubborn and sad, as if Lu Mingyue had hurt her deeply. She raised her eyelids arrogantly and then spoke to Lu Mingyue. Yeah, you really went too far this time. I won't forgive you. Once, Lu Mingyue genuinely admired Gu Mengwan. She thought Gu Mengwan was perfect. She could dance, paint, write poetry, and sing. There was no girl more perfect than Gu Mengwan in the world. But after hearing Gu Mengwan say that, she suddenly found it very funny. She wouldn't forgive Lu Mingyue. What did Lu Mingyue do wrong? Why should she forgive her? Is it because Qin Cheng is Gu Mengwan's admirer and she secretly liked him? Is that a crime? Enough, you two. Stop arguing with Yaya. There's no need. Gu Mengwan said coldly and then went to practice basic skills on her own. Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and Xia quickly followed. They knew Gu Mengwan was calm and indifferent, not interested in worldly disputes, but they felt Lu Mingyue's actions this time were unfair, and they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Dream, you're so generous and don't want to argue with certain people. If I were you, and Lu Mingyue dared to stab me in the back like that, I would definitely tear her apart. Feng Yingying rolled her eyes at Lu Mingyue and continued, it's so funny. Lu Mingyue still wants to compete with you for Qin Xiaxiling. Regarding figure, family background, looks, and ability, how can she compare to you, Dream? She doesn't even deserve to carry your shoes.
Exactly.
Chen Tian and Xia also agreed. Lu Mingyue trying to compete with you for Qin Xiaxiling is just asking for humiliation. We must call Qin Xiaxiling and tell him to watch out for some scheming people. Gu Mengwan and Qin Cheng grew up together, and she knew better than anyone how ruthless he could be when teaching someone a lesson. She knew that if Feng Yingying and others called Qin Cheng about this matter, he would definitely not forgive Lu Mingyue. She didn't care to teach anyone a lesson. But since Feng Yingying and others wanted to call him, it was none of her business. She didn't stop Chen Tian from running out to call Qin Cheng. She only gracefully and nobly said, I once sincerely considered Ye a friend. I really didn't expect her to have such thoughts about Qin Cheng. But if Qin Cheng likes her, that's fine. I won't bother with him anymore. Lu Mingyue was very close to Gu Mengwan and others, and she could clearly hear their conversations. She also knew that Chen Tian and the others went out to call Qin Cheng. She didn't rush to stop them, because she knew that stopping them wouldn't help. Even if she stopped Chen Tian and the others now, they would eventually exaggerate and tell Qin Cheng everything. She didn't argue with Gu Mengwan and others anymore. She just looked somewhat confused at Gu Mengwan, who still looked proud like a swan. Gu Mengwan was truly too high above. It was as if she was the bright moon in the sky, the queen looking down on all beings, while Lu Mingyue was just a crawling ant at her feet. She could step on Lu Mingyue at will.
But why?
Lu Mingyue had worked just as hard as anyone else. Why was she destined to be lower than Gu Mengwan? She really wanted to tear down Gu Mengwan's pride and dignity. A few days ago, Lu Mingyue hated Song Tang the most. She wished Qin Cheng would send someone to ruin Song Tang, so she could no longer dance. She secretly put nails into Song Tang's dance shoes, hoping to injure her feet. Song Tang had already changed into her dance shoes. She knew Song Tang definitely hadn't stepped on the nails. Otherwise, she would have screamed loudly. But whether she successfully ruined Song Tang or not didn't matter so much now. Her current biggest hatred was for Gu Mengwan. She was determined to make Gu Mengwan pay for her selfishness, pride, and coldness. When Song Tang was practicing basic skills, she occasionally looked toward Lu Mingyue and Gu Mengwan. She clearly saw the intense anger and hatred burning in Lu Mingyue's eyes. She also noticed the arrogance and contempt in Gu Mengwan's eyes. Honestly, she couldn't understand where Gu Mengwan got so much superiority from every day. But Gu Mengwan's arrogant attitude was really stimulating, especially because it sharply triggered Lu Mingyue's sensitive nerves. She was waiting to see them continue to fight fiercely. Gu Mengwan's small group was now completely at odds with Lu Mingyue. Today during rehearsal, they constantly pushed Lu Mingyue aside, speaking to her in a sarcastic and mocking way. Lu Mingyue was so upset, she cried several times. They fought among themselves and had no time to target Song Tang. Today, Song Tang seemed to be quite happy. At the end of the afternoon, as they left the art troupe one after the other, Lu Mingyue and Song Tang almost stepped out at the same time and saw Qin Cheng, who had a very rebellious look. Qin Cheng's face looked both mischievous and bad, but he was also very handsome. His reckless behavior, generous actions, good family background, and charming personality made him especially popular with girls. Seeing Qin Cheng, Lu Mingyue's face instantly turned red. But thinking about what had happened today, her blush faded, leaving her with a pale, sad look.
Lu Mingyue.
As expected, Qin Cheng was waiting outside the art troupe to stop her. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and his mischievous face was full of hatred and disdain for her. I heard you like me? Hearing the teasing and contempt in Qin Cheng's voice, Lu Mingyue's face grew even whiter. Before she could speak, He mischievously curled his lips and said, "Are you still trying to tarnish my reputation and bully Meng Meng?" Lu Mingyue, I'll say this clearly today. Don't dream foolishly or think you can get what's not yours. Even if Meng Meng doesn't want me, and even if all the women in the world are gone, I wouldn't like you. Get lost. Qin Qing said this and directly took out several large bills, throwing them hard at Lu Mingyue's face. If you dare to think more about this and make Meng Meng stop talking to me, I won't forgive you. Take the money and get out quickly. Lu Mingyue was struck like lightning. She knew Qin Qing always protected Gu Mengwan and treated her like a queen. But they had also talked and shared happy moments. She never dared to imagine that her secret crush on him would be dismissed as a toad wanting to eat a swan. She also never imagined he would use money to slap her in the face. Lu Mingyue was a proud girl. Being insulted and hurt by the man she had secretly loved for years was very hard for her to accept. Before she could recover from her embarrassment, she saw Gu Mengwan walking over from the side. Usually, Qin Qing was arrogant and proud in front of others and even his parents. But when he saw Gu Mengwan, all his unruly attitude disappeared. Only love and admiration remained. It was as if he was a wild wolf that refused to submit, ignoring all the colorful world around him, only willing to bow down to Gu Mengwan. Dream, dream. Qin Cheng's eyes softened with warmth, like spring flowers blooming. Let me carry your bag, okay? Humph. Gu Mengwan snorted coldly, clearly still angry with him and unwilling to talk. She was so rude to him, but he didn't get mad. Instead, he smiled more affectionately and tried to please her. Why are you still angry? Aren't you the biggest fan of the hawthorn crisp from Daoxiang village? How about I take you to buy some snacks? Qin Qing, please don't come looking for me anymore. Gu Mengwan coldly snatched her bag from Qin Cheng's hand, standing proud like a red plum blossom in the snow. I don't want to affect your relationship with Yaya. Seeing her misunderstand his relationship with Lu Mingyue, Qin Cheng was almost desperate. He hurriedly swore loyalty to her. I really have no feelings for Lu Mingyue. Dream, dream. Only you are the one I like. My true feelings are as real as the sky, sun, and moon. Please believe me, okay? People's hearts are hard to read. Who knows what's true? Gu Mengwan stubbornly raised her chin. She was cold and aloof, like a pure chrysanthemum, yet noble and untainted. Stay away from me. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. After saying this, she turned coldly and walked quickly ahead, standing tall and proud, truly a cold beauty admired by many men. Dream, dream. Seeing Gu Mengwan still angry, Qin Qing was frantic. But he was afraid that rushing after her would make her even angrier, so he vented all his frustration and anger on Lu Mingyue. He pulled out 2 large packs of tissues, viciously smashing them onto Lu Mingyue's face. Get lost. Stop showing up in front of me to disgust me. Otherwise, I won't just make sure you can't stay in the arts troupe, but you'll be crippled or worse. After saying this, Qin Qing quickly rode his motorcycle and chased after Gu Mengwan. Qin Qing and Gu Mengwan had already gone far, but Lu Mingyue was still standing there, stunned. The 2 large packs of tissues Qin Qing had smashed on her face were new. The sharp edges of the tissues cut her cheeks, burning with pain. But the pain on her face was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Look at this. These are her true friends. Look at this. These are the men she wholeheartedly liked. They don't deserve her sincerity and love. Because they are shameless, heartless animals. They treat Lu Mingyue so disdainfully, they will surely face retribution. Tang Tang, get in the car quickly. The arts troupe was not far from the military compound. Walking to work was quite convenient. However, Song Tang's calf was injured, so Lu Xiaoyu would definitely be giving her rides lately. Seeing her staring in the direction of Lu Mingyue, he rode over quickly and called her to get on his bike. Lu Xiaoyu also faintly heard voices of Qin Qing, Gu Mengwan, Lu Mingyue, and others. He couldn't help but complain to Song Tang, Gu Mengwan is really quite strange. She clearly doesn't like Qin Qing, but she won't allow other girls to like him either. She's just occupying the toilet without using it. Once I overheard her mother asking my mother to let her spend more time with my older brother. Luckily, my mom didn't agree, and luckily my brother doesn't like women. Otherwise, she might have become my sister-in-law. As he rode, Lu Xiaoyu shivered and got goosebumps. Gu Mengwan as my sister-in-law. Just thinking about it is scary. Seeing her would ruin my appetite for roasted turtle. Although I don't really approve of my brother dating a man, if she really became my sister-in-law, I'd rather my brother marry brother Sure. Song Tang looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a very complicated expression, noticing how he even looked dramatic from the back of his head. How could she think Lu Jinyan didn't like women? She suspected Lu Xiaoyu was so obsessed with roasted turtle that he was losing his mind. Tang, I think Gu Mengwan is quite pretentious. While she was internally criticizing Lu Xiaoyu's intelligence, she heard his voice again. She always acts like she's calm and noble, but actually, she enjoys letting her friends bully others. I heard that a girl from the dance troupe was pressured into taking pills to end her life, almost dying. It might be related to her little group, but there's no proof, so it was all left unresolved. Did she bully you? Lu Xiaoyu's concern warmed Song Tang's heart. She suddenly thought he might be cute even if he wasn't very smart. She didn't want him to worry, so she changed the subject lightly. I'm not so easy to bully. Hee, I think so too. Tang is so smart. No one can bully her easily. After a few silly laughs, Lu Xiaoyu continued, but if they isolate you, don't be afraid. Just tell me. I'll stand up for you. Song Tang definitely wouldn't tell Lu Xiaoyu. If she was bullied, she could handle it herself. But she didn't want to hurt Lu Xiaoyu's feelings, so she just responded softly. Lu Shoujiang and Song Sungrong's family still hadn't come back tonight. After sending Song Tang home, Lu Xiaoyu took a flashlight to dig for the roasted turtle. He had a very good haul tonight, digging up 2 jars of roasted turtle. He went digging with his good friend Zhao Shuai. Lu Xiaoyu always returned with a full load of turtle shells, while Zhao Shuai worked hard all night and only managed to gather a few shells each time. When Zhao Shuai was roasting the turtle shells, his mouth was watering so much that it almost drowned his shells. Lu Xiaoyu gave him 2 skewers of deliciously roasted shells. He knew Zhao Shuai's grandmother loved eating turtle shells too. After they finished a bottle of turtle shells, he generously gave Zhao Shuai the remaining bottle. Seeing the large bottle of turtle shells made Zhao Shuai's grandmother very happy. She also gave Lu Xiaoyu a big bottle of her freshly brewed strawberry fruit wine. Zhao Shuai's grandmother is a master at making fruit wine. Even the state-run restaurant's wine can't compare to her skill. Lu Xiaoyu had drunk her fruit wine many times before and loved it very much. But since he thought about his good friend Song Tang, who had never tasted Zhao Shuai's grandmother's wine, he decided to give the whole big bottle of strawberry wine to Song Tang. Zhao Shuai's grandmother's strawberry wine isn't spicy or strong. It's sweet and cool, like juice. Lu Xiaoyu always drank it as if it were juice. So when he gave it to Song Tang, he casually called it strawberry juice. After taking a bath, Song Tang sat at her desk, reading a book and happily drinking the strawberry juice. Really, Zhao Shuai's grandmother's skill was amazing. In her previous life, Song Tang's family was so rich that she never tasted such delicious strawberry juice. The more she drank, the more she wanted. Late at night, the big bottle of strawberry wine was soon empty. At first, Song Tang didn't notice anything strange, but later she felt the words on the page seemed to float. She started to wonder if she had entered some fantasy world. Her head felt heavy, and she leaned on the desk, motionless. It was a hot night. Song Tang pulled the curtains, but didn't close the window. Lu Jinyan finished his shower and returned to his bedroom, planning to close the curtains and lie down. As the wind blew, it lifted the curtains of Song Tang's room across the hall. He saw her lying there unmoving. Song Tang. He called her several times, but she didn't respond. He didn't like to interfere in others' affairs. But he was a soldier, and he felt guilty toward Song Tang. If something happened to her, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He was worried she might have fainted from some hidden illness or high fever. Without delay, he hurried downstairs and rushed to her room. Song Tang, what's wrong? Wake up. Song Tang. Lu Jinyan went to her room and called her several times, but she remained very quiet, lying on her desk. He vaguely felt she might be quite sick. He was about to carry her to the hospital when suddenly she staggered to her feet and forcefully hugged him. He instinctively wanted to push her away, but instead, he heard her call him baby. Lu Jinyan's mind exploded with shock. That time, when Tang Song was drunk in his car, she hugged him and called him baby. In a flash, many images and sounds flooded Lu Jinyan's mind like a tide. He remembered a dreamy moment when Song Tang mistakenly thought he was going to marry someone else and left in disguise. When he found her, she was disguised to look like Tang Song. If those passionate dreams were real, and if he and Song Tang were connected in a past life, then since she could disguise herself as Tang Song, it means Tang Song and Song Tang are probably the same person. On Song Tang's inner right ankle, there is a tiny brown mole, the same size as Tang Song's. Tang Song gave him her mailing address as being near 13 Alley. Song Tang lives in the military compound but often appears near 13 Alley. Shortly before Tang Song first wrote to cut ties with him, he had been cold and distant to her, even making her fall on her backside. When Tang Song wrote that she was getting married, he was just in the hospital, taking advantage of her, but then he coldly drew a line and told her not to appear before him again. Tang Song's eyes are almost identical to Song Tang's. Both of them have a pair of sweet little dimples on their faces. Previously, Lu Jinyan didn't believe Tang Song was Song Tang, or because of those dreamy visions, he disliked his own flirtatious nature and instinctively rejected this possibility. But in that moment, looking at Song Tang, drunk and acting just like Tang Song, playful and charming, he increasingly felt they were the same person. To confirm his suspicion, he couldn't help but ask her, Song Tang, what does the airport mean? Yeah, baby. How did you become an airport? What should I do? Song Tang didn't answer his question, but instead, with dreamy eyes like peach blossoms, softly poked his chest. Then, like a lazy cat, she pressed her little head against him. Baby, don't worry. I will help you become a 34D again. We drink milk and eat papaya every day. If it really can't be fixed, I'll go with you to get a lift. Don't say D. Even if you want F. G is fine too. 34D. Lu Jinyan's mind was like being struck by a series of lightning bolts. He no longer had any doubt. Song Tang is truly his Song. Turning his face, he saw the nearly empty strawberry wine on the desk. Tonight, Lu Xiaoyu delivered the strawberry wine to Song Tang, and he knew about it. He also heard Lu Xiaoyu's loud voice saying it was a special, delicious strawberry juice made by Zhao Shuai's grandmother. He thought no one would get so drunk from fruit wine with almost no alcohol content like Tang Song did. He didn't interfere, but he didn't expect that Song Tang was indeed the very person with extremely poor alcohol tolerance. Baby, I miss you so much. Every time Song Tang gets drunk, she can't help but think of Gu Baby, her parents, and brothers. Because she misses them so much but can't be with them, she feels extremely sad, her eyes and nose turning red. Lu Jinyan lowered his gaze and saw her sniffling, looking like she was about to cry. His heart softened completely and hurt terribly. He couldn't help but remember some past events. They had exchanged letters, shared similar interests, and connected on a deep level. She probably genuinely considered him a friend at that time. When they met in person, she must have thought about telling him the truth. But every time they met, it was particularly unpleasant. He always felt she was manipulative, cold, and resolute in drawing boundaries. They shared their hearts in letters, but in real life, they couldn't open up. When she met him, she had scars on her face, not intentionally deceiving him. She was probably just afraid that he would dislike her in real life, and if he knew her true identity, he wouldn't even want to be pen pals with her. His coldness in reality ultimately disappointed and deeply hurt her. So, she wrote him a letter of severance, wanting to cut all ties. That time in the hospital, she clearly wanted to confess. She asked if she really was Song. Would he still dislike her so much? What did he say then? Yes, he said she couldn't be Song. The thing he hated most in his life was meeting her. If possible, He wouldn't want to see her again in the next life. Her face was pale, her eyes red. And Gu Shirshu happened to meet her in the hospital corridor. He said she was crying. That time, she clearly thought that his feelings for Tang Song weren't enough to outweigh his dislike for her in real life. So, she wrote him a letter telling him she was getting married and that they would never meet again. Song. Thinking about his rude attitude before, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. His heart hurt so much that his voice became hoarse with pain. He lost control and tightly embraced her, softly whispering again and again, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so harsh to you before. I shouldn't have thought you had bad habits, or that you were flirtatious. I shouldn't have made you fall and hurt yourself, or said I disliked meeting you. Song, I was so wrong, I really regret it. I should have recognized you earlier." Song Tang was so drunk she didn't notice the strong feelings Lu Jinyan was showing. She just pouted and, with a look of annoyance, poked his chest again. 34 is gone. It's not soft at all. Even holding you isn't comfortable. But baby, even if your 34 turns into a flat surface, you're still my favorite baby. Baby, I really miss you so much. Lu Jinyan's heart trembled intensely. He held her tightly, as if trying to pull her into his body. He knew she was drunk and not fully aware. Holding her like this felt a bit like taking advantage of her in her drunken state. But what could he do? He missed his song so much he couldn't let go. He could only awkwardly reply, Song, I like you the most too. I will treat you well in the future, not be mean to you, not make you angry, and definitely not let you suffer. Gu Bao, you better be good to me. Suddenly, Song Tang snapped at him, poking him fiercely. Lu Jinyan's eyes were gentle, almost too kind. Even if she scolded him, or hit and cursed him, he still found her adorable. He thought she would continue to be tough on him. But unexpectedly, she suddenly slipped out of his arms like a smooth, soft eel. She found several new little clothes from the wardrobe and happily held them up to him like a treasure. Seeing the red, green, and pink tiny clothes she held, his ears turned hot, and his face flushed as if blood was about to come out. He hurriedly turned his face away, not wanting to look at the clothes. But she didn't give him a chance to escape. She smiled brightly and pressed the clothes against his face. Baby, these little clothes are so comfortable to wear. I made several myself. You see which one you like best, and I'll give you one. Lu Jinyan's mind felt like it was about to explode. He closed his eyes, avoiding looking at the tiny clothes almost pressed against his face. But the appearance of those clothes still kept flashing in his mind, repeatedly bothering him. It made his heart race wildly. And as a grown man, how could he wear a woman's small clothes? When Lu Jinyan first knew Tang Song as Song Tang, he was cold and guarded towards her. He spoke to her with a distant, cold tone, always setting boundaries. But now he was sure Song Tang was his Song. Even when she was acting out, his eyes still held endless affection and indulgence. Song, don't be naughty. After drinking, Song Tang was completely unable to communicate clearly. Lu Jinyan wanted to take her unruly little hand away, but before he could hold it, she, with dreamy peach blossom eyes, grabbed his shoulders. It's so dark. Song Tang looked at his shoulders with dislike, her lips slightly pouting. What kind of terrible clothes are these? They look so ugly. Baby, try on my new handmade clothes. I made them myself. Just this red one. You're so fair and pretty. Wearing bright red will make you look stunning. Come on, baby, let me help you change clothes. Song Tang casually threw her other clothes onto the nearby desk, leaving only the bright red one in her hand. She poked at Lu Jinyan's chest and then started tugging at his shoulders. Song, don't move around. Her tugging was random and unorganized, but her soft, delicate hands were too mischievous, making Lu Jinyan feel heated all over. He clenched her slender wrist tightly to stop her from moving. His restraint, however, only annoyed her more. She pushed him roughly, and he instinctively stepped back, falling into a nearby chair. Seizing the moment, she sat down directly across from him. Lu Jinyan's mind was burning like boiling magma, and he couldn't help but think back to the time he met Tang Song, the scene in the car. Back then, she was just like this, close to him, skin touching skin. His breathing grew heavy and uneven. He struggled to turn his face away, taking several deep breaths before he could find his voice again. Song, come down. After drinking, Song Tang was always wild and unruly. How could she listen to him? She tugged at his shoulders again, but couldn't move him. Frustrated, she threw the red clothes onto him. In the novels I read, tearing clothes is so easy. Why can't I tear this one? She muttered confusedly, then crossed her arms arrogantly and commanded Lu Jinyan, "Baby, your clothes are so good quality. You're making me so angry. If you don't want to lose me, quickly change into the clothes I made for you myself." Lu Jinyan really couldn't change. As a grown man, wearing such clothes would seem strange. Just as he was about to say he wouldn't change, he heard her sniffle with a sad expression. "Baby, do you not like the clothes I made for you? I miss you so much, and I made clothes for you myself, but you don't like me at all, you don't love me." Song Tang subconsciously knew that Gu Baobao definitely missed her. Not only Gu Baobao, but her parents and brothers from her past life would have gone crazy with worry after hearing about her accident. She knew in her previous life, her friends and family cared a lot about her. But because she could never go back home, she felt very sad inside. Her skin was very fair and delicate, and her red eyes looked especially obvious. Lu Jinyan looked down and saw this scene. The young girl's eyes were full of tears, and her thick black eyelashes, like crow feathers, were also dotted with clear, sparkling tears. Her eyes, slightly lifted at the corners, looked red, like a blooming red peach blossom. She was beautiful, delicate, and very lovable. His heart softened more than it should have. Even though he couldn't wear such clothes, he still blushed and comforted her. Song, don't cry. I'll wear it another day. I don't dislike you. I like you very much." Song Tang grew up being spoiled by her parents and brothers. She was delicate but not spoiled. She had a good personality and was easy to soothe. When she heard that Gu Baobao was willing to wear the clothes she made for him and said she liked her, she was instantly comforted. She had other things to give Gu Baobao and didn't insist he wear them right now. She couldn't help but hug his neck and gently pressed her face against his, saying, "Baby, you're so good." Lu Jinyan's ears, as white as jade, felt like they were burning with fire. He knew she wasn't talking about him when she called him baby, but her acting spoiled like this made his heart feel hot and uncomfortable. He was also feeling hot. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui, and with his beloved girl sitting on him like this, it was hard for him to stay unaffected. But she was completely unconscious now, and if he continued to let her get close, it would be taking advantage of her. He exhausted all his willpower and finally suppressed the urge to hold her tightly and kiss her deeply. He hoarsely comforted her, Song, get off me first." Song Tang wanted to get something for him. This time, she was very obedient. When she heard his voice, she quickly jumped down. She turned around swiftly and ran back to the wardrobe, pulling out a new bright red cheongsam she had made. Gu Baobao is a classic cool and beautiful woman, naturally charming and stunning. Song Tang thought Gu Baobao looked especially good in red, like a glamorous Hong Kong-style beauty with fiery lips. So, in her past life, whether buying or making clothes, she loved giving Gu Baobao red outfits the most. She believed that such a beautiful woman like Gu Baobao would look very stunning in her new cheongsam. Seeing the bright red cheongsam in her hand, Lu Jinyan suddenly felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, he heard her say, "Baby, try on the cheongsam I made. You're already so beautiful and have such a good figure. Wearing this cheongsam, you'll surely enchant all those little guys outside." Lu Jinyan felt helpless. He didn't expect that he would dodge that little dress, but still have a cheongsam waiting for him. As a man, he definitely couldn't wear such a charming cheongsam. But he was afraid that if he refused, she would cry. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. She held the cheongsam and measured herself against him a few times. As she measured, Song Tang's sparkling eyes clouded over with a hint of sadness. She drooped her head, looking at Lu Jinyan with a mix of tenderness and sadness, and said, "Baby, why are your shoulders so broad now? We used to be the same size. I made it according to my size, but now you probably can't wear it anymore." Her gaze followed Lu Jinyan's strong, slim shoulders as they slowly moved downward. He had just finished showering and was planning to sleep, wearing only a loose pair of shorts that showed his shoulders. She naturally saw his faintly visible chest muscles. Unable to hold back, she stepped forward and grabbed him. After grabbing him, she lifted his shirt from below.
Wow.
"Baby, not only do you have chest muscles, but you also have abs.
How?
How do you train? Do you lift weights all day?" Lu Jinyan's forehead veins bulged as she grabbed him, but she didn't realize what she had done. Her voice, filled with a mix of tenderness and shock, continued, "Baby, you really shouldn't keep training. If you keep going, you'll turn into a Barbie doll with muscles." What is a Barbie doll with muscles? Lu Jinyan, who was well informed, had never heard this term before. While he was wondering, he heard her say again, "Since you can't wear it, baby, I'll wear it for you. You didn't say you liked watching me wear a cheongsam the most. I'll wear it for you to see, and you'll definitely like it." Lu Jinyan definitely doesn't want to look. Because she's changing clothes in front of him, he would see things he shouldn't. They aren't married yet, and he can't always take advantage of her.
Song, you don't need to wear it, you.
Lu Jinyan sat up straight, trying to stop her. But it was already too late. Song Tang smiled sweetly at him and had already thrown off her light orange dress. Song, quickly put your clothes on." She didn't finish putting on her dress and instead kicked it far away. No peeking at inappropriate scenes. Lu Jinyan hurriedly turned his face away. His cold, sharp face turned even redder, as if a big fire was burning inside. He tried not to look at her current appearance, but from the corner of his eye, he caught glimpses of the beautiful scene that was barely visible. He could only close his eyes and keep reciting the 3 main disciplines and 8 points for attention, reminding himself not to act rashly. After closing his eyes, he truly couldn't see the tempting white fabric anymore. But the rustling sound she made while wearing the cheongsam still kept stabbing his tense nerves, one after another. It made his breathing feel hot, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged slightly. Finally, the rustling stopped, clearly indicating she had finished changing into the cheongsam. He had seen her in a wine-red long dress before, but he had never seen her in a bright red cheongsam. After intense inner struggle, he finally opened his eyes and slowly looked at her. He saw her current appearance. She was wearing a slightly modified bright red cheongsam. Below the collar, a jade pendant with a peace symbol was hanging, adding a touch of liveliness to her stunning beauty. The peace pendant gently swayed, each movement seeming to touch his heart. On the right side of the cheongsam, there was a row of buttons running down to her thigh, elegant and breathtaking, with a noble, graceful charm that was almost too beautiful to believe. She was truly so fair, with arms as white as the finest cream. Her fresh and pretty face was as white as a boiled, shelled egg. It was said to be delicate enough to break easily, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Standing so gracefully in front of him, she looked like a fresh red rose after the rain. Pure yet alluring, filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making anyone fall in love at first sight and never forget her for a lifetime. Watching her walk toward him step by step, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but think of the wedding he attended last year. At that wedding, the bride wore a bright red cheongsam. He thought Song Tang looked like a shy bride just about to speak, but holding back. "My bride." Lu Jinyan's face turned red again. She was still asking him questions. "Baby, do I look good in this cheongsam?" What could Lu Jinyan say? He could only tell the truth. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "You look very nice." Song Tang also thought Gu Baobao looked especially pretty. She sincerely said, "Baby, you look good too. In my heart, both you and my mom are the most beautiful in the world."
Hey?
"Baby, did you learn to change your face? Why does your face keep changing?" Song Tang looked at Lu Jinyan's face with curiosity. The more she looked, the more she felt that this face didn't match her memory of Gu Baobao. She sat down directly and held his face with both hands. Baby, you seem to have turned into
A man?
yes, you've become like a big wolf dog. Baby, you really are so good at changing. Your eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth all match my taste. Even your Adam's apple looks nice. But you also look a bit like Lu Jinyan, which is quite annoying. Mentioning Lu Jinyan, Song Tang's face suddenly fell. She pouted and pinched his face. Baby, I tell you, that dog Lu Jinyan is really annoying. When we were pen pals, he was pretty nice. I thought he understood me well and was a good friend. But in real life, he's not good to me at all. It seemed she remembered some unhappy moments, and her eyes started to turn red again. She sniffed with a bit of grievance and anger, repeating like a dream, he's so mean. He's not good to me at all. Song. Lu Jinyan knew she was completely drunk now, not knowing what time it was. He shouldn't have physical contact with her. But hearing her complain with grievance, saying he was not good to her at all, made his heart ache terribly. He couldn't help but tighten his arms and hold her close. Carefully, he wiped away her tears. His usually cold voice was now tinged with warmth and affection. Song, it was my fault before. I was blind and didn't recognize you. If I ever get angry with you again, or make you sad, I won't forgive myself. Song Tang was in a good mood. In the blink of an eye, she had cheered herself up. She was too lazy to mention Lu Jinyan again and focused instead on admiring Gu Baobao's handsome face. Baby, your face looks so good after changing. It's even better than the most handsome young master in the family. What is Chow Mu Mu? Young master? Lu Jinyan knew that young master referred to the son of a wealthy family. But he didn't quite understand why Song Tang's mention of young master didn't seem to mean the same thing. While he was confused, Song Tang suddenly leaned in close, almost touching his face. Baby, I can't take it anymore. You're going to turn me gay. Young women of the new era, if you want to be flexible, just go ahead. Since we're so close, I'll take advantage of you, and neither of us will lose out. Your mouth. Song Tang suddenly raised her hand, her white fingers full of curiosity and affection, and placed them on his lips. This mouth is so pretty, it's meant for kissing. Otherwise, why would it grow so nicely? Song, you can't kiss me. Lu Jinyan was afraid he might lose control and tried to stop her in a hushed voice. But after drinking, Song Tang was wild and reckless, ignoring all warnings. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, she bit his thin lips hard. She also threatened fiercely, Baby, shut up. I tell you, I get really angry sometimes, and I'm even scared of myself. If you don't let me kiss you properly, I'll kiss you to death. Saying that, she even made a move as if she was going to kiss him to death and kissed him even more fiercely. Lu Jinyan's throat moved violently. He was worried that she wasn't sober and might regret it when she woke up. He still wanted to remind her not to kiss him, but her lips were too soft and sweet, like she had cast a spell on him. Even though her kiss was clumsy and inexperienced, his strong self-control, which he was proud of, completely vanished. He closed his eyes almost hopelessly, responding passionately, with a possessive desire. Song Tang felt the pain. She dazedly complained, Why are you biting me now? Do you believe I'll bite you back? She really bit him. Her bite was harmless, but it made his kiss burn even hotter, like a raging fire, making her mind turn to mush. The heat made her drowsy, and as her eyelids fluttered, she sank into a deep sleep. Song. Lu Jinyan still wanted more. He didn't expect her to be so fierce and stubborn just moments ago, and then fall asleep so peacefully. He sighed helplessly and affectionately, then carefully carried her in his arms and gently placed her on her small bed in her room. He wanted to stay with her forever. It was late at night, and they still hadn't gotten married. If he stayed in her room too long and someone saw him, it could hurt her reputation. So he decided to leave first. But she tightly held his hand. Baby, don't go. He tried to pull his hand away. But whenever he tried to leave, she would sniffle sadly. Her thick, curled eyelashes were also wet with tears. He didn't care much when Song Tang was Tang's song, and she cried herself to death. But now, knowing she is the girl he has been thinking about, her tears felt like knives stabbing his heart. Finally, he gave in and said, "Don't cry, I won't leave." Feeling comforted by his words, Song Tang's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. She softly curled up under the blanket, feeling as sweet as a big white rabbit candy with a honey scent. Lu Jinyan couldn't help but hold her small hand again. He wanted to hold her hand like this forever, until death. When she woke up, he planned to apologize for his harsh attitude and ask for her forgiveness. He also hoped she would give him a chance to date him. He had never dated a girl before, but if she agreed, he would learn to be a good boyfriend and treat her well. In the middle of the night, Song Tang woke up thirsty. She fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp, planning to get up and drink water, but then she saw a man sitting by her bed. Song Tang instinctively thought a thief had entered her home. One of those pickpocket types. She was almost scared to death. But soon, she recognized the man in front of her. He wasn't a thief, but Lu Jinyan. This time, she was still conscious after drinking. Then, many confusing and indescribable images flashed through her mind like a movie. She really didn't know that the strawberry juice Lu Xiaoyu gave her contained alcohol. She hadn't planned to sleep and didn't lock her door. Who would have thought Lu Jinyan would come into her room? She even acted drunk, hugging him, touching, nibbling, and even forcing him to wear women's clothes.
She was such a...
Thinking about what she had just done, Song Tang truly wished she could cut off her evil hands. She also remembered Lu Jinyan calling her Song again and again. Apparently, after she got drunk, she also revealed her little nickname. But she didn't plan to admit who she was or have any connection with him. She decided to pretend she didn't remember anything about what happened when she was drunk. Realizing that he was still holding her hand tightly, she squeezed it hard, trying to keep her distance from him. Song. Lu Jinyan dozed off faintly. Feeling her movement, he immediately woke up. He looked down and met her eyes, understanding that she was now sober. Song Tang was deeply upset by the way he called her, and she hurriedly denied, "Lu Jinyan, you have the wrong person. I'm not the Song you mentioned. There's a difference between men and women. You're a grown man coming into my room late at night. Do you think that's appropriate? Please leave my room now." Lu Jinyan's dark eyes rarely showed pain and helplessness. He didn't expect her to refuse to admit she was Tang Song. Clearly, she was hurt by him and didn't want to talk to him anymore. He was always proud and cold, not liking to bow to anyone. But Tang Song was the only exception in his life. He awkwardly and nervously explained, "I didn't mean to offend you. Tonight, after I took a shower, I accidentally saw you lying still on the desk. I was worried you had fainted, so I came into your room in a panic. Song Tang, I know you're Song, because only Song would hug me and call me baby." Thinking of her cuddling in his arms, sweet and soft, calling him baby, even though he knew she was just treating him like a friend, his ears turned red. He blushed and turned his face away, continuing, "You also said tonight, 34D Airport. You're Song." Song Tang secretly clenched her teeth. She still refused to admit she was Tang. But tonight, she had accidentally revealed too much, and no matter how much she denied, it was useless. She kept a serious face, planning to draw clear boundaries with him, but then she heard his sincere and earnest voice. "I didn't know before that you were Song. I treated you badly. I apologize to you. Song, I won't make you angry again, and I won't be mean to you. Please don't ignore me, okay?" His voice was deep and pleasant, and his expression looked very genuine. Plus, he was good-looking. Honestly, his gentle way of coaxing her was quite confusing. But he had been really mean to her before. He said many hurtful things. He even caused her to fall on her backside. Since Song Tang was determined to cut ties with him, she naturally wouldn't want to get involved with him anymore. "Lu Jinyan, you said it yourself. Your biggest dislike in life is meeting me. Please stay away from me and don't try to flirt with others. Also, don't come within 100 meters of me. I'm actually just like you. I wish I had never met you. I won't flirt with you, and I won't deliberately bother you. Tonight, I got drunk, and I don't remember what happened. If I lost control and offended you, please forget it. If I did lose control, I was wrong, but if you didn't push me away, then you are also at fault. We are even now. From now on, you are just the neighbor big brother I don't want to have any contact with, nothing more. Song. Lu Jinyan knew he had treated her badly before and made her angry, and that was his fault. But hearing her say she didn't want any connection with him made him feel very sad. He is usually cold and quiet and doesn't like to explain himself, but to let her look at him a little more, he carefully explained. I was mean to you before because I was afraid of letting down Tang Song. He didn't know how to describe his inner struggles and pain. He loved Tang Song deeply, but every time he saw Song Tang, his body would strangely react in a weird way. He could only clumsily comfort her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been mean to you. I realize my mistake deeply. I can write a letter of apology. Lu Jinyan didn't mention the 2024 word story he wrote about a small car, and that was good. When he did, Song Tang suddenly got angry and embarrassed. She never wanted to see him write an apology letter again. Especially tonight, she did so many things that were hard to describe. If he really wrote an apology letter about what she did tonight, he would be seen as a troublemaker. Does she have no shame? Afraid he would really write something again, she hurriedly stopped him. You don't need to write me an apology letter. The things before, I don't care anymore, because we won't have any contact in the future. Aren't you going to introduce me to someone? If you really feel embarrassed, then just introduce me to someone. Lu Jinyan, usually calm and reserved, was rarely speechless when blocked. He was afraid she would bother him, so he once said he could introduce her to someone. But now, he only wants to be with her. How could he possibly introduce her to someone else? All those lies he told before were just him shooting himself in the foot. Song Tang now wants to focus on her career and has no intention of dating anyone. She didn't expect that after learning she was Tang Song, he wouldn't also dislike Tang Song. However, to cut off any possible connection between them, she half smiled and said, I can tell you my standards for choosing a partner. If she really had to describe her ideal partner, the person who best matched her aesthetic was Lu Jinyan. He was incredibly handsome, with every feature almost perfectly aligned with her preferences. But she didn't want anything to develop between them, so she certainly wouldn't use his features or physique as her standards. Suddenly, she remembered that in her previous life, Gu Baobao loved reading rough-and-tumble hero stories. Thinking about how Gu Baobao favored those rugged male leads, she lifted her chin and said proudly and coldly, I like tall men. Preferably over 1.8 meters. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs with chest muscles, abs, and a V-line, muscular and full of testosterone, looking powerful. She glanced at his cold, pale side profile and continued, I like men with a darker skin tone, but not completely black. Yes, like a wheat color, with a healthy glow, and vary when they sweat. In short, I just like tall, strong, handsome, and noble-looking men. With each word she spoke, Lu Jinyan's handsome face darkened more. He thought he was quite tall. He was nearly 1.9 meters, definitely tall enough to meet her over 1.8 meter requirement. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, chest muscles, abs, and a V-line. He had all of that. But his muscles weren't the exaggerated, bulky kind of muscular build. Instead, they were defined, with clear lines, which didn't match her standards. And she preferred darker skin tones. He was naturally very fair, and even after sunbathing every day for a winter, he still looked pale again. He didn't meet her preference for wheat-colored skin. And all these conditions she mentioned, the high-ranking officer Gao Tingxiu, who her friend wanted to introduce her to, fit perfectly. He was exactly the type she liked. But he loved her, and wanted to be with her for a lifetime. Even if she liked that kind of man, how could he possibly introduce her to Gao Tingxiu? Whether at work, in life, or even writing apologies, Lu Jinyan always strictly followed the principle of honesty. But he was worried she would think of Gao Tingxiu, so for the first time in his life, he lied. I don't know anyone with those conditions, so I can't introduce anyone to you. Because he rarely told lies, His ears turned red almost as if they were bleeding. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and continued. I have kissed you more than once before. And I even pulled off your little clothes. My hand also. In short, I have hurt you, and I should take responsibility. Song, I want to be responsible for you. Kiss her. Pull off her little clothes. His hand also. Are these words from a person? Song Tang felt overwhelmed with shame and snapped. Shut up. I said I've forgotten everything from the past. You should forget it too. Don't bring it up again. I don't need you to take responsibility. The last letter I wrote to you, saying I was getting married, was indeed a lie. But I truly want to be with someone else, and I really don't want to pay attention to you. I'm going to rest now. Please leave my room. Seeing him still standing stiffly like a stone pillar in her room, she coldly ordered him to leave. Go out. Don't make me dislike you even more. Don't let her dislike him more. Lu Jinyan felt struck by lightning. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to be with her, get married, and grow old together. But he was afraid that if he stayed in her room, she would dislike him even more. He poured her a glass of warm water, reminded her to drink it, then sadly left. When he heard the door open, Song Qingyao, who had been eavesdropping at Song Tang's door, hurried back to her room and shut the door tightly. Yes, Song Qingyao had been listening in secretly. When Lu Jinyan came to the Song family, Song Qingyao had just returned from outside. She didn't even bother to take a shower. From that moment, she had been hiding outside Song Tang's door listening. She was afraid Lu Jinyan would notice, so she didn't press her ear directly against the door. She couldn't hear the sounds inside very clearly, but she vaguely heard Song Tang calling Lu Jinyan baby. He also affectionately and indulgently called Song Tang Song. She even heard Song Tang's sweet and pained cry. Then there was a long period of silence. Clearly, they were doing intimate things inside Song Tang's room, and later, they lay together on her bed. She couldn't bear to think that the usually cold and aloof man would call a woman Song almost reverently and flatteringly. It must have been Song Tang's shameless and seductive tricks that confuse him. After all, which woman with dignity and backbone would casually call a man baby? What made her angrier and more unwilling was that she faintly heard Song Tang refuse him later. And he lowered his noble head, repeatedly soothing Song Tang softly. Song Tang refused Lu Jinyan, but she didn't feel happy at all. Because she thought Song Tang was playing hard to get, she believed she liked to compete with Song Qingyao for things. However, Song Tang pretentiously pushed Lu Jinyan away, which was a great chance for Song Qingyao to take back everything that rightfully belonged to her. When she saw Lu Jinyan walking toward the stairs, she quickly grabbed a test paper and followed him. Big brother Lu. Song Qingyao smiled brightly and beautifully, especially with a sweet sparkle in her almond-shaped eyes, which made men's hearts melt completely. Unfortunately, Lu Jinyan was completely unaware of her feelings. He didn't even look at her and kept walking forward. Song Qingyao quickened her steps. After going downstairs, she directly blocked his path. She raised her face, her beautiful almond eyes shining with innocence and purity that made hearts race. I've been doing problems all evening. I know you're good at solving problems, Big Brother Lu. I have a few questions I don't understand. Could you please explain them to me?
No.
When Song Qingyao said this, she deliberately leaned closer to him. She was very sure that her innocent look and pure gaze would easily trigger his protective instincts. She never expected that he would completely dismiss her, almost decisively rejecting her. Song Qingyao felt a sharp pain and embarrassment deep inside. An overwhelming sense of jealousy fiercely consumed her heart. Her lips trembled painfully, and her delicate face looked ghostly pale, as if covered with a layer of white powder. She vaguely realized that he didn't seem to care much about their childhood friendship and innocent bond. But she had liked him for so long, so long. Besides him, she had no intention of marrying anyone else. Taking a deep breath, she wiped her tears and chased after him again, her eyes red. Big Brother Lu, are you still angry with me? As soon as she spoke, clear tears rolled down her cheeks, feeling wronged. That night, I really didn't mean anything bad. I saw Shushan trying to scheme against you, and I was worried something bad might happen to you, so I wanted to help. Please don't dislike me, okay? Tears had always been Song Qingyao's most effective weapon. Several times before, her family almost suspected that she helped Song Nanqing hurt Song Tang. But whenever she shed tears and complained of feeling wronged, they would feel sorry for her and believe her without hesitation. She knew that her crying was beautiful, fragile, and easily broken, like a fairy shedding tears in their eyes. She believed that if she cried so pitifully and showed weakness to Lu Jinyan, he definitely wouldn't be so cold to her anymore. She helplessly sniffled, looking pitiful. I know I'm not as smart as my sister. I can't speak as well as her, and I'm not as likable as her. But Brother Lu, we've grown up together. I really care about you as my brother. If you dislike me, I would feel very sad. The more she spoke, the more fragile and wronged she seemed, gradually crying uncontrollably. But her tears still fell like pearls, one after another, like a mermaid waiting for a prince's kiss. She thought that because she cried so beautifully and softly, he would speak gently to comfort her, like he did with Song Tang. Unexpectedly, she heard him say, "We're not that close. Why should I care if you're upset? But you're right about one thing. Song Song is indeed likable." Throughout, Lu Jinyan's gaze never fell on Song Qingqiao. After saying this, he simply lifted his foot and left without looking back. He didn't care how much his words would hurt Song Qingqiao. Her face turned pale, and she trembled with pain. Because she was too upset, humiliated, and shocked, she temporarily forgot to keep crying. Earlier, she said she wasn't as talkative or likable as Song Tang, indirectly telling him that Song Tang was clever and tricky, while she was simple-minded and straightforward. She just wanted him to praise her for being innocent and beautiful. How could he directly say that Song Tang was likable? And he even said they weren't close. They had known each other since childhood, living in the same yard, seeing each other every day. How could they not be close? It was all Song Tang's fault. If Song Tang hadn't shamelessly seduced him, he would never have been so cold to her. She had to quickly find Zhao Jing, that second-rate guy, and have him take Song Tang back to the countryside so she wouldn't compete for Brother Lu's love anymore. Last night, Song Tang's mind was very confused, but thanks to drinking fruit wine, she slept quite well. Cutting ties with Lu Jinyan completely made her feel very free. Early in the morning, she happily went to the yard. But as soon as she stepped out of the Song family's living room, she saw Lu Jinyan standing like an iceberg in the middle of the yard. His aura was really cold, as if he wanted to freeze the yard into a cold storage. However, when he saw her, his deep, cold eyes surprisingly showed some warmth. He walked toward her against the light. "Song Song, I'll take you to work." Since her leg wasn't fully healed, Lu Xiaoyu, her best friend, definitely wanted to take her to work. He took a sip of water, came out of the living room, and was surprised that his older brother suddenly offered to take her to work. My cold and aloof older brother surprisingly showed a caring side, which really shocked me. But I was happier to see him getting along so well with his best friend. After Song Tang left, I remembered I forgot to bring my new dance shoes. When I went back to get them, Lu Xiaoyu pulled Lu Jinyan aside and happily said, "Big brother, you finally accept Tang Dang as our neighbor. I wasn't wrong, right? Tang Dang is just a really good person. Big brother, you should build a good relationship with her in the future. Maybe when she marries Wenjinga, we can both be her and his groomsmen." "What did you say?" Lu Jinyan's face instantly darkened. He radiated coldness, as if he wanted to freeze Lu Xiaoyu. He didn't know that when Song Tang was Tang Song, he only gave her red envelopes and never considered being her groomsman. Now that he knew she was Tang Song, he definitely wouldn't be her groomsman. Lu Xiaoyu felt a strange chill on himself. But he's always been carefree and a bit careless, and since Lu Jinyan is usually very cold, he didn't notice his brother's strange behavior. He suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Right, second brother has a good relationship with Wenjinga too. Maybe he also wants to be his groomsman. I heard the number of groomsmen should be even. Having 3 isn't good."
Oh, I just thought of something.
We can ask our cousin to join us. The four of us can be the groomsmen for Tang Dang and Wenjinga together. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu mention Liang Yueshan, Lu Jinian's cold aura grew even more terrifying. He almost forgot that recently Liang Yueshan had been thinking about Song Tang and was eager to restore their engagement. Liang Yueshan is just dreaming. Big brother, when Tang Dang gets married, how much red envelope do you plan to give her? Lu Jinian felt uncomfortable inside, and Lu Xiaoyu came closer with a bright smile, saying, Tang Dang is my best friend. I have to give her the biggest red envelope. You can't give more than me. When Song Tang gets married, Lu Jinian will give her a red envelope. Lu Jinian's handsome face looked even more grim, as if someone had dug up his family's ancestral grave. He had thought before that when Song Tang married, he would give her a big red envelope. After all, he had unintentionally offended her a few times. She is a girl, and it's really unfair that he touched and hugged her so intimately. But now, he couldn't accept her marrying someone else, so how could he give her a red envelope? Lu Jinian shot a sharp look at his silly younger brother, about to warn him not to interfere with others' relationships in the future. Meanwhile, Song Tang had already walked over holding her new dance shoes. He didn't pay attention to Lu Xiaoyu anymore and took a step forward, repeating, I'll take you to work. No need. In front of Lu Xiaoyu, Song Tang didn't want to argue. She kept a serious face and said those words before turning to leave through the main door. Lu Xiaoyu awkwardly ran his hand through his short hair. He hadn't expected Song Tang to refuse his older brother's kindness. But considering how badly her older brother had treated her before, and that she was a girl who didn't want to bother with such a cold, distant brother, it made sense. He quickly pedaled his bike to catch up with her. Tang Tang, let me give you a ride. Oh, by the way, yesterday, I was so busy trying to let you taste the best strawberry juice made by Zhao Shuai's grandma that I forgot to give you the osmanthus cake. When Lu Xiaoyu mentioned the strawberry juice, Song Tang's face suddenly turned red. She knew that Lu Xiaoyu giving her the strawberry juice was probably a kind gesture. He probably wasn't drunk from drinking strawberry wine, so he called it strawberry juice directly. But after drinking the strawberry juice last night, she did many indescribable things. The word strawberry juice made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She cleared her throat awkwardly and asked him, What osmanthus cake? Oh, Wenjing told me to bring it to you, he replied. Coincidentally, yesterday I ran into Wenjing while running errands. He bought some osmanthus cake to thank you for helping him with questions last time. Lu Jinian followed them to the gate. He naturally overheard what Lu Xiaoyu said. Looking at the small package of osmanthus cake in her hand, his heart felt sour and bitter. He used to like warning her not to flirt with others. But now, unexpectedly, he hoped she might take the initiative to flirt with him. However, she was heartbroken by him. She was willing to talk to Fu Wenjing and like tough, strong types like Captain Gao, but she didn't want anything to do with him. Song Tang heard footsteps. She instinctively turned her face and saw Lu Jinian standing outside the gate. Today, he was dressed in a military green uniform, tall and neat, looking incredibly handsome. His good looks were so captivating that Song Tang was momentarily stunned. But in an instant, her delicate face showed only coldness and indifference. She didn't think she was narcissistic enough to believe that just because she helped Fu Wenjing with a few questions, he would develop feelings for her. But since the osmanthus cake wasn't cheap, she still decided not to accept it. However, in front of Yan's arrival, she still took the box of osmanthus cake. She planned to give it to Lu Xiaoyu later, so he could return it to Fu Wenjing. Seeing Song Tang take the box, Lu Xiaoyu was very happy. He has loved lively events since he was young. Now he could be a best man soon.
Of course he was happy.
He seized the moment, smiling brightly, and asked Song Tang, Tang Dang, what do you think of Brother Wenjing? Song Tang honestly replied, I think he's quite good. Fu Wenjing is an Air Force pilot. Pilots in this era are very rare and talented. Fu Wenjing is definitely excellent. Also, he gives her a comfortable feeling, bright, cheerful, eager to learn. When she explains problems to him, she feels happy. How does brother Wenjing compare to my cousin Liang Yushin? Who do you think is better? Lu Xiaoyu talks a lot, and Song Tang gets along well with him. They usually talk about almost everything. He asked her this question, and she didn't think much. She paused for a moment and honestly said, "Of course I find Fu Wenjing more agreeable. Honestly, Liang Yushin is also very good. But she has never provoked him. He always thought she was improper and caused her a lot of trouble. She definitely didn't like him." After hearing Song Tang's words, Lu Xiaoyu was even happier. He turned and winked at Lu Jinyan standing outside the door. His meaning was clear: "Big brother, our best man is secured. You can prepare a red envelope for Tang Tang, but not more than me." Lu Jinyan has watched Lu Xiaoyu grow up. Plus, Lu Xiaoyu is carefree and not scheming, so he naturally understands his younger brother's little thoughts. Lu Jinyan felt a tightness in his chest. He raised his hand and instinctively pressed his chest. He pressed his chest, covering his thumb, and Lu Xiaoyu saw his 4 fingers clearly. Lu Xiaoyu understood immediately. Big brother plans to give Tang Tang 4 big red envelopes. Then he will give 8 eights to bring Tang Tang wealth and happiness. Lu Xiaoyu and Song Tang chatted happily as they walked away, leaving Lu Jinyan standing there, releasing a cold breath. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu took Song Tang outside the art troupe. "Third brother Lu, I can't accept this box of osmanthus cake. Please return it to Fu Wenjing." Lu Xiaoyu was shocked, eyes wide open. He thought Song Tang liked Fu Wenjing a lot. He didn't expect her to refuse the gift. But then he thought about it and felt that Song Tang was right. After all, she hasn't confirmed her relationship with Fu Wenjing yet. Taking his things feels like she agreed to be his girlfriend, which makes things a bit awkward. Lu Xiaoyu naturally didn't want Song Tang to feel uncomfortable. He quickly took the package of osmanthus cakes, smiling brightly, showing his teeth, and said, "Okay, I'll call Fu Wenjing later and tell him I ate the osmanthus cakes." Although Lu Xiaoyu is quite easygoing, he doesn't like to take advantage of others. He thought that with the hot weather lately, by the weekend when Fu Wenjing returns, the osmanthus cakes might not taste good anymore, and that would be a waste. So he decided to eat the cakes himself first. By the weekend, he would give Fu Wenjing a bottle of turtle shell wine, which wasn't really taking advantage of him. Thinking of this, he quickly added, "My parents and Aunt Qin won't be back until the weekend. Tang Tang, tonight I plan to barbecue and roast turtle shells. How about we have a barbecue together?" Last time, Song Tang tried the roasted turtle shell that Lu Xiaoyu made, sprinkled with salt and cumin, and it was really delicious. She thought it was fun to cook barbecue herself and would definitely be willing to eat barbecue with Lu Xiaoyu, so she nodded naturally. Lu Xiaoyu is a typical doer. If he has an idea, he acts on it immediately. Thinking of the large grill in Lu Jinyan's car, he asked Lu Jinyan for the car keys when he got home. He moved the grill to the yard. After finishing all this, he went to the living room and called Lu Yu on the landline. Lu Yu was studying and exchanging ideas in Haisher and had returned to the Academy of Sciences this morning. Naturally, he answered Lu Xiaoyu's call. As soon as the call connected, he heard Lu Xiaoyu's excited and enthusiastic voice, "Second brother, Tang Tang and I plan to barbecue tonight. Big brother is at home. I just got a call from Shishuga. He and Captain Gao are coming over tonight. Tonight, you don't need to work overtime either. Come home early. It'll be lively with many people. How about we have a barbecue together?" When Lu Xiaoyu mentioned Song Tang, Lu Yu's face instantly turned red. It was like the finest Hetian white jade falling into the fire mountain. His handsome face blushed and couldn't fade for a long time. He wanted to see Song Tang. But he always behaved as a gentleman, respectful and disciplined. He felt that the first time having dinner with a girl, surrounded by a crowd, wasn't formal enough. He didn't want her to think he didn't value her. Plus, he had some urgent work to finish recently. If he didn't work overtime these days, he would definitely have to work overtime on the weekend. And on the weekend, he was planning to formally invite Song Tang to their house for dinner, so he had to free up his weekend. "Second brother, do you really want to have a barbecue with us?" Unable to wait for my second brother's response, Lu Xiaoyu grew anxious and asked again.
No.
Thinking that after the weekend's dinner, the Liu and Song families might start discussing his engagement to Tang Tang, Liu Yu's ears turned bright red. He took a deep, uncomfortable breath before continuing, "I'll go back again this weekend. Go to my room. There's a book on my desk, with some meat coupons and a few big Unity tickets tucked inside. Take the money and the coupons, buy more meat, and don't let her go hungry." After saying this, he blushed furiously and hurriedly hung up the phone. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the ceiling in confusion. Just after asking Lu Yu, he suddenly remembered that his second brother seemed to dislike Tang Tang quite a bit. He worried that during the barbecue, his brother might target Tang Tang and make her feel awkward. Actually, when his brother said he wouldn't come back tonight, Lu Xiaoyu felt a little relieved. He didn't expect his brother to give him money and meat coupons, telling him to buy more meat. His brother had a bias against Tang Tang, but his generosity could mean he was chivalrously caring for the girl. His brother's generosity could only mean he cared about his younger brother. It seemed his brother was loving him more and more. Thinking this, Lu Xiaoyu felt incredibly happy. He sensed his brother's brotherly love, but he wouldn't take the money or meat coupons his brother offered. He had heard from his grandfather that his brother was interested in a girl from the Academy of Sciences. He needed to help his brother save money for his future wife. How could he take his brother's money again? He was already an adult. Even though he hadn't been assigned a job yet, he often bought and sold things in the black market, and his little savings were growing. He would definitely treat everyone to barbecue so they wouldn't go hungry. This morning, there were quite a few people lining up for free egg drop soup. Song Tang wasn't short on money now, nor was she very frugal, but the seaweed egg drop soup made by the Arts Troops cafeteria was so delicious that she still queued up for a bowl. She spent quite some time in line, and by the time she reached the rehearsal room, most of the dancers, except for Gu Mingwan's small group, had already arrived. She immediately saw Lu Mingyue, who held her chin high and practiced dance with pride. Maybe it was her imagination, but Song Tang felt that Lu Mingyue's face looked a little uneasy and nervous, yet she seemed to be waiting for something. Song Tang's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. She was wondering what Lu Mingyue was waiting for when the door to the rehearsal room opened. Feng Yingying and others helped Gu Mengwan inside. To my surprise, Qin Cheng was also with them. Despicable person. Feng Yingying's face was already not looking good. Seeing Lu Mingyue, her expression twisted as if she saw a deadly enemy. She let go of Gu Mingwan's arm and quickly stepped forward, gathering her strength to slap Lu Mingyue hard. Lu Mingyue did not fight back. From the moment Qin Cheng accompanied Gu Mengwan inside, she looked as if her soul had left her, as if she had lost all her spirit. Feng Yingying felt that a slap was not enough to vent her anger. She slapped her again, without hesitation. Dream sincerely considers you a friend. How dare you let your disgusting brother bully her? Fortunately, Commander Qin was nearby, so Lu Chom couldn't do anything to her, only pushed her to the ground, causing her leg to be scraped. If it weren't for Commander Qin, Dream would have been ruined by that rogue Lu Chong. Lu Mingyue, you are harming Dream like this, you're worse than an animal. Song Tang, always clever, immediately understood the cause and effect after hearing Feng Yingying's words. Lu Chong is Lu Mingyue's biological brother. Unlike Lu Mingyue, who is hardworking and ambitious, Lu Chong relies on his parents' favoritism, being lazy and doing all kinds of bad things. Because Lu Mingyue is one of the main characters in that historical novel, Lu Chong is mentioned multiple times in the book. Lu Chong is truly wicked. In that family where boys are valued more than girls, he hated to drain all the blood from Lu Mingyue's body. Later, he was naturally bullied terribly by the main characters, and his tragic ending was well-deserved. In the story, Lu Chong repeatedly insulted Wan Qinghuan, who was injured after Qin Cheng broke her leg. But this time, Lu Chong was encouraged by Lu Mingyue to boldly attack Gu Mengwan, who held herself in high regard. After Song Tang threw the letter Lu Mingyue wrote to Qin Cheng, she guessed that the main characters would turn on each other. But she didn't expect Lu Mingyue to directly cause Lu Chong to ruin Gu Mengwan. Chun Tian and Xia were also filled with righteous anger. They rushed forward and viciously tore at Lu Mingyue. Dream helped you so much, yet you keep hurting her. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Lu Mingyue, you are also a girl. How can you let people do this to Dream? Today, Lu Mingyue was dressed very beautifully. She used a wooden hairpin to tie her long hair up high, looking elegant and generous. But after being brutally torn by Qin Tian and others, her hair was a mess, all her dignity and grace gone. Her eyes, which were always sharp and calculating, almost looked like a dead pond. This morning, it was indeed her who encouraged Lu Chong to harm Gu Mengwan. She knew Gu Mengwan went to work at the art troupe and had to pass through a quiet alley. In that alley, there was an abandoned house. This morning, Lu Chong asked her for money again. She quickly thought of a plan. To trap those troublemakers, she encouraged him to go to that alley to block Gu Mengwan. Once Gu Mengwan was caught, she planned to drag her into the abandoned house and have her. A girl's innocence is very important. Once Lu Chong took her, no matter how proud she was, she could only marry Lu Chong, or she would be overwhelmed by shame. Gu Mengwan's family is wealthy. If Lu Chong married Gu Mengwan, he could directly ask her for money instead of always trying to take her resources. She could escape from Lu Chang's harm and make Gu Mengwan marry a disgusting second-rate man. How perfect. But unfortunately, she never expected that Qin Chung would appear in that alley and save the innocent Gu Mengwan. Lu Mingyue hated Lu Chang's stupidity and also hated the unfairness of fate. But she knew that in times like this, she must stay calm. She tidied her messy hair, and when she lifted her face again, her red eyes showed only stubbornness and defiance. I didn't let Lu Chong hurt Gu Mengwan. You all should know my relationship with Lu Chong. I despise and hate him. How could I possibly order him to harm anyone? Lu Chong is so disgusting. He only wants to drain my resources. How could he help me do anything? Lu Mingyue, you really are unforgivable. Qin Chung, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His dark eyes were filled with hostility and evil energy, like a lone wolf hunting, ready to attack and break Lu Mingyue's neck at any moment. Lu Mingyue shivered from his murderous aura. Seeing her panic, Qin Cheng's killing intent grew even stronger. He coldly and sinisterly curled his lips, but even if you refuse to admit it, it's useless. After Lu Chong was taken to the police station, he already confessed everything. You are the one who ordered him to harm Meng Meng. You made him ruin her innocence, so she could only marry him. Lu Mingyue, how dare you bully Meng Meng like this? You truly deserve to die. Qin Cheng's naturally sinister and cold personality made his words even more chilling, especially when he said Lu Mingyue deserved to die. Lu Mingyue's body trembled more and more, but she stubbornly denied, I didn't. Lu Chong is lying about me. His words cannot prove anything. You shouldn't believe his nonsense. Almost as soon as Lu Mingyue finished speaking, her parents entered carrying a tape recorder. We can prove that it was Lu Mingyue, this troublemaker, who told Xiao Chong to block Gu Mengwan. Xiao Chong was fooled by her and made a foolish mistake. Commander Qin, you should have the police arrest Lu Mingyue. Our Xiao Chong needs to carry on the family line. He can't be harmed. Lu's father, like Lu Chong, is lazy and doesn't work hard. He doesn't love his wife or daughter. The only person he cares about is his precious son, Lu Chong, because he believes Lu Chong can continue the Lu family line. This morning, when Lu Mingyue went to find Lu Chong, he was in the next room. He liked to mess with Lu Chong and listen to the tape recorder Lu Mingyue asked for money to buy. To catch his daughter, he recorded her voice on tape, hoping to use it as leverage. Afraid that Qin Chung wouldn't let Lu Chong go, Lu's father hurriedly pressed the record button, and Lu Mingyue's clearly sinister and resentful voice spilled out. Lu Chong, haven't you always liked Gu Mengwan? I'll teach you a trick. She will definitely fall deeply in love with you. Every morning, she walks from Ping'an Alley. You drag her to that abandoned house, sleep with her. To protect your reputation, she can only marry you. This matter concerns your future. It can only succeed, not fail. Shut it. Dad, turn off the recorder quickly. Hearing the malicious voice from the recorder, Lu Mingyue was completely thrown into chaos. She hurried over to try to turn off the recorder, but Lu's mother blocked her, making it impossible to stop it.
Mom, you can't do this to me. You can't ruin me.
Tears streamed down Lu Mingyue's face in her desperation, but seeing her cry, her mother remained unmoved. Instead, she slapped her hard. Lu Mingyue, you worthless girl, how can you be so ungrateful? We raised you with so much hardship, paid for your food, clothes, and education, and even helped you get a good job in the arts troupe. How could you do this to my Xiao Chong? Go to jail. Even if you die, I won't let my Xiao Chong be harmed. Hearing her mother's frantic, angry words, Lu Mingyue suddenly lost her strength to fight back. Since she was very young, she had felt that her parents seemed to love her older brother more. Over the years, she has worked very hard, hoping to gain her parents' approval. Later, she realized her father was not a good father. Like Lu Chong, she began to hate her father. But she always felt very sorry for her mother, because she thought that when her father was unhappy, he would hit her mother, and when her brother was upset, he would also get angry at her mother. Her mother had a very hard life. She loved her mother very much. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to help her mother get out of the difficult situation. She also believed that her mother loved her. But she didn't expect that men would disrespect and hurt her mother. In the end, her mother chose to abandon her for Lu Chong and others. She finally understood that parental favoritism was not because she wasn't elite enough or because she wasn't good enough. It was simply because she was not a boy. She tried her best, but her parents still didn't love her. Just because Lu Chong had one more piece of flesh than she did, even if he was useless, he was still the treasure in her parents' hearts. Why is that? She finally understood that, like her mother, she was also a pitiful person with some flaws. She stared blankly at her mother's fierce face, feeling cold to the bone and hopeless. Lu Mingyue, do you have anything good to say now? After hearing the recording, Gu Mengwan spoke proudly and arrogantly. I treat you sincerely, but you hurt me like this. I will never forgive you. Lu Mingyue didn't want to go to jail. She was only 23 years old and should have had a bright future. If she went to jail, her life would be over in an instant. But she knew clearly that with this recording, even if she was unwilling and reluctant, she would have to go to jail. Since her life was destined to be ruined, why should she be afraid of Gu Mengwan? She raised her face and coldly smiled at Gu Mengwan. Forgive me? Gu Mengwan, how can you say such things? And you truly treat me sincerely.
Ha!
Thinking about Gu Mengwan's so-called sincerity, Lu Mingyue burst into a loud, bitter laugh. When have you ever truly regarded me as a friend? If you really cared about me, why would you exclude me over a letter I would never send, even tolerate Chen Tian and others and tell Qinsheng about it? If you truly cared about me, why would you allow Qinsheng to humiliate and belittle me? Gu Mengwan, you who think so highly of yourself and claim to be noble, have no real sincerity at all. Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, Xie, and I are just like that in your eyes, only good enough to fawn over you and be obedient to your commands. After hearing Lu Mingyue's words, Chen Tian and the others looked upset. However, they were used to supporting Gu Mengwan, so they chose to stand on her side. They hurriedly scolded Lu Mingyue, "Shut up. You're just jealous of Meng Meng," and maliciously slandering her. "Meng Meng is so good. She's nothing like what you say." Gu Mengwan still looked down on Lu Mingyue from above, as if she were a lofty climbing flower, while Lu Mingyue was just mud at her feet. Her nobility made her disdain to associate with her. She sneered slightly, with a calm and indifferent expression. "Lu Mingyue, I, Gu Mengwan, am honest and have a clear conscience. If you insist on tarnishing my reputation, I have nothing to say." Again, she was being slandered. Lu Mingyue found this especially amusing. Gu Mengwan genuinely looked down on others and claimed to be noble. She was proud and pure. How could she say she was slandering her? When Gu Mengwan spoke, Chen Tian and others began to accuse her again. Their words grew dirtier and dirtier, as if they wanted to tarnish Lu Mingyue completely, making her seem filthy and unbearable. Meanwhile, Gu Mengwan stood there as if she were a pure, unattainable goddess, allowing her followers to charge ahead for her, just like before. Lu Mingyue felt her heart burn with anger from the dirty words spoken by Qin Tian and others. Gu Mengwan's nobility and her untainted nature only made her lose her mind completely. Now, she only had one thought in her mind. Why was it that her future was ruined and she was so humiliated, while Gu Mengwan was living brightly and proudly? Even if she was to be destroyed, she wanted to pull Gu Mengwan, this top-tier pure flower, down to with her. Lu Mingyue's glass cup was right beside her. Without hesitation, she smashed her glass cup fiercely, picked up a piece of broken glass from the ground, and used all her strength to stab it toward Gu Mengwan's face.
Meng Meng!
Feng Yingying and others' faces changed dramatically. They truly cared about Gu Mengwan, but their concern was not enough to let them block this deadly strike for her. They anxiously and painfully shouted, then instinctively took a step back, afraid that the broken glass in Lu Mingyue's hand would hurt them. Gu Mengwan's proud, indifferent expression finally shattered. In her panic, she quickly closed her eyes. The pain she expected did not come. At the critical moment, Qin Cheng threw himself forward to protect her. Qin Cheng was much taller than her. When he blocked her, the broken glass in Lu Mingyue's hand did not cut his face, but wounded his shoulder instead. Then he kicked out fiercely, mercilessly kicking Lu Mingyue away. Seeing Lu Mingyue fall to the ground in a sorry state, Lu's father and mother showed no sign of sympathy in their eyes. Instead, they hurriedly begged Qin Cheng, "Little Commander Qin, you saw it. Lu Mingyue is just a troublemaker and not a good person. Put her in jail, sentence her to death, but my little Chong is innocent. Please spare him." Lu Mingyue was kicked by Qin Cheng and spat blood. But after hearing her own parents' words, she still laughed sadly. She no longer looked at her biased and unfeeling parents, only raising her face and almost cursing as she spoke to Qin Cheng. "Qin Cheng, I really have ruined my life. But you're blind and foolish. You won't have a good ending either. Gu Mengwan doesn't love you at all. You're just a follower, licking and licking, but never getting anything in return." Lu Mingyue couldn't continue speaking. Soon, the police arrived and forcibly took her away. Hearing her words, Qin Cheng's dark, sinister eyes flashed with a hint of pain. He knew very well that Gu Mengwan didn't love him. But what could he do? He loved her so much. Even if she only used him and never responded, he was willing to give his life for her. His shoulder was badly injured. Blood kept flowing out. He knew her heart belonged only to Lu Jinyan. Looking at his blood-stained palm, he still tentatively asked her, "Meng Meng, I'm hurt. The wound hurts so much. I really like you. Please don't like Lu Jinyan anymore. Can you look at me?" Gu Mengwan just coldly glanced at his injured shoulder, then stepped back coldly. "Qin Cheng, if you say this kind of thing again, don't come to find me anymore." Qin Cheng closed his eyes painfully. Indeed, even if he risked his life for her, the person she cared about was still not him. But he could never forget how she hugged the injured kitten and cried when they were children. One tear from her made him fall forever. In the end, he still carefully pressed on his shoulder wound and gently comforted her. "Meng Meng, I won't talk nonsense again.
Don't ignore me, okay?"
Humph. Gu Mengwan, noble and cold, snorted softly before calmly saying, "Go to the hospital to treat your wound yourself. Don't disturb my rehearsal."
Okay.
Qin Cheng actually wanted her to accompany him to the hospital, but he was afraid she would get angry if he asked. He sighed bitterly, handed her the box of chocolates he bought for her, and then sadly left. Song Tang watched silently from the beginning to the end. She finally understood why Gu Mengwan was so proud. Surrounded and cherished by so many people, it's no wonder she is proud. In the afternoon, the cultural troupe announced disciplinary action against Lu Mingyue. She was expelled from the troupe. Everyone saw her hurt someone publicly, and she also ordered Lu Chong to harm Gu Mengwan, which could result in nearly 20 years in prison. Lu Mingyue's family background was very poor, and Song Tang knew this. She felt sorry for her, but she was even more hateful. Going to jail was her deserved punishment. That afternoon, it was still Lu Xiaoyu who came to pick up Song Tang. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard Gu Shirshu excitedly say, "Song Tang, you're finally back. The team leader asked me to introduce you to someone. I guarantee you'll like him." Lu Jinyan's face suddenly darkened. His sharp gaze felt like a knife stabbing Gu Shirshu's face. He had mentioned casually before that he could introduce her to someone when he didn't know Song Tang was Tang Song, but he never really intended to set her up on a blind date. And he definitely didn't plan to introduce Captain Gao Jianchuan, to her. Gu Shirshu was completely talking nonsense. Gu Shirshu suddenly felt a chill. But right now, he was full of excitement and happiness about introducing Gao Jianchuan and Song Tang, and didn't notice the murderous look from their leader. He looked at Song Tang again, then happily patted Gao Jianchuan's shoulder. "Captain Gao, this is the Song Tang I told you about earlier.
Didn't I tell you?
Isn't she very beautiful?" Gu Shirshu didn't want to take credit himself and kindly shifted all the credit to Lu Jinyan. "The team leader cares about you a lot, always thinking about your future. Sister Song Tang was just brought back by Commander Song, and he wanted to introduce her to you." "Shut up." Lu Jinyan clenched his fists with a cracking sound. His fists were really itching to punch someone. If Song Tang weren't here, he would definitely have beaten Gu Shirshu up. Gu Shirshu smiled brightly at Lu Jinyan, without any scheming. He understood. He understood everything. The leader was cold and reserved, and even though he had a warm heart, he didn't want everyone to think he cared about them. When the leader told him to shut up, it was probably because he said the leader cared about Captain Gao, and the leader was shy. Seeing Gu Shirshu's silly, infuriating smile, Lu Jinyan felt like his heart was about to give out. Gu Shirshu still didn't notice his leader's complicated feelings. He playfully pushed Gao Jianchuan, signaling him to perform well today. At this moment, Gao Jianchuan also saw Song Tang. Summer days are long, and the sun has not yet set. Today was a cloudy day, and the gray sky made everything feel a bit heavy and gloomy. When Gao Jianchuan looked up, he saw a fresh light green. Both light green and dark green are green, but they look very different when worn. Dark green can make someone look dull, old, or plain, while light green makes people look brighter and whiter. Song Tang, with her very fair skin and good looks, often wore dark green dresses that looked stylish and beautiful. Today, she wore a trendy light green dress that made her skin look soft and white, like shiny pearls. Her features are incredibly beautiful and hard to describe. Honestly, Gao Jianchuan had never seen such a pretty girl before. She didn't wear a hairpin today, just tied her hair in a high ponytail. Her hair tips curled slightly, giving her a fresh, lively look with a playful touch, even more fashionable than a young lady returning from abroad. Gao Jianchuan's face suddenly turned red. He initially thought the weather was stuffy today, but seeing her in light green walking toward him step by step, he suddenly felt like a tender young willow sprouting under a bare sky, making him feel refreshed and happy. Gao Jianchuan had met Song Qingyao before. When Gu Shirshu said Song Tang was pretty, he thought she was just average. She definitely wasn't more beautiful than Song Qingyao, who had been praised by many. He never expected Song Tang to be so beautiful, so stunning that she couldn't be compared to Song Qingyao. Gu Shirshu turned his face and saw Gao Jianchuan's face turn bright red. Gao Jianchuan has typical wheat-colored skin, and his face blushing so clearly shows he's genuinely shy. Gu Shirshu knew there was hope. He grinned mischievously at Gao Jianchuan and casually said to Song Tang, "Song Tang, let me introduce you. This is Captain Gao Jianchuan. The team leader probably told you, right? He wants to introduce Captain Gao to you. Our Captain Gao is a tough, reliable soldier. I'm sure you young ladies will like him." Gu Shirshu. Lu Jinyan wanted to shut Gu Shirshu's chatty mouth. His presence grew colder and more intimidating, making Gu Shirshu's skin crawl. But Gu Shirshu always thought simply and knew that the team leader's favorite girl wasn't Song Tang, so he didn't think the team leader was jealous. He still believed the team leader wasn't trying to take credit for introducing Gao Jianchuan to her. He desperately winked at Lu Jinyan, silently telling him that there's no need to be shy or feel embarrassed. Because of the team leader, he thought of introducing Song Tang to Captain Gao. Once they get married, The team leader will be their matchmaker. Seeing Gu Shirshu constantly winking at him, Lu Jinyan felt even angrier. But Song Tang was also in the yard, so he couldn't just forcefully throw Gu Shirshu out, right? Song Tang wasn't blind. Gao Jianchuan's presence was very strong, and she naturally noticed him sitting next to Gu Shirshu. Song Tang had to say that Gao Jianchuan's face and build seemed to match Gu Baobao's taste perfectly. Gu Baobao was very talented at drawing. Back then, the person Gu Baobao drew as her dream partner looked almost exactly like Gao Jianchuan. Gao Jianchuan was wearing a military green short-sleeve shirt, covering himself quite well. But Song Tang could still see that his clothes were puffed up, and his muscles were clearly quite large. He had a strong build, sitting there about the same height as Lu Jinyan, but noticeably broader. It was obvious he was the rough, tough type that Gu Baobao loved, like a steel-hard man. His face was also particularly rugged and handsome, with sharp features and a fierce aura that was quite imposing. When he smiled, he looked a bit more gentle and kind, making it hard not to like him. Honestly, Lu Jinyan put effort into helping her find a match. She was only 18 and hadn't thought about marriage or children yet. But since Lu Jinyan was so eager to match her with Gao Jianchuan, how could she not accept his good intentions? And she didn't want Gao Jianchuan to be embarrassed in front of everyone. She decided to have a nice meal with him first, and then talk privately later. Song Tang, sit quickly. Gu Shirshu hurriedly placed a small stool next to Gao Jianchuan for Song Tang to sit on. Song Tang didn't hesitate. She didn't even look at Lu Jinyan and sat down calmly and confidently beside Gao Jianchuan. Gao Jianchuan's face turned a little redder, and he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. He was 4 years older than Lu Jinyan, already considered an older young man. Someone had introduced him to a partner before, but he had never seen anyone as pleasing as Song Tang. Usually, he was quite emotionally intelligent, but now he was feeling a bit lost. Song Qingyu followed Song Tang and Xiaoyu into the yard. She naturally heard what Gu Shirshu had just said. Last night, Lu Jinyan's coldness deeply hurt her. She also thought that Lu Jinyan was confused by that unkind girl, Song Tang. Who would have thought she would hear that Lu Jinyan wanted to introduce Song Tang to a partner? She suddenly understood that Song Tang was just using her charming face to distract Lu Jian, causing him to lose control of himself for a moment. Once he calmed down and regained his senses, he still looked down on Song Tang as a disgusting person. He was afraid of being entangled by Song Tang, so he hurriedly introduced Gao Jianchuan to her. It's also very possible that after sleeping with Song Tang, he realized she was no longer innocent. He found her to be a broken shoe, dirty, and wanted to get rid of her quickly. Gao Jianchuan was obviously the honest person he found to take over. His disdain for Song Tang showed that Song Qingyao still had a chance to rise. Last night, he was indeed very cold to her. But his personality is naturally cold. She believes that once he sees her kindness and purity, he will open his heart and love her deeply. She desperately wants to impress Lu Jian and also wants Gao Jianchuan, Gu Shirshu, and Lu Xiaoyu to see that she is kinder, more elegant, and noble than Song Tang. Even though Lu Xiaoyu didn't invite her to join the barbecue, she still blinked her big, watery almond-shaped eyes and asked, "Can I join you for the barbecue?"
No.
Lu Xiaoyu always protects his friends. Since he considers Song Tang a good friend, he can't stand others bullying her. He always felt that some things Song Nanqing did were related to Song Qingyao. He naturally didn't want her to eat the skewers and other grilled food he painstakingly prepared. But before he could refuse, Gu Shirshu bit into a freshly grilled skewer and cheerfully said, "Of course, you can." Gu Shirshu didn't know that Song Tang and Song Qingyao didn't get along well. He only knew that this was the yard shared by the Song and Lu families. And Song Qingyao was the beloved daughter raised by Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji for 18 years. He thought, how could he not let her eat in her own yard? He believed that Song Qingyao, who had enjoyed many years of happiness in the Song family, was now living in the countryside and had suffered quite a bit. The Song family had finally brought their biological daughter to the capital, and Song Qingyao would definitely treat her especially well. The sisters Song Qingyao and Song Tang are very close, and they are also very close neighbors with Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Jian. Eating barbecue together would surely be very happy. Hearing Gu Shirshu's words, Lu Xiaoyu swallowed the words he was about to say. He couldn't just refuse Gu Shirshu's face, right? He might as well think that the skewers Song Qingyao ate were for feeding the dogs. Qingyao, sister, eat more. Gu Shirshu especially loved grilling food. Just now, when Lu Xiaoyu went to pick up Song Tang, he had already grilled quite a few skewers. He is usually very enthusiastic and worried that the young girl might feel shy to eat, so he quickly took a bunch of skewers and placed them in front of Song Qingyao, encouraging her to eat freely. He instinctively also wanted to put a bunch of skewers in front of Song Tang. But thinking that today Gao Jianchuan and Song Tang are the main characters and they are just supporting roles, he retracted his hand and desperately signaled to Gao Jianchuan to show affection to Song Tang. Gao Jianchuan looks quite rugged, but he also has a very gentlemanly side. In previous matchmaking attempts, even if he didn't hit it off with the match, he maintained basic manners so the girl wouldn't feel uncomfortable. This time, he had a very good impression of Song Tang and definitely wanted to perform well. Usually, he acted very naturally, but today he felt especially shy in everything he did. With a face that looked like he was hanging a red lantern, he picked up 2 skewers and placed them on the plate in front of Song Tang. Comrade Song,
Please eat more.
Lu Jinyan also instinctively picked up a few skewers from the grill. He remembered that last time they went barbecue in the mountains, Song Tang loved pork belly and large head cabbage. He wanted to give her the freshly grilled pork belly and large head cabbage skewers. But Gao Jianchuan, being closer to Song Tang, moved faster. After grabbing 2 skewers of meat, Gao Jianchuan also took a skewer of turtle-shaped food and a grilled eggplant to put in front of her. Comrade Song, try these skewers, they're also very delicious.
Thank you.
After politely thanking him, Song Tang picked up a turtle-shaped skewer. Honestly, the turtle-shaped grilled food looked a bit ugly, with a crispy outside and tender inside, but it was really tasty. Sprinkled with cumin and a little chili powder, it was so delicious that Song Tang wanted to eat more. Seeing Song Tang sweetly smile at Gao Jianchuan, while Gao Jianchuan was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands, Lu Jinyan's hand holding the skewer suddenly froze in midair. Captain, you're really too good to me. Lu Jinyan's skewer was almost raised to his face, and Gu Shirshu naturally thought that the skewer was meant for him. Gu Shirshu happily took the skewer with a bright smile. Captain, how do you know I love pork belly and grilled large head cabbage the most? I knew the captain loved me the most. Cold air was radiating from Lu Jinyan. Seeing Gu Shirshu smiling so foolishly, he really wanted to open his head to see how much water was inside. Watching Captain Gao so shy, he couldn't speak clearly, Lu Xiaoyu's clear little deer eyes showed rare complex emotions. He has a good relationship with Fu Wenjing and firmly supports Song Tang being with Fu Wenjing. After all, he and his older brothers are ready to be groomsmen for them. Now, a new person named Gao Jianchuan has appeared, and Lu Xiaoyu naturally feels a bit uncomfortable. He is worried about Fu Wenjing, but he is a typical optimist and quickly comforts himself. His good friend Tang Dang is beautiful, writes martial arts novels, solves problems, dances so smart and excellent. She definitely won't be stuck on one person forever. Gao Yingzhang may not be as young as Fu Wenjing, but he is calm, charming, and a rare good man. Tang Dang is such a good girl and has the right to choose any man she likes. She should pick the one she finds most attractive. Also, giving Fu Wenjing a little sense of crisis will make him cherish Tang Dang even more. After Tang Dang returned to the capital, she suffered too many grievances. He hopes she can find the best happiness. Thinking this way, Lu Xiaoyu also finds Gao Yingzhang more likable. Comrade Song, try this again. This one is delicious, and that one is good too. Gao Yingzhang kept handing skewers to Song Tang, busy and happy. Gu Shirshu and Lu Xiaoyu were grilling and eating skewers, feeling especially joyful. Lu Jinyan didn't eat many skewers, but kept drinking vinegar and felt quite full. Everyone was happily eating skewers and vinegar when suddenly, a faint, distressed cry was heard. Truly, amidst the laughter and joy, the cry was too sudden. Lu Xiaoyu frowned. He put down the half-eaten skewer with a serious face, regretting deeply. He shouldn't have let Song Qingqiao come over to eat skewers just to save face for Gu Shixiu. Gu Shixiu looked confused. He thought enjoying the evening breeze, humming a tune, and eating skewers was the happiest thing.
Why was Song Qingqiao crying?
He also put down his skewer and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Qingqiao, what's wrong? Song Qingqiao didn't look at Gu Shixiu, but instead looked at Song Tang with a pure and disapproving gaze. Sister, these turtles are living creatures. How can you eat them so cruelly?
They
are so pitiful. Please, I beg you, don't eat turtles anymore. Song Qingqiao knew that Lu Jinyan had introduced someone to Song Tang, and he definitely looked down on her. Lu Jinyan disliked Song Tang, which made her happy. But she hated Song Tang too much and couldn't stand her being with such an outstanding man like Gao Jianchuan. She was determined to make Gao Jianchuan dislike her. She had a very clear plan. Men generally like girls who are simple and kind. The more she acts kindly, the more it makes Song Tang look worse. This blind date will surely fail. Song Tang only deserves to be stuck in a dark place and doesn't deserve to marry a good man. Thinking this way, she cried more vulnerably, looking innocent and pitiful. Gu Shixiu was confused. The roasted turtle was so delicious that he ate 5 or 6 skewers in one go. When he heard Song Qingyao's words, even he, usually carefree, felt a bit embarrassed. Gao Jianchuan looked complicated. He glanced at the half-eaten roasted turtle in his hand, put it down, and continued eating without eating more. He thought Song Qingyao was especially strange. Song Tang also felt speechless. The roasted turtle is considered a pest. Many places have liked eating it throughout history. Where does Song Qingyao get so many problems? She wanted to strongly criticize Song Qingyao, but then heard Lu Xiaoyu say impatiently, Song Qingyao, do you have a problem? What's wrong with eating roasted turtles? I dug up the turtles and won't eat them. Do you want to watch them swim? If you don't want to eat, just stay away and don't spoil everyone's mood. Third brother Lu. Earlier, Song Qingyao pretended to cry, trying to look like a fairy shedding tears. But now, with Lu Xiaoyu's harsh words, she really wanted to cry. She pitifully sniffed, as if the whole world had hurt her. I know I'm not as eloquent or good at talking as my sister. I don't know how to please others. I'm just simple and honest, not good at saying nice things. Third brother Lu, please don't dislike me, okay? Song Qingyao, you really have a big problem. This time, Lu Xiaoyu still didn't give Song Tang a chance to speak. He grabbed a skewer of roasted turtles and ate 3 bites at once. You're not simple or honest. You're just full of nonsense. Why did Tang Tang bother you? Did you dig up your family's grave? Or eat your rice? Taking over Tang Tang's life for 18 years without gratitude and always talking nonsense to target her. How can your face be so big? Enjoying a barbecue and being disturbed by a crazy person. How unlucky. Song Qingyao's eyes widened in pain. She couldn't believe Lu Xiaoyu would call her full of nonsense and crazy. It was clearly Song Tang trying to take everything from her, yet he said she was taking over Song Tang's life. Is he blind? A wave of humiliation and anger swallowed Song Qingyao's heart. She felt very unwilling, but as a girl, she couldn't stand Lu Xiaoyu's harsh words. She left crying painfully. Gu Shixiu used to greet her every time he came here. She thought Gu Shixiu had a good impression of her and would definitely come to comfort her. But she was disappointed again. He didn't blame Lu Xiaoyu, nor did he come to comfort her. Gu Shixiu was probably too worried to comfort her now. His mind was full of fear. His mother liked Song Qingyao very much, and once said she wanted to marry into the Song family. Luckily, his father stopped her, or he might never get to enjoy roasted turtle again. He also thought Lu Xiaoyu's words were straightforward and reasonable, and that Song Qingyao wasn't very smart. He was thinking about asking Song Tang why the Song family didn't take Song Qingyao to see a neurologist. But he remembered his main goal tonight was to matchmake Song Tang and Gao Jianchuan, and constantly mentioning Song Qingyao was a bit scary and unlucky. After everyone finished eating barbecue, he kindly pulled Lu Xiaoyu aside and said, "Let's go dig up the turtle. Captain, you come too." He was giving space to Gao Jianchuan and Song Tang to talk privately and develop their relationship. When he saw Lu Xiaoyu stand up, Lu Jian didn't move at all. He quickly signaled to his captain, mouthing, "Captain, I know you don't like digging up turtles, but your presence is too bright. We need to give Captain Gao and Song Tang some space so they can spark their love. We're all good brothers. When Captain Gao asks you to approve the marriage report, you better approve it quickly." Marriage report. Lu Jian understood lip language and naturally could read what Gu Shirshu was saying with his lips. He was Gao Jianchuan's superior, so if Gao Jianchuan submitted a marriage report, he needed to sign first. But he definitely wouldn't approve Gao Jianchuan and Song Tang's marriage report. "Captain, you're the matchmaker for Song Tang and Captain Gao. Just cooperate a little." Seeing Gu Shirshu still talking nonsense with lip language, Lu Jian felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even the corners of his eyes turned red. He sternly ordered Gu Shirshu and Gao Jianchuan, "Stop messing around here. Go back to the unit now." Gu Shirshu immediately stood straight. Even though he didn't fully understand the captain's behavior, he didn't dare to blink anymore. Lu Xiaoyu was quite anxious. There were some things he couldn't let Song Tang hear, but he had to tell his older brother. He pulled Lu Jian aside and whispered so only they could hear, "Big brother, Shirshu and Captain Gao didn't leave the unit on purpose. They were sent by the higher-ups to visit you. I know you favor Brother Wenjing, but I think Brother Gao is also quite good. We should respect Tong Tong's opinion and let her choose herself. Anyway, no matter who Tang Ting picks, you can be the best man. You don't need to worry." Originally, Lu Jinyan was already upset and struggling to breathe because of Gu Shirshu. After hearing Lu Xiaoyu's foolish words, he was so angry he almost suffocated. He coldly took away Lu Xiaoyu's hand from his arm and coldly told Gu Shirshu and Gao Jianchuan again, "Go back." "Big brother Lu." Gu Shirshu and Gao Jianchuan both stood at attention. Just as they were about to reply, Song Tang coldly called out to Lu Jinyan, "Her dudong genta sohua." Lu Jinyan's coldness instantly disappeared, as if after a harsh winter, spring had finally arrived.
"Song,
could you please step aside for a moment? I want to talk to Brother Gao." Lu Jinyan's eyes hurt so much they seemed to tear apart. The warmth on him suddenly froze into fragile frost and snow. He thought she was Judong, Genta Sohua, because she didn't dislike him as much anymore. He couldn't bear to think that she called him Big Brother Lu just because she found him too unnecessary here. It felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Lu Jinyan whispered painfully, but he couldn't make a sound. Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward again and forcefully pulled him outside. Because he was too lost in thought, he was dragged out to the front door by Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu still lowered his voice. "Big brother, can't you see Tang Dang wants to spend some time alone with Brother Gao? Let's step aside quickly. If you don't cooperate and make Tang Ding angry, she might not let you be the best man. I and second brother still want to be the best men for Tang Ding. Don't involve us too." Another best man. Lu Jinyan's hand was tense, with veins bulging. "Who wants to be Song Tang's best man?" Seeing Lu Xiaoyu still talking thoughtlessly, Lu Jinyan sharply scolded, "Shut up." Lu Xiaoyu trembled in fear and quickly covered his mouth weakly. He thought his big brother tonight was especially strange. He had introduced Gao Yingzhang to Tang Ding, yet he was acting uncooperative. He didn't seem happy about being the best man. What does Big Brother want to be, if not the best man? Could it be that Big Brother still wants to be the groom? Big Brother treats him well, but his strength is really terrifying. If Big Brother wanted to hit him, he definitely couldn't run away. Afraid of getting hit, he certainly wouldn't dare say these thoughts out loud. He also didn't believe that Big Brother would want to be Tong Tong's best man. He thought that his older brother was acting so strange tonight, probably because he was upset. After all, if Tang Dang and Major Gao looked at each other the right way, they could marry and have children happily. But his older brother liked Brother Shirshu. Their love was doomed to be unrecognized by society and full of hardships. It was normal for his older brother to feel unbalanced inside. It was his first time helping someone with a matchmaking event, and Lu Xiaoyu was quite excited. He had a lot to say inside. But gossip like that was boring to big brother Bing Shan, so he decided to discuss it with Gu Shixiu instead. Brother Shixiu, to tell the truth, Wen Jing also likes Tang Dang. Tang Dang also has a good impression of Wen Jing. Do you think Tang Dang will choose Wen Jing or tall brother Gao in the end? What? Gu Shixiu was surprised to learn that Fu Wenjing also liked Song Tang, and his eyes widened in shock. He was good friends with Gao Jianchuan and also had a good relationship with Fu Wenjing. They were all close, and he genuinely didn't know who to support. He nervously ran his hand through his short hair. Major Gao and Fu Wenjing are both great. If I were Song Tang, I wouldn't know what to choose either. It's really too hard to decide. Captain, who do you think Song Tang will pick? Lu Jinyan's face suddenly turned pale, as if he carried a whole icy, ready to freeze Gu Shixiu into ice. Gu Shixiu felt very cold all over. He shyly rubbed his arms and muttered to himself, the captain probably doesn't know who Song Tang will choose either. After all, Major Gao and Fu Wenjing are both outstanding. One is a tough, reliable man, full of security. The other is a sunny, lively little wolf dog, full of youthful energy. Why do adults have to make choices? I wish they could both have them. Lu Jinyan's expression turned even colder, like a vast frozen wasteland with no life. He still wanted Song Tang to have both. He was dreaming pretty big. Gu Shixiu was usually talkative, and since Lu Xiaoyu was also very chatty, the two couldn't stop talking. They couldn't communicate well through Lu Jinyan. Gu Shixiu quickly moved next to Lu Xiaoyu and whispered mysteriously, actually, I still hope Song Tang will choose Major Gao. After all, Major Gao is already 28. If he doesn't find a partner soon, I'll be worried for him. That's fine. No matter who Song Tang chooses, I'll definitely be his best man, Lu Xiaoyu said proudly, lifting his chin confidently. Best man. Gu Shixiu was a little envious and quickly added, count me in too. I want to be the best man as well. If Tang Tang chooses brother Wenjing, my older brothers, second brothers, and cousin will be the groomsmen for them. If she likes Captain Gao, then the three of us, me, my older brothers, will be groomsmen for them. Gu Shixiu thinks this plan is pretty good. He couldn't help but turn around, pat Lu Jinyan on the shoulder, and say, Captain, I'm serious. Captain Gao is already quite mature now. When he reports his marriage, you'd better sign quickly. I have to say, Captain, you're really amazing. Others introduce partners to Captain Gao, and he doesn't like them. But the person you introduced, he liked at first sight. If Captain Gao and Tang Tang get married, their children will call you godfather. Lu Jinyan's heart suddenly ached sharply again. He couldn't accept Tang Tang marrying someone else. He also couldn't accept her children calling him godfather. He knew Tang Tang didn't want to see him. Just now, she told him to leave herself. If he turned back now, she would definitely be angry. But thinking that she might accept Gao Jianchuan, even want to marry him, Lu Jinyan couldn't suppress the surge of jealousy in his heart. He was too tired of watching Gu Shixiu and Lu Xiaoyu act foolishly, so he suddenly turned around and hurried back. Hey, why did Big Brother leave? Isn't Tang Tang against him being a third wheel? Lu Xiaoyu was full of doubts. Yes, Big Brother didn't look too good just now. Could it be he ate something bad and is rushing home to use the bathroom? Gu Shixiu remembered Lu Jinyan washing his underwear in the middle of the night, and his expression suddenly became very complicated. He tugged at his short hair and said mysteriously, it could also be because he had to urgently. There's a saying Gu Shixiu didn't say out loud. He might have wet his pants. He was afraid Lu Xiaoyu would see Captain Lu peeing his pants, which would make him embarrassed, so he quickly pulled Lu Xiaoyu away to dig a hole. Captain Gu was so proud. He couldn't let others find out the secret that Captain Lu might have wet his pants.
Captain.
When Lu Jinyan returned to the yard, Gao Jianchuan and Tang Tang had just finished talking. Seeing Lu Jinyan, Gao Jianchuan looked a little uncomfortable and quickly let go of Tang Tang's hand. Lu Jinyan's face instantly turned ugly, as if he was about to eat someone. Did they already hold hands? The more Lu Jinyan thought about what just happened, the more painful and sharp it felt. He painfully turned his face aside and said coldly, "Call me Shuzi, and now go back to the army. Don't come here casually anymore." "Captain, I have something to say to you." Lu Jinyan currently does not want to talk to Gao Jianchuan, because whenever he sees him, he thinks of the hand Gao Jianchuan just shook with Song Tang. Every time he remembers, it feels like a big jar of old vinegar has been poured into his heart, sour and uncomfortable. But Gao Jianchuan looks very anxious. After a moment of hesitation, he still invites Lu Jinyan to go upstairs to the study. Earlier, Gao Jianchuan and Song Tang did not hold hands. Song Tang politely explained that she didn't expect Gu Shixiu and Lu Jinyan to suddenly introduce her to someone today. She now doesn't want to date anyone. She just wants to dance well in the art troupe. She doesn't want to delay Major Gao, hoping he can find a good match elsewhere. Gao Jianchuan is not stupid. After hearing her words, he understood what she meant. The young girl clearly didn't see eye to eye with him. He actually has a very good impression of her. Her eyes are pure and sincere, yet firm. She looks like a good girl. And she is truly beautiful, the kind that makes people feel happy at first glance. He finds it hard not to be moved. But since the girl isn't interested in him, he won't force it. Besides, he's 28 and she's only 18. There's indeed a big gap between them. They shook hands because he sincerely wished her to shine in her field and have a bright future. They exchanged a friendly and understanding handshake. Earlier, he was too nervous and didn't notice his leader's unusual behavior. Now, seeing his leader releasing cold air sharply and recalling how he scolded Gu Shixiu to shut up and urged them to leave, he suddenly sensed something unusual. He wanted to test the waters. He raised his face, and his tan skin quickly flushed with embarrassment and shame. "Leader, thank you for helping me introduce someone. Song, and I both think he's quite good." Indeed, the room's temperature dropped several degrees again. The leader's handsome face darkened further, as if someone owed him thousands of dollars. With his high emotional intelligence, Gao Jianchuan quickly confirmed that the leader was interested in the girl. Moreover, he thought the leader and Song Tang looked quite compatible. Both are flawless and beautiful. Standing together, they are especially pleasing to the eye. Gao Jianchuan always takes things easily. If the girl doesn't like him, he definitely hopes she can find better happiness. Deep down, he truly admires Lu Jinyan. Many people think the leader is cold and distant, unapproachable, making others afraid to get close. But he knows that the leader has a warm heart beneath his cold exterior. He genuinely cares for his subordinates. Once, he went on a mission with the team leader. Due to a mistaken judgment, he was ambushed. The team leader risked his life to rescue him. He hoped that his favorite team leader would get what he wished for. But the team leader liked a young girl and seemed unsure how to pursue her. He needed to push the team leader to make him anxious and eager, so he would confess to the girl. Otherwise, if the girl ran off with someone else, the team leader would be heartbroken and unable to recover. Gao Jianchuan's eyes quietly shifted, and he immediately had an idea. "Team leader, Comrade Song and I, we are very grateful to you. If it weren't for you bringing us together, we wouldn't have met, let alone developed further. I've never written a marriage proposal before and don't know how to start. Team leader, could you teach me how to write a marriage proposal?" "What did you say?" Lu Jian's face turned unusually pale. His heart ached as if it was being stabbed repeatedly, with intense pain that made him wish for death or life. Seeing Gao Chang and Song Tang holding hands earlier, he guessed they had feelings for each other. But he didn't expect Gao Chang to already be thinking about writing a marriage proposal. Lu Jian's aura was so cold and oppressive that even the tough Gao Jianchuan felt a bit nervous. But to provoke his own team leader, he gathered his courage and continued, "Comrade Song seems to like me, but he hasn't agreed to marry me yet. However, I believe we'd be a good match. I want to write a marriage proposal first. After you teach me how to write it, could you also sign it for me?"
Huh.
He wanted him to finish the proposal and sign it. Is he getting married, or is Lu Jian getting married? Dream on if you think he'll sign. The more Lu Jian thought about it, the more upset he felt. He directly ordered Gao Yingchang get out. I will not sign. Gao Jianchuan knew he had pushed things far enough. Worried that continuing might upset the team leader further, he said, then I'll go back to the dorm and write, and quickly headed out of the study. He knew the team leader was jealous, anxious, and angry. Tonight, he was sure something would happen. He actually wanted to see how the cold, aloof team leader would pursue a girl. But he was afraid that he, Gu Shirshu, and others being here as light bulbs would interfere with the team leader's plans. So, he decided to call Gu Shirshu to return to the unit together. When reaching the staircase on the second floor, Gao Jianchuan's dark eyes quickly flashed with a hint of sadness and pain. In the end, he still gave a bright smile and completely suppressed the thoughts that arose tonight. Song. After Gao Jianchuan and the others left, Song Tang went out for a while. When she returned to the yard and just closed the door, she suddenly felt a strong grip on her wrist. Lu Jian was holding her tightly. She had already broken things off with him and definitely didn't want any physical contact. She kept a stern face to set boundaries with him. Please let go of my hand. Lu Jian didn't loosen his grip. Thinking about what Gao Jianchuan said in his study, his heart felt sour, like it was soaked in vinegar. He was afraid that if he let go, he would never touch her again. His eyes reddened with deep longing as he asked, "Are you really going to be with Captain Gao?"
Huh?
Song Tang was full of questions. She and Captain Gao had no feelings for each other, so why would he think they were a couple? But he wasn't someone she cared about, so she didn't see the need to explain. She raised her face coldly, her rebellious attitude clear as she looked at him, making him furious but helpless. "Brother Lu, you're just a neighbor I don't know very well. Who I want to be with has nothing to do with you. Do you have the right to ask?" Before he could answer, she sharply added, "You have no right to ask who I want to be with. Don't say I can't choose who to date. Even if I wanted to marry Captain Gao and have children with him, you wouldn't have a say. Please let go of my hand. I really don't want any entanglements with you, not even in the next life." With each word she spoke, Lu Jian's handsome face grew paler. They actually had feelings for each other. She not only wanted to marry Captain Gao but also to marry him, have children, and build a family. No wonder Captain Gao was so eager to report their marriage. A deep bitterness gnawed at his heart, making it feel like arrows were piercing through him with every breath. He took a deep breath and, with great difficulty and sadness, almost cautiously, begged, Song, I really regret it. I shouldn't have been so harsh to you before. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? Don't be with Captain Gao." His voice was magnetic and charming, like a spell, making Song Tang's heart inexplicably skip a beat. But remembering how badly he had treated her before and how she had fallen on her backside, she didn't want to get tangled up with him anymore. To make him give up completely, she stood her ground and met his gaze with a sarcastic smile. "Captain Gao is the person you introduced to me. You weren't hoping I would go on a blind date every day, so I wouldn't bother you? I have feelings for Brother Gao. Why are you in such a hurry? I just like Brother Gao. I want to be with him. I must be with him. I want to marry him. Before Song Tang could finish her words, she suddenly felt her lips burn fiercely. It was Lu Jinyan's lips, forcefully pressed against hers. Feeling the intoxicating sweetness and softness, Lu Jinyan was also stunned. He didn't expect himself to be so shameless. In a moment of panic, he impulsively kissed her lips. He knew she didn't like him. He shouldn't have ignored her feelings and kissed her without care. But when he thought about her wanting to marry someone else, his normally strong self-control completely unraveled. Before meeting Song Tang, he had never been physically close to any other girl. He used to think that kissing was nothing special, just lips touching lips. He believed he would never kiss any girl in his life. But after meeting Song Tang, he realized that even he, usually cold and reserved, could have desires and lose control. He became addicted to a single kiss. The main reason he had been rude to Song Tang before was because he realized how dangerously attractive her body was to him. He was afraid he would fall deep and lose all control. He was even more afraid he would betray Tang Song. Later, He understood that his lack of resistance to her was because she was the woman he loved. Tang Song. Song. Don't marry someone else. His rational mind told Lu Jinyan he shouldn't make her angry. He needed to stop. But in front of her, his reason was always hard to control. Even if he exhausted his lifelong willpower, he couldn't suppress his intense desire for her. He couldn't stop this kiss. Instead, he wanted more. His cold, powerful hand, out of control, gripped her slender waist, not giving her a chance to resist, and deepened the kiss with strong possessiveness. It was like a starving wolf that had been hungry for thousands of years finally seeing delicious food, eager to bite and swallow it whole. Lu Jinyan, you, let me go. Song Tang didn't expect him to be so fierce when he's sober. She summoned all her strength to push him away, but his strength was too great. Even though she pushed and protested, she couldn't free herself. Instead, he turned around and pressed her against the tree in the yard. His large hand supported her delicate back, like a wolf pouncing on prey. She was furious, her face turning red. Especially after feeling a moment of confusion just now, she was even more angry and humiliated. She secretly clenched her teeth, wanting to curse him and bite him. But his kisses were too intense and overbearing, so biting him was useless, and the words of anger she wanted to say were swallowed by him. Song, don't like someone else. Don't leave me, okay? Song Tang's heart trembled lightly, unbidden. When she communicated with Lu Jinyan online, she had developed some fondness for him, someone who shared her interests and values. But his hatred for the real Song Tang and the sadness he brought her were also real. She had already decided to move on and didn't want to be involved with him anymore. To cut off all possibilities of reconnecting, she hardened her heart and slapped him fiercely.
Big.
Lu Xiaoyu had just returned from a trip and was about to push open the slightly open courtyard door when he saw his usually cold and reserved older brother, who rarely showed interest in women, forcefully pressing Song Tang against a tree and kissing her fiercely like a hungry beast. In Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, Gu Shixiu was truly his brother's real love. Seeing the scene, he was so shocked he forgot to continue opening the door. He couldn't imagine that his usually indifferent and aloof older brother would lower his proud head and humbly beg a girl not to leave him. He suddenly realized he had misunderstood from the start. His brother didn't like men at all. And he definitely didn't want to marry Shixiu Ge or have children with him. What his brother liked was Tang. No wonder he called for his brother to be the best man for Tang, and his brother's body was so cold. No wonder tonight, when Shixiu Ge spoke, his brother coldly ordered him to shut up. No wonder when his brother looked at Captain Gao earlier, his nose wasn't a nose, and his eyes weren't eyes. No wonder. Lu Xiaoyu was lost in his thoughts when he suddenly heard a crisp slap. Then he heard Song Tang's angry and embarrassed voice. Lu Jinyan, you shameless. You pervert. You're just a flirt. Frightened, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly closed the door tightly, pretending he saw and heard nothing. He leaned against the wall and forcefully patted his chest several times to calm himself. Honestly, he had a good relationship with Fu Wenjing, but he definitely favored his own older brother more. At first, he actually hoped Tang could become his sister-in-law. But what did his older brother say back then? Yes, he said he didn't like Song Tang and would never be with her. Even if he marries Gu Shixiu and his children, he won't have feelings for her. He used to treat Tang badly, but now that he sees how good she is, he shamelessly flirts with the young girl. It's no wonder Tang is angry. That slap Tang just gave him was very good. After all, his older brother is so strong and intimidating, only Tang dares to hit him. His admiration for Tang has grown even more. Lu Jinyan didn't expect Song Tang to hit him. That slap made him realize he was out of line. He also understood how wrong it was to force a kiss on her without her consent. She was right, he's a scoundrel and shameless. That slap was deserved. His bite on her lips made them a little sore. He had been so forceful just now, and her waist was also hurting from his grip. Song Tang is naturally delicate and afraid of pain, and both her lips and waist hurt so much that her eyes started to turn red with frustration. Once she was free, she quickly stepped back, glaring at him angrily. Lu Jinyan, you're a rogue. I never want to see you again. The more she spoke, the more embarrassed and annoyed she felt. She kicked him irritably and quickly turned around, walking into the Song family house without looking back. Lu Jinyan stood helplessly in the yard. He's not really a rogue. He has never been a rogue to any other girl. Even when Song Qingyao threw herself into his arms, he had no interest and just wanted to get away quickly. But every time he faced her, he inexplicably behaved like a rogue. Her calling him a rogue was deserved. But he didn't want to have anything more to do with her in the future. Because besides her, he didn't want any other girl in his life. He wanted her to look at him again. But she had already gone back to the Song house and shut the door tight. He definitely couldn't climb through the window to find her. That would only make her think he's a rogue, a pervert, and a scoundrel. He could only go back to the Lu house. When he returned to his bedroom, he couldn't help but take out the box she had returned to him. He gently touched the pair of pearl earrings inside the box, hoping one day he could personally put them on her. Carefully placing the box back in the wardrobe, he suddenly remembered something very important. That day, when the wind was strong, her small clothes hanging by the window were blown into his room. And that day, overwhelmed with shame and rejection, he had thrown that small piece of clothing under the bed. He used to avoid Song Tang completely, but now every item of hers is precious to him. He couldn't let that small piece of clothing stay under the bed gathering dust anymore. He quickly turned over and found that piece of clothing from under the bed. He has always been very clean, and the area under his bed is spotless. The small dress is under his bed, barely dusty. Under the light, the bright red dress looks vivid and fragrant, embroidered with beautiful flowers that seem to enchant anyone who sees them. Looking at this dress, he can't help but remember how she looked wearing it. A faint scent floats in the air, lively and charming. Lu Jinyan's face suddenly turned red. The dress is soft and cool to the touch, but at this moment, Lu Jinyan feels like he's holding a hot potato. He feels guilty, as if he did something wrong, and quickly hides the dress under his pillow. He stops looking and thinking about it. Lu Shozhong returned early from the old house to the military compound. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw his third grandson squealing like a little bug, rolling and wriggling on the sofa. Lu Shozhong didn't know what strange idea the silly boy had, and he cleared his throat with a serious face. "Grandpa, why are you back so early?" Seeing Lu Shozhong, Lu Xiaoyou's expression became even more exaggerated. Tonight, he accidentally discovered a big secret. He was so anxious about keeping it that he felt restless. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell Lu Shozhong about it. After all, his older brother had bullied Tang Tang, and their family needed to show some attitude. He turned over playfully, sitting beside Lu Shozhong with a serious look, and whispered mysteriously, "Grandpa, I found out a secret. My older brother, he doesn't like Shirsigo at all." Lu Shozhong's eyes, sharp and bright, showed disdain. "What kind of secret is that?" He already knew that. "Grandpa, guess what I saw tonight?" Lu Shozhong was uninterested. This silly boy always overreacts. He didn't believe he saw anything interesting. Could it be that he saw Jinyan and Tang Tang dating? Not wanting to hurt the boy's innocent feelings, Lu Shozhong didn't respond. Instead, he sipped his tea, ears open and listening. "I actually saw my big brother kiss Tang Tang." Ahem. Lu Shozhong almost choked on his tea. He coughed a few times, put down his cup, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. "Xiaoyu, what did you just say? You saw your big brother kiss Tang Tang? Are they secretly dating?" Lu Xiaoyu wanted to talk badly about his older brother, but he was afraid Lu Jinyan would hit him if he heard. So he quickly lowered his voice and said, "Tang Tang definitely isn't dating my big brother. My big brother. He's really too much. Tang Tang doesn't want to pay attention to him, and he suddenly kisses her." It almost made Tang Tang cry out of anger. Lu Xiaoyu winked mysteriously at Commander Lu. Commander Lu's eyelids twitched. Then he heard his third grandson say, "I also saw Tang Tang slap big brother." Since he was young, Lu Xiaoyu really admired his big brother. But Song Tang was his best friend, and he definitely didn't want to see her get hurt. He rarely complained about his big brother, Grandpa. Big brother is really too much. He used to always dislike Tang Tang. He even said that as long as Tang Tang stayed in the big yard for a day, he wouldn't come home. Yeah, tonight, he and brother Shirshu introduced Tang Tang to someone, Gao Jianchuan. Tang Tang gets along well with brother Gao, but after everyone left, he started bullying her again. In any case, I think Tang Tang was right to hit him. If I were Tang Tang and my big brother used to bully me and then suddenly forcefully kissed me, I'd definitely hit him too. That's right. Commander Lu didn't believe Lu Jinyan would kiss Lu Xiaoyu, but he thought Song Tang deserved it for hitting Lu Jinyan. That brat always gave the girl a hard time and even introduced her to someone else. Now that she's ignoring him, he forcibly kisses her. That's just being a bully. The more Commander Lu thought about it, the angrier he got. He crossed his arms and went upstairs to stand outside Lu Jinyan's room. Xiao Yan, open the door. Lu Jinyan had just hidden his little shirt under his pillow, blushing furiously. Suddenly hearing Commander Lu's voice, he felt even more embarrassed and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He took a deep breath, then got up with a cold face and opened the door.
Grandpa.
Commander Lu immediately saw the slap mark on Lu Jinyan's right cheek. He snorted coldly and asked sarcastically, I heard you introduced Tang Tang to someone tonight? Lu Jinyan's eyes flashed with regret. I didn't mean to introduce Captain Gao to her. Humph. Commander Lu knew that his grandson was so anxious tonight because he was sure Song Tang was the girl he couldn't forget, Tang Song. He raised his chin, looking even more proud. So, do you believe now that Tang Tang is Tang Song? Thinking about how I refused to believe that Song Tang was really my Song Song, and how I spoke harshly to her. Lu Jinyan felt ashamed to speak. Commander Lu deliberately asked, What's wrong with your face? Did you bully Tang Tang and get hit? Lu Jinyan didn't expect Commander Lu to guess everything. He felt more uncomfortable. He didn't like explaining things too much, but he was worried his family would think poorly of Song Tang. So, he quickly took all the blame on himself. She hit me, and I deserved it. I had a fever not long ago, and she kindly took me to the hospital. I was confused from the fever and forcibly kissed her. But I didn't believe she was Tang Song at the time. I was very mean to her. I even said that the worst thing in my life was meeting her. I told her not to appear in front of me again, and I made her fall on her. You're a scoundrel. Commander Lu pressed his hand to his chest. He was so angry at this little troublemaker that he had trouble breathing. The troublemaker didn't finish his words, but he already understood what had happened. Tang Tang kindly took the confused little troublemaker to the hospital, but he took advantage of his strength to bully the young girl. He got what he wanted, but refused to take responsibility, looked down on her, and even made her fall on her. Such a scoundrel. No wonder no girl liked him. Tang Tang's slap was still too light. Bad boy, you better write a self-criticism and apologize to Tang Tang. Oh, I'm so angry. Commander Lu pounded his chest again. He was so furious that he had trouble breathing. The troublemaker didn't finish a sentence, but he understood the whole story. His sister Tang Tang kindly took the confused troublemaker to the hospital, but he, taking advantage of his strength, bullied her and even scolded her. He also made her fall on her. No wonder no girl liked him. Tang Tang's slap was still too gentle. Stinky kid, you better write a reflection and apologize to Tang Tang. Ugh, I'm so mad. Commander Lu again pounded his chest. If you had even half my spirit back then, you wouldn't be 24 and still have no girlfriend. If you scare away my future daughter-in-law, I'll break your legs. Commander Lu was getting more and more angry as he looked at Lu Jinyan. He glared at him fiercely, then stormed downstairs in a huff. Lu Xiaoyu, hiding quietly nearby, heard everything clearly. He didn't expect his older brother to have flirted with Tang Tang once before. Tang Tang kindly took him to the hospital, but he, being a troublemaker, took advantage of her and was mean to her. He also thought his brother was especially annoying. His brother can't find a girlfriend, right? Tang should ignore him and make him anxious. Early in the morning, Commander Lu sat in the yard, urging Lu Jinyan to take Song Tang to work and to show her his best behavior. Lu Jinyan definitely wanted to take her to work. He also followed Commander Lu's orders and wrote a self-criticism. Seeing Song Tang come out of the Song family home, Commander Lu coldly pushed Lu Jinyan, then smiled kindly at her. Tang, Xiao Yan is on leave these days. Let him drive you to work. Lu Jinyan quickly walked over. Song Tang, I wrote a self-criticism letter. After politely greeting Commander Lu, she heard the words self-criticism letter and immediately changed her expression. Honestly, she never wanted to receive another self-criticism letter from Lu Jinyan in her life. Her delicate face quickly flushed with embarrassment, and she glared at him annoyed. I told you, I don't want you to write me a self-criticism letter. Shameless. Tang, I'll take you to work. Lu Xiaoyu has always admired his very capable older brother. But thinking about how the young girl is shy and how her big brother has been teasing and bossing her around, he bravely dared to oppose his brother. After Song Tang got on his bicycle, he deliberately said teasingly, Tang, my big brother actually introduced you to someone.
He's quite a good guy.
If you don't like Brother Gao, that's okay. My big brother's unit has plenty of single young men. He can introduce 10 or even 20 more. Song Tang agreed with Lu Xiaoyu. She isn't planning to date anyone right now. But if someone truly made her feel special, she wouldn't want to miss out. In that case, Lu Jinyan would still be her matchmaker. She was waiting for him to keep introducing potential partners. Lu Xiaoyu and Song Tang chatted happily, feeling very joyful. Lu Jinyan was furious at Lu Xiaoyu's nonsense. But this morning, Commander Lu suddenly felt that his little grandson looked quite agreeable. The silly boy said it well. He should make Xiao Yan angry. See if that little troublemaker dares to make Tang upset again. Lu Jinyan had been staying at the military compound these days. Whenever he had a chance, he wanted to show kindness to Song Tang, but she ignored him completely, making him anxious. Before he knew it, the weekend arrived and Lu Shoujiang and Song Songrong's couple returned. Lu Yu also finished his work. Usually obsessed with scientific research and eager to work non-stop, he rarely left the academy early on Saturday afternoon. Tonight was his first formal dinner with Song Tang. He planned to go to the state-run store to pick out a nice gift, hoping she would like it. She is waiting for him to continue introducing her to potential partners. Lu Xiaoyu and Song Tang chat and laugh happily. Lu Jinyan is very annoyed by Lu Xiaoyu's nonsense. This morning, Commander Lu suddenly found his little grandson quite likable. The silly boy said something good. He should make that little troublemaker, Xiao Yan, anxious. Let's see if he dares to make Tang angry again. In the past few days, Lu Jinyan has been staying at the military compound. Whenever he gets a chance, he tries to show kindness to Song Tang, but she completely ignores him, so he can only feel anxious. Soon, the weekend arrived and Lu Shoujiang and Song Songrong's couple returned home. Lu Yu also finished his work. Usually passionate about scientific research and eager to stay glued to his work, he rarely leaves the academy early on Saturday afternoon. Tonight is his first formal dinner with Song Tang. He plans to go to the state-run store to pick out a nice gift, hoping she'll like it. Lu Yu has never been in a relationship before. He never even thought that in his life he would want to be with a young girl. He has no experience in making girls happy and doesn't know what gift to give Song Tang. He wandered confusedly through the supermarket for a long time, but didn't find anything that caught his eye. Like Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Yu also has a deep respect and attachment for his older brother. He instinctively decided to ask his brother for help. Knowing that his brother is on vacation at home recently, he called the family directly using the public phone. Coincidentally, the person who answered was Lu Jinyan. Hearing his brother's voice, Lu Yu's usually pale face slightly flushed. Big brother, I want to ask you something. I want to choose a gift for a girl, but I don't know what to give. Lu Yu's matter was mentioned by Commander Lu. It is said that Lu Yu has his eyes on the young girl, Chen Lin, who recently joined the academy and has urged his family several times to invite her over for dinner. Lu Jinyan always thought that his second brother, who is so dedicated to scientific research, wouldn't fall for any girl. But unexpectedly, his second brother suddenly woke up. He surely hopes that Lu Yu can achieve his wish and find happiness, so he offers his limited experience to give advice. Does she have pierced ears? If she has, you can give her earrings. Lu Jinyan has given Song Tang pearl earrings and hairpins before. After a moment of silence, he added, if she has long hair and likes to style it in a bun, you can also give her hairpins. Lu Yu thinks his brother's advice is very good, and his admiration for him grows even more.
She
has pierced ears. Lu Yu saw Song Tang wearing earrings. They were very beautiful. He thought that since she was so fair, pearl earrings would look even better on her. Her hair is very long, and she likes to use hairpins to style it. I can buy her a pair of pearl earrings and a hairpin. Big brother, thank you for the idea. Lu Yu was eager to pick out a gift for Song Tang and quickly hung up the phone. He went to the jewelry section of a state-run store and chose a pair of pearl earrings and a green sandalwood hairpin. After paying, he realized it was getting late, so he bought some snacks that girls like at Dao Xiang village and hurriedly drove to the military compound. Second brother, why are you so late? Future second sister-in-law has already come. Lu Xiaoyu was waiting outside the gate. When he saw Lu Yu carrying snacks and a gift box, he hurried over. Future second sister-in-law. Hearing this, Lu Yu's face suddenly turned red.
He liked Song Tang.
Today, the elders from both families made the decision, and their relationship was basically settled. He was definitely going to marry her. But he was always reserved and proper. When Lu Xiaoyu teased him like that, he felt so shy he didn't know what to do. He blushed and glared at Lu Xiaoyu, saying, "Don't call me that randomly." Lu Xiaoyu saw that his second brother was shy and laughed even more happily. He put his arm around Lu Yu's shoulder and looked into the gift bag. Second brother, what good things did you buy for future second sister-in-law? I just saw her earlier. She has such a sweet smile. No wonder you like her so much. Big brother is so unlucky. He's about to scare away the girl he likes. I have a strong feeling that the earliest among us to get married will be second brother. Lu Yu's face turned even redder, as if it might bleed. Song Tang's smile was indeed very sweet. That time, when they accidentally made eye contact, she smiled with her eyes curved and her dimples looked like they were filled with honey. He also felt that he would probably be the first among the three brothers to get married. After all, his relationship with Song Tang was decided tonight. The elders from both families would surely start preparing for their wedding soon. He never expected that even their usually reserved eldest brother had someone he liked. He hoped his big brother would quickly win over his future wife, so maybe he could marry his own love too. Double happiness, such a wonderful thing. Second brother, you still haven't told me what good things you bought for future second sister-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu kept chattering beside him. Lu Yu was eager to see Song Tang and didn't pay attention to him anymore. He quickened his pace and soon arrived outside the living room. The Song family and the Lu family share the same courtyard. He had seen Song Tang many times before. But tonight, the meaning of their meeting was different. He couldn't help feeling excited and nervous at the same time. Like Lu Jinyan, he also has typical fair skin. Tonight, the blush on his face and ears never faded. To Lu Xiaoyu, his older brother is like a big iceberg, cold and distant, seeming to have no normal emotions. His second brother is like cold jade, calm, disciplined, polite, and always maintaining proper boundaries. Seeing his second brother so anxious was very rare for him. He found it quite interesting, chuckled foolishly, and quickly followed. Today was the first time he invited Chung Lin to dinner. Lin he had prepared everything carefully. His eldest son is cold and serious, so she was worried his stern face might scare the young girl. But Chung Lin was going to marry into the Lu family, so they would be family eventually, and they had to get along. And Lu Jinyan was upstairs now, so she couldn't just leave him alone. She called him down. She told him beforehand that he didn't have to speak, but he should smile more and keep his expression gentle so he wouldn't scare away the girl Lu Yu liked. Lu Jinyan definitely wouldn't give his future sister-in-law a cold look. But his face was like that and he didn't like to smile much. Even forcing a smile was hard. He finally came downstairs with a blank face. When he reached the staircase on the first floor, he saw Chung-lin in a pink dress. Chung-lin was talking to Chief Lu, and she was cheerful, making the chief laugh happily. She also smiled brightly, full of warmth. Lu Jinyan's first impression of Chung-lin was good. He thought that if his second brother was with Chung-lin, their life would be peaceful and prosperous. He wished them well, but he soon noticed something strange. Chung-lin's earlobes clearly had no piercings. Earlier, Lu Yu said over the phone that she had earrings, and he wanted to buy her a pair of pearl earrings. Could it be that the girl Lu Yu liked wasn't Chung-lin, but someone else? Almost as soon as this thought crossed Lu Jinyan's mind, Lu Yu pushed open the living room door and entered. Under the light, his handsome face, like polished jade, was flushed with redness. Because he was so nervous, his voice trembled clearly. Song. His voice suddenly stopped. He didn't see Song Tang, but instead saw Chung-lin, smiling like a flower. Lin He waved at him and signaled with her eyes, Xiao Yu, Xiao Chung is here. Come over and sit. Lu Yu's blush quickly faded, and he became stiff as if struck by lightning. Tonight, he was full of hope to see Song Tang. He never dared to imagine that the girl introduced by Lin He and others was not Song Tang, but Chung-lin. Intense shock and disappointment made his thin body stumble uncontrollably. His fingertips trembled violently, and the item in his hand fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the sound, the gazes of Leader Lu and others all turned sharply toward him. Lu Jinyan had already suspected something, and seeing his second brother like this, he was even more sure that their parents had misunderstood and introduced the girl he liked, not the girl his brother was interested in. Leader Lu, Lu Shoujiang, and Lin He all thought quickly. Seeing Lu Yu's state, they immediately understood. They had made a big mistake tonight. Second brother, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoyu puzzledly grabbed his short hair. Why did the thing in your hand fall? Did your hand suddenly stop obeying you?
I'm Fine.
An overwhelming sense of disappointment still fiercely gnawed at Lu Yu's heart. But he was not an unreasonable person, and he certainly wouldn't deliberately embarrass Chung-lin. Before coming to the Lu family, Chung-lin hadn't thought much. After all, Lin He was her boss, and she thought that being invited to dinner at their home was just a gesture of care for a newcomer like her. Once at the Lu family, and hearing Lu Xiaoyu secretly call her future sister-in-law, plus the attitude of Leader Lu and others, she realized that Lin He wanted to introduce her to Lu Yu. Clearly, Lin He had misunderstood. Lu Yu liked someone else. Chung-lin was cheerful and straightforward, and she disliked overthinking. Since it was a mistake, she didn't want everyone to feel awkward. She smiled brightly at Lin He, sincere and honest. Section Chief Lin, are you perhaps trying to introduce me to someone? I haven't told you yet, but I didn't have a partner before. The piece of wood I was pursuing recently agreed to date me. Thank you for inviting me to dinner, and I wish Comrade Lu a quick success in finding someone he likes. Using her high emotional intelligence, Chung-lin quickly eased the awkward atmosphere. Lu Yu felt disappointed, but, after hearing her words, he let out a small sigh of relief. Lin He genuinely liked Chung-lin. Seeing that her second son was not interested in her, she felt a little disappointed. But since Chung-lin found a good place to settle down, she was genuinely happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Chung-lin is smart and adaptable, a promising talent in scientific research. She hopes that both she and Lu Yu will contribute to the country's technological development in their respective jobs. Chung-lin knows that today's big mistake will surely be corrected by the Lu family. Even though she enjoys chatting and discussing issues with Lin He, after dinner she quickly and politely says goodbye and leaves. Lin He walks Chung-lin out. After she returns home, Lu Yu remains deeply lost and sad. Seeing his face full of joy and anticipation earlier, and now his loneliness and sorrow, Lin He feels a bit distressed. She softly asks Xiaoyu, which girl do you really like? If Lin He asked Lu Xiaoyu this question, he would definitely jump and say everything. Even things she didn't ask about, he would mention. But Lu Yu is too reserved. He is especially shy about expressing feelings for girls. In this shy era, He finds it hard to openly say the name Song Tang. Just thinking about her name makes his heart race and his face turn red. He blushes and closes his eyes tightly before continuing. You said before that you wanted to introduce her to me. She's a very nice person.
She's also pretty.
She's smart, good at studying, good at solving problems, and talented in writing. Overall, she's really great. Lin He is speechless. A girl who is kind, beautiful, smart, and good at studying. She must know such a girl. But Chung Lin also fits the description of Lu Yu's ideal girl. She's worried about making a mistake and decides to encourage her shy second son to speak clearly. Xiao Yu, can you tell me her name? I'm afraid of making another mistake. Lu Yu's ears turn red as if they're burning. He struggles to move his lips, about to forget manners and shame, and tell everyone that the girl he likes is Song Tang from the Song family. But just then, they hear Grandpa Lu's annoyed snort. A real man liking a girl. What's there not to say? Don't be like your older brother, who clearly likes Tang Tang but always looks at her the wrong way, scaring her away. If you don't say it now, you might miss your chance. When she gets married to someone else, you'll be crying your heart out. Older brother, liking Tang Tang? Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide. His refined and handsome face, as if carved from fine jade, looked extremely pale, lacking any hint of blood. He truly couldn't imagine that his older brother, who seemed so disgusted with Song Tang before, also liked her. He had never thought about brothers fighting over a girl. He is somewhat slow to feel emotions but not foolish. After hearing what Commander Lu said, he understood that Grandpa and his parents supported his older brother being with Song Tang. If he admitted he also liked Song Tang, it would only make things difficult for the family. He loves this warm, loving family very much. He cares a lot about his older brother, so his feelings for Song Tang can only stay deep inside his heart, hidden away from everyone. I'll go back to my room first. But now he feels very upset inside. He can't honestly wish happiness for his older brother and Song Tang. After saying this, he turned around with a pale, handsome face and walked upstairs. This brat. Commander Lu didn't expect Lu Yu to leave like that and was very angry. Seeing Lu Jinyan sitting in front of him with a blank, icy expression, he felt even more upset and his chest hurt. What are these people? Such useless things. No wonder they can't get wives. Young Master Lu also thinks his second brother is too reserved. He currently has no girl he likes. But if one day he does like someone, he would want everyone to know. Why is his second brother so shy about saying it? Suddenly, he thought of something and gasped sharply. Could the girl his second brother likes be Song Qingyao? Honestly, young Master Lu thinks Song Qingyao's character and appearance are not very good. But she has a very good reputation in the military compound, seen by many as a beautiful and intelligent young lady. And in the eyes of her lover, she might seem perfect in every way. More importantly, he only heard Lin He and Lu Shoujung say that they wanted to introduce Song Qingyao to his second brother. He shivered and weakly said, "Why do I feel like what second brother said sounds a lot like Song Qingyao? Grandpa, Dad, big brother, do you remember last year's New Year when Mom joked about introducing Song Qingyao to second brother? Second brother just happened to come back from outside at that time, so he must have heard it." Lin He, Lu Shoujung, and others thought about it and realized it was true. Back then, Song Qingyao often came to the Lu family to ask Lu Yu questions. She was just joking casually, with no other meaning. Now that they know Song Qingyao is not sincere, they definitely wouldn't want her to marry into the Lu family. But she was only afraid that Lu Yu, that silly boy, would take her seriously. Commander Lu remembered this matter and suddenly felt dizzy. He definitely did not want Song Qingyao to become his granddaughter-in-law. Last time, Song Qingyao had inexplicably fallen into Xiao Yan's arms. The Lu family values integrity and uprightness. Lu Zhenhua's daughter-in-law doesn't need to be beautiful or have a good background, but she must have good character and be honest. Commander Lu cleared his throat and took the lead to say, "Anyway, Xiaoyu has been single for 22 years. Let him stay single for a couple more years." Lin He nodded in agreement. Yes, men tend to be more caring when they are older. After a couple of years, Yao Yao will be married, and Xiao you'll give up. By then, we can introduce him to a girl with good character. It's better than having him marry Yao Yao. Lu Shoujiang was also really tired of Song Qingyao's crying, fussing, and threatening to hang herself. He made a firm decision. That's settled. No one mentioned matchmaking between him and the Song girl in front of Xiaoyu. Lu Jinyan also remembered Lin He's joke during the New Year. But for some reason, he always felt that the girl Lu Yu mentioned didn't seem like Song Qingyao. He was lost in thought when he suddenly heard urgent knocking on the door. Tang Tang, I know you're here. Open the door quickly. Our son is crying and calling for his mom. You abandoned me, and now you're so cruel. Even our son doesn't want us anymore? Husband, please come back to the countryside with me. Don't let our son grow up without a mother, okay? Commander Lu Shoujiang, and others all changed their expressions at the same time. Lu Jinyan acted even faster. Just as they were about to go out to check the situation, they saw that Lu Jinyan had already rushed to the door. The Song family had just finished dinner. Hearing the noise, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji also went out with cold faces. Recently, the weather was hot and stuffy. After dinner, many neighbors were outside cooling off. When they heard the commotion from the Song house, many neighbors gathered to watch. The door opened, and everyone saw a man dressed in ragged clothes standing outside. He was holding a boy who looked about 1 year old. Song Tang also came out with Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong. She had the memories of the original owner and naturally recognized that the man at the door was Zhao Jing, the one who caused the original owner to jump into the river and commit suicide.
Tang Tang.
Seeing Song Tang, Zhao Jing's eyes lit up instantly. When they were in the countryside, Song Tang wore old patchwork clothes, but she looked surprisingly beautiful. Now Song Tang is wearing trendy jeans and a simple white shirt, looking more beautiful, stylish, and attractive than the actresses in the magazines she has seen. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Thinking that Song Tang is still the daughter of a military leader, he looks at her like a hungry wolf eyeing a fat sheep. He pinched himself hard to suppress his longing, tears streaming down his face. Tang Tang, my son, and I really can't live without you. Please come back home with me, he begged. Before Zhao Jing arrived, Su Shanshan had already shown him photos of Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji. He recognized them at once. He knelt heavily at their feet, with his legs folded. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please don't split up our family of 3. Xiao Song cries every day, calling for her mom. She's so upset she has lost her voice. Please, let me take Tangping home, Zhao Jing pleaded. He gently squeezed the child in his arms, Xiao Song, and suddenly Xiao Song burst into loud crying. Clearly, Zhao Jing had told him multiple times on the way here. He was crying and calling for his mom in a hoarse voice. He pouted and looked at Song Tang with sad eyes, as if she, the heartless mother, had abandoned him. Although Xiao Song's clothes were torn, he looked fair and cute. His crying and hiccuping made everyone watching feel their hearts break. But Song Tang's eyes showed no pity or tenderness. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She remembered her original self. In her memories, she used to spend her days writing strange and weird words on the ground. She had never had any relationship with Zhao Jing, so how could she have given birth to such a big child? This child was probably brought here by Zhao Jing from a relative's house. And Zhao Jing had come here because Song Qingyao had encouraged Su Shanshan, an idiot, to send him a telegram, telling him she was doing well here and asking him to cause trouble. Song Tang was innocent and had a clear conscience. But the times were too harsh on women. Even if she hadn't been involved with Zhao Jing, if he spread rumors using this child to ruin her reputation, she would be forced to give up her future and career and go back to the countryside to marry him, or face imprisonment. Song Qingyao's trick was really cruel. But Song Tang wouldn't let them succeed. Mommy, hug. Xiao Song was still crying. He opened his arms, constantly asking Song Tang for a hug, with big, watery eyes full of admiration and longing for her. Really, children are so easy to make everyone feel sorry for them. Seeing little Song crying so sadly, many neighbors started to wipe their tears. They looked at Song Tang with some disapproval. I think Song Tang is really too cruel. Such a young child. How could she just abandon her baby? Exactly. That child is so pitiful. It made me feel sad to see her cry. Abandoning her husband and child. But that could mean going to jail. I used to think well of Song Tang, but how could she do such a heartless thing? Hearing everyone's comments, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji looked very upset. They had misunderstood Song Tang many times before, and this time, they wouldn't believe Zhao Jing's one-sided story and accuse her of wrongdoing. They didn't want to disappoint their daughter. They wanted to support their daughter. Song Songrong gently held his wife's hand, signaling her not to worry. After comforting his wife, he turned to Zhao Jing and loudly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Tang Tang is my daughter. I don't believe she would do such a thing. Father-in-law, I really haven't lied." Zhao Jing cried sincerely and helplessly. He wiped his eyes hard and pushed Little Song. "Xiao Song, call Grandpa quickly." Little Song cooperated very well. He pouted his lips and, in a hoarse voice, called out to Song Songrong, "Grandpa." After calling him, Little Song also opened his chubby arms, crying and wanting Song Songrong to hold him. Song Songrong was stunned by Little Song's call. This tough man, who was usually very strong, was called Grandpa for the first time, and he was momentarily at a loss. Little Song called Song Songrong Grandpa, and then started calling Grandma. Qin Xiuji looked embarrassed and at a loss. Everyone is calling him Commander Song's grandpa now, so this child must be Song Tang's. Song Tang is only 18 this year. This child is probably 2 years old? That means she was 15 or 16 when she was with that man. She really is quite something. In front of Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji, many neighbors hesitated to say harsh words. But thinking about how Song Tang had a relationship with a man at 15 or 16 and even had a child, their gazes at her became more contemptuous. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji clearly understood what the neighbors meant, and their faces looked even worse. They were also feeling very conflicted inside. Song Tang jumped into the river to avoid being bullied by some rural troublemaker, and they believed she was a girl with self-respect and pride. But seeing Little Song crying and calling them Grandpa and Grandma was truly pitiful. They really didn't know how to send this child away. Seeing so many neighbors supporting her, Zhao Jing felt very proud. He sniffed, crying more painfully, "Tang Dang, you were only 15 when you followed me. Although we haven't registered our marriage, we held a wedding banquet, and everyone in the village knows we are a couple. I really like you. Xiao Song also wants a mom. I know you're now living a wealthy life and don't want to go home. If you really don't want to go back, I can stay in the capital with Xiao Song to be with you. I only ask you, please don't abandon me and Xiao Song, okay?" Zhao Jing cried, and Xiao Song also cried, as if he couldn't breathe. A few kind neighbors started wiping their tears again. They felt sorry for Xiao Song and couldn't help but blame Song Tang. Everyone wished they could tie Song Tang up and make her go back home with Zhao Jing and Xiao Song. They said that if she didn't marry Zhao Jing, they would report her, risking her losing her job and even going to jail. Song Qingxiao was so happy she almost couldn't hide her smile. She knew that after Su Shanshan sent a telegram to Zhao Jing, given his greed and nastiness, he would definitely cause trouble in the capital. But she didn't expect Zhao Jing to even bring a child over. He was more cunning than she thought. As long as he claimed that the child was born by Song Tang and accused her of misconduct, she would definitely be expelled from the art troupe. Lu Jinan and Liang Yueshan would never want a woman who had a child. Song Tang's life was doomed to be tied to Zhao Jing's villainy. She forcefully twisted herself several times to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. She sniffed, tears rolling down her face, then took Xiao Song from Zhao Jing's arms. "Xiao Song, I am your aunt." Song Qingqiao gently wiped Xiao Song's eyes, then knelt heavily at Song Tang's feet. "Big sister, Xiao Song looks so pitiful. I am willing to work hard to earn money to take care of Xiao Song. Please, don't cruelly abandon Xiao Song, okay? Who doesn't like a pretty, innocent, kind girl?" When Song Qingqiao said this, she deliberately looked at Lu Jinan with tears in her eyes. She thought Lu Jinan already found Song Tang dirty. Seeing her so pure and kind, he would hate Song Tang even more in comparison. She waited for him to publicly despise Song Tang as dirty, low, and shameless. She also hoped he would admire and praise her gentle, kind-hearted self. Song Qingyao, do you have a serious illness? Unexpectedly, she didn't hear him praise her but instead heard his cold, emotionless scolding. Not defaming Song Tang for a day, you'll die? Song Qingyao froze in shock. Her feelings of grievance made her tears fall uncontrollably. She liked him so much. She, Song Qingyao, was 1,000 times, 10,000 times cleaner and purer than Song Tang. How could he openly protect Song Tang and harshly belittle her? She was angry and refused to accept this. Lu Jinyan no longer looked at Song Qingyao, who was crying as if her whole family had died. He looked down at Zhao Jing with an imposing presence that made Zhao Jing tremble. Well, you're good at spreading rumors. Xiao Yu, take him to the police station and let him have his fill inside. I won't go to the police station. Zhao Jing's face changed dramatically. He brought Xiao Song over to blackmail the Song family out of a lot of money, planning to take Song Tang back to the countryside for a happy life. Or maybe the Song family wouldn't let Song Tang go back, so they arranged a well-paid job for him, so he could enjoy life and be a top person in the capital. Who would have thought someone would actually send him to the police station? He wiped his nose, crying as if his mother had just died. Tangdang, you can't let him send me to the police station. I know you're now successful, but even if you have money and power, you can't bully others with your status. Tangdang, do you really want to push us father and son to our deaths? Zhao Jing, I didn't want to push you to death. You're asking for it yourself. Song Tang was not morally coerced by Xiao Song's crying. She was also not humiliated by the neighbor's accusations and insults. She calmly and indifferently met Zhao Jing's gaze and said clearly, I don't look down on someone like you. I would rather jump into the river and die than let you bully me. How could I possibly have your child? Zhao Jing, do you think that as long as you bring a child to smear me, I have to marry you and be entangled with you forever? There's something you must not know.
Now you can do a paternity test.
Just test the hair of me and this child, and it will confirm whether we are biological mother and son. If the police confirm that I have no blood relation to this child, you are extorting and framing, and you will go to jail.
What?
Zhao Jing's face turned pale. He had some influence in the countryside. He was quite domineering. But he was naive and didn't know that paternity testing existed in this world. Actually, Song Tang knew that in this era, doing a paternity test was not so easy. The results of the paternity test are not that accurate. But it's enough to scare Zhao Jing. She bent down, pretending to want to hug Xiao Song, and said, Xiao Song, right? I'll take you to do a paternity test now, so your relative Zhao Jing can go to jail. Don't touch Xiao Song. After hearing Song Tang's words, Zhao Jing became very anxious. He had traveled a long way by train to the capital, not to enjoy himself, but to avoid going to jail. Afraid that Song Tang would really take Xiao Song to do the test, he quickly grabbed Xiao Song, trying to leave and think of another way to deal with Song Tang. He couldn't hold onto Xiao Song. Lu Xiaoyu snatched Xiao Song away, and Lu Jinyan kicked Zhao Jing hard to the ground. Thinking about how Zhao Jing had often bullied Song Tang in the countryside, his kick was very harsh.
Tell me.
Who told you that Song Tang lives here?
Tell me.
Who told you to come to the capital to bother her? Zhao Jing wanted to cry. In the countryside, he was the one bullying others. He had never been treated so harshly before. Lu Jinyan was really too strong. He felt like his ribs might break from the kick. After arriving in the capital, he met Su Shanshan and knew it was her who sent the telegram. He and Su Shanshan were like two sides of the same coin. He didn't want to betray her. But Lu Jinyan's fierce killing intent was truly frightening. Seeing Zhao Jing afraid to go to the police, Song Tang boldly suggested doing the paternity test. The neighbors watching realized he was trying to frame Song Tang and stopped defending him and Xiao Song. Many neighbors even encouraged Lu Jinyan to beat him up. Zhao Jing was afraid he would get hurt badly, so he could only tearfully admit it. It was Su Shanshan. She sent me a telegram saying Song Tang is now the daughter of the military commander and got into the art troupe, so I came to find her. I was confused at the time and joked with her. I truly regret it. Please don't hit me anymore. Xiao Song is so young. If something happens to me, what will he do? Zhao Jing's eyes were red from crying, looking pitiful. But the neighbors watching thought his tears were crocodile tears, and no one felt sorry for him. They looked at Song Tang with guilt and couldn't help but say that Su Shanshan is really shameless. Just like her criminal mother, she always causes trouble. Exactly. Mother and daughter, Song Nanxing and her, are so poisonous. Even Commander Song's family is unlucky to have such relatives. I really shouldn't have believed the rumors, thinking Song Tang had a child. I also said that Song Tang has no shame. I really should be hit for this mouth of mine. Me too. I can't face Song Tang anymore because of what I said. After the neighbors cursed Zhao Jing and Su Shanshan, they blushed and apologized to Song Tang. Song Tang didn't accept the apology. She hates it when people apologize to her because it means she has been wronged. Earlier, Director Liu had already called the police. Soon, the police forcibly took away Zhao Jing and Xiao Song, who were crying. When Zhao Jing was taken away, he made eye contact with Song Qingyao. Seeing Song Qingyao crying so beautifully, he was surprisingly impressed. Although Song Qingyao isn't as stunning as Song Tang, her tears made her look very charming, which stirred his interest. This time, his fake injury didn't cause real harm to Song Tang, so he probably won't go to jail. But he spent a lot of money on the train ticket to come to the capital. He couldn't come all this way for nothing. Song Tang is the daughter of Commander Song, and so is Song Qingyao. He realized that although Song Tang looks delicate, she is actually tough. He tried to bully her twice but didn't get any advantage. But Song Qingyao looks fragile and pitiful, so she must sleep well. If he can sleep with Song Qingyao, he can still become the son-in-law of the commander. Su Shanshan even gave him a spare key to her yard. When he leaves the police station, he will definitely need to sleep with Song Qingyao and make Commander Song accept him as a son-in-law. Thinking this, Zhao Jing, who was trembling like a quail earlier, suddenly felt very confident. Seeing Zhao Jing like this, Song Qingyao thought he had come up with another good idea to bother Song Tang, but she didn't expect that his idea was aimed at her. Yao Yao, Tang Tang has said many times that she is pure and innocent in the countryside, and she has never been involved with anyone. After Zhao Jing was taken away, the neighbors were about to go home when they heard Lin He's cold and sharp questioning, "Why did you just call that child's aunt?" making Tang Tang feel embarrassed. Yao Yao, I want to know what your real intentions are. Lin He doesn't like meddling in others' affairs, nor does she like interfering in other families' matters. But she likes Song Tang very much, and she knows her eldest son is already anxious and pursuing Song Tang. She now considers Song Tang as family and really can't stand Song Qingyao constantly secretly harming her. Song Qingyao's face changed drastically. She knew Lin He liked Song Tang. But Lin He had watched her grow up and had feelings for her too. She truly couldn't imagine Lin He embarrassing her in front of so many people. Song Qingyao, you just didn't have good intentions earlier. Lu Xiaoyu also couldn't help feeling sorry for Song Tang. Only Su Shanshan, with her silly head, would think of sending a telegram to Zhao Jing to come to the capital and bother Tang Tang. You and Su Shanshan are so close, and you always target Tang Tang. Could it be that you gave her that bad idea? Song Qingyao's face turned completely pale. She knew that ever since Song Tang was brought back to the Song family, Lu Xiaoyu's heart had already shifted completely to her. But she still couldn't accept that he would publicly accuse her with such a big hat. She would never admit to doing anything shameful. After a moment of anger, confusion, and embarrassment, she quickly regained her composure. She looked up at Lu Xiaoyu with tears suddenly flowing down her face. Third brother Lu, I really don't know what you're talking about. Big sister is my family. I care about her very much. How could I help Su Shanshan hurt her? She looked at Lu Jian with a grievance, then slowly turned her gaze to Lin He. Aunt Lin, you've watched me grow up. Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to spread rumors and hurt others? As she spoke, her tears fell even more uncontrollably. Her sadness and helplessness made it seem as if the whole world was hurting her. Song Qingyu often cried so sadly, which really gave Lin He a headache. But she truly disliked how, every time Song Qingyu did something wrong, Song Rong and Qin Xiuji would gently lift her up and then set her down. She pressed her temples and decided to say a few more words. Lu Xiaoyu was even more agitated than her. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Xiaoyu said impatiently, "Huh, you care about Tang Tang?" Always speaking politely but secretly criticizing and targeting Tang Tang. That's how you show you care? Song Qingyu, I've never seen anyone more hypocritical and pretentious than you. Anyway, this time you deliberately hurt Tang Tang. You have to give her an explanation.
I didn't.
Song Qingyu's nose turned red with grievance, and her whole body trembled. The neighbors watching thought that Lin He and Lu Xiaoyu's words seemed to make some sense. But they had watched Song Qingyu grow up and had some feelings for her. Seeing her cry so sadly, they couldn't help but feel sorry. They wanted to advise Lu Xiaoyu to stop arguing with Song Qingyu, but Zhao Shuai pulled Su Shanshan inside. Zhao Shuai is clear about his likes and dislikes and cannot tolerate sand in his eyes. He has a very good relationship with Lu Xiaoyu, knowing that Lu Xiaoyu considers Song Tang a good friend. He is loyal and certainly won't allow others to bully Song Tang. Tonight's culprit, Su Shanshan, was sneaking outside the yard eavesdropping. Zhao Shuai directly dragged her inside. After entering the yard, he angrily let go of Su Shanshan's arm. She lost her footing and fell awkwardly to the ground. She was already not very attractive, and now, huddled with her neck bent and looking miserable, she appeared even more unkempt. This Su Shanshan is really shameless. She found a second-rate person to slander Song Tang and dares to listen in on the outside. Zhao Shuai pointed at Su Shanshan, trembling like a quail, and continued to Lu Xiaoyu. If she were a man, with her wicked and sneaky ways, I'd really want to teach her a lesson. Su Shanshan had just faintly overheard that Zhao Jing, this second-rate guy, had betrayed her. Without Song Nanqing supporting her and being her backing, she was completely scared stiff. But when she heard Zhao Shuai calling her sneaky in front of Lu Xiaoyu, she couldn't hold back and shouted, "Zhao Shuai, who are you calling sneaky?
You are the sneaky one.
Your whole family is sneaky and wicked." Zhao Shuai's parents were also nearby. They had been a bit annoyed at Zhao Shuai interfering in other people's affairs, but now, hearing Su Shanshan insulted their family as sneaky and wicked, they thought Zhao Shuai had done the right thing. Su Shanshan, this troublemaker, deserved to be punished. Zhao Shuai's grandmother was originally chatting with some elderly women at the alley entrance. When she heard the commotion from the Song family, she hurried over with a small stool. As she entered the gates of the Lu and Song families, she just caught Su Shanshan calling their family sneaky and wicked, and she was furious. She spat harshly at Su Shanshan. "Su Shanshan, what nonsense are you talking? You and your criminal mother are in cahoots, and neither of you are good people. How dare you call our Shuai sneaky? I heard you recently got a good job. If you dare to bully our Shuai again, believe it or not, I'll report you and get you fired." Su Shanshan was so angry that her body started trembling violently. She was unwilling to be overshadowed by Song Tang. Song Nanqing had left her a lot of money. Recently, she spent quite a bit on connections and had found a decent job. Her life had finally improved, and she definitely didn't want Zhao Shuai's grandmother and others to ruin it. She knew Zhao Shuai's grandmother was stubborn and influential. Even if she was very angry, she didn't dare to argue further. Fired? As Zhao Shuai's grandmother finished speaking, someone said that troublemaker Zhao Jing already admitted that Su Shanshan told him to harm Song Tang. Her unkind mother ordered someone to hit Song Tang, and she also instructed Zhao Jing to ruin Song Tang's reputation. Truly, a daughter of a rat makes holes everywhere. Let's go report this to the police. Not only will she be expelled, but she might also go to jail. Yes, let's go report to the police together. After these words, many neighbors quickly agreed. More people, more strength. If we all go together, the police will definitely catch Su Shanshan, this troublemaker. This time, Zhao Jing's actions were particularly bad, but he didn't cause any real harm to Song Tang. Just spreading rumors isn't enough to put him in jail, and it certainly won't send Su Shanshan to prison. However, Su Shanshan was foolish and ignorant, and the neighbor's words made her even more confused. Especially when she looked into Lu Jinyan's cold, emotionless eyes, she felt her scalp go numb. She had a good relationship with Song Qingyao. She liked Song Qingyao very much. Song Naxing had also told her to get along well with Song Qingyao and help each other. But she was selfish and foolish. In this situation, to clear her own name, she bit the bullet and blurted out Song Qingyao. "You can't let me go to jail." Su Shanshan suddenly raised her hand, pointing fiercely at Song Qingyao. "It's Qingyao Jie." Yes, it's Qingyao Jie who said that if Song Tang had married Zhao Jing, and stayed in the countryside, my mother wouldn't be in jail. If it weren't for her instigating me, I wouldn't have thought to send a telegram to Zhao Jing, asking him to come to the capital to smear and bother Song Tang.
I'm innocent.
Even if someone should go to jail, it should be Qingyao Jie. Song Qingyao's delicate face suddenly looked ashen, as if covered with a thick layer of dust. She knew Su Shanshan was foolish, but she didn't expect her to be this stupid. She had always considered Su Shanshan, yet she didn't hesitate to betray her. The neighbors in the yard were also shocked by Su Shanshan's words. They could vaguely see that Song Qingyao and Song Tang didn't get along very well. But they never imagined that Song Qingyao would actually incite Su Shanshan to let the troublemaker ruin Song Tang. Zhao Shuai gasped sharply. Honestly, Su Shanshan's words completely shattered his worldview. Song Qingyao used to have an excellent reputation in the courtyard. She was smart, elegant, beautiful, and seemed kind. Like many others, he secretly admired her. He truly couldn't imagine that Song Qingyao, whom he once regarded as a goddess, had such a mean heart. He would never dare to secretly like her again. Lu Xiaoyu snorted coldly and looked at Song Qingyao with growing disgust. I guessed right. It was definitely you who encouraged Su Shanshan. Song Qingyao, what do you have to say now? I just can't understand. For 18 years, you've eaten and drunk from the Song family, taking over Tongtong's life that should have belonged to her. Now that things are finally getting better, how can you still plot and harm Tangdang? Song Songrong looked at Song Qingyao with rare disappointment in his eyes. He glanced at his wife, who was also full of disappointment, then sternly asked Song Qingyao, Yao Yao, Tang is your sister. Why did you encourage Su Shanshan to hurt her? Su Ji, and I raised you for 18 years. Tang is our biological daughter, part of our family. How can you bear to let others tarnish her reputation?
Dad.
Song Qingyao was struck like lightning. Song Tang is their biological daughter. Then what is she, Song Qingyao? An outsider? She painfully whispered for a long time before finally finding her voice. Dad, do you also think I encouraged Su Shanshan to hurt my sister? Do you think I am a bad person? Song Qingyao trembled with grievance. Her voice also carried a heartbreaking hoarseness and trembling. I admit, after Andy was jailed, I went to comfort Shanshan. Shanshan was so upset at the time. I didn't think much, just said that if sister hadn't come to the capital, Andy might not have gone to jail. Because I thought if Andy had never seen sister, she wouldn't have targeted her so fiercely or hurt her. She wouldn't have suffered the consequences herself. I'm not a bad person. I really didn't mean anything else. You and Mom raised me for 18 years. I remember all the kindness you've shown me. I've called you both Dad and Mom for over 10 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Lu Jian's handsome face was as cold as ice. If Song Tang cried, he would feel heartbroken. But seeing Song Qingyao cry so miserably, he only felt she was fake and disgusting. Lu Xiaoyu sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe Song Qingyao hadn't encouraged Su Shanshan, nor did he think she was a good person. But Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji had cherished Song Qingyao as a treasure for so many years. Seeing her cry so sadly, they felt particularly uncomfortable inside. Especially when I think of Song Qingyao's obedient, caring, and thoughtful childhood, Song Songrong can't help but feel that his words earlier were too harsh. Qin Xiuji also glared at him unhappily, clearly feeling that her husband was too much just now. Big sister, I'm sorry. Song Qingyao sobbed helplessly and suddenly knelt heavily on the ground. It's all my fault. If I hadn't comforted Shanshan and accidentally said the wrong thing, she wouldn't have thought of sending a telegram to Zhao Jing, this second-rate guy, to come to the capital and bother you, sister. Although it was unintentional, I never meant to hurt you, but because of my carelessness, you've suffered unfairness. I will never forgive myself. When I hugged that child just now, I had no other meaning. I'm just too soft-hearted. I was tricked by Zhao Jing. I thought he was really your child, so I felt so sorry for him. I'm so concerned about you, sister, that I felt sorry for that child.
I'm sorry.
After apologizing to Song Tang, Song Qingyao turned her face, tears welling in her eyes, and looked at Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I made you unhappy again. I really never wanted to compete with sister. Because I know in my heart that I am just an adopted daughter. You are my biological parents. Letting me stay in the house is already kind enough. I am grateful, but I also fear being driven away. I would never hurt your precious biological daughter. I hope each of you can be happy and healthy. But it seems that because of me, everyone is unhappy. I'm just a troublemaker.
I feel so bad about myself.
If only I disappear, so you can be happy and live better, I am willing. I truly am. Mom and Dad, sister, I love you. I hope every day in the future, you'll be safe, healthy, and carefree. Song Qingyao suddenly grabbed a fruit knife from somewhere. With her eyes red, she opened the knife and pressed the sharp tip firmly against her neck. She said nothing more. She looked at Song Songrong, Qin Xiuji, and Song Tang with deep affection and reluctance, as if she loved them very much. She looked at them intently, then closed her eyes and fiercely cut across her neck. Yao Yao! Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji exclaimed in shock at the same time. They were truly frightened by Song Qingyao's sudden action. Seeing the large, bright red bleeding on Song Qingyao's neck, they both felt heartbroken and hurriedly rushed to stop her from hurting herself further. Song Songrong was skilled and easily took the fruit knife from Song Qingyao's hand. Qin Xiuji tightly held her in her arms, tears flowing uncontrollably. Yao Yao, my silly Yao Yao, why did you do something so foolish? You are my and your dad's precious girl. If anything happens to you, how can your dad and I go on living?
Mom.
Song Qingyao's face was pale and her eyes were full of tears, like a fragile glass doll that might shatter at any moment. She struggled helplessly, desperate and very sad, begging, "Please let me die, okay? I really feel so useless. I actually envy my sister a lot. She can still be with you and Dad, but my biological parents are gone long ago. I don't want to stay at home and affect your and my sister's mood, but I have no other family. I have no other home. If I leave you, I will have no home. Silly Yao Yao, who told you to leave?" Qin Xiuji hugged Song Qingyao even tighter, crying heartbreakingly, "You and Tang Dang are my precious daughters. This will always be your home. If anything happens to you, it would mean losing my life. I can't lose you. Mom also believes you didn't hurt Tang Dang. It was all Su Shanshan talking nonsense. Mom also asks you, please stop hurting yourself, okay? Dad believes in you too." Song Songrong, the tough man, had tears in his eyes at this moment. He looked at Song Qingyao with deep pain and guilt, saying, "You are the child I and Xiuji raised. How could I not trust your character?
Yao Yao, I'm sorry.
Dad shouldn't have doubted you just now. The fault lies with Su Shanshan and that second-rate guy Zhao Jing. You will always be my and your mom's precious daughter."
Dad, Mom.
Weak and fragile, Song Qingyao hugged Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji, making those who saw her tear up. Her neck wound was still bleeding. Qin Xiuji wiped her blood and hurriedly bandaged her with red-rimmed eyes. Song Songrong stood nervously nearby, worried about his precious daughter. They carefully protected, comforted, and consoled Song Qingyao as if they were truly a family. Song Tang looked away with numbness and disappointment. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji loved Song Qingyao so much that they would never allow her to suffer any wrong. But the original owner's revenge must be paid. This time, Zhao Jing took the initiative to come to her door. She wants him and Song Qingyao to pay the price. Soon, Su Shanshan was taken to the police station by the caring neighbors. Earlier, after hearing Su Shanshan's story, the neighbors thought Song Qingyao was hypocritical and malicious. Using a knife to cut her neck was a very clever move. The neighbors, who had watched her grow up and cared for her deeply, felt she was risking her life and couldn't continue to doubt her. They comforted and showed concern for Song Qingyao, confirmed her wound had stopped bleeding and she was not in danger, then gradually left. Lin He's furrowed brows remained tight and did not relax. She didn't feel sorry for Song Qingyao. Instead, she thought Song Qingyao was shameless, always resorting to self-harm to gain sympathy after doing disgusting things. Song Tang was confused and upset because the person who started all this didn't pay any price. It made her feel very uncomfortable. But seeing Song Qingyao constantly self-harming was really frightening. The Lu family and the Song family had been neighbors for many years, and their friendship was very close. She couldn't really force Song Qingyao to keep cutting her neck in front of everyone. She gently comforted Song Tang and then went home.
Song.
After Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong helped Song Qingyao back to the Song house, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but step forward and softly called Song Tang. He had no blood relation with Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong, but could still feel their favoritism. And Song Tang was their biological daughter. How painful must that be for her? He truly felt sorry for her. He was used to being cold and wasn't good at comforting people. After holding back for a while, he awkwardly said, "Don't be sad. I will always stand by your side." Song Tang was momentarily stunned. She had previously written letters to Lu Jinyan, mentioning that her parents and brothers didn't love her much, which made her feel sad. He replied saying she was wonderful and deserved everyone's liking. He would always stand by her side. The Lu Jinyan she communicated with in those letters was really kind, and she couldn't help but miss him. But when she thought about his indifference and dislike in real life, she put away those soft, tangled thoughts and coldly told him, "This has nothing to do with you." After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned to go back to her room. Enough. Lu Shouzhong glared at Lu Jinyan with disdain. Thinking that Lu Jinyan was the son of Lu Shouzhong, he couldn't help but glare at Lu Shouzhong as well, then pulled the anxious Lu Xiaoyu back to the Lu family. "I'm so angry." After returning to his own living room, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but jump high with excitement. "I still think Song Qingyao is the one encouraging Su Shanshan to do bad things. But this oddball, Song Qingyao, keeps threatening to hurt herself or go crazy. Uncle Song and Aunt Qin always protect her, so we can't get justice for Tangdang." Lu Chongzong also knows this, and he's angry too. With so many years of experience on the battlefield, he rarely feels helpless. After all, they don't have solid evidence. They can't just force Song Qingyao to admit to anything, right? Stay away from Song Qingyao in the future. Lu Chongzong glared at Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing Lu Jinyan come in, he looked at him with dislike. "Especially you. When you see Song Qingyao, better walk around her. If you don't manage to win Tangdang, but instead get tangled up with that Song Qingyao from the Song family, I'll break your legs." Lu Shouzhong also worried that Lu Jinyan might have some connection with Song Qingyao, so he couldn't help but say, "I'll break your legs with your grandpa too." He used to be quite satisfied with his eldest son. The eldest son was calm and decisive, only 24 but already achieved many military honors, with a bright future. But now that he knows his son made his good daughter-in-law leave out of anger, he feels disgusted every time he looks at him. "You're already 24, still can't find a partner, completely useless. Back in the day, I chased your mother, and it took less than half a year to succeed. Unlike you, growing up so big, but still useless. If you had half my strategy and wisdom, you wouldn't be so disliked by Tang Dang. Lu Changjiang's fierce eyes swept over Lu Shoujiang with a very complicated and disdainful look. His son still dares to talk. Back then, he chased Lin He, and it was full of twists and turns, almost losing his wife. But thinking about revealing Lu Shoujiang's embarrassing past would make it impossible to motivate his grandson to pursue girls with full effort. In the end, he swallowed all his disdain for Lu Shoujiang. Lu Yu hardly ate anything that night. Lu Xiaoyu went out again to dig up some turtle shells. Lin He, worried about her second son, asked Lu Jinyan to bring him a plate of snacks when he went upstairs, and also to give him some guidance. Of course, Lin He thought her eldest son probably wasn't very good at giving advice. But sharing some failed experiences in chasing girls could also be considered guidance.
Xiaoyu.
Lu Jinyan stood outside Lu Yu's room and called him. No one came to open the door. Lu Jinyan knew Lu Yu was probably taking a shower. Seeing the door slightly open, he decided to place the plate of snacks on his desk directly. My second younger brother is not foolish. If he is hungry and sees the snacks on the table, he will definitely know to eat them. As for guiding my second younger brother, Lu Jinyan is really not very good at it, so I decide not to waste my words. Tonight, the wind is strong, and the window in Lu Yu's room is open. Lu Jinyan pushes open his door. Since the rooms are connected, the night wind blows the letter on his desk, filled with writing, onto the ground. He looks down and sees the words on the letter. The letter is full of the name Song Tang. The handwriting is strong and vigorous, but also a bit messy. It shows that Lu Yu kept writing her name over and over, feeling very confused inside. But this name is very important to him. Unforgettable. Lu Jinyan stares hard at the familiar name on the letter, turning pale. He dares not think that the girl his second brother likes is also Song Tang. Big brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Lu Yu comes over after taking a shower. The night wind blows the letter, and Lu Yu thinks Lu Jinyan didn't see the words on it. But when he thinks of that name on the paper, his handsome face like white jade, a faint blush appears under the light. He quickly steps forward, picks up the letter from the ground, and folds it carefully. He is a gentleman like jade, but his hands and feet start to feel awkward. My mother asked me to bring you some snacks. Lu Jinyan also doesn't say anything, puts down the tray of snacks, and turns back to his room. Sitting at his desk, Lu Jinyan feels unusually confused. He finally understands why. Tonight in the living room, Lu Yu almost said something, but after Grandpa mentioned his feelings for Song Tang, Lu Yu suddenly stopped talking. It turns out, the girl Lu Yu likes is the same as the one he likes. Lu Yu doesn't want to say Song Tang's name, because he doesn't want brothers to fight over her. Lu Yu's attitude towards Song Tang was really bad before. Every time he mentioned her, his expression and voice showed clear dislike. Lu Jinyan never expected that Lu Yu would develop romantic feelings for Song Tang. Well, Song Tang is so good. After getting to know her, how could a man not be moved? He cares a lot about his family. He hopes his second brother can have a safe, smooth, and happy life. But he still can't step back. Because Song Tang is not an object to be shared or negotiated over. They all need to respect her choices. Song Tang, little sister, how do you solve this problem? Early in the morning, Lu Jinyan heard Fu Wenjing shouting loudly. He quickly turned over, got out of bed, and drew back the curtains. Sure enough, in the yard, Fu Wenjing was sitting next to Song Tang, holding a physics problem book and smiling happily as if he had just tasted honey. Song Tang had a good impression of the bright and sunny Fu Wenjing. He was so eager to learn that during his leave, he specifically came to ask her questions. She would surely patiently teach him. She lowered her eyes slightly, carefully read the problem once, then began to teach him step by step how to solve it. Tang Tang, you're really amazing. The two of them got along very well. Unknowingly, Fu Wenjing had changed how he called Song Tang. Song Tang didn't notice anything unusual. Standing by the window, Lu Jinyan keenly sensed the change in how Fu Wenjing addressed her. His already sour heart felt even more uncomfortable. On Fu Wenjing's youthful face, there was full of admiration and respect for Song Tang. I thought about this problem all last night and couldn't figure it out. I didn't expect you, Tang Dang, to see it at a glance and solve it. You're truly extraordinary. Song Tang felt a bit shy from Fu Wenjing's praise. She smiled brightly at him. I just happen to know how to solve this problem. Brother Wenjing, I think you're also very impressive. Even in the army, you still study physics that you like. Fu Wenjing's face turned red instantly from Song Tang's compliment. He shyly ruffled his short hair and grinned, showing his big white teeth. Song Tang also smiled. With her eyebrows curved and dimples deep, she looked as sweet as the most delicious honey. But her sweet smile hurt Lu Jinyan's heart, because she was smiling at someone else. Apart from the time she met him as Tang Song, she had never smiled so affectionately at him before. Lu Jinyan pressed his chest, feeling as if a ball of cotton was blocking his breath, making him feel pain and suffering. Seeing that Fu Wenjing kept asking endless questions, Lu Jinyan, with a serious face, washed up and then went to the yard. Tang Tang, thank you for explaining the problem to me. I brought you some chocolate. Would you like to try it? When Song Tang looked down, she saw Fu Wenjing placing a box of exquisite chocolates on the stone table in front of them. In this era, chocolates were rare, so Song Tang definitely wouldn't accept it. She was about to say there was no need to be so polite when she saw Lu Jinyan walking over with a debt-collecting face. Big Brother Lu.
Fu Wenjing greeted Lu Jinyan friendly.
He was cheerful and enthusiastic. Today, he came to the Song family and specially brought chocolates. He instinctively wanted to offer some to Lu Jinyan. However, thinking that this box of chocolates was bought by him to give to Song Tang, he ultimately didn't ask if he wanted to eat any. He just smiled brightly and looked at Lu Jinyan, saying, "You woke up very early today." Lu Jinyan's face grew even colder. He did wake up early today, but not as eager as Fu Wenjing. Big Brother Lu you. Fu Wenjing actually admires the very capable Big Brother Lu. But today, he wanted to spend time alone with Song Tang. When Lu Jinyan suddenly sat beside them, he felt a bit anxious. In front of Song Tang, he definitely couldn't say that Lu Jinyan was too bright and distracting. He grabbed his short hair and asked politely, "Won't you go back to bed and sleep a little longer? Aren't you looking for someone to help with questions?" Lu Jinyan showed no intention of leaving and said, "I can help you." Fu Wenjing was so surprised his eyes widened. When did Big Brother Lu become so enthusiastic? He used to ask him questions before, but Big Brother Lu was very cold, like an ice mountain, always releasing cold air. Every time he helped him with questions, he almost froze or scared himself. Who would have guessed that the usually indifferent and quiet Big Brother Lu would suddenly be so warm and caring? Fu Wenjing felt a little touched, but mostly he was worried. He didn't understand the questions, and Song Tang had already explained everything to him. Next, he wanted to chat with Song Tang to get closer. He was already nervous around Song Tang, and with Lu Jinyan acting like a bright lamp, he felt even more shy about speaking. "Brother Wenjing, let Big Brother Lu help you with questions. I'll go back to my room first." Song Tang didn't take the box of chocolates. After saying that, she turned and hurried back to the Song family.
Tang.
Fu Wenjing was very anxious. He followed Song Joye to the Song house early in the morning and was glad to see Song Tang in the yard. Now she just went back to her room, and he couldn't follow her. It was really frustrating. Which question can't you solve? Lu Jinyan showed no intention of leaving and asked casually, "Big Brother Lu, I don't need you to help me with questions today." Fu Wenjing didn't want to disappoint Lu Jinyan's strong favoritism, but he was worried that if he asked Song Tang for help later, Lu Jinyan would come over awkwardly and act like a bright lamp, making it hard for him to speak. He decided to be clear with him. Fu Wenjing has a cheerful personality, but when it comes to feelings, he becomes shy and embarrassed. He looked at the stone table in front of him, fidgeted with his fingers for a long time, and finally said very awkwardly, "I have feelings for Tang Tang. I want to pursue her." "Big Brother Lu, I know you want to help me with my questions. That's kind of you. But sitting next to me and Tang Tang is a bit distracting. It affects my performance." Next time I come to see Tang Tang, can you please not be the third wheel? He's always the third wheel. Lu Jinyan's face turned even darker than a pot. His heart felt like it was soaking in old vinegar, almost souring him completely. Just when he was feeling terrible, the backyard gate was pushed open again, and it was Liang Yexing and Liang Tingxue walking in. Big cousin. Liang Yexing called out to Lu Jinyan first, then saw Fu Wenjing, blushing, holding a box of chocolates. He didn't expect Fu Wenjing to arrive earlier than him. Instantly, he became cautious and prepared for a confrontation. Fu Wenjing, why are you here? Fu Wenjing lifted his eyelids and saw the delicate box in Liang Yexing's hand. He had been annoyed with Liang Yexing these days, and seeing what he was holding made him even more annoyed. He raised his chin to reply, I came to ask Tang Tang about her physics questions. Why can't I come here? As for you, Liang Yexing, you've already withdrawn your engagement with Tang Tang. Where do you get the nerve to bother her now? Thinking that Song Tang had behaved improperly and had even voluntarily broken off the engagement with him, Liang Yexing considered it the biggest regret of his life and a forever pain in his heart. Hearing Fu Wenjing point this out, he felt very uncomfortable inside. He knew Song Tang didn't like him and didn't want to see him. But in his life, he only had feelings for her and wanted to spend his life with her. He couldn't stay away from her. His face reddened as he glared at Fu Wenjing, then stubbornly said, Can't I admit my mistake and try to make up for it? Anyway, I just want to pursue Song Tang. My brother can definitely win over Sister Song. Liang Tingxue originally had a pretty good impression of Fu Wenjing. Now, seeing him try to take her future sister-in-law away, she immediately found him annoying everywhere. She raised her chin and arrogantly rolled her eyes at Fu Wenjing. Anyway, I only recognize Sister Song as my sister-in-law. If anyone tries to steal my sister-in-law, they'll be my rival in love. Fu Wenjing was a bit confused by Liang Tingxue's words. He clearly was Liang Yexing's rival, so how did he become her rival? Big brother Lu, please help me call Sister Song down. But Liang Tingxue ignored Fu Wenjing and instead hugged Lu Jinyan's arm, acting spoiled. You promised my brother you'd help him pursue Sister Song. You can't go back on your word now. When my older brother and Sister Song have a child, you will be their child's big cousin-in-law. You are not helping enough. Do you still want to be the big cousin-in-law? Cold air radiated from Lu Jinyan, making his expression sharper and colder, unapproachable. He calmly took Liang Tingxue's hand away. Who cares about being the big cousin-in-law to Song Tang's child? They are dreaming. When Liang Tingxue said this, Lu Jinyan surprisingly agreed to help Liang Yushin pursue Song Tang. Fu Wenjing immediately got anxious. He quickly stood up and tightly hugged Lu Jinyan's arm. Big brother Lu, you can't be so biased. You can only help Liang Yushin and not me. If you help me, when I have children, I will let them call you big cousin-in-law too. Realizing his mistake, Fu Wenjing quickly changed his words. I'll have them call you big uncle. He knew that Lu Jinyan and Song Tang lived in the same big courtyard. If Lu Jinyan was willing to help, his chances of winning Song Tang's heart would definitely increase greatly. To completely outshine Liang Yushin, Fu Wenjing even increased his stakes. If I can win Tang Tang, I will ask you to be my best man, big brother Lu. What did you say? Lu Jinyan's handsome face darkened like someone painted on it with a brush. Right now, he really hated anyone asking him to be Song Tang's best man. Fu Wenjing didn't notice his change at all. He was still dreaming about a happy future with Song Tang. He smiled happily, even showing his little tiger teeth, full of joy. Yes, then I won't need you, big brother Lu, to give me a gift money. I will also give you a big red envelope with several large banknotes inside. Lu Jinyan could no longer bear it. He coldly shook off Fu Wenjing's mischievous hand. I will never be your or Song Tang's best man. Fu Wenjing was so shocked that his little tiger teeth froze midair. He liked being a best man. Young Master Lu also liked it. He thought all men liked being best men for others. He didn't expect that Lu Jinyan actually didn't like it. His mind went blank, and he instinctively asked, Big brother Lu, you don't want to be a best man? You can't want to be the groom, right? Hee hee, what am I talking about? Big brother Lu, how could you want to be the groom? He started to coquettishly show his little tiger teeth at Lu Jinyan. Big brother Lu, just help me, okay? Help me deliver chocolates to Tang Tang, and I will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Brother Wenjing, you're shameless. Seeing Fu Wenjing cling to Lu Jinyan, Liang Tingxue became anxious. She gathered her courage and once again hugged Lu Jinyan's arm. Big cousin, a promise is a promise. You promised to help my brother pursue Sister Song. You can't break your word. When my brother and Sister Song get married, you can be the best man. Giving you a big red envelope is just a small gesture. Liang Tingxue said this while pushing her own brother firmly, encouraging him to coax Lu Jinyan more. Big cousin, brother Song doesn't want to help me. Liang Yu's face turned red as he moved closer to Lu Jinyan. Thinking of Song Tang, his ears turned even redder. He shyly rubbed against Lu Jinyan, asking, "Can you help me invite Song Tang to have a meal together? I want to talk to her properly." He wanted to arrange for Song Tang to come out. Lu Jinyan was amused by Liang Yu's nervousness. He actually wanted to invite Song Tang himself, but unfortunately, she completely refused to pay attention to him. Seeing Liang Yu's embarrassed face, he felt even more annoyed. He was about to say no and tell him to go away when Song Zhouya hurriedly rushed out of the living room. "You Shun, you're here too? Perfect, I don't need to call you anymore. I just received a call. There's an urgent mission at the military. We need to leave now." Hearing this, Liang Yu and Fu Wenjing immediately stood straight. They had come early in the morning, hoping to talk and spend some time with Song Tang, but as soldiers, they had to go immediately for their mission. "Big brother Lu, please help us." Fu Wenjing quickly shoved a box of chocolates into Lu Jinyan's hand and hurried out the door. Liang Yu was not willing to be left behind. He also quickly put the carefully prepared gift box into Lu Jinyan's hand. "Big cousin, my happiness in life depends on you." Lu Jinyan certainly didn't want to help them deliver the gifts to Song Tang. He frowned and wanted to return the gifts to them, but Song Zhouya's car was already parked outside the gate. Liang Tingxue blocked his way, and just as he was about to push past her and chase after him, the off-road vehicle had already disappeared into the distance. "Take your things back." Lu Jinyan handed the gift box back to Liang Tingxue and then turned to return to the Lu family living room, planning to ask Lu Xiaoyu to send the chocolates back to the Fu family. "Big cousin, what do you mean?" Liang Tingxue saw that Lu Jinyan only left the box of chocolates and was very anxious. "We are relatives, yet you only help Wenjing and refuse to help my brother? Big cousin, you're so unfair." Seeing that Lu Jinyan remained cold and showed no intention of talking to her, Liang Tingxue directly blocked his way. "Big cousin, don't you want to become the big uncle anymore? Sister Song is so beautiful, and my brother is also very handsome. You can guess how good-looking their children will be. Just thinking about having adorable, beautiful nieces and nephews excites me so much. Big cousin, aren't you excited too? I know you're usually cold, but cuteness can conquer everything. Once my brother and Sister Song have children, you'll definitely love them and want to be their big uncle. Please help them out for the sake of how adorable their future children will be. Again, big uncle." Lu Jinyan's whole body radiated coldness, almost like an icy mountain. Seeing Liang Tingxue still excitedly blinking at him, clearly imagining how cute Song Tang and Liang Yushin's children would be, he couldn't bear it anymore and sternly said, "Song Tang's children won't call me big uncle."
Why?
Liang Tingxue didn't understand. "We're relatives. Song's sister and my brother's children won't call you big uncle? Who else would they call big uncle? Big cousin you." Before she finished, she heard Lu Jinyan's emotionless voice again, "Because I am also pursuing Song Tang. This lifetime, I, Lu Jinyan, am determined to be with Song Tang, so I won't let her marry your brother." "Big cousin, what are you saying?" Liang Tingxue was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. Because she was so surprised, she forgot to stop him when he went upstairs. She had heard before that big cousin really disliked Sister Song. Who would have thought that this seemingly cold, emotionless iceberg of a man would fall for Sister Song? But then again, Sister Song is so wonderful, It's only natural for boys to like her. If she were a boy, she would definitely like Sister Song too, overcoming all obstacles to marry her. Liang Tingxue imagined how Lu Jinyan and Song Tang would look standing together. Honestly, she thought they matched quite well. But Liang Yushun is her real brother, and she definitely hopes Sister Song will marry into the Liang family, so they can be close every day. If her own brother Liang Yushun really can't manage, then her big cousin can step in. If big cousin can't, then the second or third cousins. Anyway, she wouldn't let Sister Song marry Fu Wenjing. Liang Tingxue's dark eyes flickered, and she decided to quickly go home and call her big brother to warn him. He should be alert, perform well next week during his day off, and help Sister Song become her real older sister-in-law as soon as possible. When Fu Wenjing arrived, Song Qingyao was already awake. She has been standing at the window, quietly watching the yard. Last time Fu Wenjing came to the Song family for dinner, she noticed he had a good impression of Song Tang, but she didn't expect him to want to pursue Song Tang. Liang Yushun also seemed possessed, loving Song Tang so deeply he couldn't free himself. Lu Jinyan, who is usually cold and reserved, even admitted in front of Liang Tingxue that he wanted to pursue Song Tang. All three of them are talented young men with bright futures, so why do they all like the thief, Song Tang? If Song Tang hadn't insisted on returning to the capital to compete for things with her, the girl they liked would have been her, Song Qingyao. She must make that shameless girl, Song Tang, pay the price. The more Song Qingyao thought about it, the angrier she became. She twisted her face and touched the bandage on her neck, then quickly headed downstairs. She was going to find Gu Mengwan. She knew Gu Mengwan had always liked Lu Jinyan. Gu Mengwan was so proud. If she found out that Lu Jinyan actually liked Song Tang, she would definitely target Song Tang. Next week, Song Tang was going to the countryside with Gu Mengwan and others for a performance. That was the perfect opportunity for Qin Cheng to make Song Tang disappear forever. Gu Mengwan didn't live near the military compound, but her house was not far away. Soon, Song Qingyao arrived there. Their relationship had never been very good. Song Qingyao was famous as the flower of the courtyard. Gu Mengwan considered herself very high and mighty. She thought Song Qingyao's appearance and talent were inferior to hers, yet she was still so admired by others, which she found quite amusing. So, when Song Qingyao appeared at her door, Gu Mengwan didn't really want to pay attention to her. Meng, I have something very important to tell you. Song Qingyao also sensed Gu Mengwan's coldness and disdain toward her. A quick flash of resentment crossed her eyes. She also looked down on Gu Mengwan's self-righteous, high and mighty attitude. But she wanted Gu Mengwan and Song Tang to fight to the death, and as the one who would ultimately benefit, she suppressed her dislike for Gu Mengwan and pretended to care for her, saying, Song Tang is really shameless. She actually. Hearing Song Qingyao mention Song Tang, Gu Mengwan finally looked at her properly. Come to my room and talk. Song Qingyao felt secretly pleased. After entering her room, she pretended to be affectionate and hugged her arm. Gu Mengwan instinctively frowned. Song Qingyao was just a humble adopted daughter. Gu Mengwan really disliked being touched by someone so lowly. However, she wanted to know what kind of shameless things Song Tang had done. She didn't let go of her hand but patiently asked, What's wrong with Song Tang? Song Tang. Song Qingyao bit her lip hard, looking embarrassed to speak. She took a deep breath before continuing. I saw with my own eyes that she drugged Brother Lu, trying to get into his bed. As for whether it worked or not, I don't know. I only know she stayed in Brother Lu's room for nearly 3 hours. Meng, we all believe that you and Brother Lu are a couple. How can she be so shameless to flirt with him and ruin your relationship? What are you talking about? Gu Mengwan has always been calm, proud, and composed. After hearing Song Qingyao's words, she rarely showed a change in expression. She has a strong possessiveness. She knows Song Tang is sneaky and shameless, but she still couldn't believe that Song Tang would use such dirty tricks to scheme against Lu Jian. Nearly 3 hours. They must have slept together. That despicable woman, Song Tang, dares to sleep with her man. She must make her pay. But Gu Mengwan is so proud that she definitely doesn't want others to think she would lower herself to fight with Song Tang. She suppressed all her anger and hatred and said lightly, "That's just your side of the story. I don't believe Yen would touch a woman like Song Tang. Song Qingyao, don't come to find me again." After saying this, Gu Mengwan closed her eyes to rest, clearly too lazy to continue talking to Song Qingyao. Song Qingyao knew that Gu Mengwan was not in a calm mood at this moment. Her words had taken effect. She planned to add fuel to the fire. Song Tang and Lu Jian had exchanged letters. There must be tender and ambiguous feelings in those letters. She planned to steal those letters today. When Gu Mengwan saw the letters, she would surely believe that Song Tang had indeed seduced Lu Jian, and she would take action against Song Tang, that thief. And Song Qingyao only needed to watch the fight unfold. Today during the day, Lu Jian and Song Tang met several times in the yard, but she still refused to pay attention to him. Lu Jian rarely felt anxious. As night fell, he was about to close the window and rest when he noticed that the curtains across the window were blown askew by the wind, and on Song Tang's bed, there was actually a man. Most of the woman's body was blocked by that man. Lu Jian could only see her raising one arm, struggling constantly.
Song.
The wind stopped, and the curtains completely covered the scene inside Song Tang's room. However, Lu Jian's heart was racing, almost bursting out of his chest with anxiety. He dared not delay at all, quickly turning around and rushing out of the room. Big brother. Louis Xie had just finished washing clothes and was coming out of the bathroom. Seeing his older brother so anxious, Louis Xie knew something serious must have happened. He placed the basket of clothes on the corridor floor and hurriedly followed Lu Jian downstairs. Big brother, second brother, where are you all going? Lu Xiaoyu had just returned with a turtle he dug up. Seeing his brothers rushing out in a hurry, he quickly put down his bottle and followed. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji had plans tonight and hadn't returned yet. The Song family still kept the door open for them. Lu Jian, Lu Yixie, and Lu Xiaoyu easily entered the Song house. When they saw Lu Jian heading towards Song Tang's room, their faces showed serious concern, because they faintly heard the lewd, sneaky laughter of a man and the suppressed, desperate crying of a woman.
Tang.
Lu Xiaoyu was so anxious, he wished he could fly into Song Tang's room instantly. Lu Yixie, with a pale face, sprinted forward at full speed. Lu Jian, filled with murderous intent, kicked open the tightly shut door with force. Inside, he saw Zhao Jing lying on Song Tang's bed, shamelessly bullying, kissing, and touching a woman. Seeing the scene, red anger flashed in Lu Jian's eyes. Song Tang was the victim. No matter how much Zhao Jing insulted her, he wouldn't dislike her. He would only feel more heartache for her. But tonight, he was going to kill Zhao Jing, this beast. He fiercely grabbed Zhao Jing by the neck, lifting him up, then heavily kicked him to the ground. "Beast, you bullied Tangdang. I will kill you." Lu Xiaoyu clenched his fists and punched Zhao Jing repeatedly. Louis Xie didn't like fighting, but at this moment, he wished he could kill Zhao Jing himself. Soon, Zhao Jing was beaten to a swollen, bloody mess, crying out in pain. "Big brother Lu, save me. It hurts. I hurt so much." Lu Jian was about to kick Zhao Jing again when he heard a very weak, aggrieved voice. Hearing that voice, Lu Jian froze in shock. Then, feeling both relief and fear, he quickly suppressed his emotions. Fortunately, tonight, it wasn't Song Tang who was suffering. No matter what Song Tang had gone through, he wouldn't dislike her anymore. But he couldn't bear to see her scared, helpless, or wronged. At this moment, Lu Yu and Lu Xiaoyu also noticed that the woman on the bed, whose clothes had been torn and who was crying, was not Song Tang, but Song Qingyao. Both Lu Yu and Lu Xiaoyu simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. They quickly looked away to avoid seeing anything inappropriate. At first, Song Qingyao only noticed Lu Jian. She was exposing most of her body in the air. When she saw Lu Yu and Lu Xiaoyu also present, she screamed and hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping her tightly. "What's going on?"
Tang Tang.
Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji had just returned. From afar, they saw the three Liu brothers rushing upstairs, so they hurried to follow. The commotion caused by the Liu brothers was so loud that it also alarmed Chief Liu, Liu Shoujiang, and Lin He. The incident happened in Song Tang's room. Seeing Zhao Jing, who was half and curled up on the ground looking distressed, Lin He thought Song Tang had been bullied, and her eyes turned red with concern. Tang Tang, are you okay?
You.
When she saw that the woman on the bed was Song Qingyao, Lin He's worried heart immediately settled down. They are all women, and Song Qingyao is someone she watched grow up. Even if she didn't like her, she didn't want her to be bullied by a disgusting second-rate man. But at this moment, she didn't feel any sympathy for Song Qingyao at all, because she knew clearly that this time, Zhao Jing's visit to the capital was due to a telegram from Su Shanshan. However, the person behind the scenes planning for Su Shanshan was actually Song Qingyao. Moreover, Song Qingyao and Song Tang didn't get along well. It was late, and Song Tang wasn't there, but Song Qingyao appeared at her room. It definitely wasn't because she wanted to chat or build a relationship with Song Tang. She was probably sneaking around, doing something secretive in Song Tang's room. Therefore, she deserved to be bullied by Zhao Jing. How dare you bully my daughter, Song Songrong? At this moment, Song Songrong also saw clearly that the woman on the bed was not Song Tang but Song Qingyao. But regardless of who they were his daughters. He couldn't stand seeing them bullied by a rogue. He stepped forward and kicked Zhao Jing hard in the chest.
Deserve to die.
Zhao Jing was completely terrified. He had obtained a spare key to the Song family from Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan said that Song Qingyao's room was on the far east side of the second floor. But after arriving in the capital, he couldn't tell east from west and was confused, heading to the westernmost room instead. Coincidentally, Song Qingyao came to Song Tang's room to steal a letter. He covered her mouth and nose, intending to force her into a compromising situation. Almost there, just a little more, and he would succeed. Who would have thought that Liu Jinyan and others would suddenly rush in? Zhao Jing reacted quickly. His eyes flicked around, and he decided to stick to his story no matter what. After all, matters between men and women are hard to explain completely. As long as he insists that Song Qingyao is already his person, the Song family will have to marry her off to him to protect her reputation. Father-in-law. Zhao Jing knelt heavily at Song Songrong's feet. Yao Yao is already mine. Maybe she's pregnant with my child. I am a man and should take responsibility and take good care of her and the baby. Please, father-in-law, marry Yao Yao to me. Zhao Jing, stop talking nonsense. You haven't succeeded at all. Song Qingyao knew Zhao Jing was not a good person, but she didn't expect him to be so shameless. She was worried that Song Songrong and Liu Jinyan would believe Zhao Jing's lies, and tears rolled down her face. Dad, Mom, Brother Liu, he's just trying to smear me. I really didn't do anything with him. I am still a pure girl. How can he slander me like this? She became more and more upset, crying uncontrollably. Of course, Song Songrong believed in his precious daughter. He was also furious at Zhao Jing's lies. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stepped on Zhao Jing's chest. If you dare to slander Yao Yao again, I won't forgive you. Song Songrong used all his strength, making Zhao Jing scream in pain. He was also very afraid of Song Songrong's fierce aura and strong presence. But he knew clearly that if he couldn't prove his innocence tonight, he would never become a military leader's son-in-law. Having seen the prosperity of the capital, he definitely didn't want to go back to the countryside and farm those few acres of land. He wanted a peaceful, lucrative job, to be respected, and to be a person of high status. He clenched his back teeth and decided to hold on to his story, no matter what. Father-in-law, I am telling the truth. Yao Yao and I are truly married. Besides me, which man in the world would still want to marry her? She has lost her innocence and must marry me. Yao Yao and I are in agreement. Please, father-in-law, help us. Zhao Jing, don't lie through your teeth. Song Qingyao was very good at turning others against each other, often throwing dirt on Song Tang. This time, Zhao Jing, a troublemaker, stubbornly clung to her and hated her so much that she trembled all over. Her teeth clenched with a clicking sound, and she tremblingly defended herself. "You didn't even touch me." Brother Liu arrived just in time. "He saved me. Don't twist the truth or falsely accuse me." "Dad, Zhao Jing is spreading lies about me because he wants to ruin me. You must make him pay." Song Songrong definitely won't marry Zhao Jing, this scheming second-rate man. He can't stand how others treat his beloved daughter with care. He kicked Zhao Jing repeatedly. If it weren't for Lu Shoujung warning him not to cause a fatal fight, he really would have shot Zhao Jing dead.
Ouch.
Zhao Jing rolled on the ground in pain. He thought that if he insisted he had already slept with Song Qingyao, the Song family would have to let him marry into the family for reputation. But unexpectedly, Song Songrong completely ignored his tricks and only wanted to punish him severely. Zhao Jing was truly scared. He hurriedly stopped clinging to Song Qingyao and tried to leave. But Lu Shoujiang, Lu Xiaoyu, and others blocked the door, so he couldn't escape through the door. He could only grit his teeth and jump out the window. He was already beaten half to death by Song Songrong and others. Jumping down recklessly, combined with the fall, he fainted immediately and lay motionless on the ground. Lu Xiaoyu ran into the yard. Seeing that Zhao Jing was still breathing, he quickly tied him up with a rope, planning to take him to the police later. When Lu Xiaoyu returned upstairs, Song Tang just came back from outside. She's been looking for a new place to live, planning to move out of the Song house. She even considered applying for a dorm at the cultural troupe. But the only available beds there were in the dorms of Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and Xia. She knew Feng Yingying and others often targeted her, making it hard to defend herself. Naturally, she didn't want to share a room with them. Once she found a suitable house, she planned to move out. She didn't expect tonight to be so lively at the Song house. Lin He and others were all in her room. Song Qingyao was curled up in her blanket, trembling as if a delicate flower battered by wind and rain. "Song Qingyao, why are you in my room?" Before Song Tang left, she had locked the door. Seeing Song Qingyao lying on her bed, she felt uncomfortable. Hearing Song Tang's words, Song Qingyao's face suddenly turned pale. She had secretly made a spare key to Song Tang's room before. She used the spare key to open the door when Song Tang wasn't home. She wouldn't tell the truth. She decided to complain first. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and tears started to fall again. "Big sister, what did I do wrong? Why are you letting Zhao Jing ruin me?" At this moment, everyone also saw Song Tang. Today, Song Tang was wearing a blue floral 7-part sleeve qipao. The blue color was clear and beautiful, making Song Tang's lovely face look even more elegant and outstanding, full of grace and charm. She had long hair casually with a plain wooden hairpin, with no decorations. As she walked closer step by step, it was like a cool breeze on a hot summer night, making people feel comfortable without reason. Lu Yu glanced up and met her cold, shimmering peach blossom eyes. His heart couldn't help but beat faster and faster, and his ears felt like they were on fire. Thinking that she was the girl his older brother liked, he dared not keep looking at her. He quickly turned his face away, feeling shy. Lin He instinctively protected Song Tang behind her. She knew everything tonight was Song Qingyao's fault. She definitely wouldn't give Song Qingyao a chance to bully Song Tang. Lu Jiyan frowned deeply. He couldn't stand others speaking badly about Song Tang. Just as he was about to scold Song Qingyao coldly, Lu Xiaoyu spoke first. "Song Qingyao, do you have paranoid delusions? We all know Zhao Jing came to the capital just to harm Tang Tang. How could he listen to Tang Tang and target you? But you, why do you always habitually cling to Tang Tang whenever something happens? Tang Tang is really unlucky. I think even if you couldn't get out of the toilet, you'd still blame Tang Tang."
Xiaoyu.
Lin He thought Lu Xiaoyu's words made sense. Although they were a bit rude, she still pretended to be angry and glared at him. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji also believed this matter had nothing to do with Song Tang. Qin Xiuji looked at her husband and gently comforted Song Qingyao. "Yao Yao, Tang Tang is a good girl. She wouldn't let anyone harm you." Zhao Jing's behavior tonight was too bad. He should be jailed. You, Aunt Lin, and the others are all family. Tonight's matter won't spread out, and it won't affect your reputation. Yao Yao, don't think too much. Earlier, Song Qingyao insisted that Song Tang had asked Zhao Jing to harm her. Actually, Qin Xiuji felt a little uncomfortable inside. But she thought Song Qingyao was probably upset, which caused her to speak recklessly. Plus, she loved her adopted daughter very much and didn't investigate further. She didn't want everyone to dislike Song Tang, but Song Qingyao felt extremely frustrated inside. She was even more unwilling because she hadn't yet stolen the letter Lu Jian wrote to Song Tang and had suffered such a big loss. Zhao Jing ultimately failed, but her body had been seen by him completely. Even his hand. Song Qingyao closed her eyes in shame. She hates to lose, and after suffering such a big grievance tonight, she definitely needs to make it up to herself. Mom, Dad, Zhao Jing didn't do anything to me tonight. He didn't see anything he shouldn't have. It's just, when Brother Lu rushed over to save me, he kicked Zhao Jing to the ground. My shirt's buttons accidentally came undone, and he saw my body. Song Qingyao knew that Lu Jian didn't have romantic feelings for her right now. But if she insisted that he had already seen everything and her parents decided, he would have to take responsibility for her. She also knew that if she forced him to take responsibility, he would likely reject and dislike her after they got together. However, she believed in love growing over time after marriage. With her intelligence, beauty, elegance, and nobility, even if he initially disliked her, their close and intimate time together would surely make him fall for her. She sniffled sadly, tears falling like beads that had broken loose. I am a pure girl. Brother Lu saw my body. I can't face living anymore. Lin, he was shocked, her eyes wide open. She knew Song Qingyao's character wasn't bad, but she didn't expect her to be so shameless. Lu Jian kindly saved her, only to be blamed and cling to her. Major Lu and Lu Shoujiang also looked extremely upset. They were men and couldn't pull Song Qingyao away. They exchanged glances, signaling Lin He to try to persuade her, to prevent her from doing something drastic. If Song Qingyao really tried to cut her throat, it would put Lu Jian in a difficult position and make things even more embarrassing for him. Song Tang was quite dismissive and didn't want to bother with Lu Jian. But after hearing Song Qingyao's words, she surprisingly felt some sympathy for him. He kindly saved her but was now blamed and stuck with her. He was quite miserable. She hadn't expected that Lu Jian actually saw Song Qingyao completely exposed. After Lu Jian entered, his gaze had been fixed on her pretty face. He naturally noticed her complex expression. Clearly, she also thought he had seen Song Qingyao fully. Lu Jian was unusually anxious. Just now, he was worried that Song Tang might be upset and didn't notice Song Qingyao's body at all. Even if he had noticed in his eyes, her body was no different from a piece of meat on a cutting board. How could he possibly take responsibility for her? He generally didn't like to explain things, but he didn't want Song Tang to misunderstand. He kept a cold face and said, "Tonight, I was just saving someone. I can't be with Song Qingyao."
Ugh.
Song Qingyao's slender shoulders trembled painfully and helplessly. She raised her hand, trying to push away Lin He, who was holding her. "Aunt Lin, let me go. I want to die. A girl's purity is so precious, but Brother Lu has seen everything about me. What's the point of me living?
Please, let me die."
Song Qingyao originally didn't plan to get out of bed. After all, she was not dressed properly, and it wouldn't be appropriate for other men in the room to see her like this. Song Tang's small bed was right next to the wall. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and struggled to hit the wall. "Yao Yao, my Yao Yao." Seeing Song Qingyao suffering so much, she felt she couldn't go on. Qin Xiuji was heartbroken, and tears kept falling. She quickly stepped forward and tightly held Song Qingyao in her arms, gently and patiently comforting her. A mother knows her daughter best. Qin Xiuji naturally understood Song Qingyao's feelings for Lu Jian. She also thought that Song Qingyao and Lu Jian had grown up together, were childhood sweethearts and looked perfect together. It would be a good match. Seeing her beloved daughter couldn't live without Lu Jian, Qin Xiuji hoped he would love and cherish Song Qingyao and grow old with her. She lifted her face, tears in her eyes, and looked at Lin He. He, you can see how Song Qingyao feels about Xiao Yan. Our two families know each other well. The kids have grown up together. Why don't we just make this happen for them? Lin He suddenly grew cold. She and Qin Xiuji had a really good relationship. They weren't biological sisters, but their bond was stronger than family. They had lived together for so many years and considered each other the most important family members. She knew Qin Xiuji was easily persuaded, but she didn't expect her to be so confused and to help Song Qingyao cause trouble. She definitely couldn't agree to this marriage. She directly said, Xiuji, Xiao Yan is a soldier. He just came here to save someone. Since he joined the army, he has saved many people, including girls. If all those girls need him to take responsibility, how could he marry anyone? Qin Xiuji felt that their families had a good relationship. Lu Jian was not young anymore, Song Qingyao was so beautiful and talented, and they were a perfect match. She didn't expect Lin He to oppose. In fact, Lin He's words clearly showed some disdain for Song Qingyao. Qin Xiuji felt a bit uncomfortable. She gave Song Songrong a look, signaling him to talk to Lu Shoujung. Her family is so talented, she will definitely have no trouble getting married. But Xiaoyao loves Xiao Yan sincerely, and she still hopes her wish will come true. Song Songrong treasures Song Qingyao very much and also hopes she can marry the man she loves. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yu coldly said, "My older brother came to help earlier, so I came along. I saw Song Qingyao in her disheveled state, and I..." "Xiao Yu, shut up." Lu Shouzhong believed that Lu Yu liked Song Qingyao. The usually calm and quiet second grandson suddenly spoke about what happened, and he instinctively thought that Lu Yu wanted to take responsibility for Song Qingyao, so he quickly stopped him. He glared fiercely at Lu Yu and signaled to Lu Xiaoyu, "Watch your second brother. Don't let him talk nonsense or cause trouble." Lu Xiaoyu nodded seriously. He didn't want Song Qingyao to become his sister-in-law, nor did he want her to be his second sister-in-law. He definitely wanted to stop his second brother from taking responsibility for her. Lu Yu was confused. He wanted to say that everyone saw Song Qingyao in her disheveled state, and there was nothing to see, so why should anyone take responsibility for her? Was she going to marry several men at once? Since everyone saw her, she probably wouldn't have to marry anyone. His older brother wouldn't be bothered by her either. Was there anything wrong with what he said? Why did Grandpa look so serious? Lu Yu, being clever, couldn't understand this at all. But since Grandpa told him to be quiet, it meant Grandpa already had a plan. He decided to stay silent. Seeing that Lu Yu wouldn't speak up, Lu Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't want his older brother to be blamed, and he spoke to Song Qingyao in a harsh tone. "Song Qingyao, are you addicted to provoking my older brother? Just now, my older brother's second brother and I thought Tang Dang was in trouble, so we rushed over in a hurry. When we came in, Zhao Jing was still lying on you. At that time, you weren't wearing much clothing. If you really wanted someone to take responsibility for you, you should have gone to Zhao Jing. Why should my older brother be the scapegoat? Besides, we all saw how you looked just now. Since there's nothing good to see, I might as well go buy some meat at the state-run store. Their pork looks good. We accidentally saw it and it hurt our eyes. Do we still have to take responsibility for you?" Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji both changed their expressions at the same time. Earlier, Song Qingyao insisted that Lu Jian had seen her body, and they thought that only Lu Jian had seen her in that disheveled state. Who would have thought that so many people saw everything? And it was Zhao Jing who damaged her clothes. If they keep demanding Lu Jian to take responsibility for her, they are really being unreasonable. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji hadn't yet recovered from their intense shame when they heard Lu Xiaoyou's angry voice. "I heard Tang Dang say she always locks her door when she goes out. At this late hour, you use sneaky means to open Tong Tong's door, sneaked into her room, and are planning to play some tricks on her?" Hearing Lu Xiaoyou's words, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji looked at Song Qingyao. Their eyes showed disappointment at the same time. They knew that Tang Dang always locked her door when she went out. Not long ago, Qin Xiuji came to find Tang Dang at night and was shocked to find her door locked when she went to take a shower. She told her husband about it. She thought that since there was a front door, there was no need to lock the room door, even when going to work. But she also understood that Tang Ding locked her door carefully because she was probably scared by Song Nanqing and other schemes. Thinking that her daughter lived in their home, but still felt unsafe, they both felt very distressed. She even wanted to find a good chance to talk to Tang Ting about this. She believed that Song Nanqing and his daughter would no longer come to the Song family, so she didn't have to stay in her house and be so cautious. Unexpectedly, before she could honestly talk to her daughter, Song Qingyao secretly sneaked into her locked room. Qin Xiuji loved Song Qingyao very much. But thinking that if Song Qingyao hadn't secretly gone to Tong Tong's room, she wouldn't have been bullied by Zhao Jing, she suddenly felt that Song Qingyao's suffering tonight was somewhat deserved. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She couldn't help but coldly ask Song Qingyao, "Yao Yao, what are you secretly doing in Tong Tong's room?" Song Qingyao lifted her eyelids, looking at Qin Xiuji with deep pain, tears falling rapidly like golden beans. She was used to being favored by Qin Xiuji. She never imagined that her mother, who always cherished her, would question her with such coldness and severity. Is her mother suspecting that she wants to harm Tang Dang? She says she loves her, but they clearly love Tang Dang, the little thief, even more. Fraud. Dad and Mom are both liars. Song Qingyao trembled with hatred. But she knew deep down that at this moment, breaking down, going crazy, or shouting loudly would be useless. She could only show weakness. She helplessly sniffed, looking like a weak and pitiful little girl abandoned by the world. She sobbed painfully for a while before whispering, "When I came over, my sister's door was open. I really just wanted to talk to my sister. Mom, do you think I want to hurt my sister? I treat my sister as my closest family. I care about her so much. How could I possibly hurt her? I don't know why Brother Liu is deliberately spreading lies about me. Zhao Jing didn't get a chance to bully me. No one else saw my body. Only Brother Liu. He saw me. I'm no longer pure. Mom and Dad, you still doubt me. What's the point of me living?" Song Qingyao said this, tightly clutching her quilt, as if she wanted to hit the wall. In the past, when Song Qingyao tried to end her life, Qin Xiuji felt very sad for her. But some tricks, after being used many times, lose their effect. This time, seeing her desperate, Qin Xiuji didn't feel much pity. Instead, she felt tired and annoyed. She looked at Liu Xiaoyu growing up and knew his personality well. He is optimistic, cheerful, open-minded, honest, and would never lie. Liu Yu also said earlier that everyone saw Song Qingyao's revealing clothes. Liu Yu's personality is also not the type to lie. It's clear that once again, Song Qingyao was lying. Yao Yao, stop causing trouble. Earlier, she was so anxious that she wanted Lu Jian to take responsibility for Song Qingyao. Qin Xiuji was already feeling a bit embarrassed. Now, seeing Song Qingyao trying to guilt-trip Lu Jian, she didn't want him to be embarrassed, so she quickly stopped her from hitting the wall. She and Lin He held her on either side, and this time, Song Qingyao couldn't hit her head against the wall. After realizing that tonight's mistake was hers, Song Songrong definitely wouldn't continue to tolerate her misbehavior. Seeing her still crying and struggling, seemingly trying to hurt herself, he also sternly scolded, "Enough, crying all the time. What kind of look is that?"
Dad, Mom.
Song Qingyao looked at Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji with teary eyes. She was so shocked that she temporarily forgot to keep crying and wailing. "Yao Yao, Xiaoyan is trying to help you. We can't let him lose hope." After speaking to Song Qingyao, Qin Xiuji also said to Lin He, it's getting late. You should go home and rest. Tonight's matter, please help keep it a secret from Yao Yao." Qin Xiuji really hopes her beloved daughter can get what she wishes for. From Lu Jinyan's attitude just now, she could tell he was not interested in Song Qingyao. If Lu Jinyan liked Song Qingyao, She would definitely hope they could live happily together and grow old together. But now, with the flowers falling and the flowing water indifferent, she hopes more that Song Qingyao will meet a better man and find true happiness. Lin He certainly wouldn't spread rumors about this. However, she really dislikes how, every time Song Qingyao makes a mistake, Song Songrong and his wife only speak to her mildly. Mom and Dad, Brother Lu really saw my body. Song Qingyao, unwilling to miss her chance with Lu Jinyan, still acts pitiful and cries. Originally, Song Songrong and his wife favored Song Qingyao so much that Lu Xiaoyu already felt uncomfortable. Listening to Song Qingyao's fake crying, he felt even more angry. His usually bright and handsome face was rarely covered with gloom. Song Qingyao, you really are sick. If you were bullied by that hooligan Zhao Jing on the street and everyone saw your torn clothes, does that mean all the men and women on the street have to take responsibility for you? Anyway, I saw it tonight. Don't try to blame my older brother. I saw it too, you. Lu Yu was also worried that Lu Jinyan would keep bothering her, so he quickly spoke up. But before he finished, Lu Shouzhong firmly covered his mouth. Lu Shouzhong also glared at him sternly. Don't speak tonight. Lu Yu was puzzled. Seeing that Lu Shouzhong was both anxious and angry, he was afraid he might get sick from anger, so he chose to stay silent. Lu Shouzhong also didn't like to see Song Tang being wronged. As an elder, there were some things he couldn't say openly. He desperately signaled to Lu Xiaoyu to speak. One of them can have the Shen surname and inherit the title of King Anqi. Shen Yi truly hadn't thought about adopting, because he believed that Xiao Shi was also his successor. Shen Ruojin immediately thought, why did this involve her having children? Qin Lang bowed with a fan and politely said, Grandpa, don't worry. I will do my best. That noon, Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang went to visit the princess consort at the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. Everyone in the mansion was very happy to see the young couple return together. Usually, when a bride visits her family, she stays only 2 days. Young man, how dare you talk to elders like that? Shut up now. Lu Shouzhong waited for Lu Xiaoyu to finish speaking before pretending to scold him a little. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji looked unhappy. It wasn't because they were angry at Lu Xiaoyu. They are just angry at themselves. Just now, Song Qingyao was crying and making a fuss, and they almost forgot such an important matter. Song Tang has lost all hope in the Song family, but she hates being bullied and schemed against, so she decides to teach Song Qingyao a lesson. She knows that Song Qingyao was able to enter her room because she secretly made a copy of the key. That key should now be in Song Qingyao's hands. My sister's room was really open just now. Song Qingyao cried weakly, as if she was truly wronged by Mr. Lu. Yes, it must have been Zhao Jing who broke the lock on my sister's door. That's why I... Before Song Qingyao could finish speaking, Song Tang suddenly stepped forward quickly, snatching a key from under Song Qingyao's blanket. Sister, what are you doing? Give me back the key. This is my room key, you can't. Ignoring Song Qingyao's panic and worry, Song Tang took the key to the door, locked her own door in front of everyone, then inserted the key again. As she expected, the key Song Qingyao held could indeed open her door lock. The disappointment in Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji's eyes was almost overflowing. From tonight's events, they realized that Song Qingyao was not as simple and kind as they thought. But they didn't expect that she had secretly made a copy of the key to Song Tang's room, planning to do some sneaky, or even more shameful things. No wonder. Even though Song Nanxing's mother and daughter had moved out of the Song house, Tang Tang always locked her door when she went out. It turns out Tang Tang was guarding against Song Qingyao. Song Qingyao, why did you make a copy of my room key? What exactly do you want to do to harm me tonight? Song Qingyao was stunned by this accusation. Faced with Song Tang's questioning, she rarely lost her ability to respond. She could only sadly shed tears, hoping her tears would soften Song Songrong and his wife's hearts. Uncle Song, Aunt Qin, Song Qingyao's behavior is worse than sneaky tricks. It's despicable. Lu Jinyan didn't like meddling in others' affairs, but since Song Qingyao clearly wanted to harm Song Tang, he couldn't ignore it. He looked coldly at Uncle Song and Aunt Qin, his voice sharp but clear. We don't know what Song Qingyao is planning tonight. Even if we ask her, she won't tell the truth. If she puts something bad in Song Tang's room, it could really harm her. Her mind is wicked, and her conduct is inappropriate. I suggest she move out. Wicked mind and improper conduct. Song Qingyao trembled with anger. She couldn't dare to think that she loved him so much, yet in the end, all she got was his disdain, calling her malicious and immoral. If Song Tang hadn't constantly harmed her, how could he possibly look down on Song Qingyao? She was determined to make the sneaky thief pay the price.
That's.
Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji saw the struggle in each other's eyes. They felt that describing Song Qingyao's malicious intent was a bit too harsh. However, through this incident, they also realized that Song Qingyao wasn't as friendly to Song Tang as they thought. In fact, she seemed to want to harm him. But Song Qingyao was their beloved daughter, the one they raised, and they couldn't bear to drive her out of the family. Commander Song, Dr. Qin, you don't need to feel awkward. I will move out. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji felt stuck and suddenly heard Song Tang's cold and distant voice. When they heard how she addressed them, their eyes turned red. They really couldn't imagine that their own daughter would casually call them Commander Song and Dr. Qin like strangers. It was like she was distancing herself from them. They panicked. Just as they wanted to say something, they heard Song Tang's voice, mixed with coldness and disappointment, saying, I went out tonight to look at houses. I haven't found a suitable place yet. I will keep looking tomorrow. Once I find a good one, I will move out.
Tang.
Seeing that Song Tang had already started looking for a house, Qin Xiuji was so anxious she started crying. She tremblingly grabbed her hand tightly, saying, This is your home. How can you move out? Living alone outside, all alone. How can I, as your mother, be at ease? Dr. Qin, you are only Song Qingyao's mother. Song Tang coldly withdrew her hand, her voice still icy and steady. From now on, I won't bother your happy family anymore.
Tang.
Hearing this, Qin Xiuji was overwhelmed with sadness and tears. Both she and Song Songrong were the kind of people who didn't want to let others down or feel guilty. After bringing Song Tang back to the capital, they instinctively thought she was their biological daughter, and no matter what, she wouldn't leave them. But Song Qingyao was not related to them by blood. They worried she would feel uncomfortable living at home, suffer grievances, or be unhappy. So, they always tried to please Song Qingyao and treat her even better. It seems they forgot that over these 18 years, Song Qingyao grew up surrounded by her family's love and care, while their biological daughter was living a life of hunger and cold. They also forgot that their daughter, who suffered so much hardship and unfair treatment, really needed love and care too. After they brought their biological daughter to the capital, her life didn't improve. When she first arrived, the Liang family accused her of improper conduct. Song Naxing kept framing and slandering her, almost ruining her reputation. Later, whether it was Song Naxing or Su Shanshan, someone hired others to try to hurt her, even causing her to break her leg, so she couldn't dance anymore. During her false accusations, Song Qingyao deliberately said things to make the situation worse. After Song Tang proved her innocence, Song Qingyao desperately tried to take her own life and kept kneeling to apologize. Her family felt sorry for Song Qingyao but didn't investigate further. But if you think about it, Song Qingyao kept calling Song Tang her sister and said she cared for her and wanted her good, but she never really did anything to think about Song Tang's feelings. But Pei Jiaming and his wife refused to return, insisting on staying with the army, saying they could be of great help. These days, the soldiers had been fighting, and they also helped treat the wounded. They didn't do much in the big battles, but helped a lot with small tasks. The army's medical team was short-staffed, so they didn't force them to leave. But now, why are they making a scene here? Continue your discussion. I'll go out and send them away. Wei Qingshan looked at Shinrua Jin. Having spent the most time with the Shin family, he knew Shin Shi and her sister at Linyang Marquis' residence weren't very close, so he volunteered to handle this. Yang family accused her of improper conduct. Tell me, tonight, what exactly were you planning to do when you went into her room? I didn't. Song Qingyao knew she couldn't tell the truth. If the elders found out that Lu Jinyan was communicating secretly with Song Tang through letters, they would definitely want them to get engaged. In her view, Song Tang didn't deserve to marry into the Lu family. She tearfully pushed her feelings aside and decided to blame everything on Song Tang. It's my sister. This key belongs to my sister. I never took the key myself. My sister deliberately used this key to set me up.
Qin
Xiuji was even more disappointed in Song Qingyao because she noticed that before Song Tang caught her with the key, her hands were empty. It was impossible for her to have set her up. Lin He really couldn't stand it anymore. She directly exposed Song Qingyao's lie, saying, "Before you took out the key from your hand just now, Tang Dang wasn't holding anything. How could she set you up? Yao Yao, no matter what bad things you've done, you're used to biting back at Tang Dang. This behavior is really too much." Lu Xiaoyu was furious. Yes, she fell into the pit herself, and still blames Tang Dang for pushing her in. She ate something foul, and probably still claims Tang Ding fed it to her. You're such a child. Lu Xiaoyu's words were too harsh, and Lin He couldn't help but glare at him. He awkwardly scratched his head. But some words he just couldn't hold back. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Anyway, Song Qingyao has a dark heart and paranoia. Every time she fails to harm Tang Ding, she still blames Tang Ding for hurting her. People like her, even if they run out of toilet paper, will blame Tang Dang for hiding it. I didn't." Lu Xiaoyu's words were really too unpleasant, and Song Qingyao trembled with humiliation. Song Songrong also felt that Lu Xiaoyu's words were not very nice. But he knew in his heart that Lu Xiaoyu was always honest. Thinking carefully, his words weren't really wrong. Both palms are flesh. Song Songrong loves his biological daughter and cares about his adopted daughter. He hopes that both can live happily together. But clearly, the conflict between the adopted daughter and the biological daughter cannot be resolved. He didn't want the adopted daughter to live outside, but this time, it was indeed her fault. He couldn't just let the biological daughter bear the consequences when the adopted daughter made a mistake. Even if he didn't want to hurt the adopted daughter's feelings after careful thought, he seriously told Song Qingyao, "Yao Yao, you should move out and live somewhere else."
Dad, what are you saying?
Song Qingyao's eyes widened painfully. Obviously, she couldn't believe that her usually favored dad was going to kick her out of the house. "Aren't you joining the cultural troupe?" Song Songrong looked at Song Qingyao with guilt in his eyes, but he didn't change his mind. "There are dormitories at the cultural troupe. From now on, you can stay in the dormitory during the week and come home on weekends. As long as you don't target Tang Ding anymore, this will always be your home. But Yao Yao, if you hurt Tang Ding again, I won't forgive you." Song Qingyao also heard about her joining the cultural troupe today. At this moment, the brothers kept urging him, "Leader, open the gate. Let's go help Brother Qin." "Open." Long Biao made up his mind. "Open the village gate. We will fight with Brother Qin against King Liang's soldiers." "Open the gate." The brothers shouted in unison. Honyo brought a group of old, weak women and children to help put out the fire. "Leader, you go ahead. We will handle the fire." "Good." Long Biao nodded firmly. He immediately opened the gate and led the brothers out to fight. But Qinglong Village's 500 people were too few. When they reached outside, they couldn't even. But when she saw the key on the ground, she softly said, "Yao Yao, after you get the dormitory, I will help you take your bedding there. Mom and Dad." Song Qingyao was so sad she couldn't stop crying. She couldn't bear to think that Qin Xiuji, who once said she would love her forever, was now forcing her out of the house. Hearing Song Qingyao cry so sadly, Qin Xiuji felt upset inside. But thinking of Song Tang calling her Dr. Qin coldly, she felt even worse. "Yao Yao, pack your clothes and go back to your room." She rarely saw Song Qingyao, who was crying so hard she was gasping, and simply said this calmly before turning to leave. Song Qingyao needed to pack her clothes, and Long Shouzhong and others probably couldn't stay here any longer. Seeing Lu Yu staring at the small bed where Song Qingyao was, as if worried about his grandson feeling sad for her, he quickly pulled him to go downstairs.
Song.
Soon, only Song Tang, Song Qingyao, and Lu Jinyan remained in Song Tang's room. Song Tang didn't want to talk to Lu Jinyan and was about to ask him to leave when she felt something being placed in her palm. She looked down instinctively and saw it was a piece of hawthorn-flavored sorghum candy. Don't be upset. Hearing Lu Jinyan's somewhat clumsy words to comfort her, Song Tang couldn't help but recall some past events. Like a divine warrior, Prince Qin's figure suddenly moved. He planted a spear into the ground and forced himself to stand firm. Brother Qin. The people of Qinglong village shouted in surprise. Long Biao and the second-in-command looked very worried. Deputy Zhou felt a bit hopeful and shot a third hidden arrow at Qinlang with his crossbow. If Qinlang was defeated, Qinglong village could be taken easily. At this moment, the sound of hooves thundered on the mountain path. King Liang's soldiers were pushed back by the fierce enemy forces. A rider on a swift horse charged into the battlefield, stepping through the flames, and simply said this calmly before turning to leave. She thought that seeing her so beautiful and delicate, he would feel some pity for her, but instead, she heard his cold and ruthless warning, "Don't bully Song again in the future. Otherwise, I will never forgive you easily." After saying this, she didn't look at Song Qingyao again. She strode forward with her long legs and left without turning back. Song Qingyao was filled with anger and a bitter sense of injustice. Lu Jinyan rarely called her by her name. She thought he was softening a little because she was gentle and beautiful. She never imagined he would warn her to stay away from Song Tang, the annoying little thief. She stared at Song Tang with a twisted face, every word she spoke dripping with a frightening hatred. Song Tang, now Brother Lu dislikes me, and Mom and Dad want to kick me out of the house. Are you happy now? Song Qingyao was completely immersed in her deep hatred and didn't notice Qin Xiuji going upstairs. However, Song Tang saw her. Even though she had no hope left for the Song family, Song Tang still didn't want Song Qingyao to have a good life. She lowered her voice on purpose to provoke the fragile Song Qingyao, saying, "Yes, I am very happy. But it's not enough. Song Qingyao, you're still not miserable enough." Compared to the original owner who died in cold river water, Song Qingyao was now living a much better life. She had to make her and Zhao Jing pay for what they did to the original owner. Indeed, after hearing Song Tang's words, Song Qingyao's suppressed emotions finally exploded. She screamed hysterically, "You won't die a good death. You stole Brother Lu and Mom and Dad from me. I will make you pay." Qin Xiuji didn't want her biological daughter to become estranged from her, so she wanted to have a good talk with her. She thought that at this moment, Song Qingyao had already gone back to her room. But just as she reached Song Tang's door, she heard Song Qingyao cursing Song Tang with hatred, calling her a wicked person. Song Qingyao's ferocious face seemed as if she was about to eat Song Tang. Qin Xiuji was more shocked than ever before. Song Qingyao was her beloved daughter, raised by her herself. From recent events, she realized that Song Qingyao might not be as innocent and naive as she thought. But in her heart, she still believed Song Qingyao was good at her core. She thought her impulsiveness was the only reason she targeted Song Tang. She couldn't believe that Song Qingyao could turn into a monster, twisting her face to curse Song Tang as a wicked person and wishing her harm, even saying she wanted her to pay the price. Qin Xiuji seemed frozen in place, stunned and unable to accept the reality for a long time. She even began to doubt whether the fierce, sinister girl with a face full of hatred was really her beloved daughter, Yao Yao. She had not yet recovered from her intense shock when she heard Song Qingyao's sharp, harsh voice again. "Mom, Dad, brothers, and Brother Lu, they are mine. Song Tang, you're just a disgusting little thief, always trying to steal what should belong to me. Thieves won't have a good ending." "You, Yao Yao." Qin Xiuji couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted Song Qingyao's curses. She couldn't imagine that Song Qingyao would call Song Tang a disgusting thief. Song Tang is her and Song Seongrong's biological daughter, and Song Chi and Song Joya are her brothers. How could she be a disgusting thief? And then there's Lu Jinyan. Honestly, he has lived in the same courtyard with Song Qingyao for many years. If he had feelings for her, he would have shown them before Song Tang returned. He doesn't want to be responsible for Song Qingyao because he simply doesn't like her. What does this have to do with Song Tang? The more Qin Xiuji thought about it, the more she felt Song Qingyao was unreasonable. She also felt more sympathy for Song Tang. With tears in her eyes, she questioned Song Qingyao. What do you mean, disgusting little thief? Yao Yao, how can you say such things about your sister? Mom? Song Qingyao was so shocked she went speechless. She never imagined that Qin Xiuji would suddenly appear and hear her angry words. Mom already favored Song Tang, calling her a thief. Hearing her say that, Mom would definitely dislike her even more. The more Song Qingyao thought about it, the more anxious she became. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to stay calm. She used her usual method, tears pouring down her face. Mom, you've misunderstood me. I really didn't mean anything bad. Yes, just now. My sister said she wanted to send me away, and I was so anxious that I said some harsh words. I love you all. I don't want to be sent away. My biological parents are no longer here. In my heart, you and Dad are my real parents. If you don't want me anymore, I really don't know how to live. Mom, please don't hate me or send me away, okay? People's hearts are made of flesh. Qin Xiuji looked at Song Qingyao, who had grown from a small, delicate girl into a tall, graceful young woman. Her feelings for her were very deep. She never thought about sending Song Qingyao away. Even when Song Seongrong asked her to move out and stay in a dormitory, it wasn't really to kick her out of the house. After all, she could still return to the Song family during holidays. She loved Song Qingyao so much and couldn't bear to see her cry. In the past, if she saw Song Qingyao crying so hard, Qin Xiuji's chest would hurt as if pierced by thousands of arrows. At this moment, watching Song Qingyao's tears fall like broken pearls, she only felt cold and exhausted. She actually didn't believe Song Tang would force Song Qingyao out of the Song family, because Song Tang herself was planning to leave. She no longer wanted her or Song Seongrong as her parents, so how could she bother to waste words telling Song Qingyao she would be expelled? I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with my sister. No matter how she hit or scolded me, I should have just taken it quietly. I'm really bad. I made my sister angry again. If only I died, everyone would be happy. I could really die. Song Qingyao said this, gritting her teeth, and forcefully hit the wall beside her. Yao Yao. Using such desperate methods repeatedly, it really becomes meaningless. At first, seeing Song Qingyao attempt to take her own life, Qin Xiuji was anxious and heartbroken. But now, seeing her cry, make a scene, and hang herself, she only felt tired. Qin Xiuji's voice was colder than ever. When she stopped her, Song Qingyao was suddenly stunned, forgetting to keep hitting the wall. Then she heard Qin Xiuji say, "Stop making a scene. Constantly hitting the wall or threatening to hang yourself is really pointless. I still have something to say to Tang Tang. Go back to your room and sleep early." Mom? Song Qingyao looked up, incredulous, at Qin Xiuji. In the past, her kneeling, attempts at suicide, and self-harm had been very effective. No matter what she did or how Qin Xiuji and others doubted her, as long as she sought death or made a fuss, they would not only stop doubting her but also feel very sorry for her. Shun Ruojin hurried to the bedside, leaning down to look at the wound on Qin Lang's chest. The young Prince Qin had taken off his shirt, revealing his strong arm. His chest was wrapped in white cloth, with blood seeping through, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. "Wife, why are you so close?" "I haven't bathed yet, so I don't smell good." Qin Lang slightly leaned back, wanting to stay away from Shun Ruojin to avoid her smelling his blood. But moving hurt his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Don't move around. I won't dislike you." Shun Ruojin quickly reached out to support him. "Since it's bandaged, lie down now." herself, she only felt tired. Qin Xiuji's voice was,
Mom, sister, I'm sorry.
I caused you trouble. Song Qingyao got off the bed with tears, looking fragile as if she might shatter at any moment. I will apply to stay in the dorm tomorrow. As long as you're happy, I am willing to do anything. After saying this, she helplessly sobbed and weakly rushed out of Song Tang's room. Qin Xiuji didn't notice Song Qingyao's pretend pity in her voice. All her attention was drawn to the red marks on Song Qingyao's body. Even though Song Qingyao pulled her clothes tighter, Qin Xiuji could clearly see that her neckline and skirt hem were torn. There were obvious red marks around her neck, collarbones, and even her chest. Qin Xiuji, having already had 3 children, naturally knew how those red marks were made. She suspected Zhao Jing had taken advantage of her. Qin Xiuji knew Zhao Jing was not a good person. He maliciously mistreated Song Qingyao. Between them, Song Qingyao was the victim. Even if Song Qingyao hadn't completely lost her innocence, she wouldn't look down on her or treat her badly. She would only feel more heartache for her. But Song Qingyao, no matter what, should not have insisted that Lu Jinyan take responsibility for her, even though Zhao Jing had taken advantage of her. That was no different from being a bully. Suddenly, she realized she had never truly understood her daughter, Song Qingyao.
Tang.
The more she realized that Song Qingyao was clever and scheming, the more she regretted and felt heartache for Song Tang. She couldn't help but hold Song Tang's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face before she spoke. Sorry, Mom didn't realize that you, Yao, had so many thoughts, and that you've been wronged again and again. Mom won't let you suffer anymore. Can you please not move out? Since you came to the capital, Mom feels like she hasn't taken good care of you. I want to take good care of you from now on. Dr. Qin, I will find a good house as soon as possible. The disappointment brought by the Song family was too heavy for her, but Song Tang didn't change her mind because of Qin Xiuji's tears. She knew deep down that they were disappointed in Song Qingyao now. But if Song Qingyao pretended to be pitiful and said some nice words, they would still treat her as a treasure in the future. She was afraid that if she softened her heart, she would face even more disappointment. So, she preferred not to have any hope for the Song family.
Tang.
When she heard Song Tang still calling her Dr. Qin, Qin Xiuji felt so distressed that she couldn't find her voice for a while. Qin Xiuji was in her early 40s, but she looked after herself very well. She looked only about 30. Plus, her face was so beautiful that even with her tear-streaked eyes, she looked especially sad. Song Tang's heart suddenly ached painfully. But that feeling was very faint, so she chose to ignore it. She coldly took a step back and directly told Qin Xiuji to leave. Dr. Qin, I need to rest now. Please go back. I will stay here temporarily until I find a house. As for the money for staying, you can calculate it, and I will pay you. Qin Xiuji's tears fell more fiercely. She wanted to say that this was Song Tang's home, and she lived here, so she shouldn't have to pay. She hoped Song Tang would call her mom, not coldly address her as Dr. Qin. But when she thought about how Song Tang eagerly and admiringly called her mom, she realized she hadn't given her enough trust and love. She couldn't bring herself to say those words. She was afraid that if she stayed in her daughter's room, her daughter would like her even less. She tightly covered her mouth, tears in her eyes, and left her room. Watching Qin Xiuji's stumbling back figure, Song Tang's eyes reddened uncontrollably. In the end, she didn't call Qin Xiuji mom, but coldly shut the door. In her past life, she had the best parents in the world. Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji, who were confused and favored their adopted daughter, she didn't want them. After changing the bed sheets and quilt cover, she noticed the hawthorn-flavored sorghum candy that Lu Jinyan had given her. When she was upset before, she could write letters to Lu Jinyan. They shared a deep understanding and could talk about anything. She actually missed that confidant she had been communicating with. She couldn't help but gently peel open the sorghum candy. But thinking about how coldly he had set boundaries with her, she still reddened her eyes and threw the candy into the trash can. The people who made her sad, she didn't want any of them. She, Song Tang, could be happy and fulfilled on her own. Xiaoji, what's wrong? Song Songrong just came out of the study and saw his wife with tears all over her face. He always loved his wife dearly. Seeing her crying like that, he immediately felt distressed and helpless. He carefully wiped away her tears and hurriedly hugged her. Who made you angry? Why are you crying like this? Old Song, we are sorry to Tang Tang. We really made a mistake. Some words Qin Xiaoji didn't want Song Qingyao to hear. Back in their room, she choked out, "Do you know what I just heard when I was standing outside Tang Tang's door?" Song Songrong, this tough man, doesn't understand a woman's heart. Of course, he couldn't guess what Qin Xiaoji heard. But when his wife spoke, he knew he had to respond. He still tried hard to guess, asking, "Tang Tang cried?" Qin Xiaoji, with red eyes, gently shook her head. "I just heard Yao Yao scold Tang Tang as a bad girl. She even cursed Tang Tang to have a bad life. She also said Tang Tang is a disgusting thief. She said Tang Tang stole her parents and brothers. But Lao Song, Tang Tang is our biological daughter. We are her parents. How could she have stolen Yao Yao's family?" Song Songrong was shocked. He always thought Song Qingyao was obedient, caring, and sensible. Even if she made mistakes sometimes, she was basically good. He really couldn't believe she would say such things. Qin Xiaoji was still crying. Yao Yao pretends to be nice to Tang Tang, but behind her back. Maybe when we're not looking, Tang Tang has suffered a lot at Yao Yao's hands. Song Songrong sighed and nodded. Seeing his wife's face full of tears, he carefully wiped her tears and gently comforted her. "Xiaoji, don't cry anymore. We used to think that since Yao Yao isn't our biological daughter, we should pay more attention to her so she doesn't feel upset, but we overlooked Tang Tang. From now on, we need to treat Tang Tang better. She's been living in the countryside, suffering for so many years. We need to make it up to her. As for Yao Yao..." After a moment of silence, Song Songrong continued, "Yao Yao has lived with us for 18 years. Even if she isn't related to us by blood, she will always be our daughter. I asked her to stay in the dormitory, not to kick her out of the Song family. I just hope she can calm down and stop targeting Tang Tang. Our daughter. Even if she makes mistakes, we can't give up on her easily. Everyone makes wrong turns sometimes. We need to bring her back to the right path. Maybe after we bring Tang Tang home, Yao Yao is worried we might abandon her. That's why she's scared and acting out. I believe Yao Yao will come to understand and change for the better. Then our family can live happily together." Qin Xiaoji agreed with her husband. Even if children make mistakes, parents can't be heartless and give up on them. Like a young tree that bends, if corrected in time, it can still grow into a tall tree. She also needs to pay more attention and guide Song Qingyao well, so she doesn't become stubborn again. She hopes this family can stay happy and not fall apart. If Song Qingyao is truly stubborn and keeps hurting Song Tang, she will have to make a choice. That makes me so angry. Back at the Liu family, Liu Xiaoyu plopped onto the sofa. He said irritably, "That Song Qingyao is so shameless. She could be repairing a wall. Big Brother kindly saved her, and she dares to ask Big Brother for trouble? If she married into the family, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and just hit my head to end it all." Liu Chongjing didn't want to scold the younger generation, but honestly, he also thought Song Qingyao was quite bold. He was about to criticize her when he saw his second grandson walk upstairs lost in thought. After hearing the door close, he sighed heavily, disappointed. Look at Xiaoyu. From the time he was with the Song family, I could tell he wanted to stand out and take responsibility for Song Qingyao. Luckily, I stopped him. Now look at him, like he's lost his soul. What kind of eyesight does he have? Liu Shoujiang and Lin, he also noticed their second son's distracted state. They felt sorry for him but wouldn't let him marry Song Qingyao just because he wanted to. Liu Shoujiang sighed again. Tonight, it's clear that Yao Yao's bad intentions led to her almost being bullied by Zhao Jing. I hope Xiaoyu can see her true nature clearly and stop being so stubborn. Lin he nodded softly. Xiaoyu isn't a naive kid. Once he realizes that Song Qingyao isn't a good person, he won't keep liking her blindly. Liu Xiaoyu cracked a sunflower seed and couldn't help but pour cold water on the elders. I don't think so.
You all know Qin Cheng, right?
I can tell at a glance that Gu Mengwan isn't much better than Song Qingyao. But Qincheng? Even if Gu Mengwan is determined to marry my big brother, he's still willing to work hard for her, like a dedicated servant, eager to please her. Lu Chongzheng, Lu Shoujiang, and Lin He naturally knew about Qincheng. Lin He was colleagues with Gu Mengwan's mother, and Gu Mengwan often visited the Lu family. She treated Gu Mengwan well, but she could see that Gu Mengwan was too proud and not easy to get along with. She also noticed that Gu Mengwan had feelings for their eldest son. Gu Mengwan paid little attention to Qincheng, but he followed her around all day, eager to show his heart to her. She was naturally worried that their second son might fall for someone like Qincheng, someone who isn't reliable, yet is deeply in love and willing to be controlled, doing foolish things. Lin Hu felt more worried and quickly told Lu Xiaoyu, "Watch your second brother. Don't let him be alone with Yao Yao." "Yes, we can't let Xiaoyu be alone with Song Qingyao." Commander Lu strongly agreed with Lin Hu. After thinking for a moment, he added, "If they're alone, you must interfere." Lu Xiaoyu really didn't want Song Qingyao to become his sister-in-law. He hurriedly nodded, "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, don't worry. With me around, Song Qingyao and second brother can only be kept apart, like a love story that doesn't happen." Commander Lu didn't like the phrase "keep apart" and gave Lu Xiaoyu a disapproving look. They didn't want to talk much about Song Qingyao. Right now, Song Qingyao was not only unkind, but also mean-spirited. The more they talked, the more upsetting it was. Just then, Lu Jinyan pushed the door open. Commander Lu knew that his grandson had deliberately stayed behind, probably talking to Song Tang. He cleared his throat nervously, trying to look serious, and asked his grandson, "How did your talk with Tang Tang go? Is she willing to talk to you? Is she willing to be your girlfriend? When can I hold my great-grandchild?" Lu Jinyan looked cold and shook his head. "She doesn't want to talk to me. That brat." Lu Jinyan had been in the Song family for a long time, and Commander Lu thought there was hope. Just a moment ago, he had already thought of names for his great-grandchildren. But Song Tang didn't even want to talk to Lu Jinyan. The huge disappointment made Commander Lu dislike Lu Jinyan even more. He was so angry he wanted to hit him. Commander Lu was usually strong and didn't need a cane. He couldn't just hit him with it. If his shoes weren't new, he might have taken them off to hit him. Growing up so big and still useless. "Back in the day, I chased your grandmother. We met a few times and she agreed. Unlike you, you're 24 and still can't find a wife. Hurry up and make my future granddaughter-in-law happy. If you lose her or my great-grandchildren, I won't have a useless grandson like you." Lu Shoujiang was also very angry at his eldest son. His eyes widened as if he was about to spit fire. "Tang Tang doesn't want to talk to you. Can't you make her happy? Can't you flatter her with sweet words? I, Lu Shoujiang, have a good reputation, and I raised a useless grandson like you. Back in the day, I made your mother happy when she was upset. Unlike you, who's 24 and still can't even win over your future wife." Lu Jinyan didn't want to expose his biological father and grandfather. When his grandmother was alive, she told him stories about the past, how his grandfather and father chased after their respective wives, but it wasn't easy. In the end, they finally succeeded and proudly showed off in front of him. "Your three brothers are all clever, but Xiao Yu is the smartest." Commander Lu, feeling anxious, tried to give advice. "If you can't chase after girls, let Xiao Yu teach you."
Me?
Lu Xiaoyu didn't expect to be called out. Since his grandfather mentioned him, he felt he should come up with a good idea, or it might seem a bit disrespectful. He grabbed his short hair and thought hard for a while before seriously suggesting, "Big brother, why don't you take Tang Dang to dig up the turtle that's? Dig up the tied-up turtle, and then roast it to eat." Lu Jinyan knew that Song Tang had a good impression of his third younger brother. He thought Lu Xiaoyu might come up with a reasonable idea, but it turned out his idea was better left unspoken. He disdainfully glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, then returned to his room like an icy mountain. Tied-up turtle, tied-up turtle. All he ever talks about is digging up the turtle. Why don't you just marry the tied-up turtle in the future? Commander Lu snorted angrily at Lu Xiaoyu and also went back to his room. all he does is eat. Lu Shoujung also looked at him with annoyance, then took Lin He's hand and turned around. Soon, the large living room was empty except for Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu opened his innocent little deer eyes, feeling very wronged. His grandfather asked him to give Big Brother advice, but in the end, he was the one who was disliked. If he didn't let Big Brother take Tangdang to dig up the tied-up turtle, what else could they dig? They couldn't be digging for landmines, right? Tangdang, Xiaoyu left early this morning because he had something to do. Today, let Xiao Yan take you to work. Commander Lu knew that many young people had been trying to pursue Song Tang recently. He was worried that his future daughter-in-law might be taken away, so after breakfast, he waited in the yard to create opportunities for Song Tang and Lu Jinyan. Of course, Song Tang didn't want Lu Jinyan to take her. Her leg had almost healed, and from the military compound to the art troupe, it was only a 10-minute walk. Walking there was also good exercise. She was about to refuse, but Lin He, who came out of the living room, said, Xiao Yan is on leave recently and has nothing to do. Let him take you, or I won't feel at ease. Lu Jinyan's car was parked outside, and Lin He directly took her hand and helped her into the car. Song Tang didn't want to disappoint the elder's good intentions, so she could only sit in the back seat. Song Qingyao's mental strength was really good. After a night of calming down, she had regained her composure. She also believed that with her beauty, elegance, and intelligence, she was the ultimate winner. She was definitely unwilling to let Lu Jinyan and Song Tang be alone together. And she thought that in front of so many elders, he wouldn't refuse her or embarrass her publicly. She stepped in her small white shoes and gracefully walked to Lu Jinyan's car, politely and sweetly asking, Big Brother Lu, can I also sit in your car? Commander Lu was so angry that his chest hurt. Today, Song Tang was going with most of the art troupe to perform in the countryside. Girls going far away usually bring some personal clothes and daily necessities. Song Tang carried a big backpack. Commander Lu thought Lu Jinyan could just take her to the art troupe, chat in the car, and maybe build some feelings. Why is Song Qingqiao everywhere? Lin He also felt quite speechless. Last night, Lu Jinyan clearly rejected Song Qingqiao, so why didn't she understand to step back? But Song Qingqiao didn't notice Commander Lu or Lin He's dislike for her. She still spoke in the gentlest, most charming tone. I also got into the art troupe. Later, I can work with my sister, help each other. Before she finished, she heard Lu Jinyan's cold, emotionless voice say no. After placing Song Tang's large backpack in the car, Lu Jinyan directly helped close the back door, then got in the car and sped away. Song Qingqiao's eyes instantly turned red. She thought that knowing she also joined the art troupe, Lu Jinyan would treat her differently. And since she and Song Tang worked in the same place, he could just take them both there. But she didn't expect that, even though they were childhood friends and innocent, he wouldn't give her the slightest face. Commander Lu almost chuckled aloud. He secretly gave his grandson a thumbs up in his heart. The boy performed quite well this morning. If he liked a girl, he should guard her faithfully and never give other girls any hope or fantasies. He held back a laugh, feeling a bit awkward. Worried that laughing out loud in front of everyone wouldn't be proper, he coughed a few times and finally suppressed his amusement. Lu Jinyan's car had already driven far away, and Song Qingqiao still stood there, delicate and helpless. At this time, neighbors in the alley came and went. Even if they didn't know exactly what had happened, she still felt very embarrassed. She cared so much about her reputation and desperately wanted to turn things around. Seeing Qingqing cold and distant, like a noble orchid or jade tree, Lu Yu stepped out of the yard. She quickly looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, Second Brother Lu, I don't feel well today. Can you take me to work? Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on the car of Lu Jinyan in the distance. He was slightly distracted. He didn't hear what Song Qingqiao said clearly. He thought it probably wasn't anything important. Considering the relationship between the Lu and Song families, he replied perfunctorily, Thank you, Second Brother Lu. Only when Song Qingqiao happily got into his car did he realize she wanted him to take her to work. Lu Yu's body stiffened. almost unable to hide his disgust. The Science Academy wasn't far from the performing arts troupe. Taking Song Qingqiao was convenient for him, but he really didn't want to spend time with her. However, Song Rong and Qin Xiuji also came out of the yard, and since Song Qingqiao was already in the car, he couldn't ask her to get out in front of them. He could only sit in the car with a cold face. Oh, dear. Lu the Elder was again so angry he felt chest pain. He thought that last night, Lu Yu had clearly seen Song Qingqiao's true nature and wouldn't foolishly fall for her again. Who would have guessed that this brat was still eagerly sending her to work? Seeing Lu Yu's car drive away, Lin He and Lu Shoujiang also looked worried. But in front of Song Rong and Qin Xiuji, they couldn't say much. Lu Shoujiang sighed faintly, then opened the car door to let his wife get in. Lu Xiaoyu hadn't gone out earlier. Only after Lu Shoujiang and Song Rong's cars drove away did he jump out of the house to help calm down Elder Lu. "Grandpa, stay calm. Second brother's car has already left. We can't bring him back. If you get too upset, it's not worth it." Elder Lu knew that getting angry wouldn't help. But thinking about how his clever second grandson was bewitched by a scheming girl, he just couldn't stay calm. He took a few deep breaths, then said irritably, "You say your second brother can like whoever he wants, but why does he have to like that treacherous woman from the Song family?" Exactly. Second brother liking Song Qingqiao is worse than liking a man. Lu Xiaoyu also thought his second brother lacked judgment. Afraid Elder Lu would get too upset, he stopped mentioning Song Qingqiao and instead pulled out a string of turtle-shaped snacks from behind. "Grandpa, I just baked these turtle-shaped snacks. Really, these turtle-shaped snacks are so delicious. If you're in a bad mood, eating a few will definitely make you happy. This string of words is a joke for you." Commander Lu's face darkened. He was feeling upset and had no mood to joke around. In the past, he thought his 3 grandchildren were perfect, the oldest with a bright future, the second a scientific genius, and the youngest clever and innocent. Now, he feels frustrated. His oldest can't find a wife, the second is poor taste, and the youngest only knows how to eat. The more he thought, the angrier he got. His eyes widened, and he shouted, "Step aside. None of them are easy to deal with." Lu Xiaoyu could sense Commander Lu's dislike for the joke. He wanted to argue, to tell his grandfather that the joke was the most delicious thing in the world. Since it was summer, he wanted to eat more of it, or he wouldn't be able to enjoy it when it got cold. But thinking about Song Tang leaving soon, he still had some tasty treats for her that he hadn't delivered yet. He didn't argue with Commander Lu. He packed his bag, rode his bicycle out of the alley. "Second brother Lu, today is my first day at the dance team. I'm a bit nervous." Song Qingqiao sat in the car and made small talk. "Were you nervous on your first day at the Academy of Sciences?" Lu Yu really didn't want to chat with Song Qingqiao. But she looked up at him, waiting for his answer, so he replied coldly, "Before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, we might also perform at your academy." Song Qingqiao's beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled, as if stars were shining in them. "I'll do my best and won't let our dance team down." Indeed, around the Mid-Autumn Festival, the dance team would perform at their workplace. This year, Song Tang joined the cultural troupe, so she would probably go too. He only knew that Song Tang was good at solving problems and dancing, but he had never seen her dance. Even after knowing that his older brother liked Song Tang, he tried to suppress his feelings for her. But when he thought about the upcoming cultural performance and her participation, his pale ears turned red, and he couldn't help feeling excited. Song Qingqiao looked up and saw his ears turning red with a faint glow. She sat in the rightmost seat in the back of the car and could clearly see his profile. She had to admit, Lu Yu was really very handsome. His face looked like it was carved from the finest white jade, cold and clear, with sharp features, like pure jade, distant and aloof. She used to think Lu Jian was the most perfect-looking. But in fact, Lu Yu's face was just as handsome as Lu Jian's. Lu Jian's attitude toward her was really too cold. This morning, being rejected so coldly, made her realize that winning his heart wouldn't be easy. And Gu Mengwan also liked him. If she wants to form an alliance with Gu Mengwan, she must not show her affection for Lu Jian. Seeing Lu Eugene's cold profile gradually turn red, she couldn't help but think of a bold idea. In the past, she considered Liang Yueshin as a backup. Liang Yueshin is very talented, but Lu Yu is also not bad. Lu Yu is recognized as a genius in research. He has already achieved success in some fields at a young age. His future prospects won't be worse than Liang Yueshin's. If she can be with Lu Yu, she could at least become the wife of the commander's son or a prominent scientist's wife. Many men only realize they value someone after losing them. Maybe, after dating Lu Yu, Lu Jian will become anxious and desperately try to win her back. Then, after Gu Mengwan has hurt or even harmed Song Tang, she can choose to marry the better of the two brothers. She must make Lu Yu fall for her. Second brother Lu, thank you. Next week is our day off. I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. Soon, Lu Yu's car stopped outside the art troupe. When Song Qingyao said this, she subtly took off her silver earring from her left ear, then gracefully and charmingly bid him farewell before getting out of the car. This silver earring was her token of affection for him. She believed that when he looked at it, he would think of her noble and beautiful image and miss her day and night. From the rearview mirror, Lu Yu vaguely saw Song Qingyao placing something on his car. He didn't like Song Qingyao since childhood. After what happened last night, he thought she was foolish, shameless, and disgusting. He definitely didn't want her things on his car. After parking on the roadside, he quickly got out to check the back seat. It was a silver earring. If it was Song Tang who accidentally dropped it, he would carefully keep it and look for a chance to return it. But since it was Song Qingyao who deliberately dropped it, he would pretend nothing happened. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he threw the earring into a nearby trash bin. Song. After Lu Jian's car stopped outside the art troupe, Song Tang didn't even say goodbye and coldly got out of the car. He hurriedly parked and caught up with her. Your first time visiting the countryside for a performance, you must find it unfamiliar. I brought some things for you. There's sorghum candy, chocolates, snacks, and some common medicines. While speaking, he handed her a medium-sized camouflage bag. I don't want it. Earlier, sitting in his car was out of kindness from an elder, and she couldn't refuse politely. But taking his things was a kind of courtesy, and she definitely wouldn't want them. She pouted and coldly threw the camouflage bag back into his arms, drawing a clear line between them. Lu Jinyan, thank you for bringing me here earlier. I'll pay for your car. As she spoke, she even shoved a dollar bill into his chest. To completely dispel his feelings for her, she lied again. From now on, please don't waste time on me anymore. I like someone else. If you keep bothering me, I worry he might get upset.